In today's Konoha, life remains unadorned and simple. Despite the escalating tensions from the front lines of war, a subtle atmosphere of anxiety permeates the village. Occasionally, tales of Kakashi's exploits reach us, heralding him as a prodigious talent on the verge of becoming the youngest jonin in history to in the Uchiha clan territory. An elderly woman, unknown to many, requires assistance from a certain runt to cross the street. At the Ninja Academy, theoretical courses are steadily diminishing, while practical training is significantly on the rise. As monotonous as ever, recently, we will primarily focus on practical training exceptional students. We'll have the opportunity to graduate early and become esteemed ninjas of Konoha. Mr. Yoshida Masada announced this news. The classroom erupted in excitement, with the bewildered young sprouts cheering and eagerly preparing themselves. They seemed to believe that upon graduation, they could instantly become the second Kakashi, shining brightly for the village. They're all fresh sprouts. Are they truly encouraging early graduation? It seems even Konoha is beginning to feel the strain, struggling increasingly with the war at the front lines and urgently needing to replenish its ranks. In a corner of the classroom, a figure wrapped in specialized bandages lazily lifted his gaze. The Third Ninja World War, where Konoha faced 4 adversaries, was far more brutal than the First and Second Wars, extending over a protracted period with devastating casualties. Although formidable figures like Minato Namikaze emerged, and Kakashi Hatake shattered numerous records, countless tragedies unfolded during the Third War. He had long been prepared for the events that transpired before him. Yet when a moment finally arrived, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. Nevertheless, it matters not, although my preparations are not entirely complete. They will suffice. My body has finally managed to adapt, albeit barely, to the radioactive substances emanating from Godzilla. He could not help but shake his head. The world of Hokage is one that emphasizes lineage, where proximity to the Sage of Six Paths determines the nobility of one's blood and the potency of one's abilities. Unfortunately, He possesses his own unique powers, yet they bear no connection to the Sage or Kagaya Otsutsuki. Upon his arrival in this world, he discovered that he had unwittingly synchronized with an immense entity within him. This was a singular power and the greatest secret he endeavored to conceal. Deep within lies Godzilla, in a profound slumber. In essence, Noera he has become a being akin to a jinchūriki, harboring a colossal entity within. After years of strenuous adaptation, I have managed to prevent the excessive leakage of nuclear radiation within me. I truly am a remarkable individual. The fact that everyone in this classroom has survived thus far is a testament to my mercy. He lazily observed the raucous classroom. If he were to let his guard down, even slightly loosening the bandages designed to contain the radioactive materials, the entire room, if not dead, would likely face genetic mutations. Those with red eyes might unexpectedly evolve into the Sharingan, while the one afflicted with cataracts could very well develop glaucoma. Nuclear radiation is, indeed, a catastrophic weapon of mass destruction in the world of Naruto. Nuclear radiation has never been a phenomenon, however. There do exist various techniques that rival the devastation of a nuclear explosion, such as the tailed beast bomb. After all, Godzilla, by its very nature, is a terrifying self-propagating source of nuclear radiation. Not only does it possess the ability to unleash formidable atomic breath, but even its mere movement can contaminate vast areas, leaving behind a dire legacy of nuclear fallout. Although Schwanni remains uncertain about the level of Godzilla contained within him, the incessant outpouring of nuclear radiation from his body is undeniably real. Over the past few years, as he has matured, it seems he has, to some extent, unlocked the restraints imposed by Godzilla, resulting in a gradual increase in the nuclear radiation emanating from within him. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, Schwanni has diligently refined his chakra and begun to attempt control over the nuclear radiation within his body, achieving notable success in curbing the progressively escalating radiation levels. Give me one more year, no? Half a year in, I am confident I can masterfully control all the nuclear radiation and completely discard these troublesome bandages, Shwani declared with a shrug. Teacher Yoshino Masada gazed at the raucous classroom. Silently sighing, he understood the gravity of the situation. Those graduating would soon be thrust into the throes of war, and he could only wonder how many of them would survive once it concluded. Hey, Shwani, you might want to muster some enthusiasm. Aren't you even slightly interested in the honor of graduating early? He called out, unable to restrain himself upon. Seeing Zuani's languid demeanor in the corner, his heart swelling with a profound sense of helplessness. Kagura Shwani has become something of a legend within the school. Each year, he consistently contends with Uchiha Obito for the title of the student with the lowest practical class performance. While Obito's frequent and inexplicable mistakes stem from an overwhelming potential, at least he continuously strives to improve. In stark contrast, Kagura Shwani is an enigma. In theory classes, he reigns supreme, achieving perfect scores and earning the title of a super genius, unparalleled even since the school's inception. His analysis of the Will of Fire series, particularly, has garnered immense acclaim, with essays such as a study on the Will of Fire and the legacy of village leaders with the third Hokage as an example, on the collective understanding of villagers regarding where leaves dance, flames endure, and my perspective on the community centered around the third Hokage being particularly noteworthy. It is said that even the Hokage has praised his work. Whenever theory is involved, particularly in philosophical classes, Shwani is regarded as a deity among Konoha. Yet, when it comes to practical combat, he consistently falls short, rarely emerging victorious. That he and Uchiha Obito vie fervently for the title of the student with the least impressive combat skills. This simply will not do. As a ninja, one must engage in battle relying solely on theory is insufficient. Yoshino Masada admonished. That I understand, Teacher Yoshino. So, can we end class now? Shwani lazily raised his hand, provoking laughter throughout the classroom. Only Shwani, with his innate lack of fear towards Yoshino Masada, consistently articulates what everyone else is thinking at critical moments. Although Shien-e is somewhat salty, his popularity has consistently remained exceptionally high. I recall that in Obito's generation, aside from Kakashi, who graduated at 5, and Might Guy at 8, the average age of those who ventured onto the battlefield was around 11. That fellow Obito, when he first faced combat, was so frightened that he cried. And it was only thanks to Minato that he was saved. Sitting in the classroom, Noera Shien-e gazed at his classmates, unsure how many of them would survive in the coming years, while his mind raced with thoughts. The ninja school's educational system is structured to last 6 years, but it is soon to be altered to a 4-year program. The Third Shinobi World War has already raged for over 2 years, with the front lines suffering heavy casualties, precisely when Obito, Guy, Konoha, and Ebisu began to step onto the battlefield. Thus, Noera Shien-e, too, would inevitably find himself traversing the battlegrounds. That afternoon, Yoshino Masada organized an internal practical lesson for Class C. Each student took to the stage, vociferously showcasing their talents. With a swift kick, a young girl sent Marino Abiki flying, her movements decisive and resolute. Well done. The one I find most reassuring in our class is Uchiha Ichi. As you have all witnessed, her progress over the past year has been remarkable, with her grades soaring from mediocre to outstanding across all subjects. If you all exert yourselves like Ichi, I would feel even more at ease, Yoshino Masada praised loudly, his face radiating admiration. Uchiha Ichi, who had previously displayed nothing remarkable over the years, had experienced an inexplicable surge in strength within the last year, nearing the prowess of a chunin even before graduation. Shien-e naturally took to the stage as well, his opponent being the sickly Tsukigami Jifeng. The two exchanged blows, their performance somewhat lackluster, with Shien-e appearing even more ordinary. In this bout, Uchiha Ichi claimed first place, a title that had become increasingly routine over the past year, leaving everyone astonished by her sudden outburst of talent. After class, once the majority had departed, Shien-e finally rose to leave, returning to his residence. As a war orphan, the village would not neglect Shien-e, and coupled with the inheritance he received, his accumulated wealth was quite substantial. However, the most significant expense he incurred was the production of silver fiber bandages, which consumed a considerable portion of his fortune, though such expenditures were essential. Within 6 months, I shall undoubtedly gain perfect control over the nuclear radiation within me. Can this be considered a form of balance achieved with Godzilla? Shiranami pondered while preparing his meal. The formidable and majestic nature of Godzilla requires no further elaboration. It is a being akin to a child of the earth. In various portrayals, Godzilla often serves as a vital maintainer and complement of the Earth's ecological balance, one of the rare titanic creatures that harbor no absolute malice towards humanity. Yet, the terrifying scale of such monsters means that even the most insignificant actions can yield dire consequences. For instance, the nuclear radiation that has plagued Shiranami for many years. This radiation is the fundamental reason behind Shiranami's lethargy. The less he moves, the lower the total amount of radiation leakage. Moreover, Shiranami firmly believes that his physique is being subtly transformed by Godzilla, perhaps influenced additionally by the power of chakra. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to the ever-increasing levels of radiation. Likewise, the process of refining chakra, coupled with his own willpower, has, to some extent, influenced the dormant Godzilla. This is a bidirectional process, a mutual adaptation to each other's existence. Due to various reasons, Shiranami hesitates to recklessly refine chakra. But based on the information he has gathered in the past, he can deduce the amount of chakra I could potentially produce far exceeds that of an ordinary person. This conclusion stems from Shiranami's studies of the body technique at school, combined with his observations of the varied frequencies with which he and others perform ninjutsu. At that moment, while many of his peers were panting after a few attempts at the body technique, Shiranami felt as though he hadn't even warmed up, devoid of any sensation. This was a deliberate result of his restrained chakra refinement. The total cellular count within a normal human body is approximately 130 trillion, and to refine chakra, one must amalgamate these 130 trillion cells with spiritual energy for extraction. As a traveler, Shiranami was confident that his spiritual energy surpassed that of an average individual. However, mere spiritual energy alone could not endow him with such an extraordinary chakra aptitude. It could only be attributed to his physique. I possess formidable self-healing capabilities and astonishing vitality. Logically, such traits should only belong to the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Shiranami inhaled deeply. Soon, he would find himself on the battlefield. Even if merely performing logistical duties, he would inevitably partake in the war. Certain matters must be addressed. It is time for us to formally meet, everyone, he murmured softly. After dinner, Shiranami ascended to his bed, sitting cross-legged as if refining chakra, and anyone observing would find nothing amiss. Following the outbreak of the Third War, the village was frequently patrolled by the Umbu, the security team, and the barrier division, vigilantly monitoring everything to prevent enemy spies from infiltrating. During such times, one must not exhibit any form of peculiarity. This time, he was determined to witness the colossal entity within himself. Moreover, he needed to ascertain the true nature of this behemoth lurking within, what sort of Godzilla it truly was. Soon, his consciousness descended. Shiranami found himself in an exceedingly dim space, a miniature realm within himself, the dwelling of Godzilla. After countless previous attempts that had proven unsuccessful, he had finally achieved it this time. Indeed, I am gradually drawing closer to this Godzilla. Shiranami surveyed his surroundings, and all he could perceive was an endless darkness, the only luminescent source being himself, his skin emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated the vicinity. He stepped forward, slowly approaching the gargantuan figure before him. Lifting his gaze, even though Shiranami had mentally prepared himself, he was nonetheless taken aback by the enormity of this entity. Though shrouded in darkness, he could just discern a rough and blurry outline. Yet, he could still palpably sense the terrifying presence emanating from this monstrous being. Its heavy breaths resonated with a specific rhythm, each inhalation akin to the very cadence of the world itself. Words utterly failed to capture the magnitude of this colossal existence. Standing before it felt as if confronting the very convergence of countless lives. Such an exaggerated form. This is not an ordinary Godzilla. Shiranami was visibly shaken. In its typical form, Godzilla, such as the first and second iterations, stood around 50 meters tall. The strength of such Godzilla was not particularly formidable. Humanity, utilizing technological means, could triumph as long as they did not foolishly resort to nuclear weaponry, but instead employed agents like condensates. The height of the nine-tailed beasts, when crouching or lying down, averages between 50 to 70 meters, with the complete form of the nine-tails or its chakra mode being exceptions. One might say that an ordinary adult Godzilla, in terms of size, barely matches that of a tailed beast. However, should a confrontation arise, a standard Godzilla would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by a tailed beast, in mere moments. Yet, the creature before me, even in a profound slumber, emanates a soul-stirring terror that exudes an oppressive force. In this endless darkness, a depth and heaviness brew that is beyond perception, as if one is confronting an entire world. The Godzilla within me undoubtedly exceeds 50 meters in stature. Although the higher regions are shrouded in obscurity, rendering them indistinct, the sheer magnitude is evident. Shiranami clenched his fist tightly, exhilaration etched across his face. His initial hope was that this colossal being within him possessed at least the combat prowess of a second generation. Serving as a super-summoning beast akin to Hanzo and his salamander, a veritable walking repository of poison, leaving devastation in its wake. Yet, the reality he faced granted him immense surprise, if not fright. Such an enormous size, it could very well belong to one of the renowned titans. Shiranami's gaze deepened as he narrowed his suspicions to the elite cadre of Godzillas: Space Godzilla, Hell Godzilla, Ice Godzilla, and Old Void Godzilla. Space Godzilla is revered as the god of destruction, his range of influence extending far beyond Earth, effortlessly dismantling ordinary Godzillas. Hell Godzilla, emerging from a recognized fan comic, rampaged through both heaven and hell with unparalleled ferocity. Ice Godzilla, enshrouded in frost, possesses the ability to pierce through dimensions. Old Void Godzilla is particularly formidable, often regarded as the most prestigious among all Godzillas. In this incarnation, the very essence of humanity's emergence and evolution serves merely to catalyze the birth of Old Void Godzilla. Humanity itself is but a transitional vessel for his emergence. After expelling Earthlings and 2 other cosmic civilizations from the planet, Old Void Godzilla reigned supreme for 2 millennia, capable of manifesting a sub-Godzilla standing 50 meters tall. The charged particle beams he unleashes can obliterate celestial bodies of lunar mass with a single strike. If indeed it is one of these 4 Godzillas, then I have inadvertently acquired a remarkable entity within me, elevating me to the status of a genuine jinchūriki. Yet, the challenge lies in harnessing this power without inadvertently leading to my own demise. Shiranami inhaled deeply, stepping closer to observe this magnificent being. However, as he approached within 100 meters, the immense resistance he encountered dissuaded him from the thought of touching this giant. At present, he had merely established a rudimentary equilibrium with this Godzilla, far from achieving a level of seamless communication. Even now, he finds himself uncertain of the disposition of the formidable creature before him, which poses a significant risk. I must devise a means to establish a suitable rapport with this entity before it fully awakens, whether through symbiosis, sealing techniques, or other strategies. Shiranami pondered quietly. In the next moment, he seated himself cross-legged within 100 meters, striving to acclimate to the astonishing resistance. Simultaneously, he exerted all his efforts to adapt to everything that Godzilla emanated. It was not merely the resistance he faced, but also the overwhelming radiative power that subtly transformed and elevated his being, all of which Shiranami meticulously contemplated. His thoughts and consciousness, burdened by immense pressure while observing the colossal Godzilla, demanded that he monitor every minute change within himself. Soon, Shiranami's awareness succumbed to profound fatigue. With a sigh, he slowly opened his eyes, as if emerging from a different era, drenched in sweat, the sheets thoroughly soaked. The weariness etched on his face could not obscure the glimmer of light beneath his eyes. His mind, ensnared by the weight of stress and intense contemplation, felt exhausted, while his body surged with vitality, as if brimming with inexhaustible energy. I have also sensed a distinct transformation. The nuclear radiation within me can now be perfectly controlled, saving me half a year's time. More importantly, the bloodline limit I had once envisioned and nearly obliterated myself in attempting seems now within my grasp given my current mental and physical state. Shiranami clapped his hands together suddenly, summoning the chakra within him. In an instant, a tremendous amount of chakra converged, unleashing a terrifying nuclear reaction at the atomic and molecular levels, resulting in astonishing waves of energy mediated by this wondrous force. Whenever Shiranami wished, he could deploy his conceptual technique at a relatively low cost, unlike before when it nearly led to his own demise. This unprecedented new bloodline limit, Shiranami named nuclear release. This was the singular power he had mastered, a name that encapsulated the extraordinary. To wield the force of nuclear energy within a corporeal form was an unprecedented feat, utterly insane. Utilizing chakra as a medium and driving force, and harnessing atomic collisions through a robust mind and physique, the resulting terrifying power was indeed nuclear release. This was the most unique bloodline limit, a special lineage belonging solely to Shiranami. However, The nuclear release was not without its imperfections. The challenges he faced remained formidable. Even the most basic application of nuclear release demanded an astonishing expenditure of energy and stamina. Shiranami sat upright on his bed, feeling the slight accumulation of nuclear power within him, remaining silent. The nucleus, the most fundamental element, inevitably involves atomic-level transformations. The difficulty and pressure of propelling this process through human effort are immeasurable. Were it not for Godzilla, whose very existence facilitated a subtle symbiotic evolution, Shiranami would have perished long ago, let alone attempted to cultivate nuclear escape. Godzilla possesses an innate ability to harness nuclear fission or fusion and even contains a specialized organ within, with some Godzilla variants sustaining themselves through the consumption of air and water, enabling limitless nuclear fusion. Shiranami could not help but rub his temples. This organ is known as the atomic reactor. Truly, one could grow stronger merely by inhaling the winds of the Northwest. Though Shiranami lacks such an organ, thanks to Godzilla, he has endured the most arduous adaptation phase and has made strides toward the threshold of controllable nuclear power. I now comprehend the predicament faced by Da in the original work when he first attempted to utilize wood release, producing nothing more than a meager wooden stake. Leaving Danzo speechless, Shiranami sighed and glanced out the window at the abyss of darkness. Difficulty is but one aspect, peril constitutes another. A year ago, after gradually stabilizing his ability to control internal nuclear radiation, Shiranami endeavored to further develop the power of nuclear escape, only to nearly bring about his own demise. That initial attempt resulted in terrifying burns rapidly spreading across his arms, as a surge of nuclear radiation voraciously eroded his body. Fortunately, thanks to his remarkable self-healing capabilities and the bandages he had long been wrapped in, he avoided drawing attention and thus evaded graver consequences. The technique he envisioned at that time was far from feasible. Persisting further would have merely culminated in his obliteration. This technique is also one of Godzilla's signature abilities and serves as Shiranami's trump card in the early stages of his development. Previously, I could not even manifest that technique, let alone others. Each technique executed through nuclear escape could be deemed forbidden. Shiranami pondered. Forbidden techniques are not merely arduous to cultivate, rather, their inherent dangers can easily result in self-inflicted harm. Techniques such as multi-shadow clone and wind release, Rasengan have both been classified as forbidden. As for Shiranami's techniques, once unleashed, the destructive potential, not to mention the expansive nuclear radiation, would be sufficient to leave foes in disarray. Thankfully, he now possesses the ability to control nuclear radiation. At this juncture, it should be feasible, albeit at some cost. Successfully employing nuclear escape seems promising, perhaps. Shiranami continued to refine his chakra, persistently adapting to the bloodline limit of nuclear escape. Dawn broke. Some latent dangers could now be addressed. Having spent the night awake, Shiranami's mental state was restored, and his physical condition was remarkably favorable. He rose an hour earlier than usual, venturing into the woods adjacent to the village. Taking advantage of this fleeting time before school, Shiranami had a penchant for diligent study and often relished the opportunity to stealthily explore the thickets. Holding several tomes penned by the third Hokage, such as the Theory of the Will of Fire and the Will of the First Hokage, Shiranami found immense pleasure in immersing himself in such literature. He perused these texts dozens of times, diligently annotating them. Particularly, he placed great significance on the collected sayings of the third Hokage, filling its pages with dense notes to the point that, by the end, he could scarcely recall what he had written. Regardless, he scribbled freely, for his musings were not intended for his own perusal. Each time he revisited these writings, he perceived the village-building theories as an assemblage of aesthetically pleasing yet ultimately futile rhetoric, rife with vacuous theories supported by blunt illustrations. Shiranami scratched his head, recalling a chapter that extolled the virtues of communal love, citing a member of the Senju clan who willingly forsook fame to shine in the ninja academy, lending a helping hand to widows who had lost their husbands in war. Ultimately, the two lived together in a blissful, albeit shameless, union. Shiranami later sought to verify this narrative, discovering that shortly after becoming a father, this Senju clansman met his demise on the battlefield during the Second Great Ninja War. Of course, this latter detail was omitted from the text, lacking a solid foundational framework or specific guiding principles. The entire discourse relied heavily on the third Hokage's theory of leaves as its overarching theme. Shiranami grimaced, struggling to suppress his disdain as he regarded this juvenile material. At that moment, a member of the village's Umbu was conducting a covert patrol and chanced upon Shiranami, who was furrowing his brow in intense study. The Umbu could not help but nod approvingly. This was the child whose theoretical prowess had shattered village records. Even the Hokage praised his diligence. Though it was regrettable that his efforts were misguided, he would have been better served honing his ninjutsu. In silence, the Umbu vanished without a trace. 2 hours passed. With a decisive clap, Shiranami closed the book, rising from his stone perch to stretch vigorously beneath the ascending sun. It was another splendid day. Yet he noticed the absence of Mr. Dai that morning. Had it not been for Dai's habitual training in this very spot, Shiranami would not have chosen this location. The absence of the perennial genin, Might Dai, left him feeling particularly vulnerable. It was as if enemy scouts could appear at any moment, poised to strike at the innocent child he was. Might Dai was a well-known, long-standing genin, who daily trained alongside his son, Might Guy, enduring discrimination and ridicule. However, Shiranami harbored no contempt for them. In fact, he welcomed the derision directed at Dai and Guy, as it presented him with opportunities to seize the advantage. At this juncture, due to his singular focus on taijutsu, devoid of any ninjutsu or genjutsu skills, Dai found himself underappreciated. Often relegated to logistical support on the battlefield and spending most of his time within the village confines. Due to the increasingly dire situation of war, the volume of tasks has sharply diminished, and thus, the number of solo missions available to Dai has significantly declined. Even trivial tasks such as weeding or searching for lost cats have become elusive. Moreover, no one is willing to team up with Dai, deemed a failure, to undertake higher-level missions. In the original narrative, it was Dai who single-handedly intervened to assist his comrades, Kai and Shinjian, when they encountered the infiltrating 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist within the Land of Fire. One can only imagine the dire circumstances that both Dai and Kai, as father and son, face within the confines of Konoha. Compounding their plight is the rigorous training regimen they adhere to, which demands a high quality and quantity of sustenance. As their lives plunged into profound hardship, Shiranami resolved to take action. At this juncture, Shiranami, undeterred, drew from his meager savings to offer menial tasks such as chopping firewood, performing household chores, and cleaning rooftops for Dai and Kai, thereby exacerbating the financial strain on his already impoverished household. Over the course of 2 years, Shiranami has transformed from a member of a modestly affluent family into a destitute individual, sacrificing his entire fortune to support Dai and Kai. Despite this, he garnered admiration from the village residents, who lauded his exceptional resolve and selflessness in aiding his companions, truly a paragon of the will of fire. Even if given another chance, Shiranami would make the same choice. What is money in the face of such sacrifice? The potential to gain a shadow level and a super shadow level ninja is not a loss. With Mr. Dai, a steadfast ally, I feel secure. However, where is he at this moment? Yawning, Shiranami realized it was time to head to school. He strolled out of the training grove, taking a leisurely walk around the outskirts of the village, a routine he had long adhered to. Yet today felt different. Is someone present in that area? Shiranami's expression shifted slightly as he caught sight of an inconspicuous thicket. Within lay the site where he had clandestinely trained to develop a perilously high-risk technique. A year prior, a failed experiment had rendered this place permeated with a certain degree of radioactive cloud, which Shiranami regarded as a forbidden zone. Anyone aside from him venturing within would be subjected to the effects of nuclear radiation. Today, Shiranami intended to reclaim the area from its radioactive state. Why would someone coincidentally appear in such a location so early in the day? Pondering this, Shiranami hesitated, feeling the situation was somewhat precarious. After a moment's reflection, he cautiously approached, stealing a glance through the gaps in the trees. To his surprise, he beheld Uchiha Ichi, the elder sister of Uchiha Izumi, who would later become Itachi's beloved. The woman was drenched in sweat, engaged in rigorous training, breathing heavily, clearly having endured a prolonged session of arduous practice. After completing her training, she nonchalantly retrieved a boxed meal to consume on the spot. At first glance, everything seemed normal. However, when Shiranami observed her grimy hands intentionally sprinkling dirt into her meal before devouring it with gusto, he realized the gravity of the situation. She was formidable. The airborne nuclear radiation, having diminished over the past year, was no longer a significant threat. The real danger lay deep within the soil. Who could it be? In a sudden whirl, Ihui turned and swiftly drew out a kunai, hurling it with great force. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she executed the throw, her form darting forward with remarkable speed. Upon catching sight of Shiranami, she momentarily froze, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. Do you truly resort to such ruthlessness against your classmates, Ihui? This is not the demeanor one expects from you. Xian effortlessly deflected the kunai, dropping low to the ground, supporting himself with one hand before executing a side kick that elicited a muffled groan from Yihui. With a backflip, she distanced herself, her face a canvas of both wariness and astonishment as she gazed at him. What brings you here, and your strength? Yihui's countenance shifted slightly as she retrieved another kunai, gripping it tightly. This place was the very source of her growth over the past year. The foundation upon which she had shattered her mediocre fate and garnered her clan's attention. It was a secret she could not allow to be uncovered by outsiders. How industrious you are. To have made such remarkable progress in a year, relying on methods like this. In that time, you've surely consumed a layer of the earth itself. Were it not for my early arrival today, I might never have discovered you. Xian scrutinized Yihui, taking the moment to observe this Uchiha seriously for the first time. For now, I see no signs of genetic mutation, such as the emergence of extraneous organs to channel such dangerous power positively on a grand scale. Yihui, they have all misjudged you. You are a true genius. Xian Yi's expression turned grave as he spoke. Yihui's face reflected confusion and shock. How could you possibly know? The reason is quite simple. Xian Yi formed hand seals, and, under Yihui's watchful gaze, crouched slightly before striking the ground with considerable force. With a resounding clap, the radiation buried deep below was instantly absorbed by Xian Yi, leaving no trace for anyone to discover in the future. I admire your courage and your resolve to grow stronger. If you wish to continue your ascent, seek me out, at the very least. I shall ensure you no longer taste the earth. With a smile, Xian Yi turned, exposing his back to the utterly astonished Yihui, departing at a leisurely pace. Within her, tumultuous waves of emotion surged as she repeatedly confirmed that the mysterious force which had spurred her growth had vanished. Who exactly are you? At the Ninja Academy, those who had just entered could see Might Guy, running laps around the playground like a fool, while his father, Might Dai, stood outside the fence, vociferously encouraging him. By the time Xian Yi arrived at the school, Dai delivered a resounding punch through the fence, sending his son, Kai, flying. Wah! I'm so sorry, father. I've disappointed you once again. I'm nearly 11 years old, yet I still cannot run 1,000 laps around the playground. I am such a failure. Might Kai knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. Kai, my son, you must not speak of giving up lightly. Your physical prowess is a testament to your youth. Youth never deceives. With a heavy heart, I have come to understand, father. I shall immediately undertake 800 push-ups, and if I fail to accomplish that, I will jump rope 1,500 times. Ah, father. The two of them embraced, overcome with emotion. Xuanyi felt as if his eyes might fail him. At last, he comprehended why he had not encountered Dai and Kai this morning. Oh, Xuanyi-san, how rare it is for you to arrive so early today. Dai waved at Xuanyi, his face reflecting deep respect. As diligent as ever, Mr. Dai. However, did not Kai graduate early? Why has he returned? Xuanyi approached, disregarding the scornful glances and whispers surrounding him, and smiled. Among this cohort, Kakashi graduated at the tender age of 5, while the underachiever, Might Guy, graduated at 8, making them a rare pair. Dai adjusted the headband on his forehead and replied, Indeed, Kai and I have been assigned a task by the village, specifically to return to the Ninja Academy and maintain order. There is still some time before the competition begins, and we must not waste it. Striving is the essence of youth. Thank you, Xuanyi-san. Once the war concludes, I promise to earnestly make amends for your losses. Both Dai and Kai performed a deep 90-degree bow, tears of gratitude in their eyes. The spirit of the will of fire within you is profoundly strong. I can feel it clearly. However, should you continue to speak in such a manner, I may take offense. As ninjas of Konoha, contributing to the village is our duty. And I wholeheartedly resonate with your sentiments. Xuanyi nodded in affirmation. Kai clenched his fist, encouragingly asserting, Xuanyi-san, with your strength, if you put in the effort, perhaps you two could graduate early. At that moment, the bustling crowd around them erupted in laughter. Someone like Xuanyi, hoping to graduate early? No matter how strong he is in theory, it is of no consequence. Such disdain. They could not fathom how the village allowed Kai, the underachiever, to graduate early. Students from various grades passed by, some consumed with jealousy. Kakashi's early graduation was impressive enough, but how could Might Guy, with his lackluster theoretical knowledge and limited ninjutsu, be celebrated? He triumphed solely through sheer physical prowess. Yet he became the second to graduate early, relying only on taijutsu. What kind of ninja are you? You two are the village's jest. Ah, thank you for your support. Dai gave a thumbs up to those who mocked them. Xuanyi shook his head, offered a few more encouraging words, and then proceeded towards the classroom. Guy gazed at Xuani's retreating figure. Xuani-san is truly a remarkable individual. He has supported both me and my father without ever discriminating against us, always encouraging us if he is not adept at combat. Then I must protect him with all my might. In secret, Kai clenched his fists, flames igniting in his eyes. Xuani, sensing something amiss, nodded subtly. What a remarkable gaze. He deeply anticipated the day in the future when Kai would ignite his entire youth in his service. Soon, Shiranami returned to his class. Many students were engaged in hushed conversations about the content of today's practical combat class, their faces revealing a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Early graduation. This is an honor reserved solely for the exceptionally gifted. Apart from a select few who had received vague warnings from their forebears, most students, in their naivety, yearned to become the next Kakashi rather than the second Might Guy. The village had successfully established Kakashi as the benchmark for the new generation. Shiranami settled back into his seat, awaiting the imminent new round of practical lessons. He approached the class with a nonchalant attitude. Knowing that while they claimed to be selecting outstanding individuals for early graduation, it was inevitable that his cohort would soon be forcibly graduated and sent to the battlefield, illuminating the village with their efforts. Furthermore, Shiranami had already begun to grasp the powers of nuclear release, granting him a measure of self-defense. As long as he did not recklessly challenge Jonin, his mastery of nuclear release, combined with his innate physical constitution, was sufficient for his protection. Are you truly so relaxed? Without a care for your future? A pale-skinned individual inquired casually. It was Moonlight Shippu. He had always appeared somewhat ailing during their time at school. Worrying is futile. I simply need to give my all, Shiranami replied with a smile. Moonlight Shippu shook his head, unable to comprehend Shinyi's laid-back attitude. The Moonlight and Nara clans were both minor families within Konoha, with the Moonlight clan at least possessing a legacy of swordsmanship, while the Nara clan was even worse off, having nothing to boast of. If one were to argue there was anything, perhaps it was the technique of thousand books throwing. The future of the Nara clan rested squarely on the shoulders of Nara Gen'ya and the adjacent class. As for Shiranami, the theoretical master and master of rhetoric, he would likely serve as an assistant to Gen'ya rather than bear the weight of leadership. At that moment, Uchiha Ichi entered the classroom, his gaze unwavering, not sparing Shiranami a glance, as if nothing had transpired. Shortly thereafter, teacher Yoshino Masada entered the classroom, leading everyone to the playground. Students from other classes soon arrived, creating a cacophony of noise. A cross-class duel indeed. Shiranami mused. This was likely an evaluation of the strength of this year's students, assessing the feasibility of sending them all into battle for early graduation. The 6-year system was about to transition to a 4-year system, and the most brutal phase of the Third Shinobi World War was fast approaching. A ninja appeared using body flicker technique, formally announcing the commencement of this practical class. The first match, Uchiha Ichi versus Hyuga Irika. The crowd stirred. Oh, the first match features a duel between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the two great families. These two were among the most formidable of their cohort. Although they could not rival Kakashi, they ranked among the top tier in terms of performance. Ichi, with a serene expression, raised his head and stepped onto the arena, forming a confrontational seal with Hyuga Irika. In the adjacent class, Hinata Iroha. Xuani pondered for a moment, observing with keen interest. Hinata Iroha, who made his official debut in the original work during the Fourth Great Ninja War, is now a contemporary of Kakashi and Xuani. Crack, I have heard of you, the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan in recent years. I shall not be outdone by you. Hinata Iroha declared with unwavering confidence, activating his Byakugan. The Byakugan, indeed a remarkable set of eyes, however. In the presence of my eyes, your pride is utterly inconsequential. Ihui shook his head, gradually closing his eyes under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers. Swish. Upon reopening them, the Sharingan, adorned with a single tomo, manifested a pair of beautiful eyes that also exuded an air of intimidation. A closer inspection would reveal that the tomo appeared much hazier than a standard Sharingan, yet the vast expanse of crimson was strikingly vivid. What? Ihui has awakened the Sharingan. When did this happen? Yoshida Masada was taken aback. He had trained Ihui for 4 years and was entirely unaware of this development. Awakening the Sharingan at this age, could this truly be the mark of a genius? Uchiha versus Hyuga. The clash commenced with great fanfare, seemingly intended by the village to showcase these two exceptional talents, aside from Kakashi and Guy, to their peers. In the distance, several high-ranking village officials had already arrived to observe a duel between the two prominent ocular clans. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga families proclaimed themselves as the foremost aristocracy of Konoha, making this battle particularly intriguing. Most of the members of these two clans are currently engaged in combat against the Mist Village, holding the line for their village. One can only hope their descendants prove equally exceptional. These individuals silently focused on the unfolding battle, tasked with the significant responsibility of evaluating the overall caliber of this generation and determining their suitability for deployment to the battlefield. The conflict at the front lines grows increasingly dire, and even the vast forces of Konoha find themselves stretched thin. The Sharingan. Soon, they were astounded. A 10-year-old girl has awakened the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Such talent. Truly remarkable. Initially, it was thought that this generation of Uchiha would yield no genuine prodigies. Yet this unexpected delight emerged. The leader nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. Lord Shimi, should we report this to the Hokage? A child of such caliber certainly warrants close attention, murmured a masked Umbu. No, let us wait. At least until this generation has all competed, I will submit a detailed report to the Hokage, replied oil woman Shimi, her features obscured by a large hood. The awakening of Uchiha Ihui's Sharingan sent ripples of shock through the crowd. To awaken it at the age of 10 is indeed a testament to her genius. Many members of the Uchiha clan go their entire lives without achieving this feat once. The clan had suffered disgrace due to the peculiarities of Ibido, yet now, Ihui's awakening shattered all lingering rumors and speculation. Uchiha, still the same Uchiha, a lineage of prodigies. To think it is the Sharingan. Yet, I shall not concede. My Byakugan is equally formidable. Hinata Irika was taken aback. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he spoke seriously. It is well known that Uchiha clan members with the Sharingan are vastly different from those without. Immediately, Ichihui formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a single move, he unleashed the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. This astonished everyone even further. A fireball, comparable in size to a person, surged forth towards Irika with a deafening roar, its frenzied flames illuminating everything around. In that fleeting moment, Ichihui caught a glimpse of a certain spectator nearby, then discreetly averted his gaze. Shiranami's face reflected astonishment and admiration. It is truly insane. Throughout this year, how much has this individual sacrificed to grow stronger? How much nuclear radiation has he consumed to stimulate his body? Even this pair of Sharingan appears slightly different, seemingly birthed under less than ideal circumstances. He distinctly remembers that in the original narrative, among this generation of the Uchiha clan, the only truly remarkable one was the darkened Ibido, who awakened the Meijiki Sharingan at the age of 13. Yet, now there emerges Ichihui, who opened his eyes at 10, the future sister-in-law of Itachi. Diverging from the original story and altering the plot, to induce a bloodline limit through nuclear radiation? Although Ichihui is undoubtedly a rare anomaly, surviving without succumbing is already fortunate. Nevertheless, this topic holds considerable research value. Who knows what role chakra, the universal energy intertwining spirit and matter, plays in this? The Godtree lineage and the Tsutsuki lineage. Shieni pondered silently. At this moment, within the arena, the clash between the two sparked waves of astonishment, broadening the spectators' horizons. The contest of the perceptive Sharingan against the penetrating Byakugan, given the current level of these students, was indeed somewhat ahead of its time. Ultimately, Ichihui utilized the Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing technique, forcing Irika to retreat repeatedly, and finally seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, resulting in Irika's defeat. Damn it. If only I could strike your body. Irika's expression was one of unwillingness, his gentle fist technique failing to find any opportunity to shine. As even in close combat, Ichihui deftly evaded every move. The lamentations of the weak echoed. The two formed a reconciliation seal. Ichihui glanced at Irika, gently uttering words that struck deep, before descending from the arena. She approached Shieni, pausing slightly, hesitating for a moment, then instinctively took her place behind him. The competition continued. With the clash between Ichihui and Irika, the subsequent matches lost much of their luster. One round followed another, a series of lackluster confrontations that were hard to watch. It seemed that this generation was rather underwhelming. Those who stood out were mostly from the various prominent ninja clans. Sending these individuals to the battlefield, should they encounter an attack from an enemy team, aside from Ichihui and Irika, they would likely suffer grievous losses. However, other villages have gradually dispatched new recruits to the battlefield, and our ability to delay our actions until now is already an extraordinary feat. The multitude observing this battle engaged in hushed conversations, with many preparing to depart. Wait a moment, There is still one individual of particular interest, Oil Girl Shimi remarked. In the next match, Mitashi Azuki will face off against Nibi Kurwa. Soon, the two stepped onto the arena. So it is you, a lackluster combatant. It's quite unfortunate for you to be matched against me, Azuki said, crossing her arms and regarding Kurwa with a peculiar expression. What are you talking about? Moreover, aren't you a year below us? Are you sure it's wise to challenge an upperclassman? Kurwa scoffed. Ah, you were completely unaware, but that is not surprising. This is still unannounced information. I was recently accepted as a disciple by Lord Orochimaru, so my participation in the assessment is quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? A strange smile spread across Azuki's face, her expression demanding compliments. At that moment, the onlookers exhibited shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Lord Orochimaru. Azuki has actually become a disciple of one of the legendary three. How infuriating. Wire. I am no less capable. Many in the crowd revealed expressions of envy and resentment, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, is a powerhouse of immense renown. Even the instructors present shifted their gazes, regarding Azuki with newfound respect. To become a disciple of one of the legendary three means Azuki is destined to become an exceptional ninja who will protect the village. At that moment, Azuki licked her lips, a gesture she had learned from Orochimaru. She felt compelled to emulate Lord Orochimaru in every aspect, even in her demeanor. Is that so? So impressive. Kurwa remarked in awe. Azuki let out a cold laugh, inexplicably feeling a surge of irritation. Suddenly, she drew a kunai and lunged at Kurwa, slashing across his face with a fierce strike. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the bandages fell away, revealing a thin line of blood, which flowed freely, staining the kunai. You didn't even attempt to escape? How pitiful, unable to even track my speed. Moreover, allow me to share another tidbit, Azuki grinned wickedly. As Kurwa's expression shifted in alarm, she extended her tongue, greedily savoring the blood on the kunai. Kurwa weakly reached out, but it was too late to prevent her audacious act. I have a particular fondness for fresh blood. Huh? What? Azuki swallowed Kurwa's blood. But before she could fully appreciate the taste, she suddenly froze. The next moment, before the eyes of the crowd, she retched and expelled it. Her face was one of disbelief as she trembled and pointed. Despicable! You poisoned the blood? In the Hokage building, the esteemed third Hokage, standing at the pinnacle of Konohagakure, had just finished urgently addressing the latest documents, his expression weary, in a state of intense anger due to hunger. The white-eyed brothers nearly attacked their companions. These two individuals are truly restless. Although they possess formidable strength, sending them out on missions without proper restraint could be perilous. The third Hokage took a contemplative puff from his pipe. Is there any news from Shirway? After a moment, he summoned a member of the Umbu for an update. As the competition neared its conclusion, Lord Shirway intended to closely observe the performance of Mitarashi Anko to facilitate a thorough report. The Umbu member knelt on one knee, bowing his head in response. Indeed, as expected from the oil woman Shirway, a remarkably reliable elite ninja. A hint of a smile appeared on the third Hokage's face. Oil woman Shirway, a contemporary of Namikaze Minato, may not possess the raw power to stand at the level of a Kage, yet she exemplifies the ideal elite jonin. Her skills are exceptionally well-rounded. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, as well as command, assault, and sensory capabilities, she has no weaknesses. Thus, on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, Oil Woman Shirway became one of the rare powerful ninjas capable of acting independently. Mitarashi Anko, having caught the attention of the discerning Orochimaru, evidently possesses traits that deeply intrigue him. The third Hokage nodded with a smile, recalling that Orochimaru's previous disciple was still the late Rope Tree. Since Rope Tree's demise, Orochimaru had grown increasingly cold and somber, undergoing transformations even his former teacher could not comprehend, which had caused the third Hokage considerable concern. The ability to take on new apprentices indicates that Orochimaru has, to some extent, emerged from the shadows of his past. Then I shall observe personally. The third Hokage produced a crystal ball. Crystal ball technique. The scene of the ninja school's competition materialized within the orb. Mitarashi Anko was engaged in a duel. This individual seems somewhat familiar. Ah, yes, the one particularly adept at flattery, no, rather, at theoretical writing, achieving full marks in political studies at such a young age. He has certainly broadened his horizons. The third Hokage's face lit up with joy upon seeing Genitsu. Splendid. Such a child is the true inheritor of the will of fire. Look at him, applying theoretical knowledge in a way that reflects broader understanding. If the entire village shared this child's awareness, it would greatly alleviate my concerns, and I would have an abundance of prosperous greens to harvest. However, the third Hokage recalled that this child lacked practical combat skills. Against Mitarashi Anko, who tends to emulate Orochimaru, Zenitsu might face considerable challenges. The third Hokage continued to puff thoughtfully on his pipe. Yet in the next moment, the strongest Hokage gasped in surprise as he witnessed Anko vomit after swallowing Zenitsu's blood. How intriguing. But what could this mean? The third Hokage squinted, pondering the implications. At the ninja school, Anko exclaimed, "How despicable. You poisoned your own blood." After tasting the high concentration of nuclear radiation, she found the flavor to be quite invigorating. She deliberately studied Orochimaru, convinced that she must exhibit certain behaviors even more refined than those of the esteemed Orochimaru to capture his attention and win his favor. Subsequently, after intentionally wounding Schwanni, she swallowed a mouthful of blood. In that instant, the horrifying level of radioactive contamination within the blood inflicted a dreadful burning sensation upon her oral cavity, searing her insides. To her utter horror, Hondo discerned that this blood harbored a peculiar toxin, imbued with a terrifying corrosive quality that defied precise description. Her entire mouth suffered catastrophic damage, with a multitude of cells succumbing to instantaneous necrosis. Stunned, Hondo had meticulously devised numerous schemes to showcase her prowess. Yet she had never anticipated that she would swallow toxic blood. You. She trembled as she pointed at Schwanni, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if gazing upon a monster. She had never encountered such madness before. It was insane. She had heard of individuals poisoning their clothing and skin to deceive others, but who would poison their own blood? The potency of this toxin was appalling. Hondo's mindset began to unravel. Just days after being accepted as Orochimaru's disciple, she found herself in a desperate need to boast, only to experience an embarrassing failure at the hands of the diminutive Schwanni. Poisoning one's own blood? Such cruelty? Even the judges were left in a daze, frozen in place, uncertain whether to halt the match. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixed on the scene, including those evaluators from the village's upper echelons, who were equally astonished. Was it truly necessary to go to such extremes? Or had Hondo misunderstood? Yet, upon witnessing the deathly pallor and overwhelming terror etched upon her face, they fell silent, their expressions betraying a strange realization. Could it be real? Hondo, there's no need for such urgency. If you simply declare your surrender, I will concede immediately. It is but a minor matter. Schwanni sighed, feeling the severed silver bandages on his face. In resignation, he tore away the remaining bandages. Now possessing the ability to contain the radiation leak, he no longer required them. As the bandages fell away, his strikingly handsome visage was unveiled. For many, this was the first time in years to behold Schwanni's complete face. So, Schwanni is this handsome. Had I known, I would have made my move earlier, they mused. But why had he chosen to shroud himself in bandages? Schwanni strode purposefully toward Hondo. Damn it, what do you intend to do? I have not yet lost. Do not underestimate me. Hondo gritted her teeth, throwing a kunai while suddenly crouching down. Battling the horrifying sensation of dissolution within her mouth, she charged forward with unwavering resolve. For her age, she was indeed exceptional. Her selection by Orochimaru was not without merit. Yet, whoosh, Shiranami took a step back nonchalantly, and in a sudden burst of ferocity, he seized hold of Hondo's leg with his body, enduring the force, before firmly clasping her neck and forcefully pinning her to the ground with a thunderous crash. The floor reverberated with a sound of cracking. Silence. The match is no longer significant. What matters is you. Prolong this, and you shall meet your demise. Shiranami's voice was calm as he maintained his grip on Hondo's throat. In the face of her incredulous gaze, his other hand, with the index and middle fingers joined, formed a seal. There is still time. Hondo, you owe me a life. Do not act so recklessly again. Shiranami spoke softly then. Nuclear release, absorption of impurities technique. Below, watching the contest, Hui's eyes suddenly sparkled with fervor. Indeed, this is the ability. Shiranami, you truly. In this urgent moment, if he did not act, it was likely that Hondo would perish. The newly appointed disciple of Orochimaru had not even set foot on the battlefield before being eliminated, a disgrace to the entire Konoha village. Should anything happen to Hondo, Orochimaru would certainly seek retribution. You truly know how to bring me trouble. Shiranami shook his head, recalling how Hondo had once drawn blood from the prince during the Chunin exams in the original narrative, licking the blood from his face. Who would have thought this peculiar inclination would reveal itself now? Shiranami was compelled to intervene. Nuclear release, absorption of impurities technique. In an instant, the vast amount of nuclear radiation within Hondo was silently devoured by Shiranami in a whirlwind. This technique was one that Xianyi had mastered over years of consolidating nuclear radiation. As the last trace of radiation was consumed, although Hong Do was gravely weakened, particularly with numerous cells in her mouth dying, requiring extensive recuperation, she could at least maintain a semblance of normalcy. Aside from her pallid complexion and drenched in sweat, "What have you done?" Hong Do struggled to turn her head, astonished by the rapid improvement she felt within her body. She had been saved. "It is merely my technique. Do not concern yourself." Xianyi rose, still holding Hong Do, as he stepped towards the edge of the arena. "How can I not be concerned? This entire ordeal has been utterly bizarre." Hong Do lamented internally, feeling a mix of frustration as a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. She had been brought down by a single blow. "I am such a fool, truly. I lost without even utilizing the shadow snake hand technique my teacher taught me." Tears welled in her eyes, her confidence shattered. "Hong Do, try to see the silver lining. Perhaps you were never capable of successfully employing the shadow snake hand technique?" Xianyi kindly reminded her. Hong Do erupted in fury. "Xianyi, you scoundrel!" The next moment, she was unceremoniously kicked out of the arena by Xianyi, landing with a thud. His decisive action resembled that of a cad. Defeated, the disciple of the three shinobi was bested by a low-ranking student. Yet, at this point, it mattered little. Having successfully controlled nuclear radiation and developed nuclear evasion, Xianyi established a stable connection with the formidable entity within him. He no longer felt the need to conceal himself with the same caution as in the past. A chorus of astonishment erupted, as everyone fixated on Xianyi with expressions of incredulity. It was unfathomable Xianyi had actually triumphed over the disciples of the three ninjas. A loud exclamation drowned out the crowd. The individual adorned with protective goggles wore a face etched with profound disbelief. Uchiha Obito, the lowest-ranked student in the school, thought to himself, "He is on par with me. How could he possibly defeat Hong Do? How could this happen?" Obito was utterly stunned, his jaw clenched in frustration, grappling with the stark contrast that he found impossible to accept. Why was this so? He could not comprehend the entire process. The once unremarkable student had undergone a remarkable transformation, while he, Obito, remained the last jester standing after the tide had receded, clenching his fists tightly. His body trembled with overwhelming emotion. Truly, Xianyi exemplified the power of youth. In the distance, as a genin responsible for maintaining order in the arena, Kai wore an expression of exhilaration. Not only Obito was perplexed, the others were equally bewildered. Without administering an antidote or employing medical ninjutsu, how had he managed to neutralize the poison? Furthermore, it resided within his very blood. Could it be that Xianyi had meticulously plotted this, deliberately manipulating his own physiology? The observing elite ninjas pondered this mystery. At that moment, Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses, the dark lenses reflecting a glimmer of light. Moreover, besides the poison itself, this child's physical prowess is equally astonishing. He withstood Hong Do's powerful kick without flinching. Such physical strength far exceeds the average for his age. Additionally, the angle and speed of his counterattack were remarkable. The enigmatic blood poison, intertwined with years of bandaging, exuded a lethargy that seemed to resist movement, yet possessed immense physical power. Piecing together this information, it became clear. It was likely a form of secret art or a bloodline limit. Yamanaka Jiwei remarked. Many in the crowd nodded in understanding, their confusion dissipating. This made sense. The secret art related to blood poison could vaguely connect to the poison of the salamander, mastered by Hanzo of the salamander from the Rain Village. However, the two were fundamentally different, resembling an unknown bloodline limit instead. An Umbu member stated. Jiwei nodded slightly, his face obscured by the hood and sunglasses betraying no emotion. He declared, "I initially intended to observe Hong Do, but I did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. I shall personally report to Lord Hokage." With that, Jiwei departed the arena, deeming the remainder of the competition unnecessary to witness. He had acquired valuable intelligence. This cohort of students, beyond the prodigious Kakashi, had revealed numerous capable individuals, worthy of bearing some responsibility. Particularly, the enigma that was Nara Xianyi stood out as the greatest surprise. Hokage Building. There is no need for further words. I have already seen it. Nara Genitsu. The enigmatic bloodline limit is indeed an intriguing child. The third Hokage interrupted Shimi's speech, puffing on his pipe while continuously flipping through the documents in his hands. This contained all the intelligence regarding Genitsu, from his birth to the present, including details about his parents and grandparents. However, after an extensive search, the third Hokage could not uncover any clues. It was peculiar. The No-Era clan seemingly had never awakened a bloodline limit of this nature. The third Hokage stroked his chin, deeply intrigued. The question now was, what was the upper limit of this bloodline limit? If it were akin to the transparent escape of the moonlight ship, that would be a disaster. Transparent escape possessed the ability to render oneself invisible and erase one's own pheromones, reputed to be the most formidable stealth technique. Yet, it was discovered that this bloodline allowed one to be invisible when still, but visible when in motion. Truly absurd. Moonlight Ship's body had been severely weakened by this bloodline, leaving him ailing and nearly extinguishing any further potential for developing the transparent escape. At that moment, a somber voice echoed through the room. Nijan, I'm about to head to the battlefield and require several capable new generations. A grim-faced individual entered the room. Here he comes, the legendary man, who, despite his tardiness, never fails to appear. After all, he had requested thousands of protagonists, only to be denied by the third Hokage on countless occasions. Shimura Danzo, you arrived quite swiftly. Not long ago, you just incorporated Yamanaka Shirhei into Root. Is that insufficient? The third Hokage regarded his old partner with dissatisfaction. The reach of Root was extending ever further, encroaching upon boundaries. Insufficient. The deeply buried root must absorb more nutrients to strengthen Konoha. The larger the root, the better. Nijan, you understand. Danzo forcefully struck the ground, casting a glance at Shimi, who remained with his head bowed, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Shimi, your efforts are appreciated. Take a few days to rest, as I have a new assignment for you. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, and after Shimi's departure, remained silent for a moment. Which individuals do you desire? Uchiha Ihei, Hyuga Iroha, and Noara Genitsu. I want these three. Danzo spoke. Originally, I intended to recruit Kakashi into Root. He is emotionally unstable following his father's loss, yet you rejected him. I could assign Might Guy to you if you wish, or even Might Dato. Nijan, I have no need for fools, and certainly not two of them. They lack the qualities and talents to become exceptional ninjas. I believe Moonlight Ship shows promise. His bloodline limit holds great potential. The child of the Moonlight clan? Invisible while still, visible when moving, what use is such a bloodline limit? Sending a few shadow clones would be far more effective. Danzo expressed his anger and profound disappointment. Are you attempting to deceive me? You have changed. You no longer invest your heart in our partnership. Recommending Guy is one thing, but even Ship? The prospect of acquiring a member from the Uchiha clan is certainly implausible, as they would never permit it. As for Irika and Genitsu, you may select one. I shall take Irika, although she hails from the branch family and presents complications. With the application of a curse mark, I could manage to cultivate her. Danzo's expression darkened. The Hyuga clan? Enrolling Irika into the Root would encounter significant resistance. I find Genitsu to be a commendable choice. He has excelled in political studies and has awakened a new bloodline limit thus. It shall be Hyuga Irika. The Hidden Leaf Village is not lacking in talent. Shirhei surpasses Genitsu in capability. Having acquired what he desired, Danzo turned to depart. Genitsu? A new lineage? Well, at least it is far more practical than that absurd teleportation technique. However, such abilities are not scarce within the Root. The oil user Shirhei he recruited miraculously commands nanoscopic insects. With mere contact, he can annihilate foes using countless nanopoisons, which is far more advantageous than any blood poison. How unfortunate that he still could not obtain a living Sharingan bloodline. Danzo moved away. In the office, only the third Hokage remained, puffing on his pipe and emitting deep sighs. The new generation must mature swiftly. In the arena, the impact brought forth by Genitsu astonished many, prompting numerous onlookers to regard him with unfamiliar gazes. Indeed, it was an unfamiliar sight. After years of being bound in bandages, the sudden reveal elicited an indescribable sentiment. I shall challenge Genitsu. Obito suddenly burst forth, shouting, Genitsu, let us engage in battle. In a flash, the loyal Kai appeared, swiftly interposing himself before Obito and calmly stated, This is not a challenge match. Please return to your position. The contest has not yet concluded. Stand aside. My challenge is directed at Genitsu. Obito instinctively lunged forward but was effortlessly cast aside by Kai. Then I shall challenge you instead. Prepare yourself. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Obito quickly performed hand signs, puffing out his cheeks. Yet he choked mid-attack and was promptly sent sprawling by a kick from Kai. What a farce. Damn it, why is this happening? I have worked so hard. Obito found himself choking on dirt, utterly despondent. This only served to amplify the ridicule he faced. No one paid attention to Obito. Even Genitsu merely picked up a bloodstained shuriken and calmly returned to his team without offering a response. It is truly lamentable if Obito wishes to grow stronger. He must either resort to underhanded means or succumb to darkness. Although wielding the great fireball technique at the tender age of 10 is undoubtedly remarkable, he has yet to genuinely utilize it. A person who falters at crucial moments incites more disdain than a mediocre talent with limited abilities. Genitsu-san, what do you think? Iway remarked, lightly twirling her long hair with a smile. Is it really acceptable to speak of your kin in such a manner? Indeed. The treatment of geniuses and the inept is destined to differ. I have fought tooth and nail to be recognized as a genius within my clan. Iway intently observed Genitsu's profile, igniting yet another wave of attention. Finally, with the conclusion of the battle between Shiranami Gen'ya and Hibi no Su, the atmosphere shifted. The grand practical lesson for the entire grade has come to a close. Throughout this session, the qualities demonstrated by this cohort of students have sufficiently convinced the village's higher-ups. Some ninjas stationed outside the school to maintain the arena have also lowered their guard. I witnessed many amusing scenes. Overall, this year's group displayed commendable comprehensive abilities. While they may not rival the likes of Minato Namikaze, Kushina Izumaki, and Shibi Aburame, they are undoubtedly among the finest in history. They will undoubtedly become exceptional ninjas. A few ninjas engaged in conversation. In truth, their duty is to uphold and protect the entire school, which is a significant location often guarded by members of the Umbu. These individuals, with their limited comprehensive qualities, most of whom are merely genin, need not overly concern themselves with the infiltration of enemies. Might Guy lingered behind the others, as no one wished to walk alongside him, fearing embarrassment. While others relaxed their vigilance, only Guy remained alert, scanning his surroundings. Guy, what are you doing? Do you suspect the enemy will strike as the competition concludes? Someone pointed at Guy and laughed heartily. More joined in the laughter. I merely believe that adhering to our duties until the very last second is the true expression of youthful exuberance. Did you hear that? A perpetual genin waxing poetic about youth. It's utterly hilarious. What is this? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to challenge us? And no. Someone approaches. Two of them. Might Guy swiftly turned, his robust physique instinctively tensing, as he instinctively focused on a particular direction. Thunderous footsteps echoed. Two colossal figures advanced. I'm so hungry, brother. Indeed, the rewards from our missions scarcely suffice for our meals, little brother. We've exerted ourselves tremendously, yet in these times of war, we can barely fill our stomachs. The village mistreats us. We must fend for ourselves. I'm on the verge of starving. Ahead lies the ninja school, filled with students surely stockpiling abundant food. Then let us hasten to feast. If any obstruct our path, we shall eliminate them. The two massive men charged forward, their pace unhurried, but each step shattered the ground beneath them, their chakra emanating with overwhelming intensity. The ninjas tasked with guarding the ninja school, upon catching sight of the two, immediately changed countenance. These two are the legendary brothers? This is bad. They've gone mad with hunger. Quick, report to superiors. Just moments ago filled with laughter, their faces now turned ashen. Mike Guy's expression also grew tense, his heart heavy. It's them, the oblivious brothers, the wind god and the thunder god. The wind god and the thunder god are notoriously infamous within the village. These two simple-minded ruffians, who are Tsunade's underlings, are consumed by a singular obsession. Food, and more food. Everything else pales in comparison. What village, what companions, are of no consequence in the face of food. Their apathetic moral compass, cold-hearted convictions, and brutal methods have earned them infamy throughout the village. We stand no chance against these two ruffians. What shall we do? It is said that when the wide-eyed brothers unleash their fury, even the elite shinobi are left in distress, with only Lady Tsunade capable of restraining them. Many faces turned pale, and some immediately began to evacuate the entire school urgently. A few ninjas rushed forward, but they were mere moths to a flame, utterly powerless. Their attacks could scarcely leave a scratch on the robust forms of these two brutes. Within the Ninja Academy, chaos reigned supreme. Students from various grades were slightly panicked, only hearing the thunderous roars erupting outside, dust swirling, unaware of the unfolding calamity. Were enemies invading? Regardless of which village they hailed from, they were doomed for daring to infiltrate Konoha. Under the guidance of their teachers, many intended to seek refuge in the emergency shelters. The onslaught of the wind god and thunder god was ferocious, crashing through the walls and into the school with an intensity capable of trampling many. Get out of the way, exclaimed teacher Yoshida, his expression one of alarm. As some of the students were caught in the fray, I will use Genjutsu to distract them. Sharingan. Uchiha Ichi activated his Sharingan, attempting to employ illusionary techniques against the wide-eyed brothers. It was futile. These two brutes scarcely regarded him. Schwani's expression darkened as he found himself less than 100 meters from the rampaging wind god and thunder god. "Brother, I smell food," said the younger sibling. "Indeed, brother. I too smell it. How wicked of the village to withhold so much food from us. We shall take it for ourselves." The wind god and thunder god exhibited malevolence, their eyes devoid of any regard for the living, fixated solely on the food. Thud, thud, thud. It appeared that several individuals were on the brink of being trampled. Kai rushed forward to protect Schwani, but was instantly swatted away by the wind god. "You all flee. I will buy time," Teacher Yoshida declared resolutely, drawing his kunai and charging at the wind god and thunder god. A flurry of kunai and shurikens was unleashed. Yet they failed to even nick the skin of the two titans. It seemed Yoshida was on the verge of being crushed. "Really, teacher, if your strength is insufficient, do not charge recklessly. You cannot withstand their power." Schwani began to silently form seals. In a flash, Ichi, with his Sharingan, caught sight of Schwani's intricate hand signs with his remarkable insight. The tiger, the rat, the rabbit. Fire, lightning, water. What technique is this? Ichi's heart raced, though bewildered. He observed Schwani's calm demeanor, devoid of any panic. Even in such dire circumstances, he still held the prospect of turning the tide. "Schwani, what are you planning?" In the next instant, Ichi was taken aback. The terrifying heat erupted suddenly, akin to seething lava that instantaneously raised the temperature of the surrounding area by several degrees, seemingly poised to escalate at an even more astonishing pace. Within Schwani's body, a colossal cluster of cells stirred frantically, emanating a formidable vitality. Through the lens of the Sharingan, Schwani transformed into a blazing volcano, with chakra erupting from within like an endless surge of molten rock, roaring through the meridians of his body. This time, Schwani was resolute, prepared to pay a certain price to employ that technique. Nuclear release, white heat. However, in the next moment, a figure approached at a speed so remarkable that even the Sharingan could scarcely perceive it. With a swift kick, it sent Yoshida Masatata flying, preventing him from being pulverized by his brutish brother, and then landed beside Schwani, grasping his hands firmly. The terrifying heat rapidly scorched the palms of this individual, producing wisps of smoke and the scent of roasting meat. "Do not use that technique, Schwani-san. We are not at that juncture yet," urged the newly arrived Might Guy, his expression grave. "Now is the time for me to ignite my youth." Schwani smiled and shook his head. The Eight Gates technique would be somewhat squandered in this context. Someone like you should wield it for a greater purpose. At that moment, the brutish brother charged forward, but both he and his companion suddenly came to an abrupt halt, their sturdy legs sinking into the ground, dust swirling around them. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. "Brother, I felt a chill." "Indeed, I did as well. If we push forward, we may encounter something dreadful." This sensation mirrored that of their elder sister. The god of wind and the god of thunder stood rigidly in place. At that moment, binding technique. 3 members of the Umbu, clad in white robes, appeared, directly ensnaring the brutish brothers. It seemed they had arrived just in time. The binding technique was indeed an effective weapon against these two ruffians. "Are you all right?" "These two have been subdued," one Umbu member stated calmly. He then sighed softly, realizing that the surrounding temperature was awry. Ultimately, the trio's gaze fell upon Guy's hand, which had been severely scorched. It appears something intriguing has transpired. Another Umbu remarked, his eyes behind the mask scrutinizing the group intently. "Thanks to your timely arrival, I am immensely grateful." Guy bowed deeply. "No need for formalities. We are just relieved you are unharmed," the 3 Umbu members replied, silently committing the details to memory without further inquiry. The Umbu, devoid of emotional attachments, served merely as tools for missions. Any analysis of matters beyond their tasks fell to the village's intelligence division and the Council of Elders. Soon, the 3 Umbu escorted away the brutish brothers, who would face severe punishment for their aggression against their comrades. The village truly is inept. Allowing such unreliable individuals to roam freely is inexcusable. Ihue remarked after a moment of silence, her dissatisfaction palpable. As for the moment just now, the sudden surge of intense heat and the unspeakable terror that seemed imminent yet never materialized, Ihue chose not to inquire further. However, the demeanor of Xian-E felt increasingly unsettling to her, as did the presence of Might Dai, the perennial genin, who seemed to possess the strength to contend with the audacious brothers. The village has its own struggles. Such remarks should not be made lightly. Dai bowed once more to Ihue, ever humble in his interactions. Thus, an inexplicable crisis was averted. Many merely witnessed the near demise of Xian-E and his companions. Fortunate that 3 elite Umbu arrived just in time to subdue the audacious brothers with the binding technique. Aside from Obito, who was nearly reduced to tears and further recognized his own impotence, it appeared that no graver consequences ensued. The audacious brothers. I recall that these two were entirely abandoned and imprisoned by the village for having murdered their comrades in pursuit of more sustenance during a mission, Shiranami pondered. The Wind God and Thunder God, two immensely powerful fools, had clashed with the prince in the original tale and were eventually swayed by Mizuki to defect, only to return to Konoha prison after being reprimanded by Tsunade. Now, it seemed that the brothers had not yet reached the point of killing their comrades. They still counted as ninjas of the village. After a while, the school announced an early dismissal, and the shaken crowd hurriedly exited the premises. Shiranami, hands in pockets, opted to wait until everyone had departed before making his own exit. What was that technique you used earlier? Just as Shiranami stepped out, Ihui leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and inquired. Oh, that technique? Merely a trivial trick, he replied. A trivial trick that could inflict such damage upon a ninja's palm? Indeed, it is but a simple trick, trust me. He spoke the truth. Compared to the ultimate technique, the atomic breath, the searing light starting at a mere 10,000 degrees pales in comparison. The two exited the school and, with an unspoken understanding, made their way into the nearby grove outside the village. Since you've chosen to seek me out, I presume you are prepared for what lies ahead, Ihui. Shiranami remarked with a faint smile. Shiranami-san, though I do not comprehend how you accomplished that, I am in dire need of such power. Please, teach it to me. In return, I shall devote myself to the village with unwavering resolve, Ihui replied. Her gaze lowered as she implored for the force that could invigorate her very being. If I refuse, would you resort to killing me? Shiranami regarded her with a penetrating gaze. Had I not witnessed the events of the day, unaware that Shiranami-san harbored even greater strength, I might have indeed considered that. However, at this moment, I am willing to pay any price to acquire your power. Ihui struggled momentarily. Yet having savored the taste of shattering her mundane fate, she could not tolerate the prospect of returning to her former ordinariness. In that instant, she knelt, offering Shiranami the most submissive and reverent gesture. The world is indeed cruel. The genius is scrutinized, and while you aspire to grow stronger, I can assist you. However, I require you to become a blade in my hand. This is but a fair exchange. Shiranami remarked calmly. Moreover, it appears you have misunderstood something. Your perilous endeavors to assist me are, in truth, aiding the village. A sudden jolt coursed through Ihui. As she sensed a deeper meaning, her face betraying profound astonishment. Is there a problem? She inquired. Of course, you are free to retract your decision. Perhaps you could indeed bring about my demise. I would not mind. Yet, should you choose to take that step, it signifies an irrevocable path. No, you have misconstrued my thoughts. I merely find myself contemplating how formidable a person you truly are. Shiranami-san, when did you learn the art of subterfuge? Or have you always possessed it? That evening proved perilous. Such recklessness should not be repeated, were it not for the energy of chakra. Had you delayed even a fraction of a second, your arm would have been forfeit. Shiranami furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the battered left hand of Might Guy after stripping away all nuclear radiation. The flesh was mangled, and even the bones had suffered grave injury. This was a fortunate misfortune, for had Shiranami fully unleashed that technique, Guy's arm would have been obliterated in an instant, melted away entirely. Ha ha ha. At least the outcome is favorable. The village's covert operatives are indeed dependable. Guy laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed. Father, Kai knelt, tears brimming as he gazed at his ever-optimistic father. The two then engaged in a heartfelt sermon, embracing and weeping together, leaving Shiranami with a headache. Father, how did you know that Shiranami-san harbored such formidable power? Kai, having calmed his tears, appeared perplexed. He and Shiranami were the closest of companions, having spent years together. In Kai's eyes, Shiranami was a perpetually lazy individual, highly intelligent yet indifferent towards the pursuit of cultivation. Guy smiled confidently. Kai, Shiranami-san's strength has always been immense. He has been diligently honing his skills in his own manner. However, due to certain circumstances, he has refrained from employing that power. Guy glanced at Shiranami, who was serenely sipping tea with a gentle smile, and was reminded of a scene from a year prior. Shiranami had sacrificed his hands in an experiment, suffering horrific corrosion over much of his body. The sight had filled Guy with dread, fearing for Shiranami's life, almost prompting him to seek the village's medical ninjas for aid. That experience had indeed been perilous. Shiranami set down his teacup, reflecting solemnly, every endeavor demands a price. As long as one believes it to be right, one should resolutely pursue it. This is youth. Oh my, truly. Shian-e-san has elucidated youth to such a profound extent? Ah, Kai, do you see? Shian-e-san is your role model. In him, one can witness the fervor of youth. Father, Kai. The father and son embraced once more, weeping together. Shian-e was in a state of discomfort, unable to sit still. He admired Dai and Kai's youthful ideals, believing that the father and son were not mistaken. Youth itself is a process of relentless struggle and effort. However, Shian-e could not help but feel a sense of exasperation as he gazed at the two of them, internally chanting, my subordinates, dear ones, must adapt. Must get used to. This rare father-son duo, filled with fervor, burst out of the room and commenced a headstand race around the village. Shian-e, my father weighs more than I do. To be fair, I must find a way to gain weight so you can hold me. Kai, in his headstand, solemnly extended a hand toward Shian-e. Get lost. Shian-e watched the two of them, their figures fading into the distance, and shook his head slightly. They were indeed brimming with ambition. Yet, these two fellows were likely unaware of the shadowy figures observing them from the periphery. Shian-e casually closed the door, then sat on the bed and began to refine his chakra. With his heightened senses, he vaguely detected some scrutinizing gazes. It was undoubtedly the Umbu. Whether it was Shian-e's displayed uniqueness or the characteristics he exhibited in front of the Brazen Brothers earlier that day, both had already drawn the village's attention. In this situation, he still hoped that Dai would remain undiscovered, given the village's nature, should they learn of Dai's exceptional abilities. They would undoubtedly send him to the battlefield and expend him. Shian-e subtly shook his head, not to mention that, in the original story, Dai had opened the 8 gates and single-handedly incapacitated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Would the village's higher-ups lament Dai's fate? Perhaps a few would, sighing at their oversight of such a formidable ninja. Yet, more certainly, they would deem Dai's death a worthwhile sacrifice. To lose the life of an inconspicuous Genin to eliminate a team of elite Genin from the mist was an extraordinary bargain, especially as the scale of war continued to escalate, and Konoha felt immense pressure. Such an event would surely bring secretive joy to the higher-ups. However, Shian-e did not wish for Dai to perish thus. The flames of youth should burn for him, not for the third Hokage. Now, under the guise of having awakened a bloodline limit, I can begin to cultivate the persona of a genius, an impeccable student of political affairs. Shian-e smiled. Outside, several Umbu had been watching for quite some time. How is it? Might Dai presents no issues. His chakra level is that of an ordinary genin. However, regarding no-era Shian-e's chakra, how should one put it? His overall amount surpasses that of most nin. And his speed and scale in refining chakra are astonishing. Indeed, a powerful lineage. It appears that over the past few years, he has been intermittently awakening his bloodline limit. And temporarily, he has not suffered the severe injuries that Moonlight Gale endured. The leading Umbu nodded. Awakening a bloodline limit does have some impact on the body. Following the earlier incident, the third Hokage naturally ordered the Umbu to investigate carefully, ensuring nothing was overlooked. At the same time, in a dimly lit basement, a long-haired man diligently dissected various animals, seizing the scarce opportunity to conduct experiments before returning to his village. Hongdo, I heard you lost during the day. To a rather unremarkable opponent came the gravelly voice of Orochimaru. I apologize, sensei. Next time, I shall not be defeated. Hongdo entered the laboratory, her heart racing with anxiety. Suddenly, from Orochimaru's sleeve, several snakes emerged, prying open Hondo's mouth and biting down hard, drawing forth a few drops of blood. This initial bloodline limit is quite intriguing. It's the first time I've encountered it. How fascinating that a single drop of blood could diminish your combat prowess so significantly, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile, licking his lips. At present, he was fervently collecting various bloodline limits to uncover the secret of immortality. His particular interest lay in unique bloodlines, especially those of initial awakeners like Schwani. If stable inheritance could be achieved, a new bloodline clan would emerge in Konoha. It's late, Hongdo. Don't dwell too much on your defeat. I have great faith in your talent and potential, he said, placing Hongdo's cells into a test tube with a low, ominous chuckle. However, Hongdo fidgeted, her cheeks flushed, as she cautiously produced 2 skewers of tricolored dumplings from behind her back, presenting one skewer to Orochimaru. Is there something else? Sensei? This is my favorite food. I want to share half with you. These dumplings were the last 2 she had managed to procure after a lengthy wait in line. Orochimaru paused in silence. Ah, I see. Then I shall not be polite. Just the aroma has made me quite eager. That night, as silence enveloped the world, Schwani sat on his bed, Disregarding the prying eyes outside, he delved deeper within, entering the spatial realm of his own body. A colossal Godzilla loomed in the depths of darkness, standing still, ensnared in profound slumber. Every time I see you, I feel reassured. But which Godzilla are you, truly? Shiranami sat cross-legged 100 meters away, studying the gargantuan creature, attempting to communicate, yet receiving no response. Whether it was due to the creature's inability or sheer indifference, Shiranami felt diminutive in comparison to such a massive being. After a moment's observation, he commenced his formal training. Using his spirit and chakra as conduits, he endeavored to draw closer to Godzilla, seeking its power. During the day, I briefly showcased the power of nuclear release, nearly unleashing the technique of white-hot light. If I were to enter battle, relying solely on the techniques of impure absorption and white-hot light would be woefully insufficient. Surely, you wouldn't want me to be defeated. If possible, I would greatly appreciate your guidance, for I am quite timid and in dire need of your assistance. Shiranami murmured to himself before closing his eyes, gradually attuning himself to Godzilla. As Shiranami first began to harness the chakra, a force that permeates both body and spirit, it surged towards Godzilla. At first, it felt like a drop in the ocean. Yet soon, a new mental wave emerged, faint but profoundly heavy and enigmatic. To Shiranami's delight, this wave brushed past him in an instant. There was a response. It seems you have a fondness for chakra. But then again, who doesn't? A broad smile spread across Shiranami's face. Finally, there was a reaction. Seizing the moment, he continued, I need to acquire your power, to share your body, especially your abilities, such as atomic breath and electromagnetic shields. Of course, if you wish to teach me techniques like spiral atomic breath or infinite atomic breath, I would be more than willing to learn. Silence? Very well. If I grow stronger, I shall possess even more chakra. Are you not interested in chakra? You are still in slumber? Surely you cannot refine it alone? Hand over your body to me, and I will fight on your behalf, using it to refine chakra. What a splendid idea, wouldn't you agree? I think so too. A palpable sense of disdain radiated from Godzilla. Come now, there is no need to be so stingy. After all, you reside within my body. At least contribute some rent, would you? If you refuse to lend me your body, then let us make a pact when faced with adversaries. I can summon you through summoning techniques, and you can assist me in battle. Shiranami spoke boldly, climbing higher on the proverbial ladder. Suddenly, a shockwave struck, sending him tumbling. In the outside world, Shiranami abruptly opened his eyes and shrugged. Displaced. TSK, what a miserly creature, possessing a physique akin to a mountain. Yet with a heart smaller than a needle SI, he truly is difficult to negotiate with. He is not Orochimaru. He would not refuse to return a borrowed body. However, a glimmer of insight flashed in Shiranami's eyes. The shockwave he encountered upon being expelled resembled a vibrational wave. In the realm of Monster Planet, the old Godzilla's roar had once overturned the three great civilization special forces, returning to Earth after 20,000 years. The super vibrational wave could directly shake vast areas, serving as a formidable clearing attack. The chakra required for such a super vibrational wave was immense, beyond my current capabilities. But developing a weakened version of the ordinary vibrational wave should pose no problem. Shiranami pondered silently and began his experimentation. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's domain, Aihui was being questioned by the clan elders. Indeed, what a remarkable feat, suddenly awakening the Sharingan. Aihui, splendid work. Continue to excel and do not disappoint the expectations of the clan. Uchiha Shana nodded with a smile. The clan's main forces were currently engaged in battle with the Hidden Mist Village, and Elder Uchiha Shana was now the principal authority of the entire Uchiha clan. Could you kindly share with me the process of awakening one's eyes? Shana momentarily squinted. Regarding Ichihui's aptitude, the clan had long since reached a conclusion. It was rather mediocre. As a family with a history spanning a millennium, their research on the Sharingan had never ceased, and thus their assessment of Ichihui was expected to be infallible. There was no way they would err in labeling a prodigy who awoke their eyes at the tender age of 10 as an ordinary talent. Yet, Ichihui defied convention, awakening her eyes at 10. Through years of arduous training and a refusal to accept a fate of mediocrity, she had earned this pair of eyes. Ichihui bit her lip, a stubborn expression gracing her face, as the crimson hues of her eyes revealed the spinning Tomo within. So, this is the eye that defies destiny. Cherish it well. Ichihui Shana nodded slowly. But are you certain there is nothing else you wish to convey to the clan? For instance, your peculiar attitude towards the descendants of the Nara family. I was merely curious about that fellow. He is perpetually wrapped in bandages and shuns closeness with others, indicating he harbors secrets. It seems now that this is due to the awakening of a new bloodline. Ichihui lowered her head. Shauna nodded, concluding, it appears that this old man, have overthought it. You may take your leave. Uchiha Shauna observed Ichihui's retreating figure. Sister, you're back. The nearly 3-year-old Izumi rushed to embrace Ichihui's leg. Her words mumbled and unclear. Sister, why does your complexion look so poor? Izumi looked up, her face a mask of confusion. Ichihui took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she gently patted Izumi's head. Sister is fine. Just a bit tired. What have you been up to today? Have you been good? Yes. I made a new friend today named Itachi. He is a very shy boy. Is that so? How wonderful. Early in the morning, Zenitsu was greeted by an unexpected visitor. Shiranami Gen'ya, with Senbon needles clasped in his mouth. He was regarded as the next clan leader of the Shiranami family, albeit with only 2 members of the entire clan remaining. Finally free from those bandages? Jinken frowned, letting out a cold chuckle. Oh, my foolish younger brother Jinken. Why are you seeking me out instead of focusing on your training? Why are you gnawing on Saban again? What if you tremble and that long needle pierces your mouth? How dreadful. Zenitsu yawned. Damn it, this is why I dislike you. I am not foolish at all, and I am clearly older than you by a month. Forget it. Take this. Jinken casually bit into a senbon and then produced a scroll. These are a few techniques left by the clan. Do not harbor high expectations, as they are quite commonplace ninjutsu. Jinken shook his head with a bitter smile. A mere minor ninja clan, unlike the Uchiha clan, which can casually produce dozens of ordinary ninjutsu without even mentioning forbidden techniques. You have awakened a cursed bloodline limit, and should you master these ninjutsu, it is likely you will advance more swiftly towards your graduation. Do not perish. Xianjin hesitated momentarily, seemingly wishing to inquire about something, yet bound by certain taboos. Found himself unable to voice it. Shwani revealed an enlightened expression. Are you curious about my bloodline limit? Indeed, but this is highly personal and confidential information. If you do not ask, how will you know I would not share it? Xuanjian's face lit up with delight. Oh, can you tell me? Of course not. You foolish fool. Xianjin, infuriated, hurled the scroll to the ground and turned to leave. Hey, why the impatience? Do you not wish to know if you can awaken a bloodline limit akin to mine? Shwani sighed. What? Xianjian halted, hesitating. Then, is your bloodline limit a hidden lineage of the Noara clan? Can I achieve it too? His voice conveyed a profound yearning. Could it be that the Noara clan possesses a hereditary bloodline limit, akin to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Certainly not, for I am a genius, and you. Shwani shook his head. Xianjian, thoroughly enraged, charged at Shwani with murderous intent. The last 2 saplings of the Noara clan began to turn against one another. Xianjian expelled the senbon from his mouth as a weapon. One day, he would innovate unique ninjutsu from this very senbon, such as senbon clones and pursuing Fong senbon. Yet the outcome left him disheartened. Shwani deftly pinched the senbon with 2 fingers, effortlessly snapping it, and swiftly delivered a leaf whirlwind kick, sending Xianjian flying. His formidable physical prowess was on full display at that moment. This is Guy's taijutsu. Spending time with him daily, though I have not trained, I managed to retain some knowledge. My mind is quite adept. Xianjian, battered and weeping, departed in disgrace. In the past, he could dismiss the taunts of the verbal champion Shwani, for Shwani's combat skills were lacking. Yet now, how had the tables turned so suddenly? Apologies, Xianjian, for using you as a shield. Moreover, should you bear burdens of insignificance too early, they will crush you. Shwani shook his head. He retrieved the scroll from the ground, unveiling several D-rank ninjutsu and a C-rank earth release technique. Meanwhile, Shwani stood at the doorway, tearing off the band-aid from his cheek. The wound inflicted by Hondo yesterday had long since healed. This scene was quietly recorded by the lurking Umbu in the distance. Vitality A, Taijutsu C. And according to his own account, the bloodline limit is not a hereditary trait of the Noara clan. However, for now, Shwani Noara is tentatively deemed a valuable first-generation bloodline user. In this world, there exist acquired bloodline limits, such as storm release and dissolution release, which arise from the fusion of 2 distinct chakra nature transformations. Generally speaking, the hereditary traits that are intricately inscribed in 1S genes, such as the bone spurs of the Kagaya clan and the crimson eyes of the Uchiha, are the most prized bloodlines. It is my fervent hope that this newly discovered Kekkei Genkai can be reliably passed down, thereby enriching the village of Konoha with another esteemed bloodline family. The Umbu cast a thoughtful glance at Gen'ya, who had been under scrutiny throughout the night, before making their departure. At last, they have taken their leave. Gen'ya remained composed. preparing breakfast before heading out to school. Not encountering Dai and Kai, he surmised that those two had indulged in revelry until exhaustion the previous night. Their impetuous and fervent nature certainly presents its own set of challenges. Upon entering the ninja academy, Gen'ya immediately incited a tremendous uproar. Having shed the last remnants of his bandages, he revealed a tall and striking figure, coupled with an extraordinary countenance. Furthermore, the news of yesterday's defeat of Azuki Mitarashi had propelled Gen'ya into a state of notoriety. Is that not the fabled Nara, the one renowned for vanquishing the disciples of the legendary Sannin? I have heard tales of that battle. It was merely the folly of Senior Azuki to seek to drink this fellow's blood. Who in their right mind would consume blood? Would you? Whispers circulated among the students of all grades regarding Gen'ya's rumored mastery of a certain secret technique, which he purportedly showcased for the first time yesterday. Aspiring to graduate ahead of schedule. As the night passed, many became aware of how Nara had triumphed over Orochimaru's pupil. They paid little heed to the details of Azuki's defeat. The crux of the matter was that Orochimaru's disciple had been bested by someone named Nara. This revelation was sufficient to incite a minor earthquake within the circles of the new generation. Consequently, wherever Gen'ya ventured, he was met with countless curious gazes and hushed conversations. Look, there goes Nara. Oh, I heard he used to be swathed in bandages. Fool. Surely he has discarded them now that he has triumphed over Azuki. How handsome. With an air of tranquility, Gen'ya proceeded through the school gates. Simultaneously, numerous parents were escorting their children to school, casting their own scrutinizing glances at Nara. Is that child truly Gen'ya? He's remarkably impressive. Wow, Grandma, even you praise him? He is such a conceited fellow. Nearly slightly better than that obnoxious Kakashi. Obito, supporting an elderly lady, expressed his discontent. Enough now, Obito, let us leave it at that. You've truly been a good sport. The stooped old grandmother, with a benevolent expression, affectionately ruffled Obito's hair, squinting her eyes as she watched him dash into the school. Obito, such an innocent child. A fleeting, peculiar glimmer crossed the kind grandmother's smile before she resumed her cheerful observation of Gen'ya's retreating figure. After watching for a while, she turned and wobbled away. Everything appeared as it should. Once she had distanced herself, Gen'ya lifted his gaze slightly, pondering for a moment. That individual is the only family Obito has. Truly kind-hearted, Obito is often late because he must assist his beloved grandmother in her morning routine. Gen'ya shook his head and stepped into his classroom. 4th grade, Class C. Upon entering, one could see Yoshino Masutada fervently sneezing. Sensing Gen'ya's attentive gaze, Yoshino's expression turned serious, yet he nodded appreciatively. Gen'ya's victory over Akadama truly brought him honor. It was a testament to his exemplary teaching. Gen'ya, you performed admirably yesterday. Continue to strive and do not bring me shame, Yoshino Masutada admonished with a stern demeanor. Perhaps, from Class C, another prodigy might emerge? Uchiha Ichi and Noarigani were the standout students representing Class C in yesterday's contest. Understood, Teacher Yoshino. It is rather uncharacteristic of you to be waiting here in the classroom so early. Is there an important announcement to be made? Indeed, it pertains to early graduation. As anticipated, it had arrived. All students from the 4-year program, encompassing grades 4, 5, and 6, would graduate early and begin accepting missions issued by the village to support the war effort. Yoshino Masutada promptly announced the news of early graduation to all. This sparked immense excitement, as similar occurrences were unfolding in other 4th grade classes. All students in this grade will graduate early. After graduation, do not become complacent. Yoshino Masutada spoke like a father fretting over his daughter's marriage, his words filled with earnest concern, fearing that in 2 years, all his students might perish. Unfortunately, the exhilarated students had little inclination to heed his words. Most were lost in the overwhelming joy of early graduation. From now on, I am also a Konoha Genin. Many exclaimed in jubilant voices. Cough, cough, these fellows are too naive. With our level of skill, stepping onto the battlefield might cost many lives, Tsukikage Jifin coughed, his frail state suggesting he might collapse at any moment. Do not be so pessimistic. At least a few in this classroom will survive. Wouldn't you agree? Jifin? Gen'ya remained languid. If the higher-ups in Konoha possessed any sense, they would not engage in such foolishness. The system of a seasoned veteran guiding 3 fledgling genin is indeed quite reliable. Soon, Yoshino Masutada began to announce the trio team assignments. Mori no Ibiki, Kamizumi Yudo, Yamashiro Aoi, Tsukikage Jifin, Noara Jinkan, and Ebisu. Uchiha Ichi and Noarigani, your team is not yet complete. Additional genin will be assigned to your group later. Due to the majority of Jonin being deployed in battle, some teams will temporarily lack a leading Jonin. You will be able to accept village missions and contribute to the village's efforts. Yoshino Masatada declared the final results. This arrangement was crafted with careful consideration of each student's personality, strengths, and overall performance. Those with talent would naturally have a Jonin to guide them, nurturing these budding Konoha talents to swiftly grow into robust individuals. Conversely, those lacking potential or connections would directly undertake village missions, leaving their survival to fate. The only exception lies with the pair of Ichihui and Schwani, who have been teamed up with two exceptional students, necessitating the addition of a genin from outside the academy. This scenario has also unfolded in the neighboring class, where Obito and Rin have formed a team, similarly requiring an external teammate, yet they lack a supervising Jonin. How frustrating. I sincerely hope my team will not be tainted by peculiarities. It would be preferable for the supervising Jonin to be dependable. Ichihui cast a hesitant glance at Schwani. The elder of her clan had merely informed her that they would make arrangements for Schwani to join her team, without mentioning the need for an external addition. If given the choice, she would rather have the nearby Moonlight Gale join her team. The issue of strength is secondary, while familiarity is of utmost importance. I have a good inkling of who the third member of the team might be. If that is indeed the case, it seems the village is quite invested in us. Schwani remarked with a smile. Is that so? Schwani-san, you even know this. How impressive. Before long, a series of Jonin appeared, each escorting their respective teams, leaving those not chosen with an air of disappointment. Uchiha Ichihui, no era Schwani, follow me. I, Oil Girl Shimi, will be your supervising Jonin. A figure cloaked in a voluminous robe stood at the classroom entrance. Ichihui and Schwani exchanged a glance, swiftly rising to follow Shimi. The trio commenced a rapid traversal towards the village's training grounds, maintaining silence as they moved at high speed. Shimi discreetly observed the pair from the corner of her eye, nodding in approval. At least their basic etiquette met expectations. Soon, they arrived at a training ground. Oh, Schwani-san, are you not utterly surprised to see me? Haha. I actually knew you would be here, which is why I waited for you, Kai declared, executing a leaf hurricane kick with exuberance. Clearly, he had been preparing for this moment for quite some time. How could it be this fool? Ichihui's expression shifted slightly as she struggled to maintain composure. But upon witnessing Schwani's satisfied demeanor, she recalled how Kai had behaved in the presence of his oblivious brother. Could it be that both Dai and Kai possess hidden strengths and are also allies of Schwani-san? Schwani truly is a rather formidable individual. Schwani smiled and nodded. It is indeed something to look forward to. Partnering with you, Kai, brings a great sense of security, since you are all familiar with each other. This will certainly spare us from unnecessary complications, Shimi remarked, nodding in agreement. Now, let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. I am Oil Girl Shimi. My fondness lies with insects, and I hold a deep disdain for those who harm them. I am Might Guy, most skilled in physical techniques. My passions include training and being alongside Schwani-san, and I currently have no dislikes. I am Uchiha Ichihui, adept in illusions and physical techniques, with no particular interests. My greatest aversion being the unyielding fate. Finally, all eyes turned toward Schwani. I am a rather simple individual, known as Shien-E, skilled in the art of ninjutsu. My passion lies in the pursuit of dreams, while my disdain is directed towards the chaotic ninja world, which stands in stark contrast to my aspirations. My dream, too, is quite straightforward, the attainment of world peace, and I shall strive relentlessly towards this noble goal. Shien-E spoke with a smile. World peace, indeed a lofty ideal. Truly befitting of you, acknowledged Ji-Wei, adjusting his sunglasses in recognition of Shien-Yi's sentiments. Oh, it seems that teacher Ji-Wei knows me quite well, Shien-Yi responded. Well, I spent some time in the Umbu, so I am aware of your unique capabilities. To embody the will of fire to such an extent and earn the admiration of Lord Hokage is exceedingly rare, Ji-Wei stated matter-of-factly, exuding a palpable aura of somberness despite the casual nature of their conversation. It appeared that the Oil Woman clan often produced individuals with such a lack of presence. Prepare yourselves. At 6 o'clock tonight, Team 3 will assemble here. Your opponent will be a bug clone I dispatched. And I will adjust your training regimen based on your performance, Ji-Wei concluded tersely, before dissipating into a swarm of insects, vanishing from sight. A bug clone? Even if he is an elite Jounin, he cannot hope to defeat us with such a technique, said Yi Hui, though her expression remained grave. The Oil Woman Ji-Wei is reputed to be the most versatile ninja, possessing no weaknesses, truly a monstrous figure. It was astonishing that such a ninja was assigned to guide their team. A bug clone, a unique physical clone technique, With such an erudite and powerful teacher, one can surely learn a great deal. Speaking of which, I need to study physical clone techniques. Shiranami nodded. The physical clone he desired was not akin to shadow clones, which dissipate upon contact, but rather akin to wood clones, capable of enduring intense combat. At that moment, Ihui leaned closer to Shiranami, twirling her hair, and softly suggested, Shiranami-san, there is still time. Why don't we take this opportunity to try it out? Shiranami felt a tickling sensation in his ears. Very well, I also intend to explore your unique physique. Kai, let us go together. In the dimly lit underground cavern, a colossal outer path golem cast an expansive shadow. It appears that Konoha has indeed taken this step, sending the new generation into battle. This wretched world is far from what I desire. Hashirama, it has become evident that you were mistaken. An elderly man slowly raised his head, a single three-tomo Sharingan gleaming with a sinister crimson light. Now, it is time to enact my will. In the Uchiha clan's territory. Damn it, why did I not bring a leading jounin? Is my talent insufficient? Yet, simply being in the same team as Rin is enough. Obito lamented, alternating between silly laughter and a face full of indignation. If even someone like Shiranami can have a leading jounin, why can't I? Grandma. Why are you out so early? If you are unwell, it's best not to move about recklessly. With a loud exclamation, Dato rushed over to support his only relative. His grandmother, with a kind and content expression, said, In my old age, all I wish for is to see you one more time before I depart. Judging by your expression, have you perhaps found companionship with Rin? She is a wonderful girl. Cherish her with your very life. Protect her with every ounce of your being. Why do you speak like that? You are still so young. Dato responded. Moreover, I will certainly do everything in my power to protect Rin. The elderly and the young leaned on each other as they moved forward, their shadows merging into one, elongated by the setting sun. This scene played out daily, and no one found it amiss. Only Dato, carefree and oblivious, subconsciously sensed something peculiar in his grandmother's words that day, yet his limited intellect could not grasp it. So he chose not to dwell on it. It was enough to cherish the moment. Dato, what a good boy you are. After ushering Dato inside, his grandmother squinted up, a sinister smile cracking across her face, only to quickly fade as she sensed something amiss and turned to look. The trio of Schwani happened to pass by. Schwani, did you notice anything unusual just now? After they had walked some distance, Ihue whispered. Not at all. She is a very trustworthy elder. Schwani replied with a smile. That person is Dato's grandmother. She is a kind soul. There shouldn't be any issues. Kai added. Once the three of them had moved away, the grandmother, still smiling, closed the door, her body beginning to contort as a white entity detached from her. This white entity swiftly merged into the ground. Lord Madara, everything is proceeding beyond expectations. If that fellow were to lose both his grandmother and his beloved in quick succession, he would surely go mad. You are indeed cruel. Baiju emerged from the earth. Close your mouth. You are merely a poor imitation of Hashirama, Madara replied coldly. Oh my, so fierce. However, Lord Madara, do you truly have such high hopes for Dato, that underachiever? I believe Ihue would be more suitable. She awakened her eyes at the tender age of 10, and she has a younger sister, perfect for birthing an eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Baiju looked puzzled. Why Dato, and not the new star of the Uchiha, Ihue? Who knows, we might even gain another pair of Rinnegan. At my level, an eternal Meijiki can no longer alter the grand scheme. What I require is a solitary ruler to enact my will, someone with emotions far beyond the ordinary, yet who has also tasted the anguish of loss. It took me decades to find Dato. He is the most fitting choice, Madara sneered. Dato is the one he selected after much deliberation. The entire Uchiha clan is adept at posturing, yet few possess the profound emotions that Dato does. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ihue might warrant some attention. Have you implanted Baiju's spores in her? Of course, I took action the moment we brushed past each other. Lord Madara, I have nearly become a master of disguise, having been deceiving since the moment of my birth. White Zetsu chuckled innocently. Madara, with a cold demeanor, declared, this time, I shall personally intervene to make Obito intimately experience the anguish of losing loved ones. Huh? But, you were on the brink of death. Can you really extricate yourself from the outer path and reach Konoha? Madara remained silent and immediately began forming hand seals. Ninja art, technique of the elephant transformation. An innocent White Zetsu, standing by to spectate, let out a piercing scream as he was enveloped in an endless cloud of fragments. In the next moment, he transformed into a feeble old Uchiha Madara. Even a fraction of my chakra in this aged state cannot sustain this. The transformed Madara shook his head. Having lost the Rinnegan, executing this ocular technique was exceedingly strenuous. Yet, it matters not. The transformed Madara vanished in an instant. Uchiha clan grounds. The three traversed the path, with Shiranami naturally attracting the scrutinizing gazes of many Uchiha clan members. However, when numerous Uchiha recognized him as a companion of Ichi, their expressions softened immediately. Oh, the comrade of the most talented new generation of Uchiha? Then there is no issue. It seems for now he is safe. Shiranami silently calculated, exhaling slightly in relief. He was already aware of the fate that awaited Obito, grandmother and Rin, the two individuals he cherished most. Their deaths would indeed serve as a potent catalyst to provoke Obito. It was a clever strategy. Yet, he did not anticipate that Madara would commence his scheme so early. However, this was of no concern to Shiranami, and he would not expose it. Sister, who are they? Are you Kazumi-me? I am a comrade of your sister. And a friend of yours. No. My only friend at the moment is Itachi. Upon arriving at Ichi's home, Shiranami encountered the adorable Koizumi-me. But before he could say much, Ichi whisked him away. Shiranami-san, quickly give me. Do we truly need to do this now? Of course. I can hardly wait. Kai had a puzzled expression, glancing between Ichi and his esteemed Shiranami-san. Kai, you guard the door. Shiranami stared at Ichi for 2 seconds, fell silent for a moment, and began forming hand seals. Absorption technique. Shiranami's palm was instantly enveloped by an invisible cloud of radiation, which he then directed towards Ichi. Smack. As the myriad of radiations made contact with Ichi, they began to stimulate her body, directly influencing her genes. After several attempts, the two finally discovered a suitable balance between them. Indeed, this is the sensation. My ocular power surges, and I can feel myself growing stronger. Ichi trembled all over. This is the sensation of power. Only such intense stimulation to the body can allow her to perceive the difference and possess the potential to break free from a mundane trajectory. My bloodline ability is quite perilous. You must be prepared for it. Shiranami spoke while observing Ichi's condition. If subjected to such intense radiation over the years, the fate of Ichihui would be more tragic than death itself. Unless, during the distortion process, the positive gains managed to surpass the adverse mutations. Ichihui. My hypothesis appears to be correct. You are indeed a genius, a true prodigy. Shiranami expressed admiration for Ichihui's talent, which seemingly concentrated on enduring severe stimuli to forcibly enhance her potential. However, Ichihui, there seems to be something peculiar emerging from you, a white entity. Shiranami, with a serious expression, pointed at the white Zetsu that was emerging from Ichihui. What in the world is this bizarre power of yours? The white Zetsu twisted its form and, barely emerging from Ichihui's body, let out a piercing scream. Astonishingly, it triggered an uncontrollable riot within all its cells. What kind of cursed bloodline limit is this? It's not even ninjutsu. What are you? Ichihui, filled with fury, her formidable battle instinct surged, causing her to rise instantly. Activating her Sharingan, and with a powerful kick, she expelled the creature. You've been parasitized, Ichihui. It seems you have long been targeted. Shiranami slowly rose, his expression grave as he regarded the white Zetsu. In the next moment, before the white Zetsu could recover and flee, Shiranami decisively made his move. A vast cloud of radiation spread, enveloping the white Zetsu and beginning to wreak havoc on its cellular structure. The life tissue derived from the divine tree began to exhibit signs of distortion and rupture under the torment of nuclear radiation, which was the very reason the white Zetsu could not maintain its spore form and was forced to reveal itself. Such a peculiar power had never before manifested in the ninja world, directly distorting and mutating all life cells. Ichihui, Kai, eliminate it immediately. We cannot leave any survivors. Shiranami uttered solemnly. The trio began their first coordinated attack, surrounding the white Zetsu with a resounding crash, pinning it down. I do not know what you are, but I shall fulfill Shiranami-san's will. 8 gates, open. First gate, open. Kai struck fiercely at the white Zetsu's neck with his extraordinary taijutsu, and a crack echoed through the air. The white Zetsu perished. Still unconvinced, Shiranami drew a kunai and severed the creature's head to ensure it was truly dead. Thankfully, the commotion did not disturb the village. Shiranami, what exactly is this creature? It has no blood or brain yet can parasitize me. Ichihui, filled with rage and profound unease, felt her sensitive nerves intensely stimulated. In her eyes, the blood-red Sharingan, already agitated by the immense radiation and her fury, suddenly surged, breaking through a minor threshold. The two-tomo Sharingan. Ichihui's complexion paled. It seemed that transcending into the two-tomo would exact a great toll on her body. More importantly, The two tomo in each of her eyes remained slightly indistinct, barely noticeable without close scrutiny. Shiranami discreetly released the radiation cloud, enveloping the entire room while cautiously avoiding the presence of Izumi, who was playing with her toys. No other white zetsu were detected. Shiranami felt a slight sense of relief. This matter should not be discussed again, and it must remain concealed from everyone. I shall devise a means to handle it. Iwi hesitated momentarily, but Kai nodded affirmatively. Understood, Shiranami-san. I shall keep my lips sealed, not even revealing it to my father. Iwi, with a troubled expression, managed to nod in agreement. Shiranami scrutinized the lifeless body of white zetsu, a contemplative look crossing his face as he sensed the complexity of the situation. Has that Uchiha Madara already turned his attention to Iwi? That cannot be tolerated. Iwi is mine. After a moment of contemplation, Shiranami recognized the immense value of this entity. Indeed, its worth surpassed imagination. With utmost seriousness, he carefully wrapped the body of white zetsu and turned to Iwi, commanding, "Find a way to seal this into a scroll and procure a set of experimental equipment for me. With my theoretical knowledge, I can attempt to study this. I understand, but I can only acquire basic equipment through the Cat Clan's channels. The more precise instruments are beyond my reach." "That will suffice," Shiranami replied with a nod. The corpse of white zetsu held significant meaning, as it was created from the cells of Hashirama, or more precisely, from the weakened cells stripped from the god tree. If we can thoroughly investigate this matter, uncovering some secrets of wood release and the god tree is not out of reach. While I do not intend to acquire wood release, the power it embodies holds substantial reference value. Shiranami carefully excised a small piece of white zetsu's tissue, storing it with care as he silently contemplated some techniques of Senju Hashirama. A prime example is the wood clone technique, capable of offense and defense, with vitality that is exceptionally robust, truly the epitome of a physical clone technique. Before long, Shiranami departed from Ihui's residence with the two companions, leaving the premises before her parents returned, acting as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had just utilized White Zetsu's abilities to arrive at Konoha, secretly infiltrating the Uchiha clan's territory. Despite the passing years, this place remained unchanged. A cold expression crossed Madara's face, and with a sudden transformation, he became Obito's elderly grandmother, appearing frail and decrepit, with no discernible flaws in his disguise. He walked with a tremor, feigning the frailty of old age. Today, he intended to bestow upon Obito a singular funeral for his only blood relative, allowing him to experience the darkness and suffering of this world. As Madara ambled along, hunched over as if on the verge of death, he was interrupted by a sudden emergence from the ground, ahead of White Zetsu. "Lord Madara, the spores I placed on Ihui have lost contact." "Oh, that little one is quite remarkable. She managed to detect the spores. What method did she employ?" "I'm not certain. I do not share a unified consciousness with the other spores." It matters not. She is merely a trivial piece on the board." The focus remains on Obito. Madara continued his unsteady walk back home, poised to perish before Obito's eyes. "Ah, Grandma, why did you sneak out? I told you to rest." Dato exclaimed as he rushed out. "Hee, good child. Grandma only wanted to buy you some fruit to eat. I am your only relative, and it is my duty to care for you." "Oh no, I've fallen." "Don't. What's wrong? Are you unwell again?" Dato panicked, his eyes reddening with tears as he prepared to rush towards his sole family member. Yet, it was too late. He watched helplessly as Grandma faced excruciating pain, her eyes wide and gasping for breath. In that moment, the performance was astounding, more intense than any tale of Boruto, with every subtle expression flawless. Oh dear. As she seemed to collapse, it struck Dato deeply, making him feel the agony. Dato, this world is so wretched. The harsh reality of life and death is a cruel norm. Awaken to the truth. Suddenly, a robust arm appeared, supporting her. "Are you all right?" Shiranami inquired with utmost concern, gazing at him or her or it. "I'm fine, good child, thanks to your timely arrival." "No, I am not fine, and it was not timely. Elderly ones should refrain from wandering out. It puts me in a difficult position." Shiranami forcefully pulled the adult, who was about to collapse, back up. "Kyuso, I should have ended that brat's grandfather back in the day." Dato felt immense gratitude towards Shiranami, for the first time perceiving him as less arrogant. "Dato, you must keep an eye on your grandmother and prevent her from wandering off." Shiranami, with his strong arm, held the elder up, ensuring she did not fall. His smiling face radiated sincerity, genuinely preventing her from succeeding in her reckless endeavor. Who could tell when this old grandmother had been swapped, or whether she was truly Obito or Madara? Xian-yi recalled that among the myriad ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, there existed one called the soul transfer technique, which could transform a living being into a vessel, carrying 30% of the original's chakra. In the original work, Itachi's soul transfer was used against Kakashi and Chiyo's team, while Kisame's was used against Guy's team. If it was merely Obito, an opportunity might arise. However, if it were Uchiha Madara, even in his frail state, his prowess remained formidable. Xian-yi's thoughts flickered away. The risk was far too great. Unless one were to disregard the consequences and fully transform into Godzilla. Nevertheless, since this old fiend had set his sights on Ichi, Xian-yi chose not to remain a passive target. Revenge was imperative. Now was the opportune moment as Madara found himself at his weakest. At that moment, Ichi and Kai swiftly caught up, gazing at Xian-yi with confusion as he tended to his grandmother. How about this, Dato? As comrades in the village, we have a duty to assist one another. Our little trio can regularly come to help watch over Grandma. Xian-yi gazed reproachfully at Obito. Xian-yi, you. Obito's face radiated gratitude. It was the first time someone had shown such concern for his family. No need for that. It would be too much trouble for you good kids. It was merely an accident. All I need is for Obito to take care of me. The elderly lady began to decline. No, this matter must be handled our way. If we cannot protect the elderly, what kind of ninjas are we? Listen closely, Kai. You will stay here and look after the old lady until 5:30 in the evening, without leaving her side. You will carry her when she rises. Watch over her when she uses the restroom, feed her during meals, and keep her company while she sleeps. Xian-yi's expression was solemn. Ah, I understand now. Is this the essence of youth? To dedicate oneself to protect one's comrades. I see it clearly. Since it is Xian-yi-san's will, I will strive to fulfill it. Come now, dear lady, forgive my clumsiness. Kai's eyes burned with determination as he enthusiastically lifted the elderly lady onto his back, filled with excitement. He had taken another step closer to Xian-yi-san's spiritual realm. Obito was left dumbfounded, overwhelmed with emotion. I can't accept this. I truly. Do not say another word, Obito. We are comrades from the same village. Is it not our duty to help one another? Speak again, and I shall be angry. I understand, Xian-yi. If there is anything you need help with in the future, just say the word. I, Obito, swear upon the Uchiha name that I will do my utmost to assist you. Xian-yi solemnly patted Obito on the shoulder and then, pulling the bewildered Iwai along, departed with a serious countenance amidst the admiring gazes of the Uchiha clan members. Who is that lad? Truly remarkable. As an outsider, he cares for our clansmen so deeply. Iwai's teammate, Xian-yi? Ah, I see now. He is a descendant of the Noira family. Humph, if an outsider can achieve this. It is a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. Come on, I too shall care for Obito's grandmother. We shall each dedicate 2 hours a day, taking turns around the clock to ensure she does not perish. Next moment, the elder lady, carried on Kai's back, was enveloped by numerous enthusiastic clan members. Hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu observed in disbelief. Is this truly happening? As they exited the Uchiha compound, Iwai, utterly perplexed, inquired. Was there any deeper meaning behind your actions, just now? I cannot comprehend it at all. She gazed at Xian-yi's profile, now thoroughly confused. Having thought she understood part of Xian-yi's intent. Xian-yi-san, what manner of person are you? A villain disguised as a friend, or truly sincere? Or perhaps a pragmatic opportunist who adapts to circumstances? Enough, Iwai. While Kai is away, there is something you must give me. What? So you intentionally distracted Kai? Yes, that fellow would cause trouble if you were near. No more chatter. Hand it over quickly. Is it here? No, this is quite splendid. I yearn to personally experiment with that technique. Ah, my heart races with anticipation. Could it be that Xian-yi-san possesses an even deeper layer of intent that is about to be unveiled? Therefore, please, teach me the shadow clone technique. You see, I am left with no alternative. It is an exceedingly practical B-rank ninjutsu that is not imparted within the walls of the Ninja Academy. In an instant, my expression shifted from eager excitement to embarrassment. Xian-yi-san, this is the hand seal and chakra flow for the shadow clone technique. And, what? Suddenly, I found Xian-yi-san rather insufferable. Let us not forget the time stipulated by Shiwei, the Jonin. I tossed my long hair back and dashed away with urgency. Xian-yi observed my retreating figure, pondered for a moment, and promptly set about mastering the shadow clone technique. With a portion of White Zetsu's life essence in hand, it was worth a try. Time swiftly advanced to 5:30, leaving merely half an hour until the 6 o'clock deadline set by Oil Girl Shiwei. Oh, the time has arrived. My task is complete. Grandmother, please rest well. Kai wore an exuberant expression. The elderly lady, appearing frail and trembling, replied, "At last. Good child, go and train. You have worked hard." Finally, this excessively determined individual was departing. If only I could devise a way to avoid the incessant visits from those Uchiha youngsters. Perhaps under the cover of night, I could motivate Obito with words, and then, with a bit of luck, he might awaken the Sharingan. At that moment, a voice echoed. "Obito's grandmother, I have come to take over." Shiranami entered with a solemn demeanor. "I have spent the better part of the day barely mastering the shadow clone technique. Henceforth, I shall dispatch my clones to care for you around the clock. Do you not require time to train?" "Not at all. I possess an ample supply of chakra. Furthermore, caring for my comrades is the greatest form of spiritual cultivation. You need not worry. I am also attempting to learn some medical ninjutsu to be prepared to assist you at any moment." What a cunning little rascal. At 6 o'clock, Shiranami commenced his first confrontation with the team he was leading. Frankly, the overall caliber of these three newcomers exceeded his expectations. They were more exceptional than he had anticipated. Although a tad inexperienced, this could be honed through continuous battle. Shiranami regarded the three exhausted individuals before him with satisfaction. Each of them had surprised him. Mike Guy, who graduated at the age of 8, and Uchiha Ichihui, who awakened his eyes at 10 and unlocked his double Tomo Sharingan in such a brief span. These two could undoubtedly be deemed geniuses. However, the last individual left Shiranami utterly perplexed. Was it merely an illusion? Or did it seem that this fellow grew increasingly invigorated as the battle progressed? The sheer volume of chakra he possessed was rather excessive for his age. Did he not feel fatigue? Shiranami's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Combat necessitates the expenditure of chakra, an energy refined from both the spirit and the body. The greater the loss of chakra, the more weakened both the mind and body become. However, Shiranami Gen'ya extended a finger, upon which stood a reconnaissance insect, transmitting information that plunged Jihui into contemplation. The training grounds were now riddled with craters, clearly having witnessed a fierce battle. Shiranami-san, Jihui-sensei is exceedingly powerful. This cannot continue. Kai clenched his fist. Perhaps I should further activate that technique. It might afford us an opportunity. That would be of little significance. He is adept with insects, and defeating him is not something achievable with your current taijutsu level, Shiranami said. His gaze piercing as he regarded oil girl Jihui, his expression grave. Extremely formidable, and there is no discernible weakness. He truly lives up to his reputation as the most comprehensive elite genin. My chakra is nearly depleted and cannot last much longer. Shiranami-san, you even allocated a shadow clone to tend to Obito's grandmother. How much chakra do you have remaining? Jihui gritted his teeth. Feeling the strain of maintaining his Sharingan, Shiranami's countenance grew solemn. Indeed, my consumption has been considerable. I estimate a loss of about 30%. I see. So there remains 70. What? Jihui's eyes widened in disbelief. The shadow clone had taken 50% of his chakra. Even if I hasten to refine more chakra to cope with this intense battle, I can only recover to this extent. Oh. It has now recovered to 80%. Shiranami, with a serious expression, regarded the silently standing Jihui, sensing the predicament. What nonsense is this? Are you serious? Jihui silently lamented. After all this time, only this much remains. Jihui glared at Shiranami, observing that chakra still flowed vigorously within him, showing no signs of interruption. What shall we do? Jihui clenched his teeth. I have an idea. Listen to me. At this juncture, they were still devising an entirely new strategy. Jihui adjusted his sunglasses. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive inferno surged forth, engulfing much of the training ground. Jihui swiftly retreated, simultaneously raising his hands, unleashing a swarm of insects from his sleeves. Before his insects, nothing could escape his gaze. The vast swarm of insects flew gracefully, evading the great fireball, and surged towards the trio. Sizzle. The fireball was kicked aside as Kai activated the second gate. His muscles bulging, and executed a leaf-great whirlwind aimed at Jihui, only to be countered by an insect sphere flung by Jihui. In that moment, Shiranami made his move. Two Shiranami's? Were they shadow clones created while the fireball obscured the field? Jihui quickly assessed the situation, noting the swarm of insects darting towards the two Shiranami's. Soon, one of them burst apart with a resounding bang. The remaining one is the real body. Whoosh. The ground trembled violently as a vast chasm tore open, countless insects surging forth in a frenzied rush towards the trio. An endless drone reverberated through the air, and no matter how they looked at it, the three members of the team found themselves ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Yet, Just as Shiranami seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed by the swarm, a subtle smile crept across his lips. You have grown complacent, Teacher Jiwei. What? Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses, a rare flicker of surprise gracing his otherwise impassive face. The feedback from the insects was peculiarly strange, conveying sentiments such as this chakra tastes terrible and it's so uncomfortable to bite. I feel terrified. Terrified? What could this mean? Why would my parasitic insects transmit such an emotion? But the next moment, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. Shiranami and Yihui, enveloped by the swarm and subjected to its relentless gnawing, began to exhibit an uncanny dissolution. As a sudden surge of intense heat and an explosion of nuclear radiation decimated the insects, countless creatures perished in an instant. It was a sight of astonishing magnitude. As black rain fell from the sky, shrouding the ground in layers of darkness. Is this the limit of Xianyi's bloodline? Yet he appears to be a mere clone? And Yihui too. What manner of clone technique is this? Jiwei was taken aback, a sense of impending danger washing over him as he swiftly turned around. Yihui and Shiranami had already launched their assault. The blood-red Sharingan, adorned with its two Magatama, locked onto Jiwei's eyes, unleashing an illusionary technique. These eyes, more attuned to Genjutsu, expended their last vestiges of chakra to cast a powerful illusion. Meanwhile, Shiranami seized the fleeting moment of distraction to begin forming hand seals. Nuclear release. Vibrational wave. An immense surge of chakra coalesced within Shiranami's mouth, and in an instant, an astonishing shockwave erupted forth, striking Jiwei head-on and shattering his defenses. Jiwei's form dissipated into countless insects, scattering chaotically in a state of panic, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Impressive. You managed to vanquish my insect clone. Your skills have pleasantly surprised me. From a distance, the true Jiwei, who had been observing the encounter, approached with his hands in his pockets, exuding a palpable aura of gloom, offering his commendation. Oh, has Teacher Jiwei been standing there the entire time, silently watching? When did that happen? Kai slumped to the ground, scratching his head in bewilderment. I must admit, I feel a bit affronted. However, Jiwei was genuinely astonished. The unexpected capabilities displayed by these individuals had far exceeded his expectations. The potent toxin that obliterated a large number of insects. Was this the bloodline ability that had once allowed you to defeat Hongdo? So it does not rely on blood activation. It is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses, visibly moved. This bizarre and unknown toxin was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, it evoked an instinctual fear in his insects. Was it due to the toxin itself? Or some other reason? More importantly, they had employed two peculiar clones to substitute for their true selves. Seizing the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack? This unique technique of creating physical clones. The only unfortunate soul is Kai, who has been thoroughly surrounded and viciously attacked by the swarm, now helplessly collapsed on the ground. We shall gather here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to commence our mission for the village. Jiwei cast a lingering glance at the two clones, uttered this remark, and then vanished with a burst of speed. Oh, how commendable Jiwei is as a teacher, not lingering here to witness my retrieval of the clones. Shiranami approached with a smile, extending his hand to gently press upon the battered forms of Shiranami and Yihui, and then the two clones swiftly dissolved, reintegrating back into Xianyi's body. What remained unknown to all was that, rather than merely reclaiming these two unique physical clones, his true intention lay in retrieving the minuscule white spherical entities within them, tissues of Baichu. Although it was a clever maneuver, the initial attempt at nuclear clone separation was an overwhelming success. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage listened intently to Jiwei's report. Is that so? Remarkable indeed. To earn such unreserved praise from someone as discerning as you. A smile of satisfaction graced the third Hokage's face, as it was truly rare for a ninja of Jiwei's caliber to express admiration. My guy mastered the 8 Gates technique, a physical art that unleashes bodily strength. While Yihui activated her 2 Tomo Sharingan, and Shiranami possessed formidable bloodline techniques. The third Hokage pondered as he puffed on his pipe. No wonder he had high hopes for Jiwei, having designated him as the leading jonin of the team. Especially Shuhua Shiranami, who brought forth an unexpected surprise. The powerful and enigmatic bloodline limit, the extensive toxic attacks, and the peculiar, yet currently inexplicable, physical clone technique. Each of these alone would suffice to warrant an application for promotion to Chunin. More importantly, Shiranami seemingly possessed an extraordinarily vast chakra reserve, the upper limit of which remained unknown, but preliminary assessments suggested he had reached a chakra level approaching that of a jonin. Jiwei, do you have a sample of Xianyi's poison? The third Hokage inquired suddenly. I do not, Lord Third. Afterward, I examined some deceased parasitic insects but found no traces of poison. It must have been reclaimed by Shiranami. I see. The third Hokage nodded, a hint of regret in his eyes. This entirely new toxin, capable of widespread extermination of such resilient creatures as parasitic insects, undoubtedly warranted his attention. It would be best to obtain the method of its concoction and subsequently develop an antidote. There will be opportunities in the future. Kai and Shiranami share a deep friendship, and Ihui has her own bonds with Shiranami. Such profound connections indeed inspire anticipation for their futures. The third Hokage mused. Well then, Jiwei, the responsibilities ahead will rest upon your shoulders. You carry an important mission to nurture these 3 prodigious new generation ninjas following Kakashi. In 10 years, Konoha will rely on them to uphold its legacy. The third Hokage expressed with a look of contentment. Jiwei nodded and departed in silence. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage retrieved an entirely new dossier. Addressing Kakashi's psychological concerns had become an urgent matter. Thus, he planned to establish a robust bond for him, using Team Shimi as a model. The formidable adversary Obito, alongside his beloved Rin Noara, would hopefully see their relationship flourish as I envision. As for their leading Jonin, the third Hokage had already devised a strategy, namely, Minato Namikaze. At the onset of the war, Minato had engaged directly with the AB brothers from the Cloud Village, proving himself not only capable but also earning a reputation as a new powerhouse of the Hokage level. Entrusting Kakashi's team to Minato would undoubtedly deepen his ties with the village, especially considering Minato's beloved was the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. The forthcoming mission for Team Shimi did not attract much attention beyond that of the third Hokage. Although many were astonished that such a remarkable Jonin as Shimi would return to the village after over 2 years of warfare to lead a team, it remained merely a point of surprise. Numerous Jonin who had fought valiantly on the front lines were now recuperating in the village, having suffered the loss of loved ones, comrades, and subordinates. Such experiences inevitably brought about profound changes in their psyche and perception. Their ability to guide the new generation towards rapid maturation was highly cost-effective, fostering both their own connections and swiftly nurturing the talents of the newcomers for the benefit of the village. The following morning, Team Shimi assembled. Shiranami and his companions received notification of their assignment to join the supply convoy and escort provisions to the front lines. This mission was tentatively classified as B rank. Quite commendable, as it bypassed the mundane D and C ranks, propelling them directly into a potentially combative B rank scenario. Given the wartime context, the supply convoy could be ambushed by hostile ninjas at any moment, making confrontation nearly inevitable, though the scale of such conflicts remained uncertain. I can't wait, Ihui murmured, eager to showcase her talents on the battlefield. Theoretically, this would be the case. Shimi adjusted his sunglasses, suggesting that with a stroke of good fortune, they might reach the front lines without incident. However, should luck be unkind, they could face varying numbers of enemy ninjas, elevating their mission to A rank status. As for S rank, while not impossible, it was exceedingly rare for a large contingent of enemy Jonin or at least one shadow-level powerhouse to target a small supply team, unless their adversaries were utterly deranged. They were not Minato Namikaze, after all. Moreover, should elite Jonin attack, the presence of someone like Oil Woman Shimi, capable of both combat and perception, would provide significant resistance. Truth be told, considering Shimi's caliber, this was indeed a training opportunity. As the most exemplary elite Jonin, nearly unrivaled beneath the shadow level, he could not afford to allocate excessive time to nurture novices, as he was soon to return to the front line. Shiranami glanced at the seemingly catatonic Shimi Jonin, whose expression resembled that of a zombie. Soon, a small group of 4 set off to join a supply convoy of over a dozen individuals. The squad assigned to safeguard us was unlikely to consist of formidable warriors. We were merely a modest supply team. Among the group, a middle-aged man was mumbling to himself. But upon spotting Jiwei, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Jiwei Darren, is it truly you leading this rookie squad to escort us? Indeed. So can we depart now? Jiwei replied succinctly. Throughout the journey, the group maintained a tense silence, occasionally glancing at Jiwei, finding a measure of comfort in his presence. As the most experienced member, Jiwei remained taciturn, thus further diminishing the likelihood of him speaking. Shiranami took the initiative to engage with others in the supply team and ultimately confirmed that he was quite familiar with the captains of the squad. 2Ch Nin, the parents of Hei Irika, who had perished during the Nine Tails incident. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? The middle-aged man, Hei Chuan, regarded Shiranami with suspicion as he noticed the boy's lingering gaze. Oh, you caught me. You were so close I couldn't possibly miss it. Is there something you wish to discuss? Not really. I just thought you seemed a bit unreliable. I might need to protect you later, so I wanted to get acquainted. Being referred to as uncle by a boy who looked down upon him was a sharp sting for Chuan. However, recalling that he had a 6-year-old son, Irika, he found the term somewhat acceptable. This light-hearted banter dissipated the somber atmosphere that had enveloped the entire team. Before long, they departed from Konoha village, traversing several small towns as they swiftly approached the borders of the Fire Country. As they neared the frontier, the group grew increasingly vigilant and cautious. The desolation of civilian life, the bleak wilderness, and the scattered remains of the deceased painted a grim picture of war, especially the conflicts among ninjas, where a powerful ninja could effortlessly obliterate an entire town. Ahead lay a border outpost, perilously close to the rain-hidden village, a battleground rife with strife among the three nations. The ninjas of Rain-Hidden bore a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha. Nevertheless, our movements had been exceedingly discreet, typically evading the enemy's attention. Chuan spoke solemnly, intending to remind everyone to remain alert. No sooner had he spoken than a number of hostile ninjas launched an assault on the convoy. The battlefield is the ultimate test of character, strength, reflexes, muscle memory, the synergy of techniques, and most crucially, the brutal interrogation of one's spirit. Countless promising youths, who should have flourished in their prime, succumbed to despair, their minds blank in the face of such trials. Nuclear release, absorbing pollution technique. A wave of nuclear radiation surged forth, rapidly pervading the area in a manner imperceptible to the average person. 1, 4, 6 there are 10 in total. But we cannot dismiss the possibility of others lurking farther afield, Shiranami whispered, opening his eyes. 10 enemies? Instantly, some anxious individuals regained their composure. Ah, little spirit. Do you still possess the ability of perception? Chuan Gong exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Well, it could be considered a form of perception. The nuclear radiation envelopes the area, intensely stimulating the cells of native life forms. By merely sensing where the radiation has been absorbed, one can ascertain the presence of life. Based on the contours of absorption, it is possible to determine whether it is a human, an animal, or a plant. However, this perceptual ninjutsu is carcinogenic. At that moment, the enemy had launched their attack. Humph, is it a team from Konoha? We are fortunate. These individuals carry a plethora of scrolls, suggesting they are a supply unit. Let us swiftly eliminate them and weaken Konoha's strength. A chorus of voices echoed, accompanied by an unknown number of figures emanating a palpable malice. Earth release, Earth flow spear. 10 figures immediately activated their ninjutsu, aiming to deliver a heavy blow to this team. A torrent of stones came crashing down. Rock Shinobi, I see. Shiranami quickly glanced around and noticed that Wainushi sure had vanished, perhaps having gone to snipe the enemy's elite. Scatter, Chuan Gong shouted from the front, promptly forming seals to employ Earth flow wall for defense. At that moment, nuclear release, vibrational wave. A tremendous shockwave erupted, with a force capable of upheaving the very ground itself. The multitude of approaching stones shattered before they could even make contact. Guy, charge into the enemy's ranks. You and I shall take care of the excess trash. Shiranami issued his command. Guy activated the first gate, charging forth with a ferocious roar towards the rock shinobi. He also activated her Tsutomu Sharingan. Meanwhile, Shiranami continued forming seals, quietly unleashing an even greater radiation that incessantly disturbed the enemy, though they remained oblivious for the time being. TSK? Blocked, is it? What kind of technique is this? Moreover, we've caught a big fish. This little spirit has actually activated the Tsutomu Sharingan. The leading rock shinobi was initially taken aback, but then a greedy expression spread across his face. If they could eliminate the Uchiha child, it would be a monumental achievement. Though it was expected that such a child would have formidable elite protection, the prospect of extinguishing a genius from Konoha was too tempting to ignore. Let us go. Focus our power and kill that Uchiha brat. Numerous rock shinobi surged forward, colliding with Konoha's ninjas. Be careful, old man. Don't get yourself killed by accident, Shiranami casually remarked to Chuan Gong before dashing forward, while he excitedly followed suit. The two sides engaged in battle. Konoha and the rock shinobi were seasoned adversaries, having clashed intermittently in the land of rain on numerous occasions. Might Guy opened the second gate, his tremendous speed allowing him to violently pierce through all obstacles, instantly sending a rock shinobi flying, caught completely off guard. Considering Guy's strength, that rock shinobi was essentially rendered incapacitated. What is this little spirit doing? Is it ninjutsu or taijutsu? He was also a prodigy of Konoha. Eliminate him. The other IWA shinobi were taken aback, with two hastily turning to defend against Mike Guy. However, more of the IWA ninjas, their eyes ablaze with fury, lunged toward Ichihime. To slay this Uchiha genius, the loss of countless lives would be worth it. The mere thought of a 10-year-old with double tomo was terrifying. 4 IWA shinobi desperately engaged Hayakawa and his comrades, recklessly exhausting their chakra to cast multiple earth wall techniques, incessantly segmenting the battlefield and fervently creating opportunities to eliminate Ichihime. Having a target is advantageous, yet if rationality is submerged by that target, one might only end up moved by their own emotions. It could cost lives. Shiranami chuckled softly. Ichihime formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive blaze erupted, which a reckless IWA ninja attempted to endure with a body hardened by the petrification technique. The fireball was breached, and 3 IWA shinobi gazed cruelly at Ichihime's face. Now within arm's reach. Be careful, Hayakawa bellowed. The next moment, Shiranami unleashed a shockwave, violently propelling the 3 IWA ninjas backward. Struck by this tremendous force at such close range, they were sent flying over 50 meters. Akahara. Raida. Damn it, what in the world is this technique? The last surviving IWA ninja spat blood, feeling the internal damage within his chest. In despair, he let out a final roar. This was the last sound he would leave behind in this world. How had he survived at such a distance? Was it because the petrification technique protected the front of his body? What a shame for a decent nin, soon to meet his demise. Shiranami shook his head. Ichihime had already drawn her kunai, swiftly severing the opponent's throat. He was dead. The remaining IWA shinobi's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the situation would spiral into chaos. How could this be? The Akihara team had perished in an instant. What was with that guy's chakra continuously unleashing such powerful wind release techniques? They had underestimated this child, another prodigy of Konoha. It was far from over. Was it? One by one, the IWA shinobi began to cough up blood, not from anger, but genuine bloodshed. Horrified, they tasted bitterness in their mouths, their eyes reddening. And without comprehending the cause, they immediately chose to retreat. Not a single Konoha ninja had fallen, while they had already lost over half of their ranks. Moreover, the absence of any nin from IWA heightened the remaining shinobi's anxiety. Yet, the Konoha ninjas would not permit their escape. Ichihime became increasingly active, activating her double tomo Sharingan, weaving illusions to successively control 3 IWA shinobi, who subsequently perished under the concentrated fire of Hayakawa and his comrades. The IWA shinobi blocking guy could not flee either, falling one after another. One had escaped. Splendid. This was a resounding victory. Hayakawa was exhilarated. Not a single member of their team had perished, while they had eliminated 9 of the enemy. The performance of the 3 newcomers who had just joined the team astonished Hayakawa and the others. With such remarkable results, they were thoroughly pleased. In a moment of tension, Shiranami continued to weave hand seals, determined not to allow the escape of his adversary. The potential leak of their intelligence was unacceptable. He intended to unleash his full radiance to incapacitate the fleeing foe, theoretically in time to prevent his escape. However, his movements abruptly halted. It seemed unnecessary now. Teacher Jiwei had finally ceased to spectate. In Shiranami's perception, a multitude of insects suddenly surged from beneath the ground, devouring the fleeing rock ninja entirely. The last of the escaping rock ninjas was consumed by a whirlwind of emotions, rage, and horror. Those 3 youngsters were no ordinary children. They were evidently a newly emerged generation thrust into battle, yet they exhibited an alarming prowess. If allowed to mature, they could very well evolve into another trio of legendary ninjas. The rock ninja's impotent fury was palpable, yet his team was nearly annihilated. And he would never seize the opportunity to eliminate these prodigious youths. More critically, he sensed something amiss within his own body, as if some force was disrupting him. His chakra refinement and flow were subtly obscured. Regrettably, he would no longer have the chance to uncover the truth. A vast swarm of insects breached the surface, having lain in wait underground for an unknown duration, and now they erupted forth, tearing the rock ninja into shreds. These were the parasitic bugs. Could it be that you are? The last rock ninja was left with no trace. His clothes and bones were consumed entirely. Yunu Jiwei returned discreetly. This individual was also filled with that toxin. What sort of poison is this, and when was it administered? Adjusting her sunglasses, Jiwei grew increasingly intrigued by Shiranami. Was the toxin delivered through the air? This was strikingly reminiscent of the man referred to as the demigod. Such an extraordinary newcomer. if he could flourish. Jiwei found herself daunted by the prospects of Xianyi's future. Teacher Jiwei, you have finally returned. Even allowing these fellows to serve as our practice seems overly trusting, Xianyi remarked with a resigned shrug. They had encountered 10 seasoned rock ninjas, half of whom were Nin. Under different circumstances, with their leading Nin absent, any other rookie team would likely have faltered. Only Kakashi's team might have managed to survive. Eliminating the enemy's Nin took me some time, and my insects had long since embedded themselves underground, poised to assist you at any moment. However, I did not anticipate your remarkable capabilities, Jiwei stated in a calm tone, laced with praise. To debut in battle with such formidable strength and to decisively defeat the enemy, this team was indeed promising. Kawaguchi laughed heartily, clapping Xianyi on the shoulder. Oh my, little one, your unexpected competence suggests you may become a genius akin to Kakashi. Kawaguchi, you have begun again. Your incessant chatter always brings mischief. The group resumed their journey, reaching the border station after half a day. Here lies the headquarters of Konoha, situated at the western front, adjacent to the hidden rain village. Entrusted with the formidable task of countering the rock and sand ninja, the current supreme commander is Tsunade. After delivering the scrolls laden with supplies to the western encampment, Shimi met with a dear friend, Minato Namikaze. Shimi, it has been quite a while. I never imagined you had already ascended to the rank of a leading jonin. Minato exclaimed, exuding warmth with his radiant personality and formidable abilities, making him a figure of great admiration. Indeed, I have brought along 3 exceptionally talented young individuals. But what about you? Not long ago, you were engaged in clashes with the AB brothers in the east, and now you hastily arrive at the west. Is everything all right? Shimi inquired. There's no choice in the matter. Lord Orochimaru is currently recuperating in the village and will return to the western front shortly. After all, he possesses unparalleled skills in dealing with the rock and sand ninja, Minato responded, running his fingers through his golden hair in frustration. Jiraiya is stationed in the east, overseeing the hidden cloud village while coordinating the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to confront the intruders from the mist village. Thus, he cannot make any sudden movements. As for Tsunade, although she is the nominal commander of the west, her hemophobia prevents her from engaging in frontline battles, leaving Minato, the newly appointed Hokage, as the primary force on the western front. For a 20-year-old, bearing such a heavy burden is undoubtedly challenging. Yet it is an essential step towards mastering the art of leadership. Fortunately, Minato's prodigious talent and remarkable learning ability have allowed him to increasingly excel in command. At that moment, he gazed enviously at Shimi, appreciating the rewarding task of nurturing exceptional juniors. Are you all Shimi's subordinates? Do your best. Shimi is a versatile ninja, and if you diligently learn from him, you will undoubtedly grow significantly. Minato encouraged Jinchūriki and the others before promptly pulling Shimi aside. The two of them engaged in a hushed discussion about the war. It appeared that the situation on this front was not as dire as that in the east. As they exited the tent, Ikki remarked casually, in the east, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, renowned for their ocular techniques, are the main forces against the Mist Village. So I've naturally heard from my kin about the state of affairs there. Moreover, the formidable military strength of the Hidden Cloud Village made it the most aggressive village at the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, directly deploying jinchūriki to the battlefield, which led to intense clashes along the eastern front. Currently, the Hidden Cloud Village has momentarily settled down, while the situation in the west remains tense. Konoha, Rock, and Sand Ninja are embroiled in a chaotic struggle within the Land of Rain, having devastated the region, yet none of the 3 villages have suffered direct damage. They merely continue to exhaust one another within the confines of the Land of Rain. Do not let your guard down, Ikki. The Western Front may very well become the pivotal point that alters the course of the ninja world, Jinchūriki remarked with a smile as he organized his gear. Ikki, however, remained skeptical. Yet, Jinchūriki was acutely aware of the underlying truths. The conflicts on the Western Front have always posed a formidable challenge, akin to the slow and painful process of cutting flesh with a dull knife. This region represents the most significant dilemma that Konoha has faced throughout the Third Great Ninja War. The backdrop of the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, which erupted towards the end of the war, was that Konoha was nearly pushed to its doorstep by the Rock and Sand Shinobi. Had it not been for Orochimaru's reliability and the extraordinary prowess of Minato and his 3 subordinates, the outcome could have been dire. More importantly, is that the Land of Rain, such a sorrowful nation, perpetually drenched in tears. Xianyi gazed westward, observing the eternally drizzling country. Indeed, Such a land is remarkably suitable for cultivating rice. Xian-yi suddenly expressed his thoughts aloud. Ichi and Kai exchanged puzzled glances. Initially, they believed that Xian-yi, an idealist yearning for world peace, was mourning for this war-torn nation. Yet, he abruptly began discussing rice, leaving them bewildered. Xian-yi's perspective on issues is indeed quite unique. Ichi and Kai shared a knowing look. Meanwhile, Xian-yi squinted, smiling as he looked at the weeping land of rain. At this moment, Yahiko must still be alive, right? That scoundrel Danzo should not have yet conspired with Hanzo to target the Akatsuki. Yahiko, a tragic and impractical idealist. 2 months later, 100 meters ahead, there was something resembling a summoning beast, with its summoner located 20 meters to the left. Understood. Let us ignite our youth. Accompanied by piercing cries of anguish. Xian-yi and his companions, having just emerged from a fierce battle, promptly sought a place to rest and recuperate. Over the course of 2 months, the trio had been growing at an astonishing pace. Each member of the team was a genius with remarkable potential. Kai had already stabilized the opening of the 4th gate of the 8 gates, and if he truly pushed himself, he could attempt to open the 5th gate, albeit at the cost of injury. Ichi continued to wield his double Tomo Sharingan with increasing finesse. It seemed that the slightly dimmed Tomo did not genuinely affect the power of his eyes. As for Xian-yi, his growth was nothing short of extraordinary. Oh, with a vast reserve of chakra, he was indeed free to do as he pleased. Xian-yi swallowed the unpalatable soldier pills, replenishing his energy with a faint smile on his face. During these 2 months, he had diligently refined his chakra, ultimately utilizing a significant portion of the cells within his body. With this alone, he had already stepped into the realm of J-nin level chakra. Has Shimi-sensei gone out to snipe the enemy's J-nin again? He truly enjoys acting alone. Kai munched on the soldier pills heartily, seemingly oblivious to the unpleasant taste, as his simple-mindedness left him without the inclination to dwell on how distasteful they were. As long as Xian-yi didn't complain about the taste, then these pills were considered delicious. I've never seen a J-nin who enjoys acting alone so much. Ichi added with a smile. Who knows how many insects Shimi has secretly unleashed? Whenever Yamanaka Shimi desires, those insects can transform into insect clones and join the battle at any moment. The perspective of Ji-wei, marked by patience, envelopes the surroundings. This is his source of confidence. Another intruder has arrived. Exercise caution. This individual appears formidable. Xian-yi exchanged a glance. Ahead, there stands a figure, rapidly absorbing nuclear radiation, exuding an air of overwhelming strength and self-assurance. In no time, the adversary approached, heading straight for Xian-yi and his companions. I found you. The talented team from Konoha. Another IWA ninja, I presume? Recently, most of the foes we've dispatched have been from your village. Ihui remarked with a cold smirk. The Ji-wei team, during this period, apart from brief returns to their village for rest, and to allow Xian-yi to create new shadow clones to tend to Granny Ban, have spent the majority of their time traversing the field, directly engaging in frequent skirmishes of relatively low intensity along the Western Front. Their encounters with IWA and Suna ninjas had long ceased to be infrequent. You three, the genius team from Konoha, have slain many of our comrades. I, Changshi, will personally extinguish your lives. Changshi declared with a menacing countenance, launching an attack. Doton, Retsudo Tensei. Changshi slammed his palm against the earth, and in an instant, the ground began to shatter explosively, with astonishing fissures rapidly spreading towards Xian-yi and his companions. This adversary was far stronger than the average Chunin, at the very least a specially designated Jonin. We must eliminate him quickly, otherwise, we may soon face a dire battle. Xian-yi sprang into action. The three transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly assaulting Changshi. Doton, Retsudo Tensei. Changshi unleashed a barrage of earthen needles, striking with overwhelming density, without adequate countermeasures. One could easily be overwhelmed. Xian-yi retaliated with a powerful shockwave, shattering the oncoming projectiles. Is this your special wind release technique? Indeed. It aligns with the intelligence we've gathered, Changshi sneered, pivoting to flee. In response, Xian-yi signaled, and the trio mirrored his retreat. At this moment, Changshi found himself in a predicament. Damn it, those little brats are surprisingly cautious. There's no choice now. Changshi's expression soured as he reluctantly turned back to pursue them. Just as he spoke, a figure silently emerged from behind a rock, brandishing a kunai, and lunged violently towards Xian-yi's neck. However, the exceptionally skilled guy unleashed the third gate, delivering a powerful punch that forced the IWA ninja back. finally revealed yourself. I recall you as a dark ninja from IWA. It must have taken considerable endurance for you to remain hidden until now. Shiranami scoffed, landing at a distance. Oh, you are aware of my name. Did you discover my presence earlier? Your sensory ninjutsu surpasses the intelligence reports. Konoha brat. My desire to eliminate you grows ever stronger. IWA Tai glared at him, the failure of his meticulously planned ambush darkening his mood. Changsha and IWA Tai, these two individuals. Shiranami now recognized them. They were the unfortunate souls brought down by Jiraiya's Rasengan in the original narrative. Many seek to take our lives, but I assure you, you are not among them. All of you shall perish, Shiranami declared. Commencing the intricate hand seals, a vast wave of radiation surged forth, howling fiercely as it rushed into the iron core. A fierce battle erupted. You little demon, do not think to vanquish me with your toxins. I have consumed a myriad of antidotes to fulfill my mission of ending your life. With bloodshot eyes, Yentai charged forward, drawing forth his dagger to collide violently with the kunai in Shiranami's grasp. Indeed, after 2 months, the Rock Ninja had officially devised a plan to hunt down the Micro Squad. The extraordinary talents, astounding lethality, and enigmatic abilities displayed by Shiranami and his companions had successfully captured the attention of both the rock and sand ninjas. The mission to eradicate the prodigies of rival villages has always held a high priority. Has Master Jiwei been detained by your formidable ones? Nevertheless, we alone possess the capability to eliminate the two of you. Ihyu activated her Sharingan. Her powerful insight and Genjutsu capabilities began to disrupt Changsha, as she and Kai collectively besieged the weaker Changsha. Meanwhile, Shiranami faced the menacing dark ninja Yentai alone. Unfazed by confronting a foe of Jounin caliber for the first time, Shiranami continued to form hand seals. Nuclear release, vibration wave. Hey, while this technique is formidable, how many times can you execute it with your meager chakra? Yentai hastily raised his hand to cleave the ground, leaping into the fissure below. Silently, he traversed through the crevice, approaching like a specter with astonishing speed. Noira Shiranami, the head of the genius rank just below Hatake Kakashi on the list of hunted talents will be claimed by me, the dark ninja of the rock village, Yentai. A deep greed and exhilaration illuminated Yentai's face as he swung his blade towards Shiranami's head. However, in the next moment, Shiranami's hand speed surged dramatically. Faster and faster. Vibration wave. Vibration wave. Vibration wave. Yentai was momentarily dumbfounded. The earth trembled violently, layers upon layers upheaved, while terrifying clouds of dust swirled. Trees uprooted and flung into the air. Under the relentless onslaught of this powerful shockwave, the ground was carved down by more than a meter. Yentai himself was brutally crushed by the unyielding barrage. Rock clone. Damn that leaf brat. This is not the chakra level one should possess at your age. Yentai was drenched in cold sweat, panting rapidly, feeling an overwhelming fatigue and weakness. Had he not cautiously sent out a rock clone to probe, he would have already perished. Now, this little brat's chakra should be nearly depleted. Such power at this age, this child must not be allowed to live. In some respects, he is even more terrifying than Kakashi. With gritted teeth, Yentai struck fiercely, thrusting his palm through Shiranami's chest. Yet, lamentably, this too is but a clone. The nuclear clone seized Yentai's arm. Even as its form began to disintegrate, it held fast. Then, it opened its mouth. A cloud of nuclear radiation erupted forth, as the entire form of this clone, dissolving, began to fill Yentai's body with radiation. Sizzle! With a single strike, Yentai shattered his own arm, his eyes burning with fury as he turned to attack Shiranami's true form in another direction. However, halfway through his charge, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. My body. How could this be? I have consumed so many antidotes. Yentai was stunned, lying on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his body entirely unresponsive. Do you think we have been leisurely resting and engaging in idle chatter for no reason? Shiranami shook his head. You merged yourself with the rock to evade most sensory ninjutsu. But alas, the efficacy of such a tactic diminishes before my techniques. Just a hair's breadth away. Shiranami too had nearly been deceived. However, the rock chosen by Yentai was insufficiently thick, allowing radiation to seep through gradually. Had this fool acted decisively from the outset, rather than seeking a perfect killing opportunity, he would not have been so severely affected by the radiation. Truly pitiable. Two elite Jounin launching an assault on them, who had just emerged from a fierce battle, was an exceedingly fitting stratagem. Yet, Yentai foolishly chose to hide, ultimately crafting his own tragic fate. Since the onset of that fierce battle, Shiranami had quietly disseminated a cloud of nuclear radiation, insidiously corroding Yen Tai's body, culminating in a direct explosion at this moment. What sort of poison is this? Our village can neutralize even Chiyo's toxins to some extent. Why is it ineffective against yours? Yen Tai's eyes were wide with disbelief. Over the past 2 months, intelligence regarding Xianyi had leaked. Many knew that this Leaf Village prodigy wielded not only a wind-style clearing technique, but also possessed a peculiar mastery over toxins. After sacrificing numerous lives, it was confirmed that this elusive toxin spread through the air, elevating the priority of hunting Xianyi to just below that of Kakashi. What bewildered the IWA and Suna Shinobi was their utter inability to obtain any samples of the toxin, a truly unfathomable predicament. Every recovered corpse and surviving individual revealed no trace of poison within their bodies. Muscle, blood, bone marrow, brain, none contained any remnants. It was as if the toxin simply did not exist. My toxin is insurmountable. Once infected, there is no remedy aside from me. Even if one does not perish, the residual effects linger for a lifetime. Yen Tai, you who consumed dozens of antidotes in a single breath. How arduous it must have been for you to endure the reaction in your quest to slay me. Xianyi produced a kunai, casting it from a distance, piercing Yen Tai's skull in one swift motion, while swiftly retracting his nuclear clone. Meanwhile, Kai had opened the fourth gate of pain, teaming up with Yi Hui to fiercely engage with Changshi. Magical technique, Shackles of the Damned. Yi Hui activated the Jinjutsu of his Sharingan, attempting to seize control of Changshi. Damn it, Yen Tai is actually... Changshi's face was a mask of disbelief, and in his fury, he prepared to flee. Nowhere is Xianyi. He is far more terrifying than that genius Kakashi. I must report this to the village. Such a monstrosity must be eradicated by any means necessary. At this moment, he gasped rapidly, finally realizing that his physical condition had deteriorated significantly, manifesting alarming issues. His heart raced violently, and his internal organs felt as if they were being consumed by flames, escalating in intensity. It was the poison from that wretched spirit. Longshore wore a grim smile. Then, he fell prey to a moment of illusion cast by EY, ultimately receiving a devastating blow from Kai that struck his heart, leading to his immediate demise. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Xianyi-san astonishingly dispatched the enemy even faster than we did. It is truly remarkable. Kai released the 8 gates technique and collapsed onto the ground, utterly fatigued. EY wiped the sweat from his brow, shifting his gaze in astonishment at the abundant chakra still present within Xianyi, seemingly untouched. What manner of creature is this? I have heard from the clan that there exists a being named Kisame Hashigaki from the mist, possessing an astonishing amount of chakra. Could it be that Xianyi-san is similarly endowed with such extraordinary talent? EY felt a twinge of envy. This time, there are no issues. We are quite safe. The Rock Ninja's hunting plan ends here. Xianyi opened his eyes and remarked nonchalantly, the hunting target is correct. The 3 of them have truly become each other's nightmare. Alas, the method was flawed, relying on ambushes and sneak attacks. A straightforward assault would have sufficed. Suddenly, Ninja Shirwei appeared beside the trio, carrying a corpse. Ah, Shirwei-sensei. You have finally returned. Weren't you at all concerned that we might be eliminated? Xianyi rubbed his neck. This opponent took some time to deal with. They devised an intricate strategy to delay me. I learned about the situation through my insects. Your excellence exceeded my expectations. After a fierce battle, you managed to eliminate 2 special jonin. Shirwei nodded slightly, indicating that his satisfaction was not merely a facade but genuine surprise. He had nearly succumbed to activating the multitude of insects hidden nearby to cover Xianyi and the others' escape. Such a simple task as creating a couple of insect clones would have sufficed to hold off the 2 rock ninjas. However, he was taken aback by the fact that Xianyi and his companions had successfully turned the tables. While special jonin may not match the regular ones in capability, achieving this feat was already remarkable. Even when compared to a peer such as Kakashi, it was commendable, particularly Xianyi, whose level of danger had, in many respects, far surpassed that of Kakashi. The 4 of them set off on their return journey. Along the way, Shirwei hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Xianyi, there is something I wish to inquire about. Some of my insects have undergone peculiar transformations. They seem capable of rapidly consuming chakra in large quantities, subsequently expanding in size. Such insects pose a significant risk and are no longer safe to integrate directly into my body. The radiation could lead to unpredictable consequences for life's genetics, with a 99% chance of extremely adverse outcomes. However, if the power of radiation were to be extended to the tenacious, abundant, yet structurally simple insects. It would indeed become exceedingly intriguing. The vast majority of insects would inevitably perish, leaving only a scant few individuals that would undergo genetic mutations, thus clinging to life. Presently, the esteemed shinobi, Zhihui, finds himself in such a bizarre predicament, one that leaves him utterly perplexed due to his complete lack of psychological preparation. Insects capable of rapid expansion in size? Certainly. In their ordinary form, they bear no distinction from common insects. However, the moment I feed them chakra, they become frenzied, insatiably devouring and expanding to hundreds of times their original size. In the encampment, Zhihui adjusted his sunglasses, feeling a sense of nostalgia. As one of the two remaining insect-controlling clans within the ninja realm, he had encountered and nurtured countless insects. Yet, witnessing the transformation of the parasitic insect he had raised for many years into such an oddity was undeniably perplexing. Zhihui gazed at Xian's furrowed brow. Thus, it appears that the excessive exposure to the toxins of his subordinate has resulted in an unknown mutation? Xian, is the poison you wield truly just poison? With his exceptionally high intelligence, Zhihui had begun to speculate over the past 2 months that this might not be a toxin in the conventional sense. Master, I wish to observe this fascinating insect, Xian spoke. Zhihui extended his index finger, revealing a parasitic insect no larger than a grain of rice. Appearing utterly ordinary as it crawled languidly, Xian promptly fed it chakra. In the next moment, the insect erupted into a frenzy, frantically lunging towards Xian's palm, voraciously consuming the chakra while simultaneously swelling at an astonishing rate to the size of a fist. Ah, so it is indeed influenced by my presence, leading to the mutation. Zhihui pondered. Can it be confirmed that he had never encountered such an insect before? I am certain. I have cultivated over 100 varieties of insects and have never seen one so peculiar. Xian nodded slightly, deep in thought, and the more he contemplated, the more this insect seemed eerily familiar. Could it be the great parasitic insect? Indeed, this creature was employed by Shino Aburame during the Fourth Shinobi War, where he unleashed it against the Ten-Tails split entity, allowing several insects to burrow into it, causing an astonishing expansion in size and easily dismantling the Ten-Tails from the inside out. Imagine the scene, a colossal Ten-Tails split entity being devoured by enormous, terrifying black insects, collapsing in a cacophony of despair. Such insects that could combat tailed beasts. Remarkably, they had yet to be born. If cultivated appropriately, they could serve as formidable weapons against large summoning beasts of the enemy. Master Zhihui, this indeed enhances your strategic advantage. Xian Yi's hands gripped the frenzied giant insect tightly. The black insect emitted a furious screech, its mandibles snapping voraciously, menacingly attempting to sever Xian Yi's head. Beneath the lenses of his sunglasses, a glimmer of light flickered in Zhihui's eyes. Is it true? So this is possible. If this insect could further expand in size, and with an increase in numbers, perhaps a method of control could be discovered. Maybe, just maybe, the Oil Maiden clan could possess a means to counter the tailed beasts. Those are embodiments of calamity, terrifying conglomerates of boundless chakra. Even the sheer magnitude of their forms instills dread in humanity, and even the most formidable of shinobi find themselves at a loss when confronting tailed beasts, lacking direct and effective means of suppression. A large summoning beast, you say? Even Zhihui, with his exceptional temperament, felt his heart race and his breath quicken at this moment. He gazed at Xian Yi's deeply meaningful face. I understand now, Xian Yi. You truly are a junior who continually surprises me. Upon our return to the village, I would be delighted to welcome you to my home for a thorough discussion. I would be most pleased, Teacher Zhihui, Xian Yi replied with a smile. Returning the large insect to Zhihui before stepping out of the tent, he glanced up at the overcast sky. Though he had been prepared, this outcome was not unfavorable. Leveraging the large insect and potentially more mutated insects in the future as bargaining chips to bind the powerful Oil Maiden clan to my side is quite advantageous. Xian Yi chuckled softly. Insects indeed exhibit a rapid rate of mutation, far surpassing that of humanity. Xian Yi, what are you discussing? Must you do so behind our backs? Asked Hui. Standing outside with a gentle smile, her hair playfully draped over her shoulder. Ah, this human before me seems to possess considerable mutation speed as well, having matured to this extent in just over a year. No, we were merely discussing a new mission, and now it rests on Teacher Zhihui's decision. Xian Yi replied nonchalantly. He held no concern that someone like Zhihui would betray him, as this was a matter that could influence the fate of their clan, involving a power capable of revitalizing their lineage and ensuring its continued legacy. Even if the Hokage sensed something amiss, They would think twice before targeting the secret techniques of the Oil Maiden clan, lest the clans such as the Waitsuka and the Inazuka, known for their secret arts, take severe offense. Quietly, the path is widened. Huh? What is Shiranami saying? I completely don't understand. Kai looked at him in confusion. At the Western Front base, the nominal Supreme Commander, Tsunade, had just finished dealing with a mountain of paperwork and issued a new task arrangement when she stretched lazily, intending to take a brief rest. However, upon looking up, she was startled, instinctively assuming a combat stance. Huh? What is it? Oh, it's you, Jiwei. When did you arrive without saying a word? Tsunade sighed in relief. How outrageous. I've been waiting for nearly 5 minutes, and you didn't notice at all? Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses and directly presented a scroll. I'm here to hand over a mission. This contains the heads of 2 special jonin and 1 jonin from the Rock Village. Oh, as expected of you, Jiwei. Your presence alleviates a significant burden from me. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, settling heavily into her seat, causing a vigorous tremor that exuded an air of grandeur. Shizen lowered her head and spoke solemnly. Lady Tsunade, you have misunderstood. Among the 3 heads, only the Jonin was my target. The 2 special Jonin have no connection to me. What? Could it be that the new generation team you brought along accomplished this? Tsunade exclaimed, incredulous. What a jest. Although they are indeed remarkable, they are still too young. How could they possibly take down 2 special Jonin at such an age? Shizen, you rarely display such humor. Tsunade chuckled. You know me well. I never jest. My 3 subordinates are exceptionally talented, truly geniuses. After repeated confirmations, Tsunade was genuinely astonished. 3 young kids had managed to collaborate and eliminate 2 special Jonin of the Rock Village? Of course, Tsunade dismissed the derogatory title of Dark Ninja associated with them. But considering the ages of Jinichi and his companions, even employing some clever tactics, their achievement was quite remarkable. Aside from Kakashi Hatake, I have never witnessed such rapid growth in my juniors. This new generation is indeed producing numerous extraordinary children. Tsunade mused, suddenly inquiring. I have heard that the boy named Jinichi possesses a bloodline limit that can create a formidable toxin. Indeed, Shizen adjusted her sunglasses. It is a potent poison. A weapon Jinichi utilizes to counter his foes. I see. A lad with such a penchant for toxins must pique Orochimaru's interest. Just a few varieties of poison would provide ample material for this young one to study, Tsunade remarked, resting her chin in her hand while rhythmically tapping the table. Tsunade was well versed in toxins. Her primary role on the Western Front was twofold, to stabilize the morale of her troops and intimidate the enemy, as well as to counteract poisons, swiftly neutralizing the concoctions of that old hag Chiyo. However, Tsunade had little affection for the creation of poisons. It was Orochimaru who harbored a fascination for them. Yet, having such a young one accompanying you must be somewhat burdensome. His toxins would be easily countered by your parasitic insect, which is indeed a remarkably versatile creature, Tsunade laughed. This time, Shizen remained silent. But Tsunade took it as tacit agreement. Soon, Tsunade began to formally initiate the process of concealing information regarding Jinichi and his companions. Though such measures would only temporarily delay their complete exposure, intelligence about the trio had already begun circulating among the rock and sand ninja. Moreover, whispers of their exploits were subtly filtering back to the Leaf Village's shinobi. As Shizen and her 3 subordinates prepared to depart the Western Frontline camp and embark on their journey back to Konoha, some Leaf Ninja who had engaged with the enemy began to take notice of Shizen's squad. Under the leadership of elite Jonin Shizen, the rookie team had, in just 2 months, completed an impressive total of 9 B-rank missions and 1 A-rank mission, an astonishing achievement indeed. The names of the 3 prodigies of the new generation, Shiranami and his companions, have begun to circulate, albeit only among a select few who have collaborated with them. Most remain oblivious to the specifics of their remarkable talents, only aware of their formidable strength and immense potential. The fresh recruits led by the aspiring elite Jiwei must indeed be exceptionally gifted. One cannot help but anticipate their future. It is said that the leader is a descendant of the Noera clan. As many Konoha ninjas observed Shiranami and his companions exiting the main camp, expressions of relief and joy adorned their faces. The more talented juniors our village produces, the better. Humph, a bunch of fools trying to uncover details about Shiranami and the others. They should just ask me, for I was the first to collaborate with them. Oh, is Brother Chuan Gong well acquainted with them? Of course, they are remarkable youngsters indeed. It seems they are returning to the village. I hope all goes well for them. Among the crowd, Haiyu Chuan Gong sincerely wished them well. On the journey back, a sudden commotion erupted from the giant parasitic insects. Jiwei-sensei, please control them. The name giant parasitic insect is quite apt, yet these creatures have become overly agitated. I can only halt their growth by cutting off their chakra supply. The 4 members of Jiwei's team looked helplessly at the writhing mass of large black insects before them. It was unclear what had caused this frenzy. These mutated parasites, now referred to as the giant parasitic insects, were rampaging within Jiwei's body. Fortunately, Jiwei managed to expel them in time. I need to devote some time to meticulously sort through the tens of thousands of insects within me, isolating the mutated ones for further cultivation. Jiwei retrieved a scroll and summoned numerous jars and containers, sealing the insects within to induce a deep slumber before dispersing them once more. The summoning technique is indeed a remarkably convenient art. Xian-yi, are you interested in this technique? I can teach you. After resolving the incident with the giant parasitic insects, the 4 returned to Konoha. Following a stringent examination at the gate, confirming their identities and ensuring they were not enemies in disguise, they were granted passage. Jiwei headed to the Hokage building to report, while Xian-yi and his companions enjoyed a brief respite. Each return to Konoha reaffirms the essence of peace. War is truly the most dreadful of calamities. Standing amidst the bustling streets, Xian-yi reflected, squinting at the throng of villagers. To safeguard this precious peace and to fulfill Xian-yi's dream, I must dedicate myself to rigorous training and protect all that we cherish. Kai clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. Oh, Kai, it seems you are quite attuned to Xian-yi's will. So pursuing his dream has become your own? Indeed. That is the essence of youth. Xian-yi, Ihue, my blood is boiling. I have decided to run on my hands around the village 3 times. Care to join me? I truly appreciate your efforts, Kai. With a look of regret, Kai executed a handstand and dashed away, stirring up a cloud of dust in the street. Xian-yi, it appears we are now left with just the 2 of us. Do you have any plans for the near future? Ihue clasped her hands behind her back and smiled. At first glance, she resembled a girl brimming with anticipation, awaiting a romantic response from her beloved. However, in reality, I intend to dedicate some time to researching new techniques, Ihue. It seems you have more concrete plans. If I were to decline, would you resort to ambushing me under the cover of night to achieve your goals? Hee, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. For no one knows the extent of the cards Xian-yi has hidden up his sleeve, nor the nature of the agreement made with teacher Jiwei. The parasitic insect, that peculiar creature, seems to be related to this, doesn't it? A glimmer of danger flickered across Ihui's smiling face. The power of radiation was first experienced by Ihue. She endured a year of hardship, severely taxing her body, all in pursuit of this intense stimulus to grow stronger. Temporarily breaking free from her mediocre potential, a classic case of hasty cultivation. Thus, upon encountering the parasitic insect, she immediately drew a connection to its cause, and an overwhelming sense of crisis welled up within her. It was akin to the sensation of something that belonged to her being abruptly snatched away. Xian-yi nodded, chuckling softly. You understand, then. Every ounce of power you now possess has been marked with a price, one that must be repaid, even if the cost is your life. This is entirely fair. I have long since come to this realization. Therefore, Xian-yi, I implore you to assist me in my training. Xian-yi ultimately refrained from agreeing to assist her in her cultivation. It was not yet the opportune moment. In contrast to the notion of cultivation, Xian-yi finally had the chance to examine Ihui's physique. The basement of Ihui's home presented itself as an excellent venue for experimentation, perfectly suited for such endeavors. A faint smile graced Xian-yi's face as he pressed Ihui onto the examination table, proceeding seamlessly with blood extraction and observation. However, Xian-yi's expression grew increasingly grave. Could it be that my own body has undergone a mutation, akin to those parasitic creatures? Ihui maintained a facade of tranquility, her smile a mere illusion. Clad in a white lab coat, Xian-yi nodded slightly, remarking, "It appears you are psychologically prepared. Seeking strength through such methods entails a price. As of now, it is unclear to what extent your body has mutated, but I suspect it is quite dire. A mediocre individual, barely 10, not yet 11, has surpassed the typical mid-level shinobi in terms of strength. Such radical augmentation raises concerns that Ihui's body may already be nurturing cancerous cells. Upon meticulous examination, it was evident your cells are problematic, exhibiting a diminished quantity compared to normal, with an accelerated proliferation rate, yet a remarkably shorter lifespan. Moreover, sporadic cells were alarmingly active, engaged in relentless self-division. This is carcinogenesis. After extracting several vials of blood, Xian-yi discerned a troubling pattern. Cancer cells. Given the current conditions, One could almost classify Yi as an early-stage cancer patient. Furthermore, it is a comprehensive affliction. Internal organs, muscles, fibers, bone marrow, and even the brain are all implicated. Carcinogenesis. How much longer can I possibly live? Yi displayed an unsettling calmness. Perhaps she had long since come to terms with this reality, willing to pay any price to transcend her mundane fate. Yet, Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he transmitted a portion of his chakra, which, upon stimulating the cancerous cells, induced an extraordinary transformation, amplifying their activity. This power of chakra. Should you cease to receive my energy now, given your constitution, you might mitigate the severity of your condition, allowing you to live another 10 to 20 years without difficulty. However, you will be unable to maintain your current rate of progress, and even sustaining your present strength will prove challenging. Yi gazed at Yi, who lay silently upon the examination table. After a moment of contemplation, Yi finally spoke. Yi, please assist me in my cultivation. Have you made your decision? Your body has already suffered from frequent exposure to my power, resulting in the destruction of numerous healthy cells, which has weakened your constitution. Your capacity to bear my strength will diminish, further deteriorating your health. This is a vicious cycle. If it continues, you may only have 3 years at most. And in a worse scenario, merely 1 or 2 years remaining. Yi's gaze deepened as he regarded the individual before him. To maintain the facade of genius to this extent, is it truly worth it? To spend a lifetime merely to bloom for a fleeting moment? However, Yi, do you truly comprehend the implications of carcinogenesis? Even with the omnipotent energy of chakra, which intertwines the realms of spirit and matter, suppressing certain inevitable occurrences. Cancer is never merely about the disease itself. A gentle smile graced Yi's face as she replied, with her characteristic cheerfulness, Yi-san. Someone of your brilliance could never fathom my sentiments. You have always been a genius. The past few years of mediocrity were merely a result of awakening a new lineage. My circumstances, however, are different. From the moment I was born, I was deemed an ordinary individual by my clan, average talent, commonplace insight. And the likelihood of ever awakening the Sharingan was, for me, almost non-existent. Can you grasp that feeling? Within the Uchiha clan, a lineage devoted to the pursuit of power, each person occupies a unique position, showcasing their lifelong worth, while I, the mediocre one, possess little value. When I fortuitously stumbled upon that place, the realm created by Yi-san, the intense stimulation it provided to my body made me realize that a pivotal moment in my destiny had arrived. In the span of a year, I consumed every plant in that realm and began to ingest the very soil itself, desperately extracting that invigorating power. I could feel myself growing stronger, and when the moment came that I awakened the Sharingan, I knelt on the ground in the stillness of the night, weeping uncontrollably. A year. If I could shine with a brilliance I had never before experienced in my entire life, I would willingly pay the price, even if it meant offering my life to the devil. Yi sat up decisively, donned her attire, and calmly arranged her long black hair. In silence, a cascade of black strands fell away. She continued her motions without the slightest pause, as if she were oblivious to the loss. Truly remarkable. Each individual harbors their own obsessions. A bird that has tasted the exhilaration of flight will never allow itself to remain caged. Yi, perhaps I might discover a remedy for you before your time runs out, Yi remarked lightly. Though I have some inkling, do not harbor excessive hope. Yet Yi smiled. That S nodded. I recall you once said, when you vanquished Yin Tai, that individuals infected by you are beyond salvation. Indeed, I did proclaim such a thing. However, if it were you, reaching this point might enable you to achieve even more audacious feats. Someone like you may yet uncover an alternative path, Yi replied candidly. Chakra. It is the power that unites spirit and body, transcending from matter to energy, from the mortal realm to the afterlife. This force is omnipresent. Chakra must be refined by merging the individual's soul power with the life force of approximately 130 trillion cells within the body. Ordinary cells, after a certain number of divisions, succumb to death. Yet cancer cells are notoriously known for their insatiable propensity for division, possessing the ability to replicate indefinitely. If all cancer cells could be controlled and utilized as a reservoir for refining chakra's bodily power, perhaps it could extend one's lifespan. In the world of Naruto, it seems that ninjas are immune to cancer. Could it be that during the extraction of chakra, the life energy of cancer cells is drained, thereby suppressing or even obliterating them? Or perhaps, as I speculate, in a nearly absurd possibility, Yi gazed at Yi's slowly departing silhouette. The sample size is too limited, especially considering that the profession of a ninja is inherently perilous. Very few live to the age of 50. Some hypotheses, whether they can be validated, require more meticulous calculations, screenings, and ultimately, conclusive experimentation. The concept of vitality. In relation to infinitely dividing cancer cells that reach a form of immortality and chakra. If you truly can endure this ordeal, perhaps you might transform into a majestic bird soaring through the heavens. A decade of silence, followed by a stunning revelation. At the Uchiha clan grounds, two figures were engaged in an intense battle, the ferocity of which far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary chunin. Whoosh! Ihui suddenly unleashed a flurry of shurikens while swiftly retreating, an impressive ocular prowess quickly coalescing in his left eye. Illusory technique. Magical restraint. This technique, a jinjutsu of the Sharingan, allows one to perceive the horrifying images buried in their heart. Futile. I too possess the Sharingan. This illusion cannot ensnare me. In the next moment, the Uchiha Chunin appeared stunned, confronted by a vision of countless clan members' corpses, drenched in blood. This is bad. I cannot be. The Chunin attempted to regain his composure, but alas, it was too late. Ihui struck him down with a powerful fireball jutsu, inflicting severe injury. That will suffice. Well done, remarked Uchiha Shana, leaning on his cane, nodding in satisfaction. I truly apologize. Lord Ihui is exceedingly powerful. Those eyes are capable of ensnaring even one as cautious as I. The Chunin struggled to rise, his body scorched, yet he humbly knelt before Ihui, and then staggered away to tend to his wounds. You have worked hard, Ihui said with a smile, watching the retreating figure. Shana then spoke. Ihui, your rate of improvement surpasses my expectations. In just over a year, you have become the most exceptional talent within the clan. I am quite pleased. Thank you, Elder. Serving the clan and showcasing my abilities is my true value, Ihui replied with a grin. Shana gazed at Ihui, who was turning to leave, and suddenly spoke. Your demeanor is not as elevated as it should be, even with your efforts to disguise it. The signs are evident. My eyes cannot be deceived. The three-tomo Sharingan gleamed in Shana's gaze. Ihui, it seems you are facing difficulties. Have you quarreled with your companions? Yet you were getting along so well, or are you experiencing uncertainty about your future? Shana's gaze was piercing. He had survived since the era of the second Hokage. More importantly, he inherited the will of Uchiha Madara and was the most radical among the Uchiha clan. No, Elder. I merely believe that to shine in this era is truly a remarkable feat. Ihui gently tucked her hair behind her ear. I see. Yet the glow of fireflies pales in comparison to that of the sun. Ihui, you seem to have grown somewhat gaunt. Your complexion is quite pallid. If my conjecture is correct, it must be the bloodline disease. Am I right? Shana stood silently, observing the slight hesitation in the figure of the prodigy, his gaze profound. On his aged visage, there was only an endless tranquility. Elder, I have long since declared that you cannot deceive these eyes of mine. Once all options are eliminated, what confounds your vision is but this singular possibility. Shana sighed. Indeed, it is the bloodline disease. A curse-like affliction that has lingered among the ranks of the gifted for millennia. It is not solely the Uchiha clan that faces such instances. Other ancient lineages occasionally present similar cases. The more extraordinary the youth, the closer they draw to this inexorable curse. The greater the extraction of their bloodline's power, the more the curse within is ignited. The principle behind this, a fleeting doubt flickered in Shana's eyes. He could not fathom the underlying reasons. Yet he must ensure Ihui's survival. The onset of bloodline disease at merely 10 years old is truly terrifying. By all conventional logic, Ihui's talent should undoubtedly surpass that of the Uchiha clan. However, Ihui, is your bloodline disease truly a result of your own actions without any external influences? Shana bore into Ihui's defiant gaze. At this moment, Shana began to grasp the situation. No era jinchūriki, a novel bloodline limit, has enabled one deemed mediocre within the clan to ascend to such heights, and those rather peculiar double-tomo Sharingan. Remarkable indeed. Yet it appears the cost is equally burdensome. Can your affliction be cured? I can intervene and seek out the most elite medical ninjas. Even Lady Tsunade may not be out of reach. No, I have my own methods. I should. Shana nodded slightly, speaking slowly. So jinchūriki has already taken note of your ailment. Though I am aged, my experiences remain should you encounter difficulties in the future. Feel free to seek my assistance. Perhaps I can be of help. Ihui, the entire Uchiha clan shall forever stand as your support. Remember this. Having said this, Elder Shana turned and departed. Ihue gazed at Shauna's almost unguarded back for a moment before resuming her training with an air of nonchalance. Even as life approaches its twilight, certain matters must still be addressed. As Genichi left Ihue's home, he contemplated finding the time to establish a hidden laboratory of his own. Ah, is that not Ihue's companion? Care to sample my char siu? No, thank you, Uncle Xiao. Next time for sure. Genichi replied with a smile. In this era, the biological technology of the Hokage world has only advanced to the cellular level. To delve deeper into research, truly precise and high-end instruments are still required. As he pondered, Shiranami simultaneously planned to depart from the Uchiha clan's territory. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, 2 shadow clones appeared, dashing towards Obito's residence. Obito's grandmother, we are here to take over. We assure you that nothing will happen. A faint echo of an elder's ire seemed to drift through the air. Shiranami chose to ignore it, for they were all so familiar with one another that there was no need for niceties. Occasionally expressing one's true feelings was perfectly acceptable. Upon leaving the Uchiha clan grounds, Shiranami made his way to the bustling food street, intending to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. The lively chatter was delightful. Yet he couldn't help but wonder how many of these individuals would perish in the wars to come over the next 2 decades. Peace. Such a luxurious dream. Shiranami shook his head slightly. Throughout the entire Naruto series, no one had yet discovered a genuine and feasible path to lasting peace. Even after the 4th Great Ninja War, which resulted in the sealing of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the so-called peace that emerged was merely a consequence of a significant loss of life, leaving a sparse population to enjoy the limited resources available. Mutual understanding among people? The path of the prince would inevitably fail after just a generation or 2. Shiranami had come to realize the futility of permanent peace and had begun to formulate a vague plan to seek his own way. Suddenly, he found himself locking eyes with someone. Damn it, you bastard Shiranami. What are you doing here? A furious Akane, who had just devoured a skewer of dumplings, was momentarily enraged. However, Shiranami's attention had already shifted from Akane, clad in her kimono, to the figure beside her. Dressed similarly in a kimono, it was Orochimaru. So, you are Shiranami-kun? Quite an impressive junior. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Orochimaru said. Extending his long tongue to ensnare another skewer of dumplings, his voice raspy yet intrigued. It is indeed a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Orochimaru, Shiranami replied, slightly bowing, concealing any peculiarities. He refrained from contemplating whether this encounter was fortuitous or intentional, for it had become irrelevant. Teacher, it's this guy. He caused me to lose the competition last time and robbed me of my sense of taste, the scoundrel. Akane exclaimed in indignation, eager to challenge Shiranami. Having been bested by a single blow, she felt like a mere stepping stone in Shiranami's rise to fame. To make matters worse, for some inexplicable reason, her sense of taste had dulled, rendering her dumplings flavorless. Stand down, Akane. You are not his match. He's already a renowned genius of Konoha and has no reason to lose to you. Moreover, my healing of you has only just begun. Do not act rashly. Orochimaru emitted a low and hoarse laughter, expressing his delight at the awakening of Shiranami's bloodline limit, which astonishingly achieved cellular-level destruction and distortion. The mere recollection of the numerous oral cells he had harvested from Hongdo ignited a surge of excitement within him. Those once normal oral cells had undergone remarkable mutations in astonishing proportions. I must extend my gratitude to you, Shiranami. Had you delayed in extracting that power, Hongdo may have met her demise at your hands, Orochimaru remarked with a frightening smile. I truly regret such an eventuality. I do not blame you. In fact, I eagerly anticipate your performance. Perhaps you may become one of my subordinates. Orochimaru's gaze was fixated intently on Shiranami, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. What had he discovered? A mobile repository capable of inciting cellular mutations. This was immensely appealing to Orochimaru, who relentlessly pursued immortality and fervently collected and studied various bloodline limits. Cellular mutations signified the unknown, and the unknown was precisely what Orochimaru cherished most. Shiranami smiled as he observed Orochimaru dragging Hongdo away. He had also ordered some dumplings from the vendor moments ago, and quietly sought a vacant spot to indulge in his meal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shiranami finally rose to return home. It appeared he had indeed caught Orochimaru's attention. If I were a scientist, I would undoubtedly be intrigued by radiation, he mused, shaking his head with a smile. This was rather disconcerting news. To engage closely with Orochimaru without sufficient strength was to court danger. It seemed imperative to carefully contemplate future actions. That evening, in a clandestine laboratory, Orochimaru continued his experiments as usual. methodically dissecting the corpses he had secretly gathered from the battlefield, conducting intricate examinations. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, I can no longer afford to delay. He requires you on the battlefield to alleviate the pressure. Shimura Danzo entered with an air of indifference. Ah, I have long been prepared. Yet, you, Danzo. Were you not supposed to confront those clowns from the mist in the Eastern Front? Why the hesitation to act? Orochimaru sneered coldly. Danzo's expression darkened. I do not require your guidance. Do not forget your place. Understood. What a rigid fellow you are, Orochimaru retorted as he plunged a knife into a corpse, extracting a heart and carefully storing it in a vessel. After a while, Danzo grew impatient. When will you fulfill your promise? When will the experiment of merging Hashirama's cells with the Sharingan commence? Soon, be patient. I require more Sharingan as specimens, Orochimaru replied. Humph. I will find a way to procure more eyes, but you must deliver results. Danzo cast a glance around the laboratory, littered with severed limbs, and departed with a stoic expression. Acquiring Sharingan should not be overly complicated. He promptly set off towards the eastern battlefield, where the Uchiha clan's main force was engaged in combat against the Mist Ninjas, resulting in daily fatalities. I recall that the new generation prodigy of the Uchiha clan is a member of Team Shirwei. In Danzo's solitary eye, a sinister intent surged. Shirhei, although you have recently joined Root, I trust you have gained some awareness. I now require you to monitor every member of Team Shirwei and brainwash both Iwai and Schwani, devising a means to integrate them into Root. Danzo exited the laboratory and issued commands to the Root members stationed at the entrance. Understood, Lord Danzo. All for the sake of Konoha. They are the ninjas needed by Root, but concerning Hokage-sama, do not worry about Hisashi. If those two are willing to join Root, even Hisashi would be unable to intervene in time. Danzo spoke with indifference. Shirhei nodded slightly and silently followed Danzo. His expression beneath the mask was filled with reverence whenever he gazed upon Danzo. Sensing this fervent gaze, Danzo felt immense satisfaction. Yamanaka Shirhei, a ninja adept in nanotoxic insects, is truly exceptional, possessing the resolve to dedicate himself to Konoha. Meanwhile, Schwani sat on his bed, his consciousness sinking as he once again entered the dim space. This time, he stood 90 meters away from Godzilla, having advanced a mere 10 meters. Progress was halted. With my chakra, this was the extent of my capabilities. Schwani concentrated a substantial amount of chakra, comparable to that of a Jonin, yet it only elicited a slight reaction from the colossal creature before him. This left Schwani feeling helpless. What a terrifying giant it was. His earlier encounter with Orochimaru had instilled a profound sense of crisis within him, compelling him to seek greater power. The most desirable outcome would be to swiftly acquire Godzilla's strength, if not to transform into Godzilla, at least to attain the ability to generate something akin to the tailed beast cloak. He currently existed in a state reminiscent of a jinchūriki, following a path that seemed most suitable. However, this colossal being was in such a deep slumber, showing no interest in anything beyond chakra, which posed a significant challenge. Sitting cross-legged at the 90-meter mark, Schwani pondered briefly before determination flickered in his eyes. It was time to take a risk. Chakra, a force originating from the Ten Tails Divine Tree, required exploration of the Divine Tree itself for any research on chakra. Conveniently, he possessed an item connected to the Divine Tree, the body of White Zetsu. For the next 3 days, Schwani immersed himself in the laboratory. He even began extracting his own cells for comparison with White Zetsu's cells, embarking on a particular experiment. The experimental equipment was rather rudimentary. He needed to find a way to acquire more sophisticated instruments. Schwani furrowed his brow, beginning his systematic study of White Zetsu's cells. This marked the first time he had undertaken a thorough investigation of this substance. To don the guise of Godzilla, one must first nourish this colossal being with an abundant supply of chakra, necessitating a reliable chakra generator. The White Zetsu cells, also referred to as God Tree cells, possess formidable vitality should one uncover the secrets of this entity. Xian-E, with an air of composure, severed a portion of the White Zetsu's corpse. Over the past 2 months, Xian-E has shown brilliantly on the western battlefield, displaying not only his bewildering bloodline abilities, but also achieving significant feats with his nuclear clone technique. By utilizing the flesh of White Zetsu as a vessel for the chakra core and employing his own bodily tissue as a framework, combined with the replication principles of shadow clones, he has created a nuclear clone that, in certain respects, rivals the wood clone technique. Its only shortcomings lie in its endurance and stability. Among all the clone techniques in the Naruto universe, the wood clone is undoubtedly the most formidable when separated. It can function as an individual, exhibiting no deficiencies in combat prowess, endurance, resilience, or self-healing capabilities. When Madara confronted the 5 Kage, he deployed a multitude of wood clones to activate Susanoo, mercilessly assaulting the 5 Kage in a display of overwhelming power. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Xian Yi's nuclear clone is incomplete. Even the white Zetsu clones cannot withstand prolonged exposure to nuclear radiation. The radiation ultimately annihilates all white Zetsu cells, resulting in the distortion and collapse of the entire nuclear clone. Under the microscope, Xian Yi observed the white Zetsu cells. Despite the passage of time since its demise, a significant number of cells retained their vitality. This tenacity is truly formidable. While Xian Yi lacks the life force bestowed by the Kagaya bloodline, he possesses another entity brimming with vitality, cancer cells. The primary issue with cancer cells, however, lies in their disorderliness and aggressiveness. They proliferate uncontrollably, severely lacking in regulatory mechanisms. Should cancer cells proliferate to a substantial scale, they can evolve into a terrifying affliction. My nuclear clone may rely on white Zetsu cells for its initial development, but it cannot be compared to the wood clone technique. Even the resilient white Zetsu cells cannot endure prolonged nuclear radiation. According to Xian Yi's estimates, a nuclear clone can only maintain its health for a maximum of 15 minutes. Beyond this threshold, the longer it endures, the more rapidly it deteriorates. This estimation holds true even without engaging in combat. Should high-intensity battles ensue, its lifespan would diminish drastically. Thus, it is imperative to discover a suitable substitute for the white Zetsu cells, one capable of withstanding the ravages of radiation. Xian Yi began to formulate ideas, particularly considering that the white Zetsu, being devoid of organs or a brain, exists solely as a construct of singular cells, presumably connected by a consciousness that enables thought and speech. Furthermore, the experiential sharing characteristic of shadow clones must be taken into account. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Yi retrieved a test tube and meticulously examined a sample of cancer cells. He then proceeded to take a small incision of flesh from himself, embarking on the endeavor to cultivate his own core. After being removed from their original environment, the multitude of cells lost the stable symbiotic mechanism established by Xian Yi and Godzilla, rapidly undergoing distortion under the relentless assault of nuclear radiation. After countless attempts, Xian Yi finally succeeded in cultivating his own cancer cells. He meticulously extracted the cancer cells and engaged in fervent cultivation. By directly infusing chakra, a boundless source of energy, he stimulated the growth of the cells. Xian Yi transmitted his chakra, and in an instant, astonishing changes occurred. The scattered cancer cells erupted with exaggerated proliferation, replicating at an exponential rate under the immense supply of Xian Yi's chakra. A mass of writhing flesh began to expand at an alarming speed, materializing from nothingness. Boom! The glass vessel shattered explosively. Observing from his position, Xian Yi unleashed a fireball technique, incinerating the mass of flesh. However, the impact and searing heat did not obliterate it. Rather, the damage seemed to incite further madness within the mass. In a vague manner, the mass writhed violently, guided by the enigmatic power of chakra, which, to some extent, also carried Xian Yi's spiritual energy. A heart-stopping revelation dawned upon Xian Yi. The more the mass consumed chakra, the more its form began to morph towards a humanoid shape, increasingly resembling Xian Yi himself. Fascinating. The combination of cancer cells, chakra, and Godzilla's radiation had resulted in such an extraordinary transformation, yet it remained uncontrollable, lacking a crucial key. Xian Yi observed the phenomenon without severing the chakra supply. What was still needed? Kagaya's bloodline, yin-yang release, or something else entirely? However, these deficiencies could potentially be compensated for by other means. In the next moment, the mass struggled to assume a humanoid form, its features gradually emerging, distinctly resembling a second Xian Yi. A low, instinctive growl emerged as its mouth formed. In a frenzied twist, it instinctively crawled towards the source of its life and energy, Xian Yi. Stepping back 2 paces, Xian Yi abruptly cut off the chakra supply. Without the energy source, the aggressive proliferation was curtailed, leading to the starvation and subsequent atrophy of the majority of cancer cells. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Cancer cells were not omnipotent and, by nature, lacked the ability to construct a body or create a mouth and vocal cords. Had my consciousness influenced its evolutionary direction? Chakra, indeed, is a power that bridges the realms of spirit and matter, connecting the living world with the afterlife. What lay before him, a mere cancer cell, had embarked on a path reminiscent of the white Zetsu, seeking the essence of life and commencing a comprehensive transformation towards the form of life's origin. Ultimately, it began to resemble something akin to the white Zetsu. With the experiment having progressed to this stage, Shin-E realized that his objectives had already been fulfilled. It was unrealistic to expect to achieve monumental results in a single endeavor. I am merely one crucial key away. Since the fusion of spiritual energy with cellular vitality is what allows for the creation of chakra, this ghastly entity, constructed entirely from countless cancerous cells, can be nourished with sustenance other than chakra, thus endowing these cancer cells with boundless vitality, an infinite reservoir of cellular energy. And if I can find a way to reconnect it with my spiritual power, such a being would be nothing short of perfection. A being capable of self-extracting chakra, and to a certain extent, possessing limitless vitality. Thus, the cancerous clone is born. Obito's grandmother, who was under the comprehensive care of two shadow clones, suddenly opened her eyes. Was this sensation white Zetsu? Yet something felt amiss. Contemplating, she sat up. Ah. Obito's grandmother, how have you awakened? It is still your sleeping time. Maintaining a good routine is essential for prolonging life. One of the shadow clones promptly pressed her back down. Granny Madara bit her teeth in secret, estimating the remaining lifespan of her current physical form. She needed to select the perfect moment to provoke Obito and then pass away, but regrettably, she had yet to find that opportunity. The little imp from the Nara clan clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Shinobi from the Nara clan, I will eventually eliminate you. Granny Madara slowly closed her eyes. In the vicinity of the Kamui Bridge, the original Madara summoned White Zetsu, inquiring about the situation with Girin. I cannot approach, Lord Madara. That little brat wields a bloodline limit that severely counters me. As soon as I draw near, I am affected by that power. How much do you know about his bloodline? Generally speaking, it cannot be classified as a toxin, but rather a unique energy field. As long as one is within his perceptual range, they will be disturbed by that force. Should I seek an opportunity to assassinate him? If I join forces with Jago, we might be able to penetrate the swarm of insects created by Shino and successfully eliminate him. White Zetsu chuckled ominously. No need. Such a little brat is insignificant. Lacking the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, he is destined to remain a mere supporting character on this stage. The original Madara slowly closed his eyes. In Konoha, as the experiment progressed, Girin came to increasingly comprehend the terrifying nature of the shadow clone technique. This purely chakra-based construct, when it detonates, can relay all memories back to the original body. The crucial key, I have grasped half of it. Girin nodded slightly. Once the complete core doppelganger, the cancer clone, is created, many issues will cease to be issues. When Girin finally emerged from the laboratory after several days, he unexpectedly received news. Oh, has Minato actually returned to the village? Walking down the street, many villagers were fervently discussing Lord Minato. Lord Minato, that man who always wears a smile. It is thanks to him that we repelled the hidden cloud village. In the village of Lianyan, even the formidable jinchūriki found themselves outmatched. The streets were bustling with lively crowds, and upon catching sight of Minato, cheers erupted, underscoring his immense popularity. It is no wonder, for Minato is a rare emerging powerhouse of the shinobi world, deserving of such acclaim. Shin-E squeezed through the throngs, donning an equally spirited expression as he observed the scene unfold. He witnessed Minato, beaming with joy, leading a group of injured frontline ninjas back to the village in triumphant glory. Amidst the crowd, he also spotted Hayakawa Mikami, whose arm was bound in bandages. Grinning like a fool, Shin-E-san, come quickly. Kakashi is fighting Genshin. Guy shouted excitedly, seizing Shin-Yi's arm and dragging him off in a frenzy. To the uninformed, these two eager youths appeared intent on a grand adventure. Look, that is Kakashi, Guy declared proudly, pointing toward the training ground where a confrontation was underway. Of course, I know who Kakashi is, Shin-E replied, though they were not in the same class. The strongest genius of Konoha is known to all. However, what could have prompted Genshin to challenge Kakashi? Was it a case of a middle-tier student daring to confront the top student? At that moment, a resounding impact echoed as Kakashi landed a powerful blow to Genshin's head, causing him to spew blood and be sent sprawling. The force was devastating, seemingly intended to inflict serious harm. So you are the infamous Shiranami Shin-E. Minato-sensei holds you in high regard. Let us settle this, Kakashi declared, his aura radiating menace. Having lost his father merely 2 years prior, Kakashi's mindset had veered toward the extreme, making him susceptible to darkness. He unsheathed his white fang short sword, disregarding Genshin as he approached Shin-E step by deliberate step. Kakashi, we have yet to determine the victor, Genshin protested. struggling to rise and spitting out a kunai. Yet, Kakashi swiftly deflected it with a single swipe of his blade. Get lost. I have no interest in waste. If you hadn't claimed to be Shiranami, I wouldn't even have considered engaging you. No, even if you were the top student. You lack the right to label me as worthless. I am the clan leader of the Shiranami. Genshin retorted, raising his head, bloodshot eyes glaring back. In response, Kakashi delivered a merciless punch, leaving Genshin knocked out for at least a week. Is it truly appropriate for you to treat my remaining clansmen in such a manner, Kakashi? This should not be how you treat a comrade, Shiranami interjected, appearing with astonishing speed, grasping Kakashi's fist and shielding Genshin with his own body. Guy furrowed his brow, astonished by the scene before him. Kakashi, what has happened to you? Why have you become like this? It's becoming intolerable. Comrades mean nothing to me. Minato-sensei has said you can rival me, so defeating you is my current mission, Kakashi asserted, tightening his grip on the white fang. A relic from his father and a testament to his convictions. Shiranami frowned, gazing at the battered Genshin, beginning to grasp the deeper implications of the conflict. The notion of self-esteem is indeed a troublesome affair, a desperate yearning to affirm one's own status, leading one to audaciously challenge Kakashi. However, at this juncture, Kakashi is an utterly incomprehensible individual, only showing signs of improvement after associating with Obito. I have long cautioned you against bearing the weight of meaningless burdens, such as the revival of a clan's name, Shiranami remarked with a hint of indifference. Xianjian wore a bitter expression. There is no choice for me. As the clan leader, there are certain responsibilities that you may evade, but I cannot. The Nara clan, no matter how minuscule, remains a clan. Is that so? Shiranami slowly rose, casting his gaze toward Kakashi. Let us settle this matter. There is no need to squander time on so-called comrades. Only strength and missions are deserving of a qualified ninja's attention. How can you not grasp such a simple truth? Kakashi coldly responded, his demeanor unwavering. As he unsheathed his blade with blinding speed, the air thick with a palpable bloodlust. Kai was poised to intervene, but Shiranami halted him, retreating swiftly while speaking calmly. Let it be known, Kakashi, that challenging me will come at a cost. Do take care not to fall victim to my hand. Kai, with Shinjian on his shoulders, leaped outside the training ground, his expression grave as he observed the two figures within. Until this moment, he could hardly believe that Kakashi had transformed in such a manner. Shiranami, can he prevail? Kakashi is nothing short of a madman, striking with ferocity. Shinjian whispered, his gaze fixated on the intensity of the situation. He can win. Shiranami-san is exceptionally formidable, so powerful that even I am unaware of the extent of his hidden strength. Kai clenched his fists. If there exists anyone in this world whom he can trust, apart from his father, it would be Shiranami. If Shiranami truly employs that technique, even Kakashi would surely meet his demise. Yet, Shiranami-san, will you really take Kakashi's life? Will you truly resort to such measures due to Kakashi's transformation? You seem to possess an intangible toxin, capable of ceaselessly sapping your opponent's strength, ultimately establishing your advantage. Kakashi swung his blade, his eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve. Thus, the objective is to conclude this swiftly, before being hindered by that mysterious toxin. A straightforward strategy, yet profoundly effective. Swish. In a flash, his blade lunged toward Shiranami's face with unparalleled ferocity, the unmasked intent to kill evident in its arc. Shiranami did not flinch, his expression stoic. As he slightly leaned back while simultaneously executing a lateral strike, his knee forcefully colliding with Kakashi's chest. Bang! The two figures clashed head-on. Engaging in a contest of physical prowess, each movement flawless, far surpassing their peers. The astonishing force of this individual left Kakashi in shock. The areas where he had collided with Shiranami throbbed painfully, a reminder that even chakra could not conceal the extent of the damage. Crack! Do not be distracted. Lives are at stake. Shiranami collided with Kakashi, shouldering him aside as he charged forward, offering no resistance against the incoming blade. Thrust. The white fang short knife pierced Shiranami's shoulder, yet he seized the moment to deliver a powerful punch straight into the astonished face of Kakashi, sending him flying. I have warned you. To engage with me, one must be prepared for death. Shiranami stood there unfazed, even as crimson blood streamed from his shoulder, his expression remaining stoic. You hesitated just now, Kakashi. You deliberately allowed me to cut you in order to land a single blow on me. Kakashi coughed, realizing a rib in his chest had shattered, but it was Shiranami's audacity that truly shook him. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. I am different from you. Kakashi. Shiranami grasped the white fang short knife and extracted it slowly, each minute movement releasing torrents of blood. Before Kakashi's astonished gaze, Shiranami pressed his hand against the wound, activating his formidable self-healing ability. Countless cells within him surged and proliferated, mending the injury. Seconds passed, and signs of scabbing began to appear. After another 10 seconds, the wound inflicted by the short knife had ceased to bleed. This brazen regenerative power astonished all present. This is also one of your bloodline abilities. Such vitality rivals that of medical ninjutsu. Then I see no need to hold back. Consider this a warning. Be careful not to be killed by me. Kakashi suppressed his shock and began to employ a technique that was still in its infancy, gathering bolts of lightning into his palm. This is reckless. How could Kakashi wield this immature technique against a comrade from the village? In the Hokage building, Minato observed the scene unfolding in the crystal ball, his expression shifting as he prepared to intervene in the confrontation. Wait a moment, Minato. Shiranami will not be so easily defeated, the third Hokage remarked, taking a puff from his pipe. However, Lord Third, this is not merely a matter of victory or defeat. Kakashi's psychological state has reached a perilous threshold. If we allow this to continue, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Minato furrowed his brow. The third Hokage said nothing, merely observing in silence. The child of the White Fang. Who would have thought that the one who took his own life in despair after being wronged would leave behind such an exceptional descendant? Yet this prodigy has now reached a dangerous juncture. Bonds are never forged from thin air. They must be tempered through trials of blood and fire. Minato, you must understand this, the third Hokage stated meaningfully. This is a method that a competent leader must master. Look, Shiranami is beginning to counterattack. His bloodline limit is astonishingly powerful, evoking surprise. The third Hokage watched with admiration as Shiranami sprang into action. On the training ground, two figures charged toward each other with thunderous force. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the bright blue lightning flashed, reflecting the fierce clash of these new generation ninjas. Zing! Kakashi raised his hand, thrusting it toward Shiranami, fully intent on taking his life with that strike. Yet, in that fleeting moment, you have already lost, Kakashi. Core release, vibration wave. Boom. Like a swift arrow, Kakashi was immediately struck by a terrifying shockwave, sending him hurtling back. And the entire training ground began to show signs of fragmentation. Poof! Kakashi transformed into a wisp of smoke. A shadow clone, then his real body must be. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Suddenly, two hands shot up from the ground, aiming to drag Shiranami down into the earth. However, at that moment, Shiranami seemed to have already anticipated this, lifting a foot and delivering a fierce kick. Crack! He pierced through the soil, his foot landing squarely on Kakashi's head. The overwhelming force rendering Kakashi momentarily dazed. Such trivial tricks are futile against me. All your actions are laid bare to my perception. Shiranami spoke calmly, then crouched down, gripping the earth and seizing Kakashi by the neck, dragging the Leaf Village prodigy out as one might haul a dog. Kakashi, now covered in dirt, displayed profound shock and fury in his eyes as lightning began to coalesce in his hands, preparing to unleash a Chidori. Yet, in the next instant, his chakra abruptly cut off, and every organ, every bone within him seemed to erupt with a terrible affliction, radiating an abnormal heat. This violent transformation of his body led Kakashi to scream in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. Shiranami held Kakashi's neck firmly with one hand, while the other formed a seal, stating softly, Kakashi, have you not realized? Before you even activated the heart decapitation technique, you were already dead. Nor Shiranami has won. He actually triumphed over Hitaki Kakashi. In the Hokage building, several high-ranking officials stared in astonishment, particularly Minato, who was prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to intervene, stood frozen in disbelief. For a moment, the office was enveloped in silence. I had considered that Shiranami would not fall to Kakashi, but never did I imagine he had grown to this extent. Minato displayed a wry smile, his gaze towards the crystal ball filled with admiration and awe. It was a miscalculation. The disciple he had observed for so long, Kakashi, had indeed succumbed to Shiranami in such a decisive manner. Shiranami, a remarkable child, Kakashi, you have encountered a worthy opponent. Minato, it seems you need not intervene. This fierce confrontation of the new generation has come to a close. The Hokage took a puff from his pipe, revealing a smile. Truly outstanding. The descendant of the Noara clan, of noble lineage, with parents who are heroes of Konoha, and possessing remarkable diligence, has awakened a new bloodline limit. Moreover, his intellectual prowess is impeccable, and his ability to convert talent into strength is astonishingly swift. Such a child may well serve as a benchmark for the new generation. I shall now separate them. Minato was about to take action when he was halted by the third Hokage. No, Minato, take another look. What? But Shiranami can, at any moment, eliminate Kakashi, especially after having endured provocation and humiliation. What if? The third merely gazed silently at the crystal ball, a flicker of hesitation stirring within him. After all, Kakashi, the prodigious genius, was a life of immense value. He fixated on the visage of Shiranami within the orb. What will you do, possessing the power of life and death? In this unstable emotional state, Shiranami, what will your course of action be? This was the final observation, if he could surmount this hurdle. Shiranami, has he truly bested Kakashi? Outside the training ground, Shiranami appeared dazed. Despite his battered visage, one eye straining to widen in disbelief at the scene before him. He could scarcely comprehend how Kakashi had been defeated. The prodigy who graduated at 5, the architect of Konoha's legends, had been vanquished by his own kin? Furthermore, the technique employed by Shiranami was entirely unfamiliar to him. Shiranami watched in a daze as Shiranami hoisted Kakashi high, momentarily lost in thought. Realizing that this individual had matured to this extent, decisively overcoming a talent as monstrous as Kakashi. I have long asserted that Shiranami is the strongest of our generation. He shall never falter. Kai clenched his fists tightly. He was the sole individual who harbored unwavering faith in Shiranami. Years of camaraderie having solidified his absolute trust and obedience towards him. In this moment, the impact Shiranami had on Shiranami and the others was unprecedented. As the mythic Kakashi suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the once derided underdog. Within the training ground, Shiranami grasped Kakashi by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. His expression tranquil. For a fleeting moment, Shiranami contemplated imparting a lesson that would haunt Kakashi for a lifetime. How could this be? How did you achieve this? Kakashi managed to utter, struggling to voice his disbelief. He expended the last of his chakra, attempting to unleash Chidori. But the energy within him erupted in a cataclysmic failure. At this moment, Kakashi felt more vulnerable than ever before, the insecurities within him magnified to an extreme. Confronted by Shiranami's frigid glare, and sensing the almost incendiary turmoil within, Kakashi was engulfed by a long-forgotten sensation of helplessness and despair. How long had it been since he felt this way? Since the loss of his father, he had channeled all his bitterness and resentment towards others, perhaps excessively so. After all, no one owed him anything. Shiranami formed hand seals and spoke softly. Kakashi, you lost your father and have lingered in a perilous state for far too long. Teetering on the brink of darkness. How tiresome. Why mention that useless man? He's merely a pathetic failure. Capable of completing his tasks, yet ultimately choosing to abandon them. A mere waste. With a resounding slap, Shiranami struck. The impact echoed sharply in the air. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. After such a long period of contemplation, is this all you wish to convey? Do you comprehend the essence of a ninja? A true ninja simply fulfills their mission. Despite possessing immense strength, he chose to abandon me and succumb to death. A display of such fragility and impotence is hardly commendable. With an emotionless visage, Shiranami unleashed a flurry of punches, mercilessly bruising Kakashi's face, blood splattering in the aftermath. Though I have never encountered Lord Shoa-mo, I recognize him as a formidable ninja, yet, your demeanor. Even more alarming is your disdain for your father, which you unwittingly redirect towards others. Shiranami has never inflicted harm upon you. He merely struggled to align his capabilities with his aspirations, resorting to actions that appear mature but are, in reality, quite juvenile. Yet you repay him with coldness and cruelty, solely because this fool deceived you. Kakashi, your state is even more ludicrous, buried under a mountain of hatred that has clouded your reason. With a thunderous impact, Shiranami's fist struck the ground beside Kakashi's head, leaving a deep imprint. Kakashi, in a daze, bore a visage devoid of humanity, his eyes vacantly fixed upon the sky where clouds drifted lazily across the azure expanse. In that instant, the arrogance within him was shattered by Shiranami, revealing that his talent and strength were far from the grandiose notions he harbored. Hatred remains the prevailing theme of this chaotic world. Even the mere thought of it induces a headache. To eradicate hatred, to extinguish war, that is my intention. To achieve this in my own way, Shiranami stated calmly, his hands tucked into his pockets as he sauntered away from the training ground. In that moment, the hollow gaze of Kakashi reflected the silhouette of Shiranami, a peculiar seed having been sown, quietly awaiting the moment it would take root and flourish. Within the Hokage building, the third Hokage wore a radiant smile. What are your thoughts, Minato? Impeccable, third Hokage. He is the true successor of the Will of Fire. Witnessing such an exceptional junior rise fills my heart with joy, Minato replied. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, even quickening the pace of his pipe smoking slightly. The burgeoning new generation, vibrant and full of life, perfect embodiments of the will of fire. The third Hokage's heart raced, a flutter of exhilaration coursing through him. Such a remarkable descendant, even Kakashi was bested by him, alongside the weight of his words. Speaking of which, I still possess some of his examination answers. The third Hokage opened a drawer to share these articulate, logically sound, interlinked compositions with Minato. To be honest, even the third Hokage had praised them in the past. And now Minato echoed the sentiment, acknowledging their depth. Minato, would you be interested in taking Shiranami as your disciple? The third Hokage suddenly inquired. Minato was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon revealing a hint of difficulty. I have just taken Kakashi under my wing, and my understanding of Genin's bloodline limit is rather limited. I see, I understand. I will contemplate this further. Thank you for your efforts, Minato. The formation of the new Genin team rests in your capable hands. I hope you can assist Kakashi in emerging from the shadows swiftly. The third Hokage nodded, deep in thought regarding Genin's arrangements. Presently, among the elite shinobi, there were him, the legendary Sannin, and Minato. Kushina could be considered as well. Thus, the selection must be made from the Sannin. Should Orochimaru take him on as a disciple? No, perhaps it's best to wait a while longer. Within the confines of his office, the third Hokage fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Konoha village, having just returned from the fervor surrounding Minato and his companions, had begun to regain some semblance of calm. However, it was not long before an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire, traveling through Konoha with astonishing speed. Psst, let me share a secret with you, but don't tell anyone else. Hatake Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, got beaten up. What? The legendary genius Kakashi was actually defeated? This must be a joke. Fool, it's absolutely true. I saw him limping home, his face swollen beyond recognition, the mask barely containing it. Here is another secret, but keep it to yourself. After a fierce battle, Kakashi ultimately fell to a single blow. Wait, are you saying Kakashi didn't even get to fight back before he was taken down? Idiot, how could that be? It must be because that fellow Genin is too formidable, which is why Kakashi lost. Nara Genin, a truly remarkable genius has emerged. As time passed, more and more individuals became aware of the astonishing news. An extraordinary talent had appeared, one that rivaled or even surpassed Kakashi. The influx of geniuses in Konoha greatly bolstered morale. The elder generation had the Hokage, the middle generation had the Sannin, and beneath them stood Minato. Now, even the new generation was brimming with exceptional talent, instilling hope in the hearts of many. The atmosphere throughout Konoha subtly shifted, a powerful confidence overshadowing all else. Genin's fellow graduates were undoubtedly the group most profoundly affected by this revelation. They understood far better than the onlookers just how formidable Kakashi was. Yet, the fact that such a top student had been defeated by Genin was simply astonishing. This is outrageous. He has only been on the battlefield for 2 months. I could do it too. I want to fight on the battlefield and slay enemies for our village. Indeed, if Genin can do it, so can we. Meanwhile, a few spies began to act discreetly. Using the code name A5, the intelligence reported that Konoha's prodigy, Nara Genin, had triumphed over Hatake Kakashi. He was a talent that surpassed Kakashi and warranted close attention. An assassination squad was dispatched. Information flowed quietly, and Konoha's intelligence and Umbu were busy, seizing a number of spies in the process. When these tidings reached Genin's ears, Shiranami gazed intently at the anxious Shinjian, lost in contemplation. How did it come to this? I swear, I merely mentioned it to Qingyi and the others, specifically instructing them to keep it confidential, yet unexpectedly. A bunch of disloyal fellows. Shinjian gritted his teeth in resentment. How could they betray such a promise? Such occurrences are inevitable, after all. The news of Shinyi's victory over Kakashi is astonishing, and the flames of youth have ignited, their brilliance impossible to conceal. Dressed in an apron, he expertly wielded a frying pan and spatula, a display of remarkable skill. Initially, he had frequently taken on tasks from Shiranami, coming over to prepare meals. The food, surprisingly, turned out quite delectable. A group of several individuals sat on the tatami, gathered around the table, embarking on this simple dinner. Are your injuries all right? Shiranami inquired as he picked up a piece of food. Shinjian paused for a moment, then quietly replied, the injuries are minor. But I must thank you for what happened during the day. Don't dwell on it. Had Kakashi not overstepped, I wouldn't have intervened. Shiranami responded calmly. Kai interjected, but Shiranami, Are you certain about the wound on your shoulder? With a swift motion, Xianyi tore off his shirt. It has completely healed. The others looked on in astonishment. The wound on his shoulder, once pierced by the short blade of White Fang, had mostly mended. This terrifying ability for self-healing was utterly astonishing. Such regenerative capacity, the Uzumaki clan is hardly superior. Dai's gaze turned profoundly contemplative. Truly frightening. What is the culmination of such growth for Xianyi? After dinner, the group gradually departed. Xinjian. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Though you are the clan leader, it is unnecessary to bear the weight of the entire clan alone. Xianyi. In truth, you are more suited to take on. No, this is your responsibility. Xianyi bid farewell to Xinjian, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. One can only hope this fellow truly grasps some of these truths. After all, Xinjian would eventually become a member of the 4th Hokage's Guard, having learned the rudimentary Flying Thunder God technique. As time passed, a few days of rest were merely a prelude to the influx of new tasks. Xianyi finally recalled that he had not seen teacher Jiwei for quite some time, prompting him to set off for the Yunyu clan to pay a visit. How strange. I felt like I was forgetting something. Standing outside the Yunyu clan's territory, he spotted a man clad in a full-body tight suit, awaiting him for quite a while. Yunyu Jihei. Xianyi regarded the individual before him with a composed demeanor. Although the Yunyu clan favored somber appearances, often seeking to immerse themselves in shadows, this particular tight suit was rather uncommon. I have never met a senior. I am unaware. I am Yunyu Jihei. The other replied, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized Xianyi. So, this is the individual, the prodigious descendant of the Nara clan who vanquished Kakashi. It is no wonder he has caught Lord Danzo's attention. Jihei felt a twinge of regret. He should have acted sooner, ideally before Xianyi triumphed over Kakashi, thus gaining widespread acclaim. He had miscalculated, yet there was still time to amend his oversight. Ah, Senior Jihei, I have come to pay my respects to Master Jiwei. We had made prior arrangements. When did you arrange this? Jihei inquired. About a week ago. He mentioned that I could drop by his home, and I just remembered today. So here I am. I see, Jihei nodded, leading Xianyi into the compound of the Yamanaka clan. As a mid-tier family, though not as illustrious as the Uchiha or Hyuga, the Yamanaka possessed their own sense of pride. Gazing around, one could frequently observe peculiar insects scuttling about. These are the bugs raised by our clan members. Some of them quite enjoy basking in the sun, Jihei remarked. Remarkable. While others walk their cats and dogs, the Yamanaka excel at walking insects, Xianyi chuckled. After a brief walk, they distanced themselves from the residential area and entered a sparsely populated forest glade. By the way, have we not yet arrived at Master Jiwei's home? I recall he does not reside in this direction. Xianyi smiled. Jihei halted. So, Senior Jihei has brought me to such a place. May I inquire as to the purpose of this visit? I am quite amenable to discussion on any matter. Jihei turned, his tone measured. Your talents are exceptional and should not be squandered. You ought to seek a place more befitting your abilities. And that place would be Root, a clandestine division of Konoha, led by Lord Danzo Shimura, once a candidate for the 3rd Hokage. Root. I have never heard of it. I have, however, heard whispers of Lord Danzo's name. He seems to be quite a formidable figure. Nevertheless, I must decline. Xianyi slowly lifted his gaze. To be brought here under mysterious pretenses and to hear such nonsensical propositions. Senior Jihei, is this the Yamanaka's way of hospitality? It lacks decorum. Jihei replied impassively. You cannot grasp the greatness of Root at present. Only by joining will you come to understand. With your affinity for the will of fire, you now have an opportunity to contribute more significantly to the village. Do you not feel the slightest intrigue? I harbor no interest in secret organizations. I can easily find a way to apply for the Umbu. I respect Lord Danzo, yet I have no desire to join Root, without knowing the inner workings of Root. I cannot commit, but not joining makes it impossible to ascertain their situation. What a conundrum. Xianyi tilted his head. Furthermore, Senior Jihei, please refrain from placing any strange insects upon me. You might find yourself in peril. Oh no. Jihei ceased to conceal his intentions, swiftly bringing his hands together. I underestimated you, Fahan Xianyi. You actually perceived my nano-scale venomous insects. Jihei commanded a vast swarm of insects, surging towards Xianyi with a howling rush. And these nanoscale creatures were imperceptible to the naked eye. Originally, I believed your bloodline ability could only interfere at the cellular level. Yet it seems it can even perceive my insects. However, I have now realized that it is too late. Jiwei gazed coldly at the countless nano-oxic insects that crawled and enveloped Xianyi. Since you refuse, I must resort to other means. The diameter of a cell typically ranges from a few micrometers to hundreds of micrometers, whereas the nanotoxic insects he meticulously cultivated are at the nanoscale. 1 micrometer equals 1,000 nanometers. These nanotoxic insects are truly extraordinary weapons. Countless insects now densely clung to Xian Yi's body and began attempting to burrow into him, contaminating all his internal organs. The smile on Xian Yi's face slowly faded. In that case, it seems there will be no issue with secretly eliminating you, Senior Jirwei. Such a conceited little brat. How naive to believe that defeating Kakashi and possessing the strength of a Nin would enable him to withstand nanoscopic insects. What? In the next moment, Jirhui's movements became rigid. An astonishing wave of energy erupted from within Xian Yi, accompanied by a surge of intense heat and indescribable destructive power. Waves of might spread outward, causing the numerous nano-oxic insects to perish at an alarming rate. Jirhui's prideful strongest weapon was annihilated in an instant. Your power can indeed reach such a level, interfering with life at the nanoscale. Jirhui stepped forward, ready to employ his insect-controlling secret technique to utterly crush Xian Yi in a short span. Yet, Xian Yi merely regarded him with calmness. Senior Jirhui, your lifetime's pride and joy is utterly worthless in my eyes. In that moment, Xian Yi unleashed an unprecedented cloud of nuclear radiation, invisible to the naked eye, which surged directly toward the oil woman, Jirhui. It was indeed troublesome dealing with the members of the Root organization. This time, Xian Yi was determined to strike with lethal intent. Regrettably, the potential for the partner of the future wind in the mountains, Zeno's dear friend, who also mastered the nano-oxic insects, known as Oil Woman Tsugen, had vanished, as Tsugen's father, Jirhui, was about to be dealt with by Xian Yi. The tumultuous waves surged violently. The frenzied reproduction of the nano-insect swarm, before truly inflicting harm upon Xian Yi, perished in this unprecedented and terrifying radiation. This was akin to a dimensional strike. Using nuclear radiation to attack insects, even the most resilient of creatures would succumb. Mutation? There was no such possibility. When the fundamental structure of all proteins is relentlessly and overwhelmingly destroyed by an unimaginable amount of radiation, life itself loses the chance to survive. Countless microscopic particles surged forth, crashing like a torrential flood, as Jirhui's sudden scream echoed, trampling countless nanotoxic insects and streaming into Jirhui's body. At that moment, Jirhui's body transformed into an astonishing radiation-absorbing vessel as a massive influx of radiation particles invaded him, ruthlessly slaughtering all cells within. You are finished, Shura-senpai. Schwani gazed at the fallen Shurha, who writhed in agony, his body infested with numerous cysts and pus. No past, no future? Very well. Then you shall have no future at all. Every tissue within Shura's body had sustained comprehensive damage, rendering any notion of procreation utterly impossible. For the healthy cells and foundational DNA strands related to such matters had long endured irreversible and permanent harm. The techniques exhibit a tendency to counteract one another. Unfortunately, the type of oil woman Shurha represented was precisely that which Schwani was destined to overcome, regardless of how elaborate the insects were manipulated. They remained merely a swarm of lower life forms, all destined to perish completely under the relentless onslaught of nuclear radiation. Ah, my body. What on earth is your bloodline? The oil woman Shurha knelt upon the ground, howling in torment. His specially designed protective suit began to disintegrate under the searing heat, as numerous pustules proliferated uncontrollably. In his relentless struggle, Shurha could distinctly feel his body collapsing. Shura-senpai, you are well aware of the perils posed by the nanopoisonous insects. Yet you insist on employing such a weapon against me. I must take action against you. Schwani sighed. He recalled that in the future, Shurha's descendants, the oil woman Twyron, had not even participated in the Nin exams, instead directly joining the Root alongside Kamizuka's. One reason for this was the exceedingly high danger posed by the nanopoisonous insects, which would cause instant death to anyone who encountered them. Schwani lowered his gaze to the figure before him, whose body was grotesquely swollen with horrifying cysts, the internal structure utterly disfigured. Such a unique Jonin had been rendered incapacitated at their first encounter simply due to a single confrontation with him. You vile little demon. I must fulfill the mission of the Root, even at the cost of my own life. Shurha, in a frenzy, clawed at himself, the indescribable agony driving him to tear at his own flesh, leaving him drenched in blood. The dire condition within him had made Shurha acutely aware that, even if he survived, he would be rendered useless, forever deprived of the chance to become a ninja. The madness within, coupled with the unwavering resolve of a Root ninja, solidified his determination. Amidst his anguished wails, a forbidden technique was activated by Shurha. A small barrier suddenly expanded. This is... Shwani raised an eyebrow. The pot poison technique, a forbidden art I developed. You should not have rejected Lord Danzo's invitation. Let us die together. Within the barrier, an eerie scent began to permeate, brewing a potent force. I see, the pot poison technique, designed to create an environment conducive to the rapid proliferation of insects. However, your technique, it appears, is still incomplete. Shwani nodded repeatedly. This technique had also been employed by Twyron after being reincarnated through impure world reincarnation during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Indeed, it was a formidable weapon, capable, if wielded adeptly, of annihilating an entire nation. The majority of ninjas possessed no means to counter such nano-insects, which could effortlessly invade the human body and devastate all cells. Jihai trembled as he employed necromancy, summoning a multitude of corpses infested by nanomachines, seeking to cultivate a swarm and subsequently detonate these bodies, allowing the nanomachines to permeate every inch of the air. Alas, his efforts were in vain. The power of the radiation cloud was omnipresent. The summoned creatures were annihilated in an instant, unable even to burrow into Jihai's body. Struck as if by lightning, he lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless corpse. The technique was commendable, yet his naivety was evident. Xian-Yi slowly formed hand seals, seemingly poised to deliver a lethal blow. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the barrier, extending a hand, allowing a multitude of parasitic insects to breach its confines, buzzing as they surged in. Enough, Xian-Yi. At this juncture, Jihai has paid a sufficient price. Zhihui entered calmly, a vast swarm separating the two. Simultaneously, countless parasitic insects were obliterated by the intense radiation, their numbers dwindling. Truly, Master Zhihui, I merely came to pay you a visit, and yet I find myself embroiled in such chaos. Xian-Yi shook his head, retracting all radiation. My sincerest apologies. This is a grave oversight on the part of the Oil Maiden clan. Zhihui replied somberly. Zhihui, since you have arrived, why did you not aid me earlier? This malevolent wretch, his bloodline replete with sin, should not be allowed to persist. Enough. You should not have resorted to nanomachines against Xian-Yi. The art of controlling nanomachines has been deemed forbidden by our clan since its inception. Furthermore, you prepared the immature vessel poison technique, seeking to nourish the nanomachines with your own body. Zhihui's expression darkened, and profound sorrow engulfed him. Since Jihai had joined the route, he had become unrecognizable to Zhihui. Particularly concerning was the vessel poison technique, which involved employing barriers, feeding insects with human flesh, and then detonating the body. Such a method blurred the lines between ally and foe, insidiously malevolent. Indeed, through the omnipresent parasitic insects, he had observed the clash between the two. Yet one was his kin, while the other was his subordinate. Moreover, Jihai represented the root organization, acting on behalf of Danzo, and had initiated the attack. This matter ends here. I shall report to Lord Hokage. The absence of fatalities is the best outcome we could hope for. Zhihui gazed sorrowfully at the grotesquely swollen Jihai, his voice stiff as he spoke. Come, Xian-Yi, to my home. We shall discuss the matter of the insects in detail. Taking a deep breath, Zhihui turned to depart. Xian-Yi cast a glance at Jihai, and after Zhihui had walked away, he crouched down, first ensuring no other insects were monitoring the situation, then leaned closer. Meeting Jihai's gaze filled with hatred and despair, and whispered, I hold great respect for Lord Danzo. I do not oppose aligning with him. But I will never ally with a faction I do not understand. Senior Jihai, your initial approach was flawed. Rising, Xian-Yi followed Zhihui's footsteps. Only Jihai remained, motionless upon the ground. After a while, a ninja from the root appeared, silently escorting Jihai back to the base. In a dimly lit underground base, Danzo leaned on his cane, his expression inscrutable as he gazed upon the nearly unrecognizable figure of Shurhai. The wounds and pus that marred Shurhai's body evoked not a flicker of emotion in Danzo, as if the once promising individual he had relied upon had now become utterly unworthy of his attention. Suddenly, a medical ninja appeared at Danzo's side, whispering a few words into his ear. Phrases like massive cellular necrosis and collapse of bodily tissues vaguely echoed in the air, surrounding them. All the root ninjas knelt respectfully on one knee, their heads bowed in silence, awaiting Danzo's command. Shurhai, nearly devoid of the ability to speak, cast a last desperate glance at the esteemed Danzo. Yet, all he received in return was Danzo's silent silhouette as he turned away. Without uttering a word, Danzo departed, followed by the silent retreat of the root ninjas. Left alone in the empty space, Shirhai lay on the ground, his gaze vacant and dazed. In the Shimi household, two figures sat silently across from each other at a tatami table, enveloped in a heavy stillness. I will report the recent events to Lord Hokage, one finally spoke. There is no need to be overly concerned, Teacher Shimi. This was an unforeseen incident. I never anticipated that Senior Shirhai would go to such lengths for Lord Danzo. Even turning against his comrades, a smile grazed Chouani's face, as though he genuinely bore no weight of worry. Yet Shimi felt a pang of discomfort. The once promising Shirhai, who could have been the pillar of the Yamanaka clan, had now been rendered a mere shadow of his former self. The grotesque transformation he had undergone had irrevocably darkened Shirhai's future. Chouani's subordinate, beneath his gentle exterior, concealed a profound ferocity. For a moment, Shimi found himself at a loss for words. As the clan leader, he was compelled to respond to the actions of his own kin. Adjusting his sunglasses, he remarked, I simply did not expect you to grow to such a level, surpassing even Shirhai. Ah, teacher, it was merely a coincidence. The nanomachines are indeed formidable, capable of infiltrating every cell of the human body to wreak havoc, yet their vitality is also exceedingly fragile. Senior Shirhai's abilities fall precisely into a category I can completely counter, Chouani explained. In truth, even parasitic insects are more resistant to nuclear radiation. With the size of these nanomachines, a mere burst of radioactive particles could annihilate them entirely. That aside, I came to visit you, Teacher Shimi, to observe the results of your parasitic insect cultivation. I trust you have made significant progress? Indeed, the results are quite promising. Follow me, Shimi replied. They made their way to the backyard, where numerous bottles and jars were meticulously organized, showcasing a variety of peculiar insects crawling about. Among them, the most extraordinary could be found within a zone heavily fortified with sealing techniques. The destructive power of the parasitic insect is terrifyingly beyond imagination, and its pursuit of chakra is equally fervent. Without employing certain measures, it is all too easy to lose control. Jiwei pointed towards the sealed area, her calm words concealing a deep-seated astonishment. The parasitic insect represents the future of the Oil Woman clan. After a period of research, Jiwei has confirmed that this creature surpasses all others in every aspect, albeit it is more challenging to control. However, should successful mastery be achieved, the Oil Woman clan would possess a means to combat the tailed beasts. This clan is immensely powerful and possesses comprehensive abilities, yet in the face of formidable foes, they have relied solely on the frantic breeding of swarms in a short span to achieve their offensive goals. That will no longer be the case. A force capable of opposing tailed beasts is now being birthed in Jiwei's hands. Though I am not well versed in insects, I understand that they require generations of selection and elimination, and perhaps a more temperate, yet equally potent parasitic insect can be discovered. Xian-Yi surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Thus, Xian-Yi, I must now rely on your efforts. In return, you shall gain the friendship of the Oil Woman clan. This marked the first time Jiwei made such a solemn promise to an outsider, wagering the weight of her clan. I am more than willing to serve, Master Jiwei. Over the following days, Xian-Yi remained within the territory of the Oil Woman clan, tirelessly wielding his radiative powers to scour for the desired parasitic insects. After extensive selection, some progress was made. The first insect exhibited high aggression and was exceedingly frantic. The second insect was relatively mild-mannered, yet smaller in size and with weaker mandibles. The third, numerous experiments were underway. During this time, Xian-Yi also engaged in multiple discussions with the higher-ups of the Oil Woman clan. Upon Xian-Yi's departure, several elders and formidable clan members gathered around Jiwei. This is remarkable. If all goes well, with just a few dozen of these parasitic insects, we could confront and defeat the giant summon beasts. Even against the tailed beasts, we might stand a chance, exclaimed a middle-aged ninja, brimming with excitement. Our clan could potentially rise to the status of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Jiwei, as the clan leader, made the most prudent decision, and I am greatly pleased, an elder remarked, gazing at Jiwei with satisfaction. Cultivating a relationship with a genius ninja like Xian-Yi holds significant importance for our clan. His talents are already renowned throughout Konoha and will inevitably attract the attention of certain individuals who may take him as a disciple. His future is exceedingly bright. He might even ascend to the level of Minato Namikaze. Jiwei nodded slightly. I harbor no doubts regarding his character and abilities. Yet, the thought of Jihei's tragic fate lingers. Xian-Yi's bloodline limit is far more formidable than one might imagine, and his disposition seems not entirely radiant, harboring a shadowy resolve. However, This thought Jiwei resolutely buried within her heart, determined never to speak of it to anyone. I have heard about the matter concerning Jihei. His behavior has become increasingly outrageous. Ever since he joined Root, he has become fixated solely on Danzo, forsaking the Oil Woman clan. Not only have his nanomachines perished, but any physical ailments he encounters will naturally be addressed by Danzo. The elder's expression turned icy as he resolved to abandon the prodigious Jihei and fully support Jiwei. Though Jihei has aligned himself with Root, he is no longer a part of the Oil Woman clan. However, Xuanyi has brought them a distinctly promising future. Discarding Jihei in favor of cultivating a beneficial relationship with the more valuable Xuanyi is the most pragmatic choice. It remains uncertain whether Xuanyi's bloodline can be reliably inherited. But should it be possible to retain his lineage within the Oil Woman clan, it would be most fortuitous. The elder fell into contemplation, and soon he clapped his hands decisively, exclaiming, "Jiwei, are there any suitable young women in the clan? We must cultivate a bond in advance." The surrounding individuals were initially taken aback, only to be swept into a fervor. The elder is quite clever to consider such an approach. Impressive. I recall that she has a daughter. But Xuanyi may not necessarily fancy the girls of our clan. Our kin tend to possess a certain melancholy. You understand. How can we know without trying? Jiwei gazed blankly at those engaged in heated debate, momentarily at a loss for words. Xuanyi, it seems you are indeed quite popular. Even with Jihei's downfall, you continue to present irresistible benefits, silently steering the entire Oil Woman clan forward. At the Hokage building, upon receiving the report, the third Hokage's eyes flashed with anger. Root has dared to reach out to Xuanyi. This is the future he has set his sights upon. A benchmark of the new generation. How dare Danzo act in such a manner? Danzo, I have not granted Root the authority to act against our comrades at will. The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon his old friend. It was Jihei who acted independently. I intended to recruit Xuanyi into Root, but I never authorized him to act against Xuanyi. Danzo replied calmly. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Hiruzen, you must trust me. Everything I do is for Konoha. The third Hokage scrutinized him for a long moment before finally nodding. I do not wish for this to occur again. Of course, Jihei shall receive the punishment he deserves. Among the contents reported by Jiwei, it was mentioned that Jihei had sustained severe injuries from Xuanyi's sudden burst of bloodline abilities. How is he faring now? He is well. Currently recuperating. Danzo hesitated for a moment, which the third Hokage keenly noticed. The third Hokage looked at Danzo with some astonishment. This does not align with Danzo's typical style. Ordinarily, he would first amplify the severity of Jihei's injuries, then denounce Xuanyi as a wicked child, and finally propose to seal Xuanyi and send him to Root, to be molded into a tool for missions. Danzo's three-step routine never goes out of style. The third Hokage knows him all too well. Yet now, he is surprisingly opting for restraint. What scheme is this old comrade concocting? The following morning, amidst the cacophony from outside, a sudden tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The sound of persistent knocking echoed, accompanied by an urgent voice calling, "Shinny Sang, Shinny Sang. Are you there?" Shinny Sang stirred awake, having just returned from an arduous session with Jiwei Shang. It had been several days since they last trained together. "Good morning, Kai." He yawned, still feeling the fatigue from a night spent grappling with Godzilla in the realm of time and space. "What brings you here today? Surely, you could be training with Mr. Dai." Shinny Sang, your weary expression speaks volumes. It seems that while I was unaware, you have been tirelessly dedicating yourself at night. No wonder you have become a topic of admiration. Kai declared, his fists clenched, brimming with determination. Xian-Yi raised an eyebrow. Strange, why do you appear so disheveled? Have you been training already? He gestured to the substantial dust covering Kai's clothes. Oh, this? It's nothing serious. Upon learning that you had finally returned home, many girls gathered outside your room early this morning. I sensed their intentions were not pure and could severely disrupt your training progress, so I took it upon myself to send them all away. I appreciate your efforts, Kai. Kai beamed, his thumb raised in approval, his smile sparkling like a radiant gem between his teeth. No need for thanks, Shinny sang. It is my duty. Such a commendable spirit is rare, and Xian-Yi inhaled deeply, peeking outside yet seeing nothing unusual. What are you searching for? Allow me to assist. Kai offered. No. It's nothing. Let us find Yi Hui and make the most of our training. A week has already passed since our return, and our next mission may not be far off. Shaking his head, Xian-Yi led Kai towards the Uchiha clan grounds. As they entered, Xian-Yi suddenly halted. Wait, Kai. There is something of utmost importance to attend to. Shadow clone technique. With a swift motion, two shadow clones materialized and hurried into Obito's home. Completely disregarding the notion of being intruders. Obito's grandmother, we're here to switch shifts again. Please, remain seated to avoid any mishaps. Ah, Shinny, you've come again. Obito exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. In that moment, he regarded Shin-E as a true friend. One who selflessly expended vast amounts of chakra to create shadow clones, alleviating his burdens during his most challenging times. What spirit is this? It embodies the will of fire. Doesn't this create a tremendous strain for you, replacing shadow clones while you are out on missions? Obito inquired, wiping his tears with genuine concern. The two existing shadow clones exchanged surprised glances with Obito, who faltered momentarily before insisting, I merely worry that you might perish. It would be such a pity for someone like you to fall on the battlefield. Do not worry, Obito. Even in death, I shall thrive, and we remain companions. I shall undoubtedly not spare your grandmother. With that, two resounding thuds echoed as the worn-out shadow clones, having expended some chakra, promptly vanished. Two new shadow clones seamlessly took their place. Granny Uchiha accepted the service of these two clones with an expressionless demeanor. Rest assured, Obito's grandmother. We have gleaned all the experience from the previous clones and are well acquainted with your daily habits. There shall be no oversight. One of the clones solemnly vowed. Granny Uchiha nodded, seemingly praising the shadow clone technique as a remarkably convenient ninjutsu. Moreover, you have discovered the true utility of the technique, sharing memories, truly remarkable. The second Hokage would surely be gratified to witness this. Indeed, though the second Hokage has departed, his spirit endures. I shall serve you with unwavering dedication, ensuring your peaceful twilight years. The two clones took it upon themselves, once again moving Obito to tears. Shinny, I know this is asking a lot, but I will need your assistance for a while, as I have become a leading jonin and cannot guarantee I will always be by my grandmother's side. Obito wiped away his tears. This is a good thing. Rest assured, Obito, unless I am dead, no one will usurp the task of caring for your grandmother. Is that so? How wonderful. Soon, under the attentive care of the two shadow clones, Granny Uchiha's expression stiffened as she once again reclined, watching Obito rush out to meet that fellow named Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, such a repugnant skill. Yet, no matter how hard he tries, he shall remain but a side character. Granny Uchiha turned her head away, preparing to close her eyes and reflect. But in the next moment, her hand seized her head, forcibly turning it back. Obito's grandmother, you must drink some water. Granny Uchiha felt her temper growing increasingly frayed, though she could not fathom why. Just endure a bit longer. Until Obito steps onto the battlefield and witnesses the world's ugliness for himself. Obito greeted Shin-Yi's true form and then eagerly departed. He has a leading jonin now? It seems Minato's team is about to be formed. Shin-Yi watched Obito's animated figure with a slight shake of his head. Is this the beginning of a tragic tale? Minato Namikaze is the fastest ninja in the world, yet he arrives late at the most crucial moments. If only he could be a tad quicker. But it matters not. With Madara, this cunning old fox around, disaster shall inevitably befall Obito, providing an opportunity to exploit his weaknesses. Obito, having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at the tender age of 12, is indeed susceptible to being manipulated by Madara's overwhelming emotions. Shin-Yi paused momentarily and then accompanied Guy toward Ihui's residence. In the courtyard, Ihui was diligently practicing, engaged in physical training. Wow, sister. You are amazing. Look, Itachi. Isn't my sister amazing? Little Koizumi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she clung to the arm of a young boy, shaking it fervently. Yes, yes, yes. Ichihime is truly extraordinary. If only I had her abilities at my age. No, perhaps Shursui could achieve that. The boy's eyes revealed a profound envy. Uchiha Ichihime, the most formidable genius of the clan, was lauded fervently by the adults. Even their father had urged him in letters from the front lines to pay more attention to Ichihime. Just then, the door swung open. Excuse me, is Ichihime home? Hikari's gaze swiftly fell upon the small boy beside Koizumi. This little one, it must be Uchiha Itachi. Shin-Yi scrutinized the diminutive figure before him, their gazes locking in mutual contemplation. Is this individual truly the renowned prodigy of Konoha? A talent surpassing even Kakashi, the strongest of the new generation. Itachi's body trembled as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Shin-Yi. Ihue, it is time for our team to commence training, Kai announced with a wave of his hand. Let us proceed. Ihue launched a shuriken, which struck the target with a resounding thud, casually remarking, Sister, do your best. In a sweet, childish tone, Izumi's voice chimed in. Thank you for your hard work, seniors. Itachi rose and bowed respectfully. No, it is you who is destined to bear the greatest burden. Itachi, son of the Uchiha clan leader, Shiranami said with a smile, uttering words that left Itachi utterly bewildered. After the trio had ventured far, Itachi remained rooted in place. Confusion etched upon his face. I am destined to bear the greatest burden. Shiranami-senpai's words are truly perplexing. Perhaps I should seek Shursui for clarification. The three friends exited their home, making their way directly to the training grounds. I haven't seen you in days. I heard you were with teacher Zhuwei. Nothing untoward happened, did it? Ihuei inquired nonchalantly. Of course not. Why do you ask? Because I can't help but feel that this is out of character for Shiranami-san. You were out of contact with teacher Zhuwei for several days to cultivate superior insects, perhaps? Do not underestimate these insects, if nurtured properly. Their formidable numbers and reproductive capabilities can be quite fearsome, Shiranami replied with a grin. The giant insects, capable of tearing apart tailed beasts, were indeed a crucial aspect of his alliance with the Yamanaka clan. Oh, so Shiranami-san has been with teacher Zhuwei these past few days. I must strive harder, Kai exclaimed, encouraging himself with youthful exuberance and uttering phrases that were somewhat incomprehensible. Just as the trio stepped out of the Uchiha clan's territory, an elderly figure approached them slowly. Ihuei paused briefly, offering a slight bow. Elder. So these are your companions? They radiate such vitality. Ihuei. I entrust their care to you, the elder said, casting a slow glance at Kai before settling his gaze on Shiranami, giving a subtle nod as he moved past the three. Once the elder had distanced himself, Ihuei mused. Who was that? Lord Shana. An elder whose status and prestige are second only to clan leader Fugaku, she replied coolly. Uchiha Shana. So it is that radical hawkish figure, Shiranami pondered, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The trio arrived at the training ground, where they commenced their team exercises. The arena was soon filled with their vigorous figures as they engaged in intense combat. It seems you have grown stronger over the past week, Ihuei. Shiranami remarked as he deftly seized Kai and, with a swift motion, sent him flying with a powerful punch. Not only that, my growth extends beyond mere insight. The two tomo in his eyes began to spin slowly. Illusory technique. Fox's heart. The vision before Shiranami shifted abruptly, as subtle changes unfolded in the entire training ground. It resembled a maze-like illusion that ensnared one in a perpetual loop. However, employing such a technique at this moment was rather perplexing. Shiranami spoke calmly. This illusion, one he had long anticipated, held no significance for him. In the next instant, he effortlessly unraveled the illusion. Whether it was due to the presence of Godzilla within him or the abundant reserves of chakra he possessed, his resistance to illusions was remarkably high. To dismantle an illusion so easily, Shiranami-san, such feats cannot be merely attributed to bloodline abilities. What exactly are you? Ihuei furrowed her brows, and in the next moment, unleashed the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, sending forth dozens of roaring flames towards Shiranami. Simultaneously, the two tomo in her eyes began to spin with increased velocity, her ocular power surging. A subtle flick of her fingers released nearly imperceptible threads, launching hidden shurikens concealed within the flames directly at Shiranami. Bang, bang, bang. Shiranami did not evade, becoming enveloped by flames and shurikens. The sound of his body being pierced resonating through the air. Is this an entity clone? It seems to be a special clone crafted from the flesh of that white substance. Ihuei activated her Sharingan, searching for Shiranami's whereabouts. However, she soon felt a tremor within her body, her face lighting up with surprise. The radiance emitted from the dissipating entity clone suddenly spread, detected by Ihuei. Her sensitive body reacted swiftly, invigorating all her bodily functions. This sensation, if such power were mine. Ihuei trembled, momentarily entranced. Yet at that moment, a voice boomed, "Open the gate." Kai charged directly at Ihuei, forcing her to retreat hastily. Ignoring Ihuei's gaze and her illusions, Kai, relying on his formidable taijutsu, cornered Ihuei, leaving her in a state of distress. Finally, with a resounding crash, Kai executed the Leaf Great Whirlwind, sending Ihuei flying. Although Ihuei's Sharingan could perceive Kai's movements, her body could not keep pace, resulting in her being the first to falter amidst the chaotic clash of three. It seems you have neglected your physical training during this period. Your taijutsu has not seen significant growth, Kai remarked, standing firmly with one hand behind his back, the other poised assertively. Ihuei silently rose to her feet. That's enough, Kai. Let it be. Shiranami appeared, first recalling the nuclear clone. then approaching Ai Hui to lift her up with ease. Maintaining adequate physical training is beneficial for your health. I understand, and I have undergone physical training. But the results have been negligible, Ai Hui replied, gazing intently at Xian, a hint of yearning on her face. What a greedy individual, Xian thought. Unable to suppress a shake of his head. This woman, whose progress and training was painfully slow, now relied more on the perilous power of radiation. At that moment, a member of the Umbu suddenly materialized. The Jiwei squad, without delay, made their way to the Hokage building, where they were assigned a new mission. The esteemed Jonin Jiwei had already arrived ahead of them. Understood, we shall hasten our steps. Thank you for your dedication, senior, Xian replied with a smile. The Umbu member nodded slightly and vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. After a week of recuperation, they were once again thrust into the chaos of battle. War, after all, invariably disrupts many plans. Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head in reflection, before promptly leading Kai and Yi Hui towards the Hokage building. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they were met with the sight of several individuals already awaiting their arrival. You all are here, Xian exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing the familiar faces of Obito, Kakashi, Rin, as well as the elite Jonin Minato Namikaze and Jiwei from the Umbu. 1 year later, at the border of the Fire Country. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. 2 roaring flames surged forth towards the enemy, exploding with a thunderous sound and engulfing everything in their vicinity. In an instant, as the adversaries melded with the ground, 3 meters underground. At a bearing of 15 degrees east, moving at high speed, Kakashi, act now. Xian opened his eyes, witnessing a vast cloud of radiation seeping aggressively into the earth, continuously disrupting the swiftly moving foe. Raikiri, amidst the crackling thunder, Kakashi moved with lightning speed, his icy visage betraying an overwhelming intent to kill. With a powerful thrust, Kakashi struck downwards with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding explosion that shattered the earth, sending debris flying, accompanied by a spray of blood. Damn it. I never expected to encounter you talented ninjas from Minato's and Jiwei's squads, a rock ninja muttered in disbelief, looking down at the gaping wound in his chest before sputtering blood and ultimately succumbing. That will suffice. This is the last one, Xian remarked, surveying the scattered corpses around him with indifference. As he spoke, the tension among his companions began to ease. Rin hurriedly approached, eager to employ her medical ninjutsu to heal the 5 of them, starting with Xian. There's no need, Rin. Such injuries are trivial for me. Xian replied with a calm smile, beginning to form hand seals. Superb regeneration. The wounds on his body began to heal at an astonishing rate. One puncture made by a kunai, even emitting a faint sizzling sound. Despite having witnessed this terrifying regenerative ability many times before, Rin felt a shiver of awe each time she beheld it firsthand. Xian, your body is extraordinarily powerful. This regenerative capability is akin to a divine art. Rin gazed at Xian with envy. Such a physique, coupled with his astounding chakra reserves, allowed him to rebound from any injury with remarkable vigor. It was, without a doubt, the envy of every medical ninja, an ideal body right for study. Rin, do not forget, he acquired some rudimentary medical techniques from you, which enabled him to develop this self-healing technique. Ditu, in a boisterous manner, sprinted back from a distance, disgruntled that Lin's attention had been usurped by the insufferable Xian. Ha, fool. Not everyone is like Xian. Even if you dedicate your entire life to mastering medical ninjutsu, you shall never develop techniques that suit you, Kakashi scoffed. What? Arrogant Kakashi, do not underestimate me. Lin, if you teach me medical ninjutsu now, I too can master it. Too, momentarily flustered, shouted as he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Kakashi, intent on settling the score. Such altercations had occurred numerous times over the past year, despite their teamwork, which had inadvertently revealed much of their intelligence to the enemy, placing them high on the assassination list. Daitu and Kakashi always found themselves bickering. At that moment, whoosh. Xian suddenly drew a kunai and hurled it forcefully, embedding it into the ground before Daitu. Before approaching, let us exchange our code. Just now, when we attacked the enemy, you were the farthest away, making you an easy target for a stealthy ambush. If you truly are Daitu, you would know our internal signals. Before Daitu could respond, Xian solemnly recited the code, his eyes wide and gleaming like copper bells. What is this? Daitu's rare embarrassment surfaced. Black Cat Sheriff. What kind of ridiculous code is this? That annoying Xian always conjures up the most perplexing ideas. And every time we exchange codes, I inexplicably feel a wave of shame. Black Cat Sheriff, indeed. How vexing. Beside them, Kai nodded approvingly. The two, it is truly a relief that you, the weakest among us, remain unscathed once more. You bastard. Kai, do you want to fight too? The two, feeling offended, exploded with rage. The group's bickering was a daily occurrence within their six-member team. With the two around, tranquility was an unattainable luxury. Indeed, foolish Tetu, aloof Kakashi, and straightforward Kai seemed to complement each other perfectly, deserving to form a team of their own. Ihui cleared his throat, observing the scene, a faint smile gracing his pale visage. Over the past year, their existence had been consumed by missions, with the escalating war situation leading to a surge of new generations stepping onto the battlefield, where blood and corpses remained the eternal motif. Every day brought the death of comrades, existing in a relentless cycle of killing or being killed. Only upon witnessing these squabbling companions did Ihui occasionally feel that he was not merely a lifeless body devoid of warmth. While Lin tended to Ihui's wounds with medical ninjutsu, her brow furrowed with concern. Ihui, your complexion is worsening. Your skin is pale, a sign of drastic decline in red blood cells. Your cough is becoming increasingly frequent. I fear there may be issues with your lungs and entire respiratory system. It's all right, Lin. I am fully aware of my physical condition, Ihui replied calmly, his gaze shifting towards Shiranami. Gazing quietly into the distance, Shiranami remained tranquil amidst the rising fame of his peers. Throughout the year, several individuals, alongside Minato and Shiranami, achieved remarkable notoriety, boasting a flawless task completion rate that reverberated through Konoha, becoming a focal point of internal promotion within the village. The name Uchiha Ichi ascended to great heights, heralded as one of the three most formidable members of the new generation, alongside Shiranami and Kakashi. Outsiders perceived Ichi as the bearer of the Uchiha legacy, revitalizing its prominence. Yet, only a select few were aware that Ichi's life was ticking down to its inevitable conclusion. Though I remain oblivious to the nature of your affliction, should you continue to delay, the moment arrives when you can no longer command your own body. You will forfeit your eligibility to be a ninja. Rin observed Ichi, who occasionally succumbed to coughs, with a troubled heart. The mightiest prodigy of the Uchiha was perilously close to becoming a shadow of his former self. Should his condition deteriorate further? Enough, Rin. This matter does not concern you, and you must not disclose it to anyone, not even to Lord Hokage, under any circumstances. Shiranami finally spoke, his tone calm. Rin was taken aback, her internal conflict deepening. Were it Kakashi who addressed her in such a manner, her resolute nature would not allow her to retreat, determined to confront the issue at hand. However, the one speaking was Shiranami, the esteemed leader of the new generation, a figure of wisdom, enlightenment, and resolve, lauded by the Hokage and regarded as the embodiment of the will of fire. Presumably, Shiranami and Ichi had long since devised a strategy. I understand. Rin sighed. The group took a moment to regroup. Soon, Minato and Shiranami returned in succession. My apologies, it took longer than anticipated to deal with the enemy's main force, Minato said apologetically, scratching his head. Shiranami adjusted his sunglasses, stating, however, we managed to eliminate the enemy's core strength. Nearly 50 ninjas fell to our two squads in a resounding victory. It's nothing to worry about. We are quite accustomed to it. Shiranami waved his hand dismissively. Minato's combat style was inherently suited for solo missions, wildly scattering shuriken and darting about with agility, making the notion of a one-man army far from an exaggeration. As for Shiranami, he had received direct authorization from the Hokage 2 years prior, granting him the privilege to conduct independent operations and therefore preferred to work alone, eliminating foes by his own hand. With these two elite genin leading the charge, Shiranami and his team of 6 lower-ranked ninjas often found themselves relying on their own strength. The sole advantage lay in Minato and Shiranami consistently striking first, vanquishing formidable adversaries, leaving the remaining foes for them, thus crafting a challenging yet surmountable battlefield for their 6-man team. In any case, seeing everyone so lively is truly delightful. Everyone has grown considerably, Minato remarked with a smile. Minato-sensei, remember our agreement. Once I become a nin, you shall teach me the Flying Thunder God technique. I will defeat that arrogant Kakashi, Obito declared, pointing indignantly at Kakashi. Huh? Do you really think you can master the Flying Thunder God technique? With your intellect? What? I'll obliterate you. The two individuals resumed their playful tugging. Sigh. After enduring a fierce battle, are they still so spirited? Yet, their bond remains as intimate as ever. Watergate offered a wry smile. A group of 8 set forth to return to the western camp. Now, Orochimaru had officially taken over as the supreme commander of the Western Front, liberating Watergate from the relentless machine of slaughter. Throughout the Western battlefield, both rock and sand ninjas were on the brink of madness due to Watergate's relentless onslaught. So much so that the rock ninjas, in a state of humiliation, issued a direct order to abandon their missions and flee upon encountering the Golden Flash. Even more embarrassingly, they found themselves unable to escape. Oh, they have returned. The esteemed Lord Watergate and Lady Sherway's team. From their appearance, it seems they have once again achieved a great victory. Naturally, fool, they are the mightiest squad in Konoha. As they entered the camp, many ninjas cheered loudly. Over the past year, the accomplishments of the two teams have been built upon countless enemy corpses. Watergate and Sherway, aside from the Hokage, the legendary Three, and the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, were the two most formidable ninjas, leading a new generation that included several powerful geniuses. The eight approached the central tent to report their mission status to Orochimaru. However, as they reached the entrance, they encountered a white-haired figure, his expression grim, exiting the tent. Elder Bairuhu, what brings you here? Weren't you accompanying Lord Danzo to the eastern battlefield? Watergate gazed at the man in astonishment. Watergate, I owe you no explanations. Bairuhu halted, casting a wary glance at Watergate before lowering his head deeply. I sincerely apologize. Please proceed. Watergate and the others stepped aside, brushing past Bairuhu. Suddenly, Bairuhu stopped, standing beside Zenitsu, and slowly lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile. You must be Noera Zenitsu, the possessor of the range attack Kekkei Genkai. Truly an impressive newcomer. Every time I hear of your accomplishments, I feel a surge of excitement. With talents like you, the village is destined for a bright future. Bairuhu's unsettling smile lingered, then his gaze swept over the pale-faced Uchiha Ichi, furrowing his brow before finally resting on Obito, where disdain was unmistakably evident. Then he departed. The group felt a sense of bewilderment. Teacher Watergate, who was that? His gaze made me quite uncomfortable. Obito grumbled, sensing that he had been slighted once more. Bairuhu is a friend of the legendary Three and a reliable elder in the village. Though he may seem a bit peculiar, his nature is not malevolent, Watergate replied, watching Bairuhu's retreating figure with mild hesitation. Oh, so he's a friend of the legendary Three, then there's no problem. Obito sighed in relief, convinced that his earlier discomfort must have been an illusion. Several individuals entered the main camp, where Orochimaru sat with an expression of indifference, intently studying the scroll in his hands, occasionally emitting a cold chuckle. After a brief exchange, Minato and Shibi presented their respective mission reports. Well done. The situation on the Western Front has stabilized, thanks to your efforts. I currently have no new assignments for you. You may take a moment to rest. Orochimaru remarked with a somber smile. Additionally, Schwani, your recent performance has been exceptionally commendable and increasingly noteworthy. I have heard that both the Rock and Sand Ninjas have placed you among the top ranks on their assassination lists. Your treatment rivals that of elite Jonin. Schwani, unfazed, replied. Such is unavoidable. As long as I can contribute to the village, it is all worthwhile. I have an obligation to do so. Is that so? Truly remarkable. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Once Schwani and the other eight departed, within the tent, Orochimaru resumed his seat, a profound chill evident on his face as he picked up the secret letter sent by Danzo. That fellow Danzo, even during wartime, is so restless. He is actually allied with Hiruzen. How laughable. Orochimaru scoffed repeatedly. Hiruzen, a close friend of the legendary Three Ninjas, had grown increasingly distant from them as they achieved greatness, becoming powerful figures under the tutelage of the third Hokage. Orochimaru keenly sensed that Hiruzen, though of mediocre talent, harbored intense jealousy and was showing signs of mental distortion. Hiruzen, as you choose to ally with Danzo, are you prepared to be consumed? Or do you believe you are orchestrating something more intriguing, underestimating the risks involved? Orochimaru sneered, opening his mouth to extend a serpent that devoured the letter, ensuring its complete destruction. What a pity. I once held high hopes for this child, Schwani. His bloodline is precisely the power I require. Yet, despite his own will, every time I extend a gesture of goodwill, he speaks fervently of the will of fire, resembling that old man to a fault. He plays his part convincingly. As the serpent consumed most of the letter, the final segment revealed a name, Nara Schwani. After a fierce battle, Schwani successfully closed the distance between himself and Godzilla to 80 meters. TSK, I wonder when I shall truly possess your strength, Schwani mused, gazing up at the colossal figure shrouded in darkness before retreating. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back in the tent, surrounded by teammates who were resting. Filled with energy, Schwani rose and stepped outside. A figure was already engaged in an endless cycle of drawing and swinging their blade. Ah, Kakashi, up early, are we? Even after such a prolonged battle, you refuse to rest? Schwani stretched lazily and greeted him. Schwani. Kakashi glanced at him with a complex expression before turning away. Continuing his repetitive motions. He possesses no bloodline limits nor secret techniques. All he can rely on is the white-toothed dagger in his hand. Perhaps the seemingly harmless individual beside him, named Xian-Yi, could be worthy of trust. The others, whether Obito or anyone else, are ultimately mere tools to assist him in accomplishing his tasks. The life of a ninja is one of relentless self-improvement, continuously striving to fulfill missions. Once one ceases to grow, the essence of a ninja's existence is lost. Kakashi spoke coldly. Xian-Yi shrugged and smiled. You still have not truly moved on. Nevertheless, this shift is somewhat reassuring. Whatever difficulties you face, do not hesitate to share. I will do my utmost to assist you. Yet, all that met his words was Kakashi's deliberately turned head and a dismissive grunt. After a while, a barely perceptible sound emerged. Xian-Yi chuckled softly and commenced his training for the day, which essentially involved refining chakra. As his body matured, the cells within him became increasingly active, enabling him to extract more chakra. Upon returning, he could apply to participate in the Chunin exams. During wartime, simplicity reigns, and becoming a Chunin would pose no challenge for him. Xian-Yi mused, always finding the lower ranks of Konoha's ninjas rather tedious. As time passed, others, having comfortably rested through the night, began to rise and engage in training. Yet, just as they were immersed in their practices, a cry rang out, enemy attack. The large forces of IWA and Suna had breached several outposts, drawing near the main camp. Were these fools mad, suddenly launching a full-scale war? Many ninjas wore expressions of shock, quickly rolling up their sleeves. Since Minato and Shizen joined, they had relentlessly pummeled the IWA and Suna forces on the Western Front, which had previously been a slow and torturous grind. Now, the prospect of a full-blown battle was rather unexpected. Before long, a significant number of Konoha ninjas mobilized, including injured and medical ninjas, totaling over 4,000. This represented the entirety of the Western Front's forces. Orochimaru personally took command, his demeanor cold and stern. As he stood at the forefront of the Konoha army, periodically issuing commands and arranging the battle lines. Finally, you've arrived. I was beginning to wonder how long you would last. Orochimaru licked his lips. Beside him, Tsunade quietly cautioned, be careful, Orochimaru. Their sudden aggression must indicate some form of agreement. Perhaps even Hanzo is involved. I cannot assist you directly, but will remain with the medical ninjas at the rear. Orochimaru nodded indifferently. Tsunade, accompanied by the medical team, established their position at the main camp, prepared to provide aid to any ninjas retreating from the front lines. Swish, swish, swish. Figures drew near, and the Konoha ninjas responsible for sensing the enemy were caught off guard, falling to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. On the IWA side, explosive sounds erupted wherever they passed. While on the Suna side, puppets darted rapidly, producing a cacophony of clattering noises. The explosive forces of the Rock Shinobi and the puppet troops of the Sand Shinobi. These are indeed the elite forces of their respective villages, and they have been dispatched so brazenly. Are they truly on the brink of initiating a full-scale war? Minato was taken aback, finding this utterly irrational. Yet, war does not heed the will of man. The frontline ninjas had already engaged the enemy, and thus, hostilities erupted. This marked the commencement of the most extensive conflict ignited by the establishment of the Western Front. Initially, the three great ninja villages were engaged in combat within the Rain Country, maintaining an unspoken agreement to refrain from invading each other's territories. However, that tacit understanding had now been shattered. Boom. In an instant, the battlefield erupted, countless figures darting about, an overwhelming barrage of shuriken and kunai unleashed. From every vantage point, a myriad of attacks, both overt and covert, rained down, rendering defense nearly impossible. Thud. Various lethal ninjutsu were employed in succession, shattering the earth beneath their feet and eliciting cries of anguish. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, protect yourselves. I shall return shortly. Minato and Shimi exchanged brief words before vanishing in a flash, racing towards the formidable enemy ninjas. One was a shadow-level ninja, and the other, a flawless elite J-nin. In such tumultuous surroundings, they could indeed wreak unparalleled havoc. Xian-Yi and his 5 companions swiftly gathered, accustomed to the tactics of their leading J-nin. The movements of the rock and sand shinobi were peculiar, urging caution amongst them. Xian-Yi naturally assumed command of the six-man squad and immediately guided his comrades as they navigated the front lines. He himself ceased to conceal his power, unleashing his full potential. This marked my first genuine involvement in a grand confrontation, a far cry from the previous skirmishes of smaller teams. A faint smile graced Xian-Yi's lips as he began to perform hand seals. Nuclear release, absorption of filth technique, far surpassing previous instances of nuclear radiation. It began to proliferate wildly and expand rapidly, surging forth with a deafening roar, incinerating all in its path. All Konoha ninjas were carefully avoided by Xian-Yi. While every enemy was subjected to concentrated assault, any adversary caught would be inundated with nuclear radiation. Countless radiation particles surged forth in a dramatic display, ruthlessly annihilating the cellular structures of all enemies, devastating their health. In every fleeting moment, numerous ninjas met their demise. Yet, more insidious and brutal than the deaths of these ninjas were the corporeal cells that suffered catastrophic damage, remaining undetected for the time being. In the heat of battle, Kakashi, upon receiving Xian-Yi's signal, brandished a short blade in one hand and Raikiri in the other, leading his team into the fray. Minutes later, a sense of unease coursed through my body. My chakra production was diminishing. The heat radiating exceeded normal thresholds. Could it be the nuclear release bloodline limit mentioned in the intelligence reports, that accursed Inuzuka brat? But how could his technique cover such a vast expanse of the battlefield? This was inconceivable. The faces of the battling rock and sand ninjas turned ashen upon realizing the existence of the nuclear release bloodline limit, which had ceased to be a secret. In the span of over a year, Xian-Yi has, with his elusive bloodline, eliminated a multitude of adversaries. The rock and sand ninjas have long been aware of this and have prioritized the hunt for Xian-Yi to an exceedingly high degree. Yet now, they once again realize that they have gravely underestimated the potential of Xian-Yi's bloodline limit. This individual's strength reaches its zenith amidst the chaos of large-scale warfare. On the battlefield, incredulous roars of anger resound. How is it possible for this fellow's range of attack to be so extensive? Amid such turmoil, he has managed to achieve this feat. The village has indeed underestimated him. The scion of the Noera clan must be eliminated at all costs, for he is infinitely more terrifying than Kakashi. Numerous enemies, feeling the ominous shift within themselves, experience drastic changes in countenance. The weaker ones have already sensed the debilitating effects of the radiation. Their physical prowess is waning, and the speed at which they generate chakra is diminishing, leading to a catastrophic decline in combat effectiveness. Swish, swish, swish. Many of the frontline rock and sand ninjas, who were also heavily affected by the radiation, perished swiftly. Just moments ago, they brimmed with vitality, yet now their combat prowess plummets, falling victim to the counterattacks of Konoha ninjas, dying with wide eyes, filled with bitterness. The elite J-Nin can still rely on their formidable chakra reserves to endure, but the CH-Nin and Genin fall in droves. The ninjas from Konoha, noticing the weakening of their adversaries, experience a surge of morale, rallying to accelerate their offensive. Perish, you despicable foes. This is the price you pay for waging war against Konoha. Many of the beleaguered ninjas from Konoha immediately feel invigorated, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. As some ninjas, after vanquishing their enemies, instinctively gravitate towards Xian-Yi, they staunchly intercept any hostile ninjas charging towards him, thereby safeguarding him. Meanwhile, Xian-Yi's squad, endowed with formidable strength and a well-rounded composition, exhibits an unparalleled synergy. As time progresses, enemies continue to fall at their hands. Those who have engaged with enemy J-Nin strive to hold them off, while the others prioritize the slaughter of CH-Nin and Genin, ensuring none escape. Xian-Yi, with an impassive expression, maintains his hand signs and promptly issues commands. The objective is to inflict maximum damage upon the enemy in the shortest possible time. The stronger adversaries, including J-Nin and above, shall be addressed by Konoha's elite. Understood. Acknowledged. Kakashi and the others nod in affirmation. Hey, Lord Xian-Yi. The Konoha ninjas who have gathered to protect Xian-Yi hear this and, without hesitation, roar to disseminate Xian-Yi's orders. Xian-Yi is taken aback, filled with questions. Are these individuals truly serious? He is merely an ordinary genin. However, he thinks, perhaps it is not such a bad thing after all. Xian-Yi once again intensified the radiation output, his body emanating a terrifying heat that transformed into a bone-chilling wave of horror. With a resounding explosion, an unfathomable mass of radiation particles erupted, frantically surging into the bodies of the enemy ninjas under Xian-Yi's command. The area of horrifying radiation centered around a core radius of 200 meters, where the intensity was most formidable, the farther one ventured from this epicenter, the weaker the radiation became. Alas, Shiranami felt a strain. Sustaining this power for less than 5 minutes had consumed over 10% of his chakra. This 10% represented the entirety of his refined chakra reserves at full capacity. He gazed at the layers of Konoha ninjas encasing him, which appeared disordered yet were, in truth, remarkably organized and resilient. Some rock and sand ninjas. Their eyes reddened with fury, charged towards Shiranami, only to be thwarted by these defenders. Do not feel pressured. Focus on wielding your secret techniques. Your safety is our utmost priority. The enemy must tread over our corpses to reach you, Yu Chuan proclaimed, standing not far in front of Shiranami. After a fierce shout, he drew his kunai and skillfully intercepted a rapidly approaching puppet. Boom. In the next moment, a small vibration wave erupted, shattering the puppet instantly. Do not underestimate me, Uncle Yu. I'll treat you to a drink when we return to the village. Remember to bring Iriko along. Shiranami smiled as he spoke. TCH. This insufferable brat, Yu grunted, though he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance with such a spirited youth at his back. Ahead, Kakashi had gone into a frenzy, wielding Raikiri amidst the crackling thunder. Charging forward relentlessly, blood splattering and covering much of his form. Thanks to the radiation cloud from Shiranami, wherever Kakashi surged, the levels of nuclear radiation spiked drastically, severely disrupting many ninjas, who then fell to Kakashi's onslaught. However, Kakashi himself soon bore numerous wounds, his vision struggling to keep pace with the piercing speed of Raikiri. Kakashi lacked a pair of good eyes. He still could not fully control his technique. Ihui stood guard beside Shiranami, her brow slightly furrowed. It's the same old problem. Once Kakashi unleashes Raikiri, he advances too rapidly, unable even to change direction. He will improve over time, Shiranami remarked calmly. The top-tier forces from both camps could no longer contain themselves. The puppet army was fully mobilized, prioritizing the annihilation of that insufferable brat. He must be eliminated. The demolition squad aimed to utilize as many rock clones as possible to breach the defenses surrounding the brat and avoid being affected by his power. The rock and sand ninjas could no longer endure the situation. What is the meaning of this? Despite possessing a formidable numerical advantage, with their combined forces exceeding 6,000, surpassing Konoha's 4,000, the battlefield remained stagnant, and the casualties on their side were alarmingly higher than those of Konoha. As time progressed, their losses escalated uncontrollably. This was utterly absurd. The prowess of Noara Genitsu rendered the commanders of both factions unable to restrain themselves any longer. That little brat, Noara Genitsu, wielded the power of nuclear release, a bloodline limit? Chiyo's countenance turned icy as she closed her eyes to feel the wind blowing towards her. Indeed, this was not a conventional biological toxin, nor was it an airborne poison, but rather a chakra-infused ray that directly attacked cells. The underlying principle eluded me for the moment. However, it mattered not. If I could not resolve the issue, I would eliminate the source of the problem. Chiyo felt a surge of determination. On the Iwanin's side, the earth itself was in a state of observation. The more he beheld, the more trepidation gripped his heart. This area of effect attack left them lacking effective means of defense. Only powerful ninjas could, by virtue of their substantial chakra reserves, create a protective layer on their skin, holding their breath to temporarily shield against such nuclear release attacks. Yet, employing this method drained chakra at an alarming rate, rendering it unsustainable. There was no time to delay. I must take action personally. This battle was not merely to cripple Konoha's western front, but to eliminate this malevolent nuclear release brat. With a cacophony of sounds, a multitude of puppets began to move with great speed. The chakra threads controlling these puppets were extended far to prevent early exposure to radiation. This child posed an extraordinary threat. At not even 12 years of age, the chakra toxins he produced could affect so many individuals. In that moment, Chiyo recalled Hanzo, that troublesome figure who easily poisoned countless ninjas with his salamander's venom, a figure feared by the mightiest of the 5 great shinobi villages. I shall not allow another Hanzo to emerge within Konoha. A glint of cold determination shone in Chiyo's eyes as she unfurled a scroll, summoning the 10 of Matsuke's. Amidst a series of eerie sounds, Chiyo enveloped herself in a vast amount of chakra, holding her breath as she prepared to command the 10 to breach Konoha's defenses and eliminate Genitsu. But at that moment, the shadow snake hand. A swarm of venomous snakes surged forth, ensnaring the 10 puppets. Finally, the battle commenced. Chiyo, the old woman, I shall not allow you to succeed. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, as a multitude of poisonous serpents poured forth from his sleeves, his malicious gaze fixated directly upon Chiyo. I cannot permit you to approach Genitsu so easily. This child piques my interest as well. This is no mere cellular attack. His bloodline can directly assail the very essence of life, DNA. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Orochimaru became, licking his tongue in anticipation. Were it not for the presence of Watergate and Shimi, he would have long since succumbed to his impulses. He would not only have placed Shiranami upon the operating table for dissection, but would have routinely extracted vials of blood or excised portions of flesh for cultivation purposes, such actions being commonplace. Orochimaru, where is that woman, Tsunade? Bring her forth to confront me. Chiyo's gaze was frigid. Yet Orochimaru merely scoffed, ceasing further discourse as he boldly clashed with Chiyo, unleashing an array of formidable S-rank ninjutsu, each more awe-inspiring than the last. Meanwhile, Ohitsu found himself besieged by formidable foes. Minato, Namikaze, and Shimi were indeed challenging adversaries. Old Purple, it's time to unleash your power, Ohitsu commanded, his expression grim. The rock ninjas under his command were being decimated by the swift assaults of Minato, while relentless insects emerged from the shadows to gnaw at them. Without hesitation, he turned to a figure radiating a menacing aura, issuing his orders. War, truly, is a nauseating affair. Old Purple rose, his expression impassive as he leaped forward, crashing down upon the ground with a thunderous impact. Lava release, flowing lava technique. From Old Purple's mouth erupted several molten spheres, exuding a terrifying heat as they hurtled towards the ranks of Konoha's ninjas. What technique is this? Such intense heat. How vexing. This fellow's jutsu resembles Shinyi's, capable of generating such temperatures. Some Konoha ninjas attempted to counter with water jutsu, but were swiftly pierced through by the magma spheres. Are the Konoha ninjas truly this uninformed? If imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, then surely it is the Konoha brat's techniques that ought to resemble mine, Old Purple remarked with a detached countenance, continuously spewing magma spheres imbued with tremendous force. But in the next moment, an onslaught of shuriken was unleashed, vanishing upon contact with the magma spheres. Have the rock ninjas even deployed their jinchūriki to the battlefield? However, I can withstand the four tails, Minato thought, brandishing the flying thunder god kunai, appearing in an instant to intercept Old Purple with a grave expression. He had clashed with the Eight Tails Jinchūriki early in the Third Great Ninja War and understood the terrifying potential they possessed, not to mention his girlfriend was the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. Do not underestimate the Jinchūriki. One misstep and you could find yourself beyond salvation, Old Purple chuckled coldly. The two shadow-level powerhouses engaged in a fierce confrontation, a battlefield far removed from the realm of ordinary ninjas. Shimi, meanwhile, remained silent, charging headlong at Ohitsu and his guard. You scoundrels from Konoha, this time, we shall surely vanquish you. Ohitsu seethed with rage. At this juncture, all capable shadow-level and elite J-nin were thrust into the fray, unleashing an array of potent ninjutsu that erupted with alarming frequency. With a mere miscalculation, the resulting shockwaves could obliterate numerous ninjas. In this grand clash involving thousands, the very earth trembled as various teams adept in diverse techniques collaborated to forge even deadlier assaults. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, tornado. A deluge of wind techniques surged forth, whipping up sand and stones, the howling winds stirring the dust, serving to obstruct a portion of the devastation. The effectiveness of that force appears to have diminished. The sand ninja, with eyes aglow with surprise, rushed forward, unleashing a relentless assault with numerous puppets. At this moment, Shiranami stood within the protective circle of dozens of ninjas, his expression calm as he observed these frenzied individuals. Utilizing wind release to disperse my radiation? Considering the presence of radioactive dust, this approach to mitigation is indeed a clever strategy, but it presupposes that I do not intervene to control the radiation. Shiranami tilted his head, watching the oncoming puppets and the grotesque faces behind them. War, it seems, is a force that renders individuals blindly mad. Protect the descendants of the Nara family. If that proves impossible, then cover his retreat to the main camp. Some Leaf Jonin wore grim expressions. Without Shiranami's power, they had effectively lost a significant advantage. Anyone who has experienced the thrill of battling a formidable foe, witnessing their strength wane and hearing their agonizing cries before being turned against them, would find it impossible to dismiss Shiranami's control over the battlefield. In their minds, Shiranami's ability combines sensory ninjutsu with large-scale poisoning techniques, meaning that any enemy detectable was subject to attack. The role Shiranami exhibited in the grand theater of war was nothing short of terrifying. He was akin to a harbinger of death, and considering his youth, if only he were granted a few more years. Shiranami, Lady Tsunade commands you to retreat your team. A ninja appeared before Shiranami, kneeling on one knee. Please convey to Lady Tsunade that my presence here is the most effective support for this war, Shiranami replied coolly. But Lady Tsunade, my technique cannot be restrained by mere wind release, trust me. In the next instant, Shiranami intensified the output of radiation, and soon, a multitude of sand and rock ninjas were once again profoundly affected, plunging into dire circumstances. Some individuals quickly emitted screams of agony, abandoning the fight as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in despair and clutching their bodies. Their skin rapidly deteriorated, flesh swelling and tearing. Yet, they would not succumb instantly. Amidst their tormented cries, they experienced the excruciating agony of every cell within them screaming, each organ fracturing, helplessly watching as they mutilated themselves. The internal heat distorting and dismantling their forms. Such a gruesome sight sent chills through anyone who dared to behold it. The psychological and morale damage inflicted was beyond imagination. Thus, the war raged on, thousands of ninjas clashing at the borders of the Leaf Village, with each passing moment claiming lives on the battlefield. This high-intensity conflict endured for an entire day, surging until the sun dipped below the horizon. At dusk, a crimson glow illuminated the earth, casting its light upon the countless corpses strewn about. With a swift motion, Shiranami plunged a kunai into the heart of a sand ninja. Do not incessantly employ wind release techniques to blow me away. Their utility is far less significant than you might imagine. Indeed, Shiranami delivered a powerful kick, sending the enemy, whose expression was frozen in horror, flying. Around him lay a multitude of bodies, piled upon one another, most in grotesque states of demise. Severed limbs and broken arms seemed the least of their miseries, while those bodies reduced to unrecognizable forms instilled a profound dread. Moreover, the distribution of corpses revealed a chilling truth. The closer one approached Shiranami's position, the denser the accumulation of bodies became, their conditions increasingly horrific. Yet how vile! You infernal creature, wind release proves ineffective against you. What precisely is your technique? One IWA ninja, his body ravaged and his face a mask of despair, lay staring blankly at the sky, his life teetering on the brink of oblivion. More terrifying than defeat itself was the first-hand experience of the horror embodied by Konoha's new generation, particularly that of No-era Shiranami, whose large-scale attack techniques were daunting. The mere thought that they had failed to eliminate Shiranami filled them with hopelessness. In the next moment, Ihui had thrust a kunai through the enemy's skull, sealing his fate. It was over. Shiranami's power surpassed my darkest imaginings. Ihui, utterly exhausted, wore a pale visage that shimmered with an eerie hue under the crimson glow of the setting sun. She turned to gaze at the throng of Konoha ninjas, surrounded by countless corpses, all of whom were filled with astonishment and cheers. Exhaustion was evident upon her face as well. Indeed, Shiranami felt a rare fatigue. It had been years since he had experienced such a draining sensation. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, yet the fruits of his labor were astonishing. On this grand battlefield, Shiranami was akin to a human arsenal. Wherever he tread, a multitude of Konoha ninjas and enemies alike followed, with death trailing closely behind. In the distance, the battlefield belonging to the Kage had reached a temporary lull. The 4 Kage-level combatants had yet to witness the fall of any of their number. Granny Chiyo still possessed remarkable speed in her flight, yet from this point onward, she would need to employ a different method of hand signs. Orochimaru, though appearing disheveled, clutched a severed arm in his grasp. It was Chiyo's severed limb, a testament to his achievements in this battle. Meanwhile, Old Purple had partially transformed into a tailed beast, but could not secure victory, as he was hindered by the relentless interference of Minato, who forced him to suppress his wrath while escorting the IWA ninjas in a gradual retreat. Thus, this grand battle drew to a close. The weary Konoha ninjas could hardly conceal their excitement, their jubilant cheers resonating through the heavens. The enemy had suffered losses of at least 2,000. This was a momentous victory. Thanks to Lord Orochimaru and Lord Minato, Lady Tsunade remained stationed at the rear and did not even set foot on the battlefield. Yet we triumphed. Have you noticed that young Noera possesses exceptional strength in his core release techniques? Many spontaneously chose to follow him, enhancing their efficiency in slaying foes. Numerous Konoha ninjas animatedly conversed. Throughout Konoha, the casualties from this battle numbered less than 1,000. Given their disadvantageous forces facing the combined assault of 2 great ninja villages, it was no wonder they felt such exuberance. The rock and sand shinobi have suffered grievously. They are unlikely to return, I suppose. Kai plopped down on the ground, his eyes barely able to remain open. Who knows? Regardless of how many come, I shall confront them all. Lord Obito will ensure they experience terror firsthand. Obito flexed his arms, seemingly showcasing his strength, his face radiating confidence. Having triumphed in such a fierce battle, His self-assurance was thoroughly cemented, his mindset exuberant. Kakashi, without lifting his head, accepted Rin's healing ministrations and remarked coldly, "It appears you played little role in this war. I even witnessed you nearly shed tears." "What? Don't jest. That never happened. I eliminated 3 enemies." "Did you? When I dispatched an enemy with Raikiri, who was it that you saved? You had something glistening on your face." "That was not tears, it was snot." Kai interjected sharply, "Oh, I would pay you 100 Ryo to explain how you managed to smudge snot onto your eyelids. It could be quite the training technique." The group, amidst their banter, soon fell into a quarrel, pulling at each other's collars and shouting about duels. Their spirit was indeed commendable. Many passing leaf shinobi observed this scene, their faces reflecting approval. "Look at these youngsters. They are teammates of the illustrious High-Ga Jinchūriki, the finest among the new generation gathered here. Oh. Just look at their impending clash. It's evident their camaraderie is strong." Numerous onlookers stood at a distance, pointing at Obito and his companions, their expressions filled with satisfaction. After this brutal battle, many had, for the first time, personally witnessed the might of the strongest new generation, High-Ga Jinchūriki. The terror of the Kekkei Genkai of the core release was vividly displayed in this confrontation, showcasing an overwhelming control over the battlefield that was both exhilarating and intoxicating. In response, Jinchūriki remained remarkably composed. They would not relent. It was merely a matter of how they would initiate their next assault. Jinchūriki exhaled deeply, taking a moment to recover some of his severely depleted stamina. The formidable entity within him continually replenished his energy to some extent. After a while, an order resounded from the central tent, summoning Jinchūriki immediately. Along the way, many paused upon seeing him, their faces adorned with respect and admiration. "Thank you for your assistance earlier. Without you, I might have been slain. Should you require my help in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Please do not mention it." Jinchūriki responded to these fervent individuals as he entered the tent. Upon stepping inside, Tsunade approached and delivered a powerful punch. Thud. "That hurts. You reckless brat. Did you dare defy my orders? Are you seeking death?" Tsunade's face was fierce with anger. "Lady Tsunade, you are indeed suffocating me. Under those circumstances, I had no reason to retreat. I stood there, fully capable of contributing more." Shan-E wore an expression of helplessness. Within the military tent, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, and Shibi Aburame sat with solemnity. Shan-E gazed calmly at these formidable figures. "Your abilities exceed my expectations, Shan-E. You have truly matured," Shibi remarked, adjusting his sunglasses with a tranquil demeanor. "We all strive for the village. I find joy in being able to contribute. However, I assume you summoned me not merely for flattery?" Shan-E said with a smile, rubbing his aching head. Tsunade snorted coldly, her expression unfriendly. In Orochimaru's eyes, a terrifying glint flickered, revealing his eagerness. At that moment, Minato spoke with a smile. "We have all witnessed your outstanding performance, particularly in the recent Western Front conflict, where your achievements were remarkably substantial. Shan-E, you may propose a reasonable request." "Is that so? I wish to learn powerful ninjutsu, though I am uncertain which would suit me best." Shan-E pondered aloud. "Powerful ninjutsu. Given your aptitude and performance, it is not impossible to request such a thing. If you wish to view the Book of Seals, it will require the old man's consent." A few high-ranking officials from the Western Front whispered among themselves. The Book of Seals contains numerous forbidden techniques, each one far more challenging and perilous than ordinary ninjutsu. This was precisely what Shan-E yearned for. He recalled a particular technique within the Book of Seals that he desperately needed. Should he master that technique, he might truly begin to harness the power of Godzilla. After a brief interval, the Western Front officials ultimately withheld a definitive answer. This matter required the Hokage's approval. However, Shan-E soon received a new mission: the Chunin exams. "Am I finally on the path to becoming a Chunin?" Obito exclaimed with unrestrained joy, shouting excitedly. "Oh, they say we are still Genin, which feels rather beneath us. By all accounts, we should have qualified for Chunin long ago, yet we must adhere to the process." Shan-E summoned the other 5 and announced the news with open hands. "How splendid! Once I become a Chunin, the rank of Jonin will not be far behind." Obito gasped with anticipation. Kakashi scoffed. "Given your abilities, passing the Chunin exams is another matter entirely. Why the excitement?" Arrogant Kakashi, even if you fail, I shall succeed," Obito retorted, flustered. Kakashi remained indifferent. "As a born genius, I must apologize. I became a Chunin at the age of 6. "You dare say that again?" Obito fumed. It then dawned on him that Kakashi, that insufferable individual, graduated at 5 and became a chunin at 6. No, Kakashi, you must participate too. As part of the team alongside Obito and Rin. Shiranami shook his head, stating, "This is the village's decree. For this chunin exam, all of us who are still alive in this cohort must participate. The absurdity of it all is hard to fathom. 5-year-old Jinin, 6-year-old chunin, and at 12, I, along with Obito and Rin, participated in the chunin exams, subsequently being appointed as special jonin. The villagers have orchestrated this for Kakashi with utmost clarity." Kakashi appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression peculiar, yet he ultimately nodded in understanding. "Since it is a mission, I comprehend. As for the necessity of everyone's participation, the reasoning was rather transparent. Akin to their cohort graduating early, the village was in dire need of fresh chunin to step onto the battlefield. The supply of shinobi had dwindled. Throughout the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had endured a challenging predicament of 1 against 3. Initially, they battled against Iwa, Suna, and Kumo. After the latter was repelled by Minato, they found themselves engaged with Iwa, Suna, and Kiri, a relentless conflict spanning several years, resulting in a severe shortage of troops. Shiranami began to reminisce about the original narrative concerning Obito and Kakashi, particularly the contents of the chunin exam. The first segment was a written test. He recalled that the 6th question pertained to bloodline elimination, a topic that was beyond the syllabus for most. Obito had been the only one to achieve conditional qualification during the written phase, a feat accomplished with Rin's assistance in cheating, which barely allowed him to progress to the second test, where he was ridiculed by Kakashi in the corridor. The second segment involved practical combat, where Obito faced off against Guy and Kakashi, ultimately suffering defeat on both occasions. Shiranami pondered, it was inconceivable that they would falter this time. This chunin exam was destined to be merely a formality, primarily serving as a legal review process. Without it, the ascension to special jonin would be quite challenging. If all went according to plan, once he was promoted to chunin, he would likely secure a position for elevation to special jonin. "Let us prepare. We must return to the village for the exam," Shiranami declared. The others promptly began to adjust their states of mind, filled with anticipation for their chunin advancement, which naturally included the usual squabbles and taunts between Obito and Kakashi. "Ichi, once we return, I will devise a means to conduct human experimentation on you. Be prepared. If you cannot endure, your fate is sealed," Shiranami remarked, sitting cross-legged, his tone unexpectedly grave. Ichi flinched, gathering her noticeably sparser hair. "Is that so? I truly appreciate your trouble, Shiranami-san. I have already come to a realization. Do not harbor excessive hopes. The success rate is minuscule, and I am merely gambling," Shiranami replied, casting a calm glance into Ichi's eyes. Over the past year, although he had primarily been traversing the battlefield, the progress of his related research had been exceedingly slow, yet he had formed certain hypotheses. The question remained, could Ichi withstand it? Even if successful, it would only grant Ichi a few more years of life. If it failed, he would simply focus on arranging her funeral. Shiranami's gaze held a profound significance. The following day, all newly appointed Genin executing missions had received the village's orders to return in batches to participate in the chunin exam. Shiranami and his companion stood ready. When a figure descended before them, his expression grim. "Acting under the orders of Orochimaru, I am appointed as your temporary leading jonin, and my task is to escort you back to the village." The Konoha jonin, Beiluhu, cast a disdainful gaze upon the group of youngsters before him. Before his eyes settled on Shiranami, his sinister countenance briefly softening into a stiff smile. "We shall surely coexist harmoniously." Shiranami nodded with a calm demeanor, expressing, "Then I must thank you, Lord Beiluhu, for your assistance. I truly appreciate your efforts. Upon our return, I shall treat you to a drink." "Oh, a drink is unnecessary. You merely need to remember to repay me when the chance arises," Beiluhu scoffed. At present, he was a man unreserved in his emotional displays, his impatience regarding the mission evident upon his face. Even as he led Shiranami and the others back, his demeanor remained sullen, clearly demanding a recompense from them. The group maneuvered through the forest, having distanced themselves from the western camp, now delving deep into the heart of the land of fire. Throughout the journey, Shiranami silently trailed behind Beiluhu, constantly gauging their distance. Logically, they had reached a point of relative safety, even should they encounter local infiltration teams. They would be easily dealt with. Yet, Shiranami remained vigilant, catching up to Beiluhu to strike up a conversation. "Lord Beiluhu, I heard from Lord Minato that you were close friends with the legendary 3 ninjas. Have you known each other since childhood?" Shiranami inquired with a smile. "Get lost, brat. I have no interest in conversing with you. Bailuhu's expression stiffened further, growing more unsightly. It seemed this question had struck a nerve, unearthing shadows within him. In truth, this inquiry alone had provided Xian-yi with insight. Bailuhu, in some respects, bore similarities to Orochimaru, both being deeply engrossed in research, particularly in the realm of human experimentation. As Xian-yi pondered this, he caught a glimpse of Bailuhu glancing back at him. Their eyes met momentarily before swiftly averting. Time slipped away. Faintly, he perceived figures darting swiftly towards them. Just as anticipated. Were they IWA shinobi or Suna shinobi? Xian-yi formed hand seals, sensing a dozen figures racing towards them. Xian-yi, be cautious. We have encountered foes, and formidable ones at that. With a tranquil visage, Xian-yi addressed Bailuhu. Lord Bailuhu, should we halt to confront the enemy? No, press on. Bailuhu's brow furrowed as he glanced back, his expression darkening. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of figures surged forward. Lord Shou, we have locked onto the target, merely 500 meters ahead. Excellent, accelerate. We must eliminate that brat. This is a golden opportunity. The IWA Shinobi team hastened their pace, undeterred by the radiation left by Xian-yi, pushing forward with determination. If they could eliminate the individuals ahead, everything would be worth it. In this moment, Shiranami Gen'ya, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Ichi find themselves with only an ordinary J-nin leading them, presenting a rare opportunity. The leader of the IWA, Shu, now has eyes ablaze with crimson fury. If they can succeed in this battle, it would disrupt the emergence of Konoha's top figures for the next 5 to 10 years. The distance between both parties diminishes rapidly. Bairuhu's brow furrows increasingly, and after a muttered curse, he turns and coldly states, "You youngsters are far too sluggish." Regrettably, we are merely a group of Nin and Genin. We sincerely apologize for hindering Lord Bairuhua. Given the current perilous situation and the absence of reinforcements, considering your speed. Perhaps. Jinichi speaks with a smile, albeit hesitantly. At this juncture, Kakashi and the others silently prepare for battle, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Indeed, Jinichi is correct. Under these circumstances, allowing Lord Bairuhua to advance alone in search of reinforcements. Even Bairuhua's face reveals profound hesitation and reluctance. As he is about to speak, I believe it would be better for you, Lord Bairuhua, to remain and bravely confront the enemy, creating an opportunity for our escape. Once we return to the village, we shall surely bring reinforcements to assist you. Jinichi's expression is one of determination. Are you serious? Bairuhua scoffs. Such a wretched suggestion. Is that truly the utterance of a child? Is this what you have learned of the will of fire throughout your formative years? You are quite clever, indeed. I almost wish to tear you to shreds right now. You are too kind, Lord Bairuhua. Please, take my suggestion into careful consideration. Jinichi responds with utmost politeness. At this moment, the IWA Nin assault team has closed in on Jinichi and the others, and an intense battle is inevitable. We've caught up to you. You brats are doomed. Shu's face exudes a chilling malice as his gaze shifts directly to Bairuhua. You are Shu, the one possessing the explosive release Kekei Genkai? I never expected to encounter you here. Bairuhua exclaims with surprise. Shu furrows his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Bairuhua. Bairuhua, according to my intelligence, you are merely an ordinary J-nin of Konoha. Do not hesitate, eliminate him. A dozen elite IWA Nins swiftly mobilize, encircling Jinichi and the others from all directions. Doton, multiple earth-style walls. Layer upon layer of barriers erupt from the ground, ensnaring Jinichi and his companions within. Die, Konoha's prodigies, along with this mediocre J-nin. Shu reveals a cruel smile. Mediocre? Bairuhua's expression darkens ominously, his teeth bared, revealing a sinister intent. To think that at my age, I remain merely a mediocre J-nin. How unfortunate. You wretched creature. Soon I shall tear you to pieces. Bairuhua has been provoked. Originally, he was torn between whether to escape with the few young ones or to flee on his own. But now such considerations were rendered moot. Here, he would seize what he desired. In the next moment, the two forces collided. Bairuhua unleashed a torrent of water, shattering several layers of earthen barriers, and boldly engaged in combat with the hunter. Step aside, my target is those youngsters. If you flee now, I shall grant you mercy. The hunter scoffed, delivering a powerful punch. Explosive release, ground thunder fist. The hunter maximized his explosive release bloodline limit, launching a devastating strike towards Bairuhu. Feeling a surge of fear, Bairuhu swiftly employed the substitution technique, using a wooden block to deflect the blow. Boom. The fist met the wood, erupting in a terrifying explosion. Is this the power of explosive release? Such fearsome strength. Bairuhu felt a lingering trepidation, yet his eyes glimmered with an even greater greed. The stronger the hunter, the more exhilarated he became. However, the question remained, how to vanquish the hunter? Hey, you with the nuclear release, can your absorption technique eliminate this fellow? Bairuhu bellowed. Not for the time being. This guy has created a chakra protective layer around himself. My power cannot penetrate it. Schwani was besieged by 3 rock ninjas, perilously close to danger. The others were similarly assailed, as the rock ninjas coordinated their attacks, utilizing layers of earthen barriers to isolate and segment their small group. Well, it seems there is no alternative. Bairuhu's expression flickered between hope and despair. It must be said, he was thoroughly conflicted. The current developments were entirely beyond his expectations. The appearance of these rock ninjas was most untimely. Bairuhu gritted his teeth. He was merely an average Jainin, utterly unable to withstand such formidable foes. Consequently, a thought within him grew ever stronger. He had initially intended to find an opportunity to strike Schwani, but these rock ninjas had disrupted his plans. Should he devise a way to escape with Schwani and then employ the ghost bud technique to seize Schwani's bloodline limit? Was this merely a coincidence? Or did it bear the fingerprints of Orochimaru? Bairuhu summoned all his strength to withstand the hunter's relentless attacks. From the outset, engaging in battle with the hunter, who possessed the explosive release bloodline, had placed Bairuhu at a disadvantage. Boom. Another punch. The hunter unleashed a series of ground thunder fists, triggering widespread explosions that forced Bairuhu to retreat step by step. Not particularly strong, but quite adept at self-preservation. A troublesome opponent. The hunter shattered a substitute with another punch, his brow furrowing slightly. After pushing Bairuhu back, a look of disdain crossed his face as he turned to lunge at Schwani. The young scion of the Noera clan was marked as the primary target for elimination. This individual was a veritable annihilation machine on the battlefield. Youngster, you shall not have the chance to grow. The hunter's expression turned grim as he obliterated multiple layers of earthen barriers, crashing down before Schwani. At that moment, Schwani was engaged in a relentless skirmish with the other rock ninjas. Nuclear release, vibration wave. 2 rock ninjas, concealed behind an earthen wall, were swiftly incapacitated, pierced fatally by a barrage of shurikens. The ruthless hunter rushed forward, realizing the dire situation demanded a retreat. Xian furrowed his brow, signaling Kakashi and the others with a glance before speaking. You managed to defeat Lord Bailu? He is not worth my time. You, however, are worthy of my attention. A fierce glint ignited in Hunter's eyes as he charged forth. The remaining rock ninjas unleashed a frenzied assault on Kakashi and Ihue, the layers of earthen walls intensifying around them. The ground trembled, dust swirling in the air. Xian raised his hand, unleashing another shockwave. This shockwave, seemingly not a wind technique, appeared to be a form of the advanced bloodline limit. Yet, rather than evade, Hunter clasped his hands in a seal, accelerating his advance. Steel release, steel fortification. In an instant, Hunter's body became impenetrably hard, surging through the shockwave's impact. What technique is this? Kakashi, using Raikiri, forcefully pierced through the earthen wall, his eyelids twitching as he aimed a fierce strike at Hunter from the side. Boom. The clash resonated with the sound of thunder. However, when Raikiri made contact with Hunter, Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. His invincible Raikiri could not penetrate Hunter's form. Get away. Hunter retaliated with a powerful punch, forcing Kakashi to retreat repeatedly, unable to withstand the blow. A hit from the explosive release would detonate his body. So, this is the truth: explosive release and steel release. They have truly spared no effort to eliminate me by sending such a formidable foe. Xian Yi's demeanor grew serious, recognizing the challenge before him. The explosive version of Hunter appeared in the manga, while the steel variant was featured in the film. Now, with the simultaneous emergence of both devastating offensive and formidable defensive powers, the threat posed by Hunter escalated exponentially. An elite Jainin is not easily dealt with. Oh, it seems you are aware of my abilities. Yet, my steel release is classified information. How did you come by this knowledge? Hunter narrowed his eyes, activating his fortification technique once more, lunging towards Xian Yi. Determined, Xian Yi unleashed a flurry of shockwaves, annihilating numerous earthen walls and simultaneously slowing Hunter's advance. Do not linger. Take this opportunity to scatter and retreat. At that moment, Bailu let out a chilling roar and charged at Xian Yi. Xian Yi's expression darkened as he incapacitated an approaching rock ninja with a powerful strike, only to find Bailu closing in, reaching out to seize him. Flee. This man is too strong. He is beyond our capability. Bailu urged, a hint of urgency in his tone. No, Lord Bailu, I will cover the others' retreat. As a close ally of the Sannin, you would not abandon your comrades. Kakashi interjected. I appoint you as the temporary leader. Lead everyone to safety immediately. Shieni deftly evaded the grasp of Bailuhu. Frustrated, Bailuhu exclaimed, Damn it, you little brat. Do you have any idea how troublesome that Sho fellow is? You must survive to have a future. Sho, unwavering against the vibrational waves, possessed a hardened physique that was nearly indestructible, his expression chillingly resolute. None of you can escape. Ehui and Dato unleashed an array of fire-release ninjutsu, striving to impede the enemy's advance. A deep sense of determination etched itself onto Kai's face, as he resolved to unleash a higher level of the 8 gates, willing to risk everything for a final stand. Shin-E-san, actually, I can. Kai began. No. You cannot. Trust me, Kai, retreat at once. You must understand, I have a way to extricate myself. Shin-E firmly replied, casting a profound glance at Kai. I understand. Kai nodded gravely. Could it be that Shin-E-san intends to employ that technique? The one that even instills fear in my father. Kakashi, Rin, Ehui, Dato. We must make haste. Remaining here will only hinder Shin-E-san. Kai declared solemnly, seizing Ehui and Rin, while roaring as he opened the 5th gate, accelerating their escape. If you perish, I cannot survive either. You know that. Ehui said with a smile, walking away without a glance back. With a swift motion, Kakashi severed the neck of a rock ninja with a short blade, hesitating for a moment, then gritting his teeth. Shin-E, do not die. I will return to rescue you once I find reinforcements. Dato, Dato. I, Uchiha Dato, will absolutely not retreat in the face of adversity. Bring it on. You rock ninja bastards. Dato, driven by the dire circumstances, charged fervently towards the enemies rather than retreating. Shin-E, if we can hold on with just one more person, we can buy more time, right? I will never abandon you. Dato's eyes were filled with fervor as he prepared to shield Rin. Rin, you must escape. I will cover you. Dato proclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, overwhelmed by his own emotions. Everyone silently echoed the sentiment. Is he a fool? Despite Shin-E having clearly indicated mastery over a certain secret technique and possessing sufficient confidence to extricate himself, this fool charged headlong into danger. In that moment, Shin-E found himself at a loss for words. You stand at the forefront, while I have been preparing my ultimate move. Should I unleash it or not? Should I vaporize you along with it? Dato was relentless, unwittingly empowering himself with a protective buff for his comrades. Yet, almost instantaneously, he was surrounded by several rock ninjas. This guy is also of the Uchiha clan, but he is yet to awaken his Sharingan, a mere waste. Quickly, dispose of him. Then join Lord Sho to eliminate that nuclear release brat. A cruel glint flickered in the eyes of the rock ninjas. What awaited them, however, was a formidable fireball technique, though it bore no lethal capacity. Dato shouted defiantly, engaging fiercely with them, knowing that any slight opening could result in his demise. In an astonishing display of resilience, despite being ensnared in what seemed to be a fatal predicament, Obito valiantly fought for several rounds before deliberately enduring a kick that sent him flying. Shin-E, Alawa Jonin, come over here, he exclaimed, spitting blood as he tore off the goggles resting on his forehead. Shin-E was at a loss for words. Together with Ailawa, they were relentlessly pursued by the hunter, having faced multiple confrontations that left them in a state of disarray. Under Ailawa's protection, Shin-E finally reunited with Obito, standing back to back. Little brat, if you possess any hidden techniques, now is the time to unleash them. I can barely hold on. This time, Ailawa was struck by a punch from the hunter, resulting in a horrifying explosion from one of his shoulders, sending blood and flesh flying. The heavy sounds of breathing seemed to herald the countdown of life itself. What a troublesome foe. How can you still be alive? Your body is quite peculiar, the hunter sneered, his combination of explosive and steel release elevating his combat prowess to an extraordinary level. This instilled him with confidence. Given time, he would ascend to become a formidable shadow-level power in a Wagakure. The few figures surrounding Shin-E and his companions left no doubt that their demise was imminent. Although Shin-Yi's mention of some technique piqued his interest, he was certain that, regardless of what it was, it would be of no consequence against his steel-release defenses. Leaf ninjas, the hunter's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ailawa cast a frantic glance at Shin-E, and that single glance plunged him into despair. Nuclear release, super vibration wave. This devastating attack, unleashed by Shin-E at full strength, struck indiscriminately at the ground beneath them. In the next moment, the earth shattered, countless fragments swirling and obscuring all sight as a deafening roar erupted. Alua's furious shout was swiftly drowned out by the terrifying explosion. The timing of this strike was utterly unexpected, devoid of any warning. Retreat. At the very moment the explosion commenced, Shiranami seized Obito and swiftly retreated, enduring a few kunai strikes as he carved a path. As he raised his head, his gaze, colder than ever, locked onto the direction where Alua stood. Let us go. Obito, Lord Alua has bravely chosen to stay behind and sacrifice himself to hold off the enemy. We must survive. Shiranami spoke solemnly, gripping the bewildered Obito tightly as they hastily fled, their movements decisive as if rehearsed countless times. Did Lord Alua truly stay behind for us? Obito questioned, looking perplexed. Is that really the case? It feels strange. Indeed, Obito, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot betray Lord Alua's goodwill. He is right. We must survive to have a future. Shiranami's voice was icy. Alua, this dangerous individual. In terms of the timeline, he defected during the Third Great Ninja War. It is said that he harbored immense jealousy upon hearing of Kakashi obtaining the Sharingan, believing that if he possessed the Sharingan himself, he could become even more powerful. Calculating the passage of time, it seems this individual's defection is imminent. The technique of bloodline limit transplantation, known as the Ghost Buds method, has likely reached preliminary development. Coupled with his recent behavior, it is highly probable he is fixated on me. Such a perilous character should ideally be dealt with preemptively. Shiranami tugged at Obito, swiftly traversing their surroundings. Minutes later, Sho appeared, accompanied by a handful of remaining rock ninjas, one of his hands stained with a deep crimson and remnants of flesh. The ninjas of Konoha are indeed formidable. Those two young ones cannot have fled far. We must act quickly. What was initially a straightforward mission has inexplicably turned into a convoluted ordeal. Sho's countenance darkened. That nuclear technique from the young boy was nearly impossible to defend against. The last burst of ultra-vibrational wave was not only powerful, but executed with startling suddenness. A sense of urgency gripped him. If we delay further, the other ninjas from Konoha will respond and provide reinforcement, rendering this mission a failure. Time continued to elapse. Shiranami and Obito meticulously set up a trap. Shiranami, is this truly effective? Obito inquired, concern evident in his voice. It must be effective. Bailuhu cannot withstand the opponent's onslaught. We must find a way to buy ourselves time. So Bailuhu would have died in vain? Obito questioned. This world is not merely black and white. Bailuhu had his own will and ultimately chose this outcome. Once you comprehend this matter, we can revisit the discussion. Perhaps one day in the future, we may reach a consensus. Shiranami regarded Obito with a smile that held an enigmatic quality. Obito remained perplexed, yet he would come to understand in time. From the moment he caught the attention of Uchiha Madara, followed by Black Zetsu, many events had already been set in motion. This world requires a representative capable of instigating change. A series of traps were breached. Sho had finally caught up, gazing ahead at the two figures before him. This time, no one will come to your rescue, he sneered, advancing with several others. Simultaneously, the explosive tag set by Shiranami detonated with a thunderous roar. Yet Sho effortlessly disregarded them with his steel release. It appeared that everything had reached its conclusion. Shiranami, you should leave, Obito suddenly declared, a smile gracing his lips. Though I still do not fully grasp your earlier words, it seems I shall have no opportunity to understand. You will undoubtedly become a remarkable ninja. Obito was prepared to fight desperately, creating an opportunity for Shiranami to escape. Just as he was about to charge at the enemy, Shiranami grasped his arm firmly. Shiranami's gaze transcended Obito, locking onto Sho, and he let out a deep sigh. Sho, you should not have come. Had you stayed away, you might have lived a few more years. With the hand seals of the tiger, dog, and rabbit, Shiranami initiated the technique. A terrifying surge of heat erupted instantaneously. At this moment, he finally employed the technique, the ultimate move of the first-generation Godzilla. Nuclear release, white heat. The horrific temperature escalated at an exaggerated pace, causing every cell within him to roar in unison. At this moment, a colossal surge of chakra pulsated and roared, gathering in an exaggerated manner, unleashing tremors that sent shivers down the spine. The overwhelming sense of oppression escalated sharply, the intensifying pressure striking at the very soul, causing the earth to tremble and fissures to emerge and spread wildly. What is this? Obito was left dumbfounded. This terrifying power rendered him utterly speechless. Is this truly a ninjutsu wielded by Gen'ya? Even more horrified than Obito were the rock ninjas across from him. Is this also a form of nuclear ninjutsu? How could such power be concealed within his very bloodline? The sheer magnitude of oppression emanating from such a young boy. Damn it, This kind of individual is nothing short of a monster. The many rock ninjas fell into a state of agitation, the suffocating heat wave crashing upon them as if they were standing at the mouth of a volcano, poised to be engulfed in flames. The sharply increasing nuclear radiation began to penetrate their scant chakra defenses, infiltrating their bodies and relentlessly tormenting them. Even Kaku, at this moment, bore an astonished expression, acutely sensing the rapidly rising temperature around him, a profound sense of crisis swelling within his heart, his sixth sense screaming in alarm. Truly, a monstrous little brat. However, to employ such a technique at this moment suggests it will exact a heavy toll upon you. Is it a forbidden art? Striving to maintain his composure, Kaku's face darkened with intense malice, and after uttering a low remark, he fully unleashed the abilities of his steel-release bloodline. Moving swiftly with the intent to eliminate Gen'ya before he could strike, the rock ninjas were fighting for their lives, their eyes bloodshot, fixated solely on Gen'ya. Using this technique now will also come at a considerable cost to me. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Gen'ya slowly parted his lips. The terrifying rays that had been violently coalescing finally erupted at that moment. Nuclear release, blazing light. A smoke-like column of horror suddenly erupted from Gen'ya's mouth. The infinitely gathered super-high temperature coalescing in an unfathomable manner, and in a tremendous explosion, it accurately targeted Kaku. Wherever the light beam touched, everything began to dissolve. From the instant Gen'ya unleashed it, the ground ahead began to melt dramatically, creating an extensive chasm. The escalating temperature transformed the nearby area into a veritable furnace. Even a ninja would feel pain and unease lingering there. The moisture within their bodies evaporated in an instant, followed swiftly by their blood, which began to seep through their skin, coagulating into clots after losing all moisture, clinging to their cracked and broken skin. The rock ninjas facing this horrifying onslaught changed countenance dramatically. They were nearly ignited in flames, instinctively revealing deep-seated fear. The premonition of death surged explosively, despair suppressing all scattered thoughts. What filled their vision was precisely that smoke-like beam of light, rushing toward them with overwhelming force. And in the face of such a formidable strike, they even lost the possibility of escape. My body. Damn it. How could this little brat possess such a forbidden technique? It is over. Boom. A prolonged beam of white light surged forth, ruthlessly obliterating every barrier in its path. No form of defense could withstand its ferocity, and in an instant, everything began to melt and evaporate. The sole exception was Show. My steel release is the most formidable defense in the entire ninja realm. It cannot be shattered by a mere child like you. Shou's eyes widened in fury as he screamed, channeling every ounce of chakra within him, all focused upon his steel release bloodline. Never in his life had he been pushed to such extremes. Facing the searing light, he felt a harrowing sense akin to confronting the third Tsuchikage's earth release, separation technique. Boom. Enveloped in steel, Shou was swiftly engulfed by the oncoming white light, amidst the countless rays and particles which bombarded relentlessly. A blurred shadow was shrouded where the white light penetrated, gradually dissipating before the naked eye. As the white light vanished, so too did Shou. In his place remained a terrifying chasm, with countless melted substances flowing slowly within, concealing all traces. The surrounding environment had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Everything nearby had vanished, leaving behind a desolate scene. Even the distant trees and flora, though spared from evaporation and flames, were already lifeless. I have finally eliminated this foe. Fortuitously, I encountered a fool. Had he chosen to flee without hesitation rather than relying on his steel release and evasive maneuvers, it would have been much more troublesome. Shiranami collapsed onto the ground. To unleash this white-hot light, he too had paid a significant price. Much of his body had suffered horrific burns. His blood had partially desiccated, and his lips were cracked. However, he could endure these sacrifices. Shiranami. Obito stood frozen in shock, trembling as he remained rooted to the spot, his limited thoughts consumed by the all-radiating white light, replaying endlessly in his mind. Stop dawdling. Quickly take me away from here. We must find a place to recuperate and await rescue. Shiranami said wearily. Obito jolted, immediately shouldering Shiranami and hastily departing the scene. As he leapt away, he could not resist glancing back. The several rock shinobi had been instantaneously vaporized by the sweeping white light, leaving no trace behind. Only the disfigured environment silently bore witness to the unspeakable carnage. After a while, one of the rock shinobi, who had initially hidden at a distance to observe and communicate, appeared at the scene, trembling as he beheld the devastation. This, Sho's team was utterly annihilated in one fell swoop. No, I must report this to the village. The nuclear release bloodline is far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The rock shinobi swallowed hard and prepared to flee recklessly. Yet, just as he leapt onto a nearby dead tree, a carnivorous plant-like entity emerged from the withered trunk and swallowed him whole. Accompanied by a swift, fading scream, the sound of chewing soon followed. Fortunately, I did not hastily leap forth to rescue Obito, but merely observed from a distance. I was utterly astounded to discover that the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan possessed such a terrifying forbidden technique. Yet, is this the bloodline of the Yui or that of the Yumira? Why had I never heard Black Zetsu mention it? White Zetsu gazed in despair at the receding figures of Obito and Shien-E, his heart racing with trepidation. Even though he had only recently burrowed into this withered tree, he could still surmise the dreadful nature of that previous strike. The concentrated beam of high-temperature light was utterly indiscriminate, even as White Zetsu. Approaching recklessly would result in instant annihilation. This matter must be reported to Madara without delay. White Zetsu once again delved into the withered tree, traversing through the earth while deliberately circumventing the lengthy ravine. The terrifying wave of energy that had erupted moments ago had not gone unnoticed by some in the distance. Kakashi and his companions, rushing forward at great speed, suddenly turned their heads, and even from afar, they could vaguely sense a flicker of warmth radiating towards them. Accompanied by that brief manifestation, a brilliance akin to a miniature sun appeared, only to vanish in an instant. What just transpired? Was that Shin-Yi's technique? Guy, how much do you know about this jutsu? Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade of White Fang. Guy, equally astonished, stared in the direction from which the energy had emanated. No, I actually know very little. Only my father has a slight understanding of Shin-Yi's secret techniques. Is that so? Such a terrifying power. Truly befitting of Shin-Yi. Ichihui's eyes gleamed with determination. You all continue forward, seek reinforcements. The recent upheaval must have caught the attention of the Konoha patrols within the Land of Fire. And you? My stamina is the best preserved. I must return to support Shin-Yi. That technique, even if he has slain the enemy, it must have exacted a grievous toll. If he perishes, I cannot hope to survive. With that, Ichihui turned and departed. Kakashi, I must also. No, others are not permitted to turn back. Continue onward, and hasten to locate the Konoha patrols. This is the mission entrusted to me by Shin-Yi, and I shall see it through to the end. But their safety. Even if they all perish, I will prioritize completing the mission. A cold ruthlessness flickered in Kakashi's eyes. He could not comprehend the relationship between Ichihui and Shin-Yi. Yet, he recalled the words Shin-Yi had spoken to him after defeating him. Transfer the will of hatred onto you. How tedious. If this is what you wish for me to do, I shall resolutely execute your will, even in death. Kakashi's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. Over the past year, under Shin-Yi's subtle guidance, he had worked closely with his companions, seemingly emerging from some shadow. Yet, in truth, he had merely buried that coldness deep within his heart. The ideology of prioritizing the mission, willing to sacrifice oneself to fulfill it, had been deeply ingrained in his mind through Shin-Yi's daily insinuations, unshakable. The seeds sown in the past had now taken root and begun to sprout after a year of growth. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi quickened his pace. Kai hesitated, torn between his long-standing instinct to obey Junichi's orders and the emotional pull to turn back and assist. Fortunately, they encountered a hurriedly arriving patrol team from Konoha, led by Yuhi Kurenai. You are Konoha's ninjas. Kakashi, why are there only the three of you? Where are the others? Yuhi Kurenai halted, her expression shifting. Lord Baileyohu is confronting an ambush team of IWA ninjas led by a man named Kaku. Kakashi reported swiftly. Kaku, this is bad. Kakashi, take your team back to the village to recuperate and follow orders. The rest of you, come with me to support our comrades. Yuhi Kurenai felt a pang of anxiety. After all, the opposing force consisted of elite jonin from the Stone Village. Without delay, the group hastened towards the source of the recent explosive surge of heat and chakra. Upon landing, the scene that unfolded before Yuhi Kurenai left him utterly astounded. Desolation and chaos surrounded them, with sporadic flames still burning. A vast chasm stretched endlessly, its depths filled with solidified, liquefied matter, silently narrating a tale of horror. What should have been a lush forest, teeming with towering trees, now lay in ruin. What kind of technique could cause such devastation? Is it explosion release? No, it doesn't seem like it. Yuhi Kurenai's expression was one of shock. Even as a jonin of Konoha, he felt an unshakable chill within. The other members of the patrol team mirrored his astonishment. This must be a high-temperature attack technique. As far as I know, the lava-release Shiranami Gen'ya can achieve such a result. Could there be a lava-release user infiltrating the land of fire? Not just lava-release. I recall that Genichi's nuclear-release Shiranami Gen'ya also possesses the ability to elevate temperatures. Could this be Genichi's secret technique? But could such a terrifying power truly be wielded by a mere child? Regardless of how implausible it seems, I hope it is indeed him. At least it would mean he might still be alive. The entire patrol team was engulfed in unrest, their faces etched with horror and unease. The spectacle before them surpassed their comprehension. Immediately search for Balyohu, Genichi, and Obito. They are Konoha's ninjas. We cannot abandon them. Yui Kurenai suppressed his inner turmoil and issued commands. His gaze lingered on the profoundly smooth chasm, a sight that would forever haunt his memory. If it truly was Genichi, even if it involved forbidden techniques, it would be terrifying indeed. Genichi must have. But with the calm and collected Balyohu present, perhaps the outcome would not be so dire. Yui Kurenai reassured himself while recalling Genichi's visage. As a peer of his daughter, Yui Hinata, and the top prodigy of Konoha, he had always kept a close watch on him, hoping that Obito can safeguard such a super genius for Konoha. This bloodline technique signifies not merely his present prowess, but also attests to the awakening of his lineage, which harbors unimaginable and terrifying potential waiting to be unearthed. As the sun set, Shinju consoled himself. In a cavern deep within a forest, Obito gazed at Schwanni with a worried expression. How do you feel now? Not too well. Yet not entirely bad. It is far better than I had anticipated, Schwanni replied, feeling the exhaustion coursing through him, offering a faint smile as he hastened to refine his chakra. The intense radiant light completely drained his abundant chakra, and this severe sense of weakness was unprecedented. Fortunately, his recovery abilities were exceptionally robust. After extracting a modicum of chakra, Schwanni formed hand seals once more. Superb regeneration. The prototype of this technique was derived from Schwanni's recollections of the flora and fauna birthed by the ancient Godzilla, after it had reshaped the Earth's ecosystem. Each of these unique organisms possessed formidable self-healing capabilities, with every individual exhibiting extraordinary regenerative powers. Schwanni's already remarkable healing abilities, combined with this advanced medical ninjutsu, allowed his injuries to mend rapidly. Layers of charred skin flaked away. After 10 minutes, Schwanni had made significant progress in healing his wounds. When he lifted his gaze again, he met Obito's complex stare. What's wrong? I thought you were going to die. After using such a forbidden technique, one would normally pay a heavy price. But now, it appears, you are unscathed? Of course, I'm fine, you fool. Schwanni chided with a smile. Obito's expression grew ever more intricate, caught between laughter and tears. Schwanni had employed such a terrifying technique, sustained grave injuries, and just over 10 minutes ago had struggled to walk, yet he had nearly healed already. Was this fellow a monster, transformed from some kind of demon? However, Schwanni remained remarkably composed. He understood that his body appeared formidable to Obito, yet there was still vast potential for development. The truly extraordinary one was Tsunade. During her battle with the reanimated Madara, despite being repeatedly pierced by Susanoo, even losing a significant portion of her internal organs, she could recover within mere seconds, something that would be fatal for any other Kage-level shinobi. Yet, Tsunade could restore herself effortlessly. According to Madara, the healing effects achieved by Tsunade through the use of in-sealing and medical ninjutsu were merely routine for Hashirama. Hashirama did not require any medical ninjutsu. He relied solely on his body's innate self-healing abilities. The prowess of a sage was simply unreasonable. However, once the Godzilla within Schwanni fully awakened, it would be even more unreasonable. Thinking along those lines, Schwanni sighed, realizing that he still had a long journey ahead. Just then, a heavy gasp echoed from the hidden cave entrance, weary and laced with chilling intent. You have nowhere left to run. Little brat, I have done so much for you. Now it is time for you to repay me. Who? The expression on Obito's face changed dramatically as he swiftly brandished a kunai, positioning himself in front of Schwanni. Obito, an acquaintance. I never expected you to still be alive, Lord Bailu. A faint smile appeared on Schwanni's face as he remained seated, speaking calmly. The figure at the cave's entrance stumbled in a dire state, covered in blood, with one shoulder nearly obliterated. Most strikingly, his body appeared to have been torn into pieces, yet somehow reassembled through unknown means. It was indeed Bailuhu. Despite his severely damaged physique, this fellow had not perished. He had pursued relentlessly and appeared to retain a modicum of combat capability. Ah, Bailuhu, the Jonin, how splendid. Come in and rest. Do not worry. All those rock shinobi have been slain by Shiranami. We are safe now. Obito's face lit up with surprise. This blunt individual failed to ponder the peculiarities surrounding Bailuhu, his limited intellect completely disregarding the anomalies. Suddenly, Shiranami acted decisively, seizing Obito and pinning him down. Do not place too much trust in your own eyes, Obito. This fellow has only just begun to reveal his true nature. Observe closely and never allow your vision to cloud your reason. Shiranami spoke calmly. Hehehe. Bailuhu gasped for breath, suddenly breaking into a low chuckle. The laughter grew louder and more frenzied. Ha 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 ha. I never imagined that one day I would be outsmarted by a mere brat like you. Well done, using that technique. The vibration wave to shatter the ground and deliberately direct the force towards my location, forcing me into a corner and allowing you two to escape. Little brat. I truly admire you. Bailuhu's maniacal laughter echoed through the cave. If I hadn't modified my body and feigned death to deceive those rock shinobi, I would have surely met my end. Who would have thought that the most renowned genius in the land of fire, hailed as the perfect heir to the will of fire, would turn out to be such a cruel and hypocritical individual? Bailuhu's expression twisted into a grotesque mask, the madness within him intensifying. Shiranami rose calmly, lifting his head. Do not speak so, Elder Bailuhu. Had I not sensed a threat from you, I would not have cast you aside. I intended to escape with you and Obito at that time. Obito, listening in bewilderment, was at a loss. What are you two talking about? Abandoning and scheming, cruelty and hypocrisy. What are you even saying? The sheer weight of this revelation nearly shattered Obito's simplistic worldview. He gazed incredulously at Bailuhu, who was reputed to be a close ally of the Sannin, then turned to Shiranami, who had devoted his life to studying the will of fire. What on earth is happening with these two? At this moment, Shiranami smiled and gave a hearty pat on Dai-Tu's shoulder. This simple gesture miraculously restored the flustered Dai-Tu's composure. Sometimes, the most unpretentious actions convey an unspoken yet profound significance. Dai-Tu, after all, was aware that Bailuhu was an exceptionally dangerous individual from their very first encounter. He had already set his sights on him, that palpable malice unmistakable. Such a person must be dealt with, otherwise, it would ultimately be they who suffer. Bailuhu gazed at Shiranami with a cold smirk. This young lad possessed an alarming degree of perceptiveness. Having already sensed the threat during their initial meeting at the Western camp, Shiranami observed the panting Bailuhu with a smile. Senior Bailuhu, your current state appears rather dire. Have you come here in such a haste seeking your own demise? Humph, it is you who shall die. It is unfortunate that the Uchiha accompanying you is not the genius Ihue, but rather this incompetent waste, Tuesday Bailuhu's blood-stained visage, marred with stitched scars. Greedily regarded Shiranami. There was a tinge of regret. Had Shiranami and Ihue been present, it would have been perfect. The power of the core bloodline and the Sharingan would have belonged to him. Young lad, I caught a glimpse of your forbidden technique. The killing hunt. Indeed remarkable, but employing such a dreadful jutsu has likely taken a toll on your body. Forcing yourself will not alter your predicament. Now is the time for you to repay me, Bailuhu sneered. This was undoubtedly the optimal moment, when Shiranami was at his most vulnerable. Fortunately, that group of rock shinobi had compelled this cunning lad to reveal his forbidden technique. Had they not intervened, he would have directly seized the bloodline for himself. Nevertheless, this terrifying bloodline and the killing hunt jutsu would soon belong to Bailuhu. Young lad, surrender your bloodline to me. Bailuhu howled, swiftly forming hand seals. Suddenly, a writhing mass emerged from his chest, revealing a bizarre black flesh bud that thrashed about. What on earth is that? Dai-Tu exclaimed. The ghost bud technique. A forbidden art I developed on my own, capable of transforming my mediocre aptitude. Bailuhu spat with venom. The three sages have abandoned me, chasing after the third Hokage while I am left alone. Thus, if I can assimilate you and acquire your core bloodline, I shall become a super genius. Just like you. Why should you, with your innate exceptionalism, be any different from me? My ghost bud technique was conceived specifically to usurp your talents. More flesh buds erupted from his body, swiftly writhing like long worms, lunging toward Shiranami. Come, relinquish your core bloodline to me. Bailuhu could hardly contain his eagerness. His malicious eyes already filled with the reflection of Shiranami. As for Dai-Tu, a mere waste, disregarded entirely. If Ihue were present, he would gladly consume him. But Dai-Tuesday. Fire style, grand fireball technique. In an instant, Obito unleashed a fireball, which, predictably, failed to vanquish Baru. The pulsating flesh, undeterred, extricated itself from the flames and began to proliferate anew. Shiranami, what shall we do? Obito inquired. There appears to be no feasible solution. In the blink of an eye, Shin-Yi retrieved a storage scroll, placing it upon the ground and swiftly unfurling it. He had not intended to resort to this perilous artifact, which was still incomplete however. Since Beirut had presented himself so conveniently, he felt compelled to make use of it. Shin-Yi placed a hand upon the scroll. Summoning technique. Beirut, observing Shin-Yi's actions with vigilance, pondered what the boy could be conjuring. A weapon? A summoning beast? Or something entirely different? As the smoke dissipated, Shin-Yi remained in his original stance, one hand still upon the scroll, yet nothing materialized. It seems the summoning has failed. Beirut examined the situation more closely, a chilling expression spreading across his face, accompanied by an unsettling laugh. Summoning technique? I expected some formidable trump card, and yet this is all? Shin-Yi, has your technique truly failed? What shall we do? Obito, pressed against the cavern wall, could retreat no further as he gazed at the approaching Beirut. He could only continue to hurl shurikens and fireballs, yet the damage inflicted was painfully evident. Shin-Yi, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, lifted his gaze to Beirut. This peculiar calm further fueled Beirut's suspicion and unease. After a moment's hesitation, he scoffed, pretending to be mysterious. Do you think such theatrics will intimidate me? Come, become a part of me. It is your honor. Beirut quickened his pace, lunging forward. As grotesque masses of pulsating flesh erupted from his body, all surging toward Shin-Yi. His avarice was now magnified to its utmost, imbued with a frenzied sense of fulfillment. The bloodline of Kekkei Genkai, the forbidden technique that had vanquished the hunter, and his extraordinary potential, all of it would belong to him. He would truly match the prowess of the Sannin, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja. With a resounding crash, the grotesque masses ensnared Shin-Yi, initiating a frenzied process of assimilation. This was a secret technique involving the fusion of bodies. Should the ritual succeed, Shin-Yi would vanish, merging into Beirut's form. Shin-Yi, Obito bellowed, poised to charge forward, only to be ensnared by a tendril of flesh, which was soon followed by a multitude of grotesque masses enveloping him. A waste like you should not remain here. If I were to absorb your bloodline. Beirut hesitated, contemplating whether such a feeble lineage was worth assimilating. However, in the next moment, Beirut gasped in astonishment, his face alight with profound delight. Your eyes. Ha ha ha, the Sage of Six Paths is watching over me. Beirut gazed obsessively at Obito's suddenly manifested Manjiki Sharingan. In the face of extreme adversity, is this a moment of awakening brought about by intense stimulation? Excellent, Obito. It is precisely this version of you that qualifies to be a part of me. With your eyes, I shall gaze upon the entirety of the shinobi world. Bailuku, with a look of obsession, widened his eyes and began to frantically pull Obito towards himself. Shin-Yi, let us join forces to confront this individual. Enveloped in profound rage, Obito could only seethe, helplessly watching as he was drawn towards Bailu. As he neared, it seemed that Shin-Yi and Obito were on the brink of being consumed, merging into Bailu's very being. At that moment, Shin-Yi, who had maintained his silence, calmly remarked, is the fusion ritual of the Oni-Yero technique so rudimentary? Bailu, your technique is evidently incomplete. What is the success rate of such a crude integration? Bailu paused, momentarily taken aback, before retorting coldly. This is sufficient, little brat. Do you presume to comprehend my secret of human fusion? He hastened the fusion process, and one of Shin-Yi's arms had already made contact with Bailu, the skin beginning to show signs of melting. Indeed, I have conducted some research, Bailu. This crude fusion ritual is quite the eye-opener. Given this, I have nothing left to conceal. Shin-Yi's voice was calm as he glanced down at the grotesque flesh buds and clumps, recognizing their coarseness. At this juncture, Bailu had not fully developed this technique. Losing patience at last, he decided to employ that which he had withheld. Cancer clone. In an instant, as it was summoned, the cancerous cells merged into Shin-Yi's body, initiating a frenzied process of self-replication and proliferation. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, a never-ending cycle of division. Soon, countless cancer cells accumulated into a writhing mass, resembling Bailu's flesh buds to a certain extent. This mass, in its chaotic collision and proliferation, surged into Bailu's body. What is this? A profound sense of crisis surged within Bailu as he faced Shin-Yi's enigmatic gaze, erupting in fury. What is this? Some form of detached flesh? What purpose could it serve? Regardless of its nature, it belongs to me. Bailu howled, accelerating the fusion process. Thus, a multitude of Shin-Yi's cancer cells wildly entered Bailu's form, embarking on an unending proliferation. In the next moment, the Oni-Yero technique attempted to control these assimilated masses, to unite them into his new body, but it faltered. The control of the Oni-Yero technique could not keep pace with the proliferative speed of these malignant entities. More alarmingly, Bailuhu was horrified to discover that these cells were utterly uncontrollable. This chaotic yet terrifyingly adaptive mass of cancer cells had been painstakingly cultivated by me, only to ultimately be unleashed upon Bailuhu. A faint smile graced Xianyi's face as he appeared to relish the turmoil unfolding under Bailuhu's watchful gaze, reminiscent of a malevolent specter's roar. In this fleeting moment, these entities have infiltrated the very veins of the venerable Bailuhu, inexorably siphoning the nutrients from his being, thus embarking upon an unrelenting journey of growth. Xianyi surveyed the scene before him, a sardonic chuckle escaping his lips. This abomination thrives on energy, standing in stark opposition to the essence of my own Ghost Yara technique. Bailuhu let out a harrowing scream, his already ravaged form now marred by grotesque protrusions. Undeniable evidence of cancerous cells proliferating and expanding within him. Soon, Bailuhu began to lose his human shape, his body swelling uncontrollably. Countless cancer cells feasted upon him. This is impossible, this ghastly thing. My Ghost Yara technique is a secret art of bodily control. It must work. With bloodshot eyes filled with terror, Bailuhu desperately sought to rid himself of these malignant cells, only to despairingly realize that the more he exerted his chakra, the more frenziedly those cancer cells multiplied, ravenously consuming everything in their path. Waves of weakness washed over him as he felt himself being gradually devoured by these horrifying entities. This situation revealed the blind spot in Bailuhu's understanding. After decades of studying the human body and bloodlines, pouring his life's work into developing the Ghost Yara technique, he had never encountered such a terrifying monstrosity. This phenomenon defies all reason. Bailuhu, welcome to hell. Xianyi effortlessly extricated himself from the lifeless flesh and masses, pulling the astonished Obito free as well, speaking with an air of indifference. Xianyi observed quietly, engulfed in the despair and madness of Bailuhu. He gazed at Bailuhu, now overwhelmed by the terrifying mass of flesh, while swiftly assessing the power of this new generation of cancer cells in his mind. These cells are perilous. Although I created this entity, claiming perfect control is still somewhat ambitious. Upon returning, I shall endeavor to manufacture the perfect cancer clone. Xianyi mused. The cancer clone represents the 2.0 version of the nuclear doppelganger, as long as one's mental energy is not depleted. A vast reserve of chakra is the fundamental characteristic of such a clone. It can be said that the cancer clone is the most viable physical manifestation he could conceive to rival the wood-release clones. My upgraded cancer cells, in some respects, bear resemblance to the cells of Hashirama, both possessing formidable corrosive and devouring capabilities, consuming the bodies of non-original hosts. Xianyi continuously evaluated Bailuhu's condition. Bailuhu's form swelled further, his anguished screams becoming increasingly piercing. Step back, Obito, do not get caught in this. Otherwise, your predicament will be exceedingly troublesome. Even if I wish to save you, it will require considerable effort, Xianyi cautioned. Obito trembled against the wall, his gaze fixated in a daze on Bailuhu's dire fate, the writhing monstrosity. Xianyi, is this also your technique? I suppose so. It is a forbidden art, so do not disclose it to others, or we shall all be in grave trouble, Xianyi warned. At that moment, Bailuhu was on the brink of insanity, his mind inundated with the mass of flesh. Save me. Xianyi, this is all a misunderstanding. Quickly rescue me. Otherwise, I will unleash the ghost bud technique recklessly, taking us both to ruin. Bailuhu howled incoherently. Xianyi scoffed. Do not jest, Bailuhu. Do I appear to be a fool? In a state of utter hopelessness, Bailuhu succumbed to madness, charging forward with a thunderous roar. He expended the last remnants of his chakra, unleashing all of his fleshly tendrils. A barrage of black tendrils surged towards Xianyi, desperate to ensnare him. In that moment, Bailuhu had clearly lost his mind. I was just looking for an opportunity to explore the potential of using the cancer clone to generate infinite chakra. Bailuhu, you have truly become a nuisance. Xianyi had long been prepared. He formed hand seals, and instantly, the writhing mass of flesh trembled violently, releasing a tremendous flow of energy. This is the fluctuation of chakra. Xianyi raised his hand and seized Bailuhu, his own will beginning to merge into the mass, attempting to connect all the cancer cells. The primary issue with cancer cells lies in their uncontrollability, yet they ultimately belong to Xianyi, in this world devoid of cancer. Cancer cells have been uniquely his from the very beginning. Come, let us perish together. Bailuhu roared, as numerous tendrils enveloped Xianyi, striving to pull him in. It was at this moment that Xianyi summoned his utmost strength, attempting to control these frenzied cells through chakra, the energy that bridges mind and matter. It was a tremendous effort. An overwhelming sense of obscurity surged forth, accompanied by relentless fury and an icy mechanical coldness. The presence of these cancer cells was profoundly unsettling. Chakra, in its inception, was conceived as a medium for mutual understanding among individuals, inherently imbued with the will and spiritual fragments of diverse entities. The sage of six paths envisioned that through chakra, humanity could cultivate tolerance and forgiveness, ultimately achieving peace. However, the chaos and brutality of these cancer cells became the dominant theme. Nevertheless, a trial commenced. Utilizing chakra as a conduit, Xian-Yi endeavored to connect his spirit with a multitude of cancer cells, immediately attempting to exert control over them to distill new chakra. This was a cumbersome process. The cancer cells were voraciously consuming chakra to grow, and now Xian-Yi sought to wield chakra to govern the cells, thus creating new chakra. This intricate duality posed significant challenges. A misstep could lead to the Western winds overpowering the Eastern ones, resulting in failure and further empowerment of the cancer cells. Normal cells convert food and water into energy, supplying the body as needs, an innate process of energy transformation. Yet, Xian-Yi's current task involved deriving energy from sustenance, only to replicate that same sustenance anew. It was akin to extracting wool from the very sheep. To complicate matters, there was Beilu Hu, a robust sheep, whose life could offset some of the losses incurred. Soon, amidst the chaos, these cancer cells fell under control, merging with Xian-Yi's spiritual energy to remarkably produce chakra. Damn it, damn it. Beilu Hu roared, helplessly witnessing the control over his body slip into Xian-Yi's hands, as fresh chakra was continuously refined. Excellent, just like that. Xian-Yi's eyes sparkled with realization, disregarding the numerous flesh buds, and cautiously began to absorb this newfound chakra into his being. The chakra surged forth in torrents, increasingly abundant, engulfed by Xian-Yi. Simultaneously, the flesh buds pierced Xian-Yi's skin, attempting to siphon his flesh and blood. The frenzied Beilu Hu, with blood-red eyes, fixated solely on Xian-Yi. Come on, let us see who devours whom first. Beilu Hu screamed. However, Xian-Yi paid no heed to Beilu Hu, as something far more compelling unfolded within him. The piercing chakra transformed into wild gales, continuously consumed by Xian-Yi. And this immense chakra seemed to vaguely awaken a colossal presence. In the dim space, this gigantic entity was drawn by the inundating chakra. A heavy breath resonated. At the pinnacle of this terrifying form, tightly shut eyes now revealed a sliver of a gap. This barely constituted a waking, yet. Even this slight shift brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ha ha ha. I shall not perish. I will consume your bloodline. Where is this place? In the darkness. Beilu Hu stared in bewilderment at the indistinct figure, his expression one of astonishment. The onlookers were left stunned. His flesh pulsated, writhing as his spirit instinctively flowed along the surging currents of chakra, bewilderingly drawn here by Godzilla. It seemed to sense the intrusion of a foreign ant. Godzilla's eyes opened wider, a terrifying gaze descending, nearly crushing Beilu Hu into fragments. What is this? Is this a sealing space? This little imp possesses such a thing within him. Could he be a jinchūriki? Beilu Hu let out a piercing scream, a silent scrutiny infiltrating all his will. Even the most resilient soul showed terrifying cracks at this moment, as if on the brink of collapse, infected and assimilated by a formidable power. The impact spread directly to the outside world. Get away. You monster, stay far from me. Beilu shrieked in despair, his swollen and writhing form turned instantly, stumbling as he attempted to flee. What is happening to him? Abido looked on in bewilderment. Xian-Yi raised his hand, effortlessly commanding countless cancer cells to restrain this creature. Smiling lightly, something intriguing has transpired, Abido. Beilu Hu was finished. As long as he lived, he could never escape Xian-Yi's control. When Ichihui arrived at the cave, he witnessed a mass letting out a chilling roar, its body surging with an astonishing amount of chakra. What is happening? Ichihui looked in shock at Xian-Yi and Abido. Oh, it's Ichihui. Xian-Yi, while calmly removing the fleshy growths from his body, gazed up in surprise. He had anticipated the return of Guy or Kakashi, not Ichihui. I hurried back to support you out of concern for your safety. But it seems I was unnecessary. Ichihui exhaled heavily, revealing a smile. Although I am unsure of what exactly has transpired, this must be Beilu Hu. He is transformed into this. Well, that fellow chose the path of betrayal and then turned against me. Xian-Yi chuckled softly. Ichihui paused, struggling to comprehend the scene before her, then turned to Abido, only to find him even more perplexed, prompting her to abandon her inquiry. Do not underestimate Beilu Hu, Ichihui. In a certain sense, this fellow could be your hope, Xian-Yi remarked meaningfully. Then, He slapped Bailu, silencing him. After a moment's contemplation, he mused that the village would undoubtedly inquire, and this creature had left numerous traces while pursuing. None of this would escape the keen eyes of the Umbu and Intelligence Department elites. If it were discovered that Bailu was not killed by the rock shinobi, but instead vanished near where Xian Yi and others had appeared, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Xian Yi's eyes. If he were to kill Bailu on the spot, it would complicate matters further. Very well, for now. I shall treat this creature as a summoning beast, and once the situation stabilizes, I will reclaim him. Xian Yi raised his hand and subtly imprinted the contract mark of the spiritual summoning technique onto Bailua's body. In the fleeting moment of severing the chakra binding, a series of terrified and indistinct cries escaped Bailua's lips, and he immediately rolled out of the cave. This fellow intends to flee. Obito shouted. Do not pursue. Our condition is poor. It is wiser to return to the village swiftly. Xian Yi halted Obito and Yi's instinctive movements, watching as Bailua vanished in terror into the forest. In due time, we shall retrieve Bailua, he mused. With the exclusive cancer cells bestowed by Xian Yi still coursing through him, and having faced a fierce onslaught from Godzilla, Bailua, even if he could regain his normal state, would forever remain under the shadow of Xian Yi. Curiously, the most significant discovery this time was not merely the viable utilization of the cancer clone technique, but rather that the immense chakra had elicited a response from Godzilla. A previously speculated possibility now appeared more credible. Let us return quickly to the village. Xian Yi gazed towards the direction Bailua had disappeared, nonchalantly erasing all traces of their presence in the cave before stepping outside. Naturally, he followed suit, and as she brushed past Obito, she leaned in to whisper with a smile, Obito, you won't speak of this, will you? Xian Yi entrusted you with this knowledge out of trust. You wouldn't let him down, would you? A chilling sense of foreboding flickered in the depths of Yi's eyes. Of course not. I would never betray him. But I still cannot comprehend what just transpired. Obito scratched his head, overwhelmed with confusion. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. He won't harm us. He replied with a smile. Unbeknownst to Obito, who had unknowingly brushed against the brink of danger, he nodded. That's true. Yet, despite his words, the events that had unfolded had profoundly shaken his worldview, leaving him with an inkling of realization that slipped away upon further contemplation. However, I have opened my eyes. I am no less capable than you, Obito declared, pointing proudly to his eyes, the sole source of his pride. Is that so? Truly remarkable, he exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise before she hastened to catch up with Xian Yi. The trio exited the cave, making their way towards Konoha, where they soon encountered the Konoha patrol team. How wonderful! You have returned safely, Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed, visibly relieved and elated. Xian Yi, it is truly a blessing that you are unharmed. Oh, and Obito too. I will escort you back to the village. Earlier, a sensory ninja reported detecting a powerful chakra fluctuation. It is possible that formidable enemies have infiltrated the land of fire, Kurenai stated with a serious tone, glancing around. Where's Bailua? The powerful chakra you sensed earlier must have been Lord Bailua. He has chosen to defect and suddenly turned against us. Had I not used the forbidden technique to scare him off, Xian Yi sighed. What? Bailu unexpectedly committed such an act, intending to kill you all. Jinhong wore a look of astonishment. After all, Bailu was a close friend of the three shinobi, and by all accounts, he should be a cornerstone of the village. How could he suddenly betray them? Yet, he turned to Obito, from whom he received confirmation. It is well known that Obito is a fool, utterly incapable of deceit or fabrication. Since Obito claimed there was a defection, it was likely true. In Konoha, Xian Yi and Kakashi met, and with an unspoken understanding, none of the six of them mentioned anything inappropriate before Jinhong and the other Konoha ninjas. Nor did they even ask. Only Jinhong, before departing, hesitated for a moment and quietly inquired of Xian Yi. I previously discovered a scorching rift. Is this your forbidden technique? Did you employ this to intimidate Bailu as well? Yes, Senior Jinhong. I had no choice but to desperately utilize this technique, Xian Yi sighed. Jinhong nodded, closing his mouth to refrain from further questioning. However, the way he looked at Xian Yi had shifted entirely. The ability to annihilate a bloodline ninja like Shou with such a forbidden technique. Even Jinhong could scarcely fathom the terror it must possess. He understood that a formidable new generation capable of shaking the entire shinobi world had arisen. With such a forbidden technique in hand, no one dared to underestimate him. Even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. But, given that it was a forbidden technique, what could be the cost of employing it? I will contact the medical team immediately to devise a treatment plan for you, ensuring that you suffer no lasting effects. Jinhong spoke solemnly. Xian Yi was taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. There is no need, Lord Jinhong. How could there be no need? This is a forbidden technique. Each such technique exacts a toll on the body. I mean, the losses I incurred do not require medical ninjutsu for healing, Xian Yi replied. Jinhong immediately began to contemplate the implications. If no medical ninjutsu was necessary, then the price of using this forbidden technique, was it the soul, the spirit, the lifespan, or perhaps the very potential of his bloodline? You have truly borne a heavy burden, Xian Yi, Jinhong said gravely, placing a hand on Xian Yi's shoulder. It is no burden, it is my duty, Xian Yi responded with equal seriousness, which only deepened Jinhong's regard for him. What an admirable junior! Such spirit! Such awareness, there are few like him in all of Konoha. No wonder he received praise from the Hokage as a bearer of the will of fire. Even the other Konoha ninjas were filled with respect. After Jinhong departed, they immediately gathered around Xian Yi, expressing their concern with utmost reverence. As time passed, the news of the elite IWA shinobi, Sho, being slain by Xian Yi's secret technique spread at lightning speed, rapidly escalating into a seismic event. In the IWA camp, Commander Huangtu was in a state of utter disarray. The already scarce medical ninjas were all dispatched by him, and he even sought assistance from the 3rd Suchikage, requesting more medical ninjas to be sent. How infuriating. What on earth is happening? Why are the ninjas returning from the battlefield suddenly afflicted by a widespread illness? As Huangtu seethed with anger, he gazed upon those whose conditions were deteriorating, their festering sores multiplying, and a chilling despair enveloped his heart. Having returned from the battlefield, why were they still suffering like this? The chakra toxin from that brat was alarmingly potent. Huangtadano, the test results are in, and the situation is dire. Something is continuously ravaging their healthy cells, resulting in a significant number of cells undergoing pathological changes. I need to know when their conditions will improve. Huangtadano. Those with milder symptoms can still maintain their strength, but those severely affected may never recover, carrying the remnants of the poison for a lifetime. Huangtu's expression shifted drastically, as if struck by lightning. The power of that nuclear brat was truly malevolent. Out of 3,000, fewer than 1,000 fell in battle. Yet upon returning to the main camp, several hundred were found to be exhibiting malignant reactions. Even more terrifying was the possibility that the ailments of these few hundred could insidiously affect the healthier individuals until all toxins had vanished. With that brat around, how could they possibly continue the war? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he bellowed, "What about the ninjas from Konoha? Are they experiencing the same situation?" No, they're ninjas. Aside from a few minor discomforts, have not encountered any subsequent issues. We speculate that the nuclear brat retracted all the chakra toxins. Huangtu's fury intensified, murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Such a wicked little brat, wielding a toxin that could not be easily neutralized. Fortunately, upon receiving intelligence from the spies, he had dispatched a pursuit team. Now, they awaited news from the hunt. Huangtu furrowed his brow. It was merely a few little brats from Konoha, which should pose no significant issue for the pursuers. Beside him, Lao Zi appeared impatient. You look unusually anxious. This is not like you. Did you not claim there were no problems? According to the intelligence from our spies, there should be no issues. Only Bai Lu, A.J. Nin, escorting Xian Yi's team back to Konoha. Huangtu pondered. In a previous battle, the IWA ninjas, allied with the Suna ninjas, had launched a surprise attack on Konoha's western camp. 6,000 against 4,000, yet they had failed to gain any advantage. In fact, they had lost this ambush, and their losses far exceeded those of Konoha. That nuclear brat was exceptionally dangerous. Such a perilous bloodline, if not brought under our control, must be eradicated. Huangtu's face was etched with murderous intent. Lao Zi scoffed. It's just a little brat. When I encounter him next, I can simply eliminate him with a tailed beast bomb, with 4 tails within him. He is hardly concerned about nuclear techniques. At that moment, a ninja hurriedly rushed in. Lord Huangtu, we have news regarding Lord Sho. Where is he? Why hasn't he come to report himself? Lord Huangtu, the information we received is, Lord Sho and his entire squad have perished. What? Lord Huangtu's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. Has the entire force been annihilated? Not a single survivor. Sho is the bearer of both explosion release and steel release. Even he could not escape? Damn Konoha. Could it be that Orochimaru or Minato Namikaze took the opportunity to strike at Sho? No, Lord Huangtu, according to our intelligence, Lord Sho was killed by the forbidden technique wielded by Noara Genichi, That technique even altered the terrain of the forest. Huangtu found this even harder to accept. That nuclear release brat was capable of killing Shou. If Shou had fallen to a shadow-level powerhouse or been overwhelmed by a group of elite jonin, Huangtu might have felt anger but would ultimately accept the outcome. But now, Shou was actually slain by his intended target. Just by that little brat. Is that nuclear release brat dead? What about Kakashi and Takari? Are they alive? According to our intelligence, they are not. Huangtu gritted his teeth. A single elite jonin, leading a hunting squad, could not take down even one opponent and was completely wiped out? This is an immense loss. At this moment, Laozi was also astonished. Is it true that Shou was defeated by that little brat? Intriguing. What kind of forbidden technique could kill someone with steel release like Shou? Bang! Huangtu slammed his fist on the table, growling now. Elevate the hunting order for that no-era jinchūriki to the highest priority below shadow level, and offer a substantial bounty in the black market. We will pay any amount for anyone who can eliminate this brat. At this moment, Huangtu was filled with a chilling sense of urgency. He realized that if he did not find a way to eliminate this brat soon, there would be no opportunity left. Geniuses are not to be feared. For transforming potential into combat power requires a process. However, when this genius begins to convert their potential into astonishing prowess, they must be ruthlessly suppressed. Otherwise, they will likely become another shadow-level threat in the future. Even if that brat used a forbidden technique that cannot be easily employed to kill Shou, the danger remains immense. Not only did the IWA shinobi experience a great shock and issue a high bounty, but the news of Shou's death at the hands of jinchūriki spread rapidly, alerting various ninja villages, who began devising plans to eliminate jinchūriki as swiftly as possible. Is it true that an elite jonin like Shou was killed by a mere child? The new generation following Minato Namikaze has seen the rise of no-era jinchūriki. Konoha truly is a cradle of talent, evoking envy. If that forbidden technique is one inherent to the nuclear release bloodline, then the value of this bloodline is exceedingly formidable. Mobilize the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to infiltrate the land of fire for destruction, and if possible, assassinate jinchūriki and bring back his corpse. At this moment, jinchūriki's name began to resonate throughout the entire ninja world, garnering the attention of even more dangerous individuals. In the Western Front, upon receiving the news, Orochimaru revealed a peculiar smile. He has miraculously survived, which is indeed a rarity. Danzo and Hiruzen must be feeling quite disheartened. Some individuals no longer perceive Schwani as an immature child in need of growth, but rather as a perilous ninja wielding unknown forbidden techniques. At this moment, Konoha, as the epicenter of this minor whirlwind, naturally erupted with an even greater reaction. The entire village was abuzz with discussions regarding Schwani, while they lacked understanding of the Shinigami. This did not hinder their unwavering support and affection for their own prodigy. After nearly 4 years of the Third Great Ninja War, even Konoha was subtly feeling the weight of burdens. The economy was in decline, industries were withering, and the population was sharply decreasing, leading to a palpable atmosphere of oppression. Only the myriad tales from the front lines offered the beleaguered citizens of Konoha a modicum of solace and assurance, especially considering that this represented the deeds of a genius from the new generation, symbolizing a promising future. Within the Konoha building, the third Hokage listened with admiration to a report from a Kimichi Sage, further supplemented by feedback from the Umbu ninjas who had surveyed the battlefield. The more he learned, the more surprised and gratified he became. Could it be that Schwani, at the tender age of 12, had already begun to mature? Moreover, he had astonishingly utilized forbidden techniques to vanquish such a dangerous foe as Shinigami. It was truly remarkable. Lord Hokage, we are still uncertain about the toll this forbidden technique may exact, but it is likely to be substantial, CHG stated gravely. The third nodded in understanding. I comprehend. The use of such perilous forbidden techniques must come at a heavy price. I shall summon him later for an inquiry. Thank you for your efforts, CHG. Once CHG departed, the third Hokage fell into contemplation. Such an exceptional new generation must not be left to drift aimlessly. Furthermore, he firmly believed that Schwani was a rightful heir to the will of fire. He held great confidence in this notion. However, belief is one thing, while retaining control is another. Yet, with the Sannin and Minato engaged in battles abroad, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Minato stationed in the west, and Jiraiya in the east, time was a luxury they did not possess. Kushina, being a jinchūriki, could not take on apprentices, and it was evident that she lacked the patience to teach disciples. I have heard about that incident. It appears that Hiruzen has chosen to defect. The root ninjas have uncovered evidence of his involvement in forbidden human experiments, betraying the village's trust. Such a scoundrel must be eliminated. It is best to let Root carry out the assassination mission. Danzo entered, heavily striking the floor with a sense of indignation and innocence. Moreover, the descendant of the Nara clan is exceptionally talented. I have taken quite a liking to him. Danzo. The third Hokage exchanged glances with Danzo, lost in thought. In Konoha, Schwanni strolled through the streets, finally granted a chance to rest after such a long time, while eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Chunin exam. Once he passed the exam, he would be eligible to apply for the rank of Special Jonin. Contemplating this, Schwanni made his way to the bustling food street of Konoha. Ah, is that not the Gale squad? It has been quite some time since we last met. Upon entering a barbecue restaurant, Xian-E greeted them. Xian-Jian, Moonlight Gale, and Haibasu were gathered at this establishment. Ah, it's Xian-E. Cough, cough. The entire Konoha has been speaking your name. Truly remarkable. Cough, cough. Moonlight Gale spoke while coughing, making one wonder if he might cough up a lung at any moment. Over a year had passed. Yet this fellow showed no signs of improvement in his ailment. Xian-Jian cast a complex glance at Xian-E and took a deep breath. What brings you here? The gap between us continues to widen. Xian-E, that underachiever, has already left him far behind. Our squad is dining here today. I am treating. So I came early to wait for them. Xian-E chose a seat nearby and began to peruse the menu. This, and this. And 5 portions of that as well. The sight of his order left Xian-Jian and the others in shock. Haibasu adjusted his sunglasses. But the barbecue from the Akimichi clan is quite expensive. Can your finances support it? Xian-E-kun? I have completed over 20 A-rank missions this year. And taking down a hunter should qualify as an S-rank mission. I have several million Ryos saved. Xian-E waved his hand dismissively. Listen, is that even human language? Is this the terrifying prowess of a super genius? Before long, Ichihui and Kai arrived. Cough, cough. Ichihui, why does your complexion look so poor? Cough, cough. Moonlight Gale exclaimed in astonishment. You dare speak to me like that? Ichihui retorted. The two pale-faced, sickly individuals exchanged glances, astonished by each other's condition. Your health is truly abysmal, they both seemed to think. Xian-E-san, I have heard many people discussing you during my walk here. You have become a renowned genius throughout Konoha, Kai declared as he picked up his chopsticks, swiftly devouring the barbecue while mumbling incoherently about how delicious and hot it was. Such trivial matters. It is truly wonderful that everyone is safe and sound, Xian-E remarked with a smile. At that moment, Xian-Jian and the others were swallowing hard. They could not afford such extravagance and shamelessly squeezed in, extending their chopsticks to partake in the meat. Xian-E boldly doubled his order of barbecue. Not everyone was safe. However, in the team of Mori no Ibiki, Yudo had perished. It was said he was targeted and killed by the 7 ninja swordsmen while transporting war supplies to the Eastern Front. Haibasu whispered. Xian-E paused momentarily. Is that so? They were from our generation. Subsequently, Haibasu mentioned several familiar names, most of whom were from Xian-Yi's cohort. These individuals had all met their demise. Xian-E and Kakashi's team, composed of elite J-Nin and shadow-level J-Nin leading the squad, along with their inherent genius, had exhibited remarkable growth without experiencing any personnel losses. However, other teams were not so fortunate. The vast majority of them lacked a leading J-Nin and had scarcely completed even trivial tasks such as weeding or locating lost cats. Their cooperation, rapport, and mastery of secret techniques were virtually non-existent. Relying solely on their rudimentary 3-body technique and an abundance of enthusiasm, they hastily entered the battlefield, resulting in a staggering casualty rate. Many perished, and only those who survived had the opportunity to become elite. Xian-Jian wore a bitter expression. The sole piece of good news was that their team, though devoid of geniuses, excelled in being methodical and steady. It was rumored that they would soon be assigned a J-Nin to lead them, a rare stroke of luck indeed. After 4 years of bloodshed, even with the abundance of J-Nin in Konoha, the prolonged attrition had taken its toll. To have one returning to the village for rest to lead Xuanjian's team was a remarkable occurrence. By the time the dinner concluded, it was already late at night. The luminous moon hung in the sky, resembling a colossal eye surveying the tumultuous world of ninjas. Xian-E, along with E and Kai, exited the barbecue restaurant. The meal had cost them 300,000 ryo. The prices were indeed outrageous, and it was no wonder the Akimichi clan could produce such hefty individuals, thriving on their widely popular secret barbecue recipe establishments throughout Konoha. Thank you for the treat, Xian-E-san. This is my first time enjoying so much barbecue, Kai exclaimed while clutching his stomach, thoroughly satisfied. There's no need for thanks, it's merely a trivial matter, Xian-E responded dismissively, truly indifferent to money. He had even packed a generous portion of barbecue to deliver to Might Dai, whom he hadn't seen in some time and missed dearly. At that moment, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. Jainin Hoshieni, the Hokage commands your immediate presence at the Hokage building, the Umbu announced. Understood. Thank you for your efforts, Shien-e acknowledged. The Umbu nodded and vanished using the body flicker technique. It's quite late. What could the Hokage want with you? He furrowed her brow. I was planning to take Shien-e-san to my home. Kai glanced around, feeling somewhat superfluous as he alternated his gaze from one person to another. As expected of Shien-e-kun, to have the opportunity to meet the Hokage. The others who followed, such as Hibiki, were quite excited, as if it were they who were about to meet the Hokage. In any case, you all should head back. We can discuss matters tomorrow. You understand? Shien-e remarked with a knowing look. Understood. Understood. We all understand. Hibiki and the others nodded in admiration. After parting ways, Shien-e made his way to the Hokage building. In the quiet of the night, he pondered the words he would exchange with the Hokage, contemplating what to say and what to withhold, deeming it necessary to prepare an advanced strategy. Suddenly, Shien-e halted. An unfamiliar chakra had seeped in unnoticed. This is an illusion technique. Intriguing. Is it an enemy spy or something else? Shien-e remained composed. Soon, a fresh wave of chakras surged forth, unveiling yet another subtle illusion technique. A combination of illusions, perhaps? Shien-e chuckled softly. This time, the chakra that infiltrated Schwanni's body seemed to have reached a certain threshold. In the next moment, a colossal will emanated from within Schwanni, shattering the foreign chakra in a thunderous explosion before devouring it whole. Come forth. Your techniques are of no use to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite, Schwanni uttered as he slowly formed hand seals. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure, flanked and guarded by several root ninjas, stepped forward. Schwanni Noera. Do you intend to be impolite even in the presence of an elder? Danzo spoke calmly, his solitary eye scrutinizing Schwanni. Your method of dispelling the illusion just now was rather peculiar. All the chakra that entered your body has been consumed. Are you truly the legendary Lord Danzo? My apologies, but I am on my way to the Hokage building. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to impede my path? Moreover, did not Senior Shurha inform you that I do not intend to join Root? Schwanni replied with a slight nod and a smile. Danzo scoffed. I am not here to recruit you into Root. I have come to take you on as my disciple. Shien-e did not respond immediately. Danzo slammed the ground fiercely, sneering. What, do you feel wrong following me? If you refuse to join the Root, then I shall take you as my disciple. It is quite fitting. By following me, you can better fulfill your ambitions and contribute to Konoha. The dark figure of the ninja regarded him with indifference. The many root ninjas surrounding Danzo stood silently. No. How could it be? To be accepted as a disciple by the esteemed Danzo is indeed an honor, Shien-e said with a smile, bowing deeply. Very well. Danzo waved his hand, and several root ninjas quietly vanished. You are quite astute. By becoming my disciple, you will gain much. Come with me. Hiruzen awaits you. Danzo turned and walked toward the Hokage building, with Shien-e following closely behind. It seems that Master Danzo has not taken a disciple in many years. Why the sudden change? Shien-e began. Danzo replied coolly, isn't this precisely what you desire? Uechi-hei informed me of your disinterest in the Root, yet expressed great respect for me. Your talents are commendable, and I do not mind taking you on as my disciple at this moment. I see. Truly worthy of being Master Danzo. How is Senior Ji-hei faring? Shien-e smiled. Thanks to you, his life is a torment. Once you join the Root, you will be able to see him. Danzo's remaining eye scrutinized Shien-e deeply. I am quite pleased with your resolve and determination. Shien-e chuckled softly. Danzo fell silent, and the two walked in quietude toward the Hokage's office. From your demeanor, it seems I need not say more. Shien-e, Danzo is a profoundly great ninja. You should learn much from him, the third Hokage remarked, puffing on his pipe, the swirling smoke obscuring his features. Certainly, Hokage-sama, I shall not disappoint you. Shien-e replied respectfully. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he inevitably began discussing Shien-Yi's forbidden technique that he used to slay Sho. That technique is my forbidden jutsu, Blazing Radiance. Its principle is to generate extreme heat, melting everything away. And the cost? What must you sacrifice to perform this forbidden technique? The third Hokage inquired, his concern evident. The cost, as it stands, would be my lifespan. The brief surge of extreme heat drastically accelerates the decay of my cells, thus shortening my own life. The specific duration is hard to quantify. Shien-e knelt, exuding sincerity. Although he spoke with his eyes wide open, his words immediately caused the third Hokage to nod in realization, an expression of understanding dawning upon him. Self-sacrifice is indeed the most lethal strategy. Can this technique be utilized by others? The third Hokage asked. Shiranami pondered for a moment. I achieve it through my bloodline limit, so if others wish to learn this technique, it is not impossible, but it is immensely challenging. It can indeed be done, but the prerequisite is to first pledge allegiance to me, after which I would modify them into their own variant body, those unafraid of death, who wish to forfeit their identities and become mere vassals of Shiranami, are welcome to approach. Shiranami is prepared to accept as many of these distorted and grotesque beings as may come. The third Hokage nodded. Such a devastating forbidden technique, if achieved by sacrificing one's lifespan, is a cost that is not entirely unacceptable. If you wish to include this technique in the Book of Seals, simply state your intention. For this technique certainly qualifies for inclusion. Danzo spoke in a measured tone. The third Hokage merely smoked, his eyes fixed intently upon Shiranami. With utmost respect, Shiranami declared. If permitted, I would gladly offer the method of practicing this technique, and I would be willing to instruct anyone who wishes to learn it in the future. The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction and nodded, then rose to form hand seals. With a resounding bang, a colossal scroll was summoned. It unfurled swiftly, landing directly on the final blank page. Shiranami, the village shall not take your forbidden technique without recompense. Considering your accomplishments on the western battlefield, you are entitled to select one forbidden technique from the Book of Seals for your study. Shiranami's eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused on the Book of Seals. The prospect of learning a forbidden technique, the one he had already speculated upon in his mind, would grant him direct control over Godzilla, playing a pivotal role in his endeavors. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Shiranami rose and began inscribing the forbidden technique White Heat Light into the Book of Seals. With hand seals for fire, lightning, and water, he stimulated every cell in his body, rapidly elevating the temperature. The third Hokage and Danzo watched for a moment before frowning. This technique unexpectedly involved control at a level even more microscopic than cellular manipulation. So it is. Utilizing chakra to drive molecules on a grand scale, deduced the third Hokage with a wry smile. According to the laws of physics, the higher the temperature, the faster the movement of molecules. This is exceedingly difficult. However, it also indirectly proves that Shiranami's bloodline is extraordinarily formidable, aligning with their suspicions that it can directly influence the microscopic realm. This technique, in some respects, bears resemblance to the original realm separation technique. As both engage with the realm of subatomic particles, Danzo remarked, the principle of the original realm separation technique allows for atomic-level attacks, breaking all matter down into countless atoms. In contrast, White Heat Light escalates molecular movement on a massive scale, using cells as vessels and chakra as the medium to unleash terrifying super-high temperatures. Upon reaching this point, the third Hokage immediately extinguished some of his thoughts. The dangers associated with this technique are exceedingly high. The initial step of massively stimulating internal molecules is hellishly challenging, followed by the need to control the instantaneous eruption of extreme heat. Is it certain that one would not vaporize themselves? With even the slightest misstep, death is imminent. Can we expect that among those who aspire to learn this technique, 1 in 100 might survive? Shiranami smiled gently. Should anyone wish to learn this technique in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. At the very least, I can offer some assistance. Rest assured, whomever seeks to learn will undoubtedly require your consent, replied the third Hokage. The third Hokage rolled up the Book of Seals and then executed multiple sealing techniques, thereby reopening the tome once more. A plethora of forbidden technique names emerged, some of which ignited a fervent desire merely by glancing at them. Techniques such as the art of spiritual transformation and the reanimation jutsu were particularly enticing. However, after perusing numerous techniques, Shiranami ultimately made a decision. Lord Third, Master Danzo, I choose this technique. I believe it is the most suitable for me, Shiranami stated with a faint smile. Is it truly this technique? Are you certain? The third Hokage inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. Shiranami's choice seemed rather peculiar to him. If you lack a summoning contract and wish to possess a superior summoning beast, I can assist you, Danzo interjected with a furrowed brow. No, Lord Third, Master Danzo. I have made my choice. I have a premonition that this technique is the one most fitting for me, Shiranami replied, his finger pointing to the description of the technique in the Book of Seals. Nine-Face Tsupaki. The third Hokage and Danzo were utterly perplexed as to why Shiranami would select this technique. The Nine-Face Tsupaki is fundamentally a unique summoning technique that, When executed in the order of blue, white, red, black, void, south, north, 3, and jade, summons 9 summoning beasts to the battlefield. If Xuanyi were a ninja whose primary combat capability relied on summoning beasts, this technique would indeed be exceptionally fitting. Since you are resolute in your choice, I shall not press further. The third Hokage conceded with a slight nod and proceeded to unlock the nine-faced Tsukuhi. A multitude of characters began to materialize before Xuanyi. He swiftly commenced memorizing and learning the technique. The nine-faced Tsukuhi, at its core, is a summoning technique, which is a fundamental form of space-time ninjutsu. To master this technique, one merely needs to grasp the essence of summoning and understand how to establish a summoning contract to gain entry into its realm. Indeed, this is the technique I seek, Xuanyi affirmed, recognizing it as the very thing he required, the ultimate summoning technique. The backdrop of the nine-faced Tsukuhi is tied to an incident where Obito attacked Naruto and employed a technique known as limited Tsukuyomi, drawing Naruto into a phantasmal realm. Within this limited Tsukuyomi world, the Akatsuki, the foremost organization in the ninja world, engaged in their first-ever team battle, taking on a commission from Konoha to assault the darkened Naruto. However, they were met head-on by the 9 summoning beasts conjured through the nine-faced Tsukuhi, which withstood their onslaught. Halfway through the battle, the Akatsuki retreated, as the finance minister, Kakuzu, remarked that the task's difficulty was disproportionate, requesting additional compensation. The nine-faced Tsukuhi was precisely what Xuanyi needed. Through this technique, he could achieve the objective of segmenting Godzilla. If all went smoothly, he could master the method of creating a sub-Godzilla. Xuanyi rapidly committed the technique to memory and nodded at the third Hokage. I hope you will wield this technique wisely and fully embody the will of fire. The third Hokage smiled. After bidding farewell to the Hokage, Xuanyi followed Danzo to the base of Root. Even if you choose to employ forbidden techniques such as the impure resurrection, I can comprehend your decision. However, why resort to the nine-faced Tsukuhi? Despite its status as the most formidable summoning art, it hardly warrants the squandering of this opportunity. Danzo spoke calmly. Xuanyi replied with a smile, Teacher Danzo. Every individual possesses their own choices. It is perfectly acceptable for you to not understand now. In time, you will surely grasp the rationale. Cunning little imp. It is precisely this quality that qualifies you to be my disciple. Danzo nodded, acknowledging him slightly. At last, you are not yet another fool brainwashed by the will of fire. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge for him. It appears that even if you intend to manipulate or control the root through my disciple in the future, it shall be impossible. Danzo revealed a faint smirk, ceasing his inquiries about Xuanyi's desire for the nine-faced Tsukuhi. Regardless, the forbidden techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals that Ryuzen refuses to provide, I can still procure. Ryuzen's disciples include the legendary 3 ninjas, while Jiraiya's pupil is the esteemed Minato Namikaze. Your future must not fall short of theirs. Do not disappoint me. Danzo spoke coldly. One of the primary reasons he valued Xuanyi was due to the thoughts conveyed through Shirhei, which piqued Danzo's genuine interest. He deeply regretted his decision to allow Hinata Iraha into the root. Had he decisively chosen Xuanyi back then, it would have spared him much trouble. However, it is not too late to amend this. He could seamlessly transition Xuanyi under his wing by recruiting him as a disciple. Soon, the two arrived at the base of the root, which was steeped in an ominous atmosphere. This is the training ground of the root. As my sole disciple, you are obliged to understand the root, even to lead it, Danzo stated coldly. Everything about the root has been established by me, deeply entrenched underground, nurturing Konoha. The root's growth is vital for the prosperity of Konoha. You must understand this. Understood. I comprehend. Xuanyi nodded repeatedly. Danzo snorted, leading Xuanyi deeper into the facility, particularly showcasing some harrowing scenes, such as human experimentation and the brutal training of root ninjas. Xuanyi displayed remarkable calmness throughout, devoid of the na-ve reactions typical of the will of fire ninjas who would decry such actions as unacceptable among comrades. Excellent. I find myself increasingly pleased with you, Danzo remarked with a nod. Ryuzen, you will regret entrusting Xuanyi to me. I, too, shall cultivate an exceptional disciple who will surpass yours, and ultimately, I shall replace you as Hokage. There must not be another shadow-level ninja emerging from Minato Namikaze's lineage. From this moment forth, you shall undergo training within the root. However, as my disciple, you shall not be branded with seals to prevent information leaks, Danzo scoffed. Xuanyi nodded, gazing in awe at the ruthless ninjas surrounding him. They were all tools meticulously cultivated by Danzo, yet before long, they would transform into his very own instruments. Ah, who is that person? Shwani shifted his gaze towards a corner of the vast training ground, where a figure with a stiff demeanor was engaged in training. This individual appeared to have endured a horrific transformation, bearing the scars of various human experiments. His limbs were mutilated, and his visage was shattered. It was Oil Woman Shirhei, the future father of Yunchigan. Shirhei had been rendered incapacitated. Due to your actions, he lost the capabilities of a competent ninja. I have studied your techniques, including the special toxins you possess. Although you have long since reclaimed your toxins from Shirhei, it does not escape my notice. Danzo spoke coldly. This toxin, which directly destroys human cells, must be a form of chakra ray. If my guess is correct, it also involves the manipulation of microscopic particles. It employs chakra to encapsulate molecules, unleashing a stream of microscopic particles that devastate the life cells of the enemy on a large scale. Indeed, as expected of Master Danzo. Shwani praised, as if this nonsensical speculation held some truth. The technological advancements during the Third Great Ninja War were primarily limited to the cellular level. Aside from Orochimaru, who focused on DNA and mitochondria, the entire ninja world had virtually zero research on a more microscopic scale. Even if there were, it would only be on Oki's particle separation technique. Observations of atoms and molecules barely scratched the surface. The only encounter with nuclear fusion was between the Ninetales and Naruto. To combat Kagaya Otsutsuki, they forced the activation of the heavy particle mode, burning their very lives to unleash an unparalleled attack. Yet, the heavy particle mode is, in essence, a somewhat ambiguous nuclear fusion. The principle lies in the collision and amalgamation of the Ninetales chakra with Naruto's, mimicking nuclear fusion to obtain a more potent new chakra. Ah, chakra. Shwani gazed at Oil Woman Shirhei, reflecting with a sigh. Shirhei continued his training, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Despite his body being ravaged, he still endeavored to prove his worth, yearning for Danzo's recognition once more. Alas, Danzo had always shown no interest in the worthless, ever since that incident. When he had attempted to assault Shwani and was utterly defeated, Danzo had not exchanged a single word with him. Chuckle. This time was no different. Leaning on his cane, Danzo departed with an impassive expression. Master Danzo. Shirhei's face was filled with despair. Even in this state, despite his relentless efforts, could he still not capture Danzo's attention? Master Danzo, I am willing to endure the most brutal of human experiments. I wish to continue serving you. Unable to contain himself, Shirhei fell to his knees with a thud. Chuckle. Danzo halted, not turning back, and indifferently stated, we do not require the worthless. Conducting human experiments on you would essentially be a waste. Shirhei, return to the Oil Woman clan. This is the final grace I can bestow upon you. With that, his figure vanished into the shadows. Jihei sat despondently on the ground, all members of the root standing at a distance, casting no glance of concern towards their fallen comrade. Merely a failed and broken tool, one might wonder why, if materials for repair were available, they would not be utilized to forge a brand new instrument instead of wasting time on a damaged one. Such is the law of survival within the root. How tragic it is, Jihei, to see you, once filled with vigor, reduced to this state. A warm hand grasped Jihei, lifting him from the ground and meticulously brushing the dust from his clothing. Shieni undertook this task with utmost seriousness. Shieni-sama, please keep your distance from this man. Several members of the root appeared beside Shieni, vigilantly watching Jihei. The ninjas of the root, who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future leader, were now wary of Jihei, a former comrade. Do not worry. He will not harm me. Will you, Jihei? Shieni gazed upon the disheveled figure. Remnants of the fervent follower of Danzo barely visible. How far he had fallen, abandoned, and discarded. Shieni, my lord, Jihei murmured, lowering his head in silent sorrow. It was indeed tragic. The very targets he once sought to eliminate had now become his leaders. How lamentable. Those who strive may not always succeed. Yet they will glean something from their efforts. Jihei, do not forsake yourself, Shieni remarked, giving Jihei a firm pat on the shoulder before turning to attend to other matters. At that moment, Jihei suddenly stirred. What are you planning to do? The root ninjas immediately drew their kunai, prepared to eliminate Jihei on the spot. If anything were to happen to Shieni, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of Danzo. Bang! Jihei abruptly knelt, his forehead pressed deeply to the ground. Shieni Dano, please conduct experiments on me. Is that so? However, you are not yet prepared. Shieni shook his head, smiling as he exited the root S-base, casting one last glance at Jihei. Orochimaru Jihei. Master of nano-level toxins, perhaps he could still hold some other potential. News of Danzo's new disciple spread through Konoha like a nuclear bomb. The common folk may have remained oblivious, even unfamiliar with Danzo. Yet the clans were immediately stirred. The shadow of the ninja had actually taken on the strongest of the new generation as a disciple? This could not be. How could the third Hokage not intervene? This prodigy, possessing terrifying forbidden techniques, was allowed to slip away from the Hokage lineage? It was peculiar, yet not entirely incomprehensible. The root had expanded rapidly over the past 4 years. It was well known that Shiranami was a bearer of the will of fire. And no one understood it better than he, aside from the third Hokage. So that was it. Many of the older, cunning clan leaders had begun to sense something amiss. Could it be that through Shiranami, they aimed to indirectly control the root? Moreover, Danzo requires such an exceptional and formidable heir. Those in the know understand. There is a possibility that, after the conclusion of the war, this is intended to pave the way for the next Hokage, thereby minimizing the threat posed by the root. Currently, discontent is widespread within the village. Various ninja clans, having suffered tremendous losses, express considerable grievances. The third Hokage is finding it increasingly arduous to govern. Uchiha. Elder Shana is engaged in conversation with Ichihui. Shana squints. Ichihui, your teammate is quite remarkable, having garnered Danzo's favor. However, you must exercise caution. Danzo has inherited the will of the second Hokage and is the most antagonistic towards the Uchiha clan. Ichihui respectfully acknowledges this. After a moment, Shana suddenly inquires, to what extent has your ailment progressed? Recently, your improvement has markedly slowed, and there are even signs of regression in your taijutsu. Ichihui falls silent for a moment. I have reached my limit. If I cannot overcome this hurdle, my journey will end here. Shana slightly nods, a flicker of regret evident in her eyes. Within the clan, there have already been attempts to heal Ichihui, yet none have proven effective. More alarmingly, numerous peculiar tumors have proliferated within Ichihui's body. Employing standard medical ninjutsu only accelerates their growth. This delves into a knowledge gap for the Uchiha clan. It is well known that the Uchiha are predominantly formidable fighters, often lacking in scientific inquiry. Furthermore, these tumors, composed of special cells, inexplicably perish upon separation from the body, leaving them with no opportunity for research. T-Rune Kamaru understands the technique to forcibly extract these tumors. No, Lord Shana. I absolutely cannot part with them. Ichihui reveals a faint smile, her pallid face void of color. She is aware of the tumor's designation. They are special cells known as cancer cells, but beyond that, her understanding is limited. She needs only to place her trust in Genitsu. As for Danzo, having gleaned some of Genitsu's intentions, Ichihui is convinced that Genitsu cannot be easily swayed by Danzo's ideology. Should the human experimentation fail and result in her demise, she cannot blame anyone but herself. Her transformation from an ordinary individual to a renowned prodigy in Konoha, recognized throughout the ninja world, is already sufficient for her. Shana pauses in silence before rising. It seems your ascent from mediocrity to this level is indeed a testament to his power. I had my suspicions. Given this, perhaps there exists another method to preserve your life. Shana leads Ichihui directly to the clan's most secretive location, a basement replete with various sealing techniques. Lord Shana, this is the repository of clan ninjutsu. Why have you brought me here? Because it harbors a forbidden ocular technique passed down since ancient times, Shana replies coolly. Swiftly forming hand seals. 5 elements release. I am uncertain about your plans with him, but the likelihood of failure is considerable. Moreover, the extent to which he inherits Danzo's will remains uncertain. It is prudent to prepare in advance. A most clandestine scroll was unveiled by Shana. Ichihui, you proclaim yourself as the one destined to shatter the shackles of mediocrity. Thus, this forbidden technique, capable of rewriting predetermined fate at the cost of everything, is particularly suited for you. Remember, when circumstances reach an irrevocable point, invoke this technique. Izanagi. Shana pondered for a long time before bestowing the knowledge of Izanagi upon Ichihui. This taboo ocular technique possesses the power to alter predetermined destiny, albeit at the price of losing one eye. Yet, when faced with despair, such a sacrifice becomes worthwhile. As for Noera Genitsu, regrettably, the opportunity to brainwash him never materialized. Previously, Minato and Shimi had been tasked with supervising him, and now there was also Danzo Shimura. With a sigh, Elder Shana gazed at Ichihui's receding figure. He was acutely aware that even if he were granted ample opportunity to manipulate Genitsu, the likelihood of success remained exceedingly slim. For Genitsu was a master of theory and would not easily succumb to his machinations. In these past 2 years, Noera Genitsu had grown quite close to Obito, reportedly exerting considerable effort to send shadow clones to care for Obito's ailing grandmother. Such a well-intentioned individual towards the Uchiha was unfortunately delivered to Danzo by the third Hokage. Shana lamented. Initially, he had intended to gently draw Genitsu into the fold of the Uchiha clan through peaceful means, considering the bond between Obito, Ichihui, and Genitsu. It should not have been insurmountable. Alas, what a pity. Now, the fate of Ichihui remained to be seen. Should Ichihui perish, then Shana would no longer need to restrain himself, seeking every means possible to seize Genitsu's lineage. As time passed, the news of Genitsu's apprenticeship under Danzo gradually subsided after much speculation, with the return of several new generations of lower ninjas. Alongside the re-emergence of a certain ancient lower ninja, many desolate villages began to bustle once more. The Chunin exams approached. Why can't we just be promoted to Chunin based on our accomplishments? Why the need for an exam? Obito grumbled early in the morning. Do not be so discontented. The village has its reasons for this, and even Kakashi is back to take the exam, so you needn't complain so much, Rin softly reassured him. With your strength, Obito, you will surely be fine. Gambat. Obito immediately calmed, gazing at Rin with a grin, turning away to murmur nonsensical thoughts about how Rin cared for him and how she had begun to like him, all while dismissing Kakashi. The Chunin exams will pose no challenge for us, Guy declared, clenching his fists. These past few days, I have been studying theory with utmost fervor. Indeed. Let us strive together, for this is the essence of youth, cried Guy and Kakashi, embracing dramatically. The others quickly distanced themselves, pointing and whispering about the duo. Look. The shorter one is a member of Genitsu's team, reputed for his prowess in taijutsu. This is rather intimidating. Genitsu is even more formidable, able to lead such individuals into battle. Humph, what a bunch of fools. The final sentence was uttered by the rebellious youth, Sarutobi Asuma, who cast a disdainful glance and let out a cold sneer before stepping into the examination hall. As the examiners appeared, the previously restless new generation, stirred by the arrival of Team Shiranami and Team Kakashi, settled into a hushed silence. Under the arrangement of the on-site examiners, the candidates began to enter the venue one after another. The first segment was a theoretical examination. Do not even think about cheating. These are merely remnants of the games I played in my youth. The chief examiner's gaze was frigid as he surveyed the new generation, devoid of warmth, as cold as an iceberg. Umph, if they believe such tactics can intimidate us, they are sorely mistaken. The troublesome youth, Sarutobi Asuma, scoffed, finding the exam itself laughable. Simultaneously, he swiftly shifted his gaze, scanning the examination room until it landed on Shinny. He had meticulously prepared. If he could best this individual in the theoretical test, perhaps it would earn him the old man's respect. Red, the theoretical exam is a splendid opportunity. You will use Jinjutsu to immobilize him. And I have also contacted Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru. You all devise a way to disrupt him. Asuma, what are you planning? Red's expression shifted. Anxiety etched on her face as she glanced towards Xianyi's direction. Her father, the late Akamichi Shinju, had once explained to her the terrifying forbidden technique that could melt anything, facing someone who wielded such power. Why would Asuma provoke him? Asuma merely shook his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He was certain he could not triumph over Shiranami in actual combat. But in the realm of theory, armed with his preparations, he might stand a chance. Do not fear. This fellow has fought on the battlefield for nearly 2 years, and his theoretical knowledge must have considerably waned. This is my opportunity. Asuma's cold laughter echoed, his eyes gleaming with determination. He recalled how the old man often lamented over the nonsensical writings of Shiranami during his leisure, urging him to read more. How infuriating. It was merely a paper. I could do that too. Soon, the examination commenced. With confidence etched on his face, Sarutobi Asuma swiftly skimmed through the test paper. There were a total of 6 questions, 1 calculation problem, 4 knowledge questions, and 1 essay question. Is this all? The first question pertained to chakra pathways. The second to ninjutsu activation. How utterly ridiculous. The third question presented a scenario. Our ninja stands atop a tree and throws shurikens at the enemy, hitting the target. Given our ninja's height of 1.8 meters, the tree's height of 7 meters, and a distance of 50 meters to the enemy, the task was to deduce the characteristics of the opposing ninja based on the trajectory of the shuriken depicted in the diagram below. Is this a projectile motion question? He mused. Who is the imbecile that crafted this question, asking for the characteristics of the enemy ninja? What a nonsensical inquiry. Asuma's expression shifted as he reluctantly began to write. Our ninja only managed to strike the target from a horizontal distance of 50 meters, indicating a lack of arm strength. He must be a genin. Consequently, if he could hit a genin, then the enemy must also be a genin. Upon glancing at the fourth question, Asuma felt his vision blur. The fourth question read, "Here, we have ether that dissolves aromatic compounds. After adding dilute hydrochloric acid and mixing, perform a layered extraction on the ether. After adding dilute sodium hydroxide solution to ether and stirring until the layers separate, proceed with the extraction of the ether layer. Please indicate the composition ratio of the compounds contained within the final ether layer." Examiner, this question poses a challenge, does it not? Candidate, of course. This question is designed to test you. There can be no doubt about that. The examiner smirked. Or perhaps you wish to forfeit the examination. Even if you are the son of the Hokage, the esteemed Hokage will not grant you any leniency. Candidate, but this peculiar question, I feel. Examiner, enough. Do you not see that Shiranami has already begun answering the final question? With a casual gesture, the examiner directed attention towards the remarkably composed figure. The legendary foremost theorist. Since he can accomplish it, you must also strive to do so. Do not forget your identity. You are ninjas. The examination is the task you must complete at this moment. The examiner's gaze softened only when it landed upon Shiranami. What? You inquire about the reason. There is no other rationale. It has nothing to do with his covert connections to the root ninjas. The hidden backup answers concealed within his sleeve. Or the assistants from the Yamanaka clan outside the examination room who are ready to employ their mind transfer technique to aid Shiranami in cheating are mere coincidences. The other examiners observed Shiranami as he diligently penned his answers, their expressions revealing satisfaction. Some examiners even began to stroll around the classroom, intending to catch a glimpse of what insights Shiranami might provide while tackling the challenging final question. The last question is, discuss your views on war and the will of fire. Shiranami commenced his examination. The most prominent characteristic of the will of fire is its ability to unite all individuals, encapsulating the collective yearning for peace among the villagers. The ninjas of Konoha ought to resolutely uphold the intentions of the third Hokage, allowing the will of fire to serve as their guiding principle in personal actions. Steadfastly committing themselves to the honorable mission of protecting the village, enduring hardships in the face of war, safeguarding their home, and exemplifying leadership in the execution of tasks. We are imbued with confidence and determination to see this through to the end. This declaration struck the examiners, who had been casually observing, as if struck by lightning. Good heavens! Is this the prowess of the theoretical frontrunner? Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to write, and words flowed with exquisite grace. The vocabulary and expression were simply impeccable. The examiners exchanged complex glances, then silently departed, leaving them questioning their own existence. Kyuso, Shiranami had already completed the final question. While Ayabito bore a look of despair, staring blankly at his blank answer sheet, on the verge of tears. In the next moment, a crumpled piece of paper was thrown his way. It was Rin offering assistance. Rin, my goddess. Obito was overwhelmed with excitement, discreetly unfolding the note and feverishly copying the answers. The head examiner's expression darkened as he approached, but Shiranami suddenly lifted his gaze, meeting his eyes directly. The head examiner paused, acknowledging him with a nod, feigning nonchalance. At this juncture, many could no longer contain themselves and resolved to employ ninjutsu to cheat. Their target was none other than the theoretical frontrunner, Shiranami. Copying this fellow's exam paper was a reliable strategy. Swiftly, a member of the Yamanaka clan stealthily crept onto Shiranami's desk, only to be crushed under Shiranami's indifferent hand. A canine from the Inuzuka clan, poised to howl, suddenly urinated in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Yamamoto's Tenka, upon receiving a nod from Asuma, employed the mind transfer technique in an attempt to seize Shiranami's body and glimpse the answers. However, as his consciousness entered Shiranami's mental realm, an overwhelming darkness surged forth. What is happening? Tenka stood frozen, staring into the abyss, when a pair of terrifying eyes opened slightly, casting a glance in his direction. Just that singular gaze inflicted severe damage upon his spirit. Tenka spat blood, his face a mask of horror. What's wrong? Several examiners immediately stood up. No. It's nothing. I just feel a bit unwell. Tenka lowered his head abruptly, a visage of dread. This mind transfer technique is a family secret. Yet it failed so abruptly. Could it be that Shiranami's mental prowess is of such unmatched caliber? The grim fate of Tenka rendered the already hesitant Red even more apprehensive, her body chilled. How infuriating. What on earth is happening? Asuma gritted his teeth, yet remained unyielding. He swiftly completed the fifth question, concerning the elimination of bloodlines, a topic with which he was also unfamiliar. As long as I manage to answer the sixth question, that will suffice. Is it not merely a matter of discussion? I have committed to memory everything that fellow has written in the past, having diligently studied for 2 days and nights. The strategies of Kazan Hiragi have been thoroughly comprehended by me, Sarutobi Asuma. War incites calamity and death, which stands in stark opposition to the will of fire. Reflecting upon the history of village establishment, I have come to a deeper understanding of the value of the Hokage as jewel, further fortifying my belief in the inevitability of the Leaf Village's rise to strength. Asuma swiftly completed his work, smirking repeatedly. This was a culmination of the extensive research he had conducted on Hiragi's past writings. He began by directly addressing the theme, then elaborated using a unique linguistic framework, ultimately leading to a profound conclusion. Having penned this, the old man would surely be left speechless, even though he found the Hokage's praise utterly nauseating. It is nothing more than that. With confidence, Asuma submitted his paper and exited the classroom. Yet when the results of the theoretical examination were announced, Asuma felt as though struck by lightning. Hiragi achieved a perfect score and secured first place. Sarutobi Asuma found himself at the bottom, second to last. What? How could this happen? Sarutobi Asuma seethed with rage. Despite my efforts, why have I still failed? It appears my hard work indeed bore fruit, landing me in last place. A loud exclamation echoed. Obito, filled with delight, was not even truly last, for his name bore the prefix indicating he was merely a substitute candidate. This unique status invited a torrent of ridicule from Kakashi. In fury, Sarutobi Asuma stormed out. This rebellious and overly dramatic individual, consumed by resentment, charged toward the Hokage building. I demand to see Hiragi's examination paper. The third Hokage sighed and tossed the paper he held to him. Asuma, mere imitation holds no real significance. A framework without a soul is meaningless. What is this? Asuma gazed in agony at the final question. Is this something a person can write? Bah! Such material must bring you great pleasure, does it not? Asuma scoffed. Asuma, you must not speak to your father in such a manner. His mother, Biwa Lake, admonished him. The third Hokage sighed once more. Asuma. What has always been paramount for the village is never the Hokage, but the will that everyone can acknowledge and uphold. You have been mistaken from the outset. Yet another tiresome political charade? Hokage-sama, even towards your own son, you remain so hypocritical. Asuma forcefully slammed the examination paper onto the table and stormed out. Biwa Lake expressed her concern. What shall we do? Asuma is becoming increasingly rebellious. Yes, he has ventured into a realm of extreme obsession. But one day, he will comprehend it, the will of fire. Asuma has fundamentally misunderstood this. In this regard, he is utterly lost to Hiragi. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe. Father and son remain eternally at opposing ends of a spectrum, with the most challenging conflicts arising from their different cognitive perspectives. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage picked up Hiragi's examination paper once more and began to savor it thoroughly. All right, so it can be done this way. The second examination was a practical class, and it passed without any turbulence, a seamless victory. Every individual who encountered Schwani chose to forfeit. In summary, this led to my ascension to the rank of Chunin. Schwani gazed calmly at the announcement. Chunin. Essentially, anyone who passed the theoretical class was elevated to this status. Let us proceed. Ihue, it is time to devise a solution to your predicament. Schwani spoke softly, a flicker of brilliance passing through his eyes. I believe you are prepared. Indeed, please proceed, Schwani-san. Even if failure is the outcome, I harbor no grievances. Ihue trailed behind Schwani, her unique three-tomo Sharingan already manifesting. The two once again arrived at a concealed laboratory. The environment was rather rudimentary, but I could not possibly escort you to the Root's laboratory. Schwani unsealed a scroll, summoning an array of experimental apparatus. These were all procured from the Root. Ihue had already reclined on the experimental table, her three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating. It is of no consequence. I am indifferent to such matters. I fear not even death, much less these trivial details. As Schwani prepared for the experiment, he cast a glance at Ihue. Those were indeed beautiful eyes, yet the tomo appeared somewhat dim, seemingly struggling to maintain their manifestation. Elder Shana holds you in high regard. I presume he has prepared something for you? Schwani remarked while inspecting the experimental equipment. Izanagi. Elder Shauna entrusted me with this forbidden technique that can rewrite the fabric of reality, the price being the potential loss of sight. In truth, I can divulge anything Shwani-san wishes to know. Izanagi, I see. Then you may utilize it now, exchanging both eyes for 2 additional opportunities for experimentation. It is certainly worthwhile. Even if you were to lose both eyes, I am certain Elder Shauna would find a way to provide you with new ones. Shwani spoke calmly. Izanagi, indeed? The ability to transform reality into illusion is an incredible technique, and it involves some rather intriguing conjectures. In the limited Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Obito is the primary antagonist. In the infinite Tsukuyomi, Naruto Uzumaki transforms into Minato Namikaze. Both are, in theory, illusory worlds. Yet, Izanagi can convert reality into illusion, reverting positive enhancement effects back into reality. This is quite fascinating. It appears that the infinite Tsukuyomi's plan has been flawed from the outset, dragging everyone into the world of Jinjutsu. How tedious. It would be far more efficient to employ infinite Izanagi from the beginning to rewrite the reality of the entire ninja world, overlaying it with a completely new reality countless times. Although this approach presents greater execution difficulties, it is undoubtedly more practical than the false piece within Jinjutsu, sparing one from being derided by the princes for being fanciful. However, the transformation between reality and illusion, the concept of Izanagi. Shien-e observed the silence that enveloped, nodding slowly as he began to weave the seals to invoke this forbidden technique. What is the duration of Izanagi's maintenance? And to what extent must your body deteriorate to rewrite reality? After a moment of contemplation, Yi replied, from the initiation to the rewriting of reality, there is approximately a 5-minute interval. 5 minutes, a fleeting moment, yet worth a try. Shien-e pondered. In the original narrative, Danzo's transplanted Sharingan lasted 60 seconds. Obito's 600 seconds, while Madara's eternal Meijiki Sharingan extended for several days. Such a technique, capable of altering the very fabric of life and death, when wielded correctly, it becomes a divine artifact. Yet regrettably, this nearly flawless technique, aside from the cost of sacrificing one eye, harbors a crucial, albeit not insurmountable, issue. Chakra. Each time reality is rewritten, fate corrected, memories restored, and the body and soul rejuvenated, the one thing that remains irretrievable is chakra. The chakra that has been expended is permanently lost. This presents a fascinating conundrum. Chakra is the product of the union between body and spirit. Yet its tangible consumption leads to the body and spirit regaining their zenith. What, then, is the nature of this transformation? Is the expended chakra being transformed back into the primal energy of body and spirit? He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his curiosity regarding this technique of Izanagi intensifying. Perhaps there lies an opportunity to request some Sharingan from teacher Danzo, to experiment further. Yi, your physical condition has deteriorated to an extraordinarily exaggerated extent. A significant number of cells within you have perished, while cancerous cells proliferate wildly, yet continue to die off in succession. After a brief examination, Shien-e spoke calmly. And the cause? What exactly are these cancer cells? Essentially, they're the keys to immortality, yet they bear a curse-like toxicity. They're a kind of appendage belonging to me. Without my power, such entities would never manifest within you. Nuclear radiation is fundamentally responsible for Huey's current state. 2 years of voracious radiation intake, relentlessly stimulating the body, draining every ounce of vitality from each cell, leading to the demise of countless cells. All for a fleeting moment of brilliance. Now, even resorting to the forbidden technique of Izanagi, wagering 2 Sharingan to gamble on the future, such a person, is truly remarkable. Yet, a madman, in their fervor, may relish the ephemeral glow of madness, yet may not ultimately meet a favorable end. Shien-e glanced at the report in his hand and remarked flatly, terrible, utterly dreadful. This body is strikingly alarming, every part erupting with cancerous growth. The malignant cells uncontrollably consuming everything, devouring the host's very life. Moreover, Yi lacks the ability to control these cancer cells, unable to transform them into a reservoir for the extraction of infinite chakra. I have a notion, to convert your entire being into my appendage. Shien-e gazed intently at Yi. Within the body of Yi lies a trace of bloodline from the Tsutsuki clan, a lineage that is deeply entrenched within his very genes. He possesses no desire to eradicate the Tsutsuki genetics. Rather, he harbors a profound interest in their study and preservation. The Tsutsuki can be regarded as the most formidable clan in the realm of ninjas, but how does it truly compare to my Godzilla? Shien-e chuckled lightly and proceeded with his intentions. First, he needed to collect some experimental samples and extract a portion of chakra. Summoning technique. Somewhere in the ninja world, a figure, entirely wrapped in bandages, trudged across the earth with a grim expression. Those Leaf Village scoundrels, even at this juncture, still have the audacity to pursue me. Bairahu seethed with fury. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a somewhat peculiar visage, slightly uneven, at first glance resembling a failed film application. Bairahu caressed his face, feeling his body gradually stabilize. Fortunately, after much effort during this time, he finally managed to suppress the strange cells within him. Bairahu's expression fluctuated. Ever since his failed ambush on Xian-Yi and Abido, and having been implanted with cancerous cells that led to a terrifying proliferation of flesh, he had been fleeing, spending a considerable amount of time attempting to consume and decompose these mutated cells using the demon seed technique. Without Xian-Yi's mental and chakra control, the cancer cells had become less frenzied, affording Bairahu the opportunity to subdue them with composure. However, a troubling thought plagued him. Why? Despite my demon seed technique consuming these cells, have I failed to acquire any valuable bloodline? Let alone refine an immense amount of chakra like that little brat. What on earth are these cells? Bairahu stomped through the muddy ground, cursing, "Damn the brat with the nuclear release. The next time I see you, I will ensure your demise." In the next moment, a powerful spatial time fluctuation surged forth. Summoning technique. Huh? Bairahu, once a formidable character in the original tale, utilized the demon seed technique to devour the steel release variant of Sho, the swift release variant of Yakura, the underworld release variant of Nakaguchi, and the storm release variant of Troy, becoming the first individual to amalgamate 4 bloodline limits into one. He even declared war against the 5 great nations, intending to single-handedly instigate the 4th Great Ninja War. Yet now, this individual, afflicted by Xian-Yi's cancerous cells, was destined to forfeit such a future. Summoning technique. In the next instant, Bairahu found himself in a dimly lit laboratory. "Long time no see, Lord Bairahu. You're still alive?" Xian-Yi smiled. Bairahu was overcome with a mix of rage and astonishment, ready to unleash his dreadful power, but in the next moment, Xian-Yi swiftly formed hand seals. Crackle! The cancer cells within Bairahu surged uncontrollably, beginning to proliferate wildly once more, transforming him into a mass of flesh. Damn it! What do you intend to do? The proud Bairahu was on the brink of collapse. Merely a collection of experimental data is required, and I intend to extract a modicum of chakra from Senior Bailu. Xian-Yi severed the flesh from Bailu's body, observing intently before a smile graced his lips. Indeed, Bailu's physique was undergoing a process of erosion and replacement. Fortunately, the technique of Gue Yaluo allowed for a postponement of this grim reality. Nevertheless, cancer cells were undeniably invading his body. Intriguingly, these foreign cancer cells secreted unique proteases that interfered with and obliterated other healthy cells, compelling the healthy cells within Bailuhu to metamorphose into new cancer cells. This infectious assimilation bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics of columnar cells, akin to how Kagaya Otsutsuki bound numerous humans to the God Tree, ultimately transforming them into white Zetsu. Thus, the plan could indeed materialize. Senior Bailuhu, I implore you to share a fragment of your chakra with me. In the next instant, Xian-Yi commenced to exert control over Bailuhu's body, fervently extracting a substantial amount of chakra. The intensity of this manipulation elicited a piercing scream from Bailuhu, as his spirit was inexorably drawn into the new chakra produced by the cancer cells, participating in its creation. A copious quantity of chakra was siphoned into Xian-Yi's being. Subsequently, he dispelled the summoning technique, relocating Bailu. I had previously attempted to make contact between cancer cells and white Zetsu cells, but the outcome was a mutual consumption that drained the energy of both cell types, leading to the catastrophic collapse of their DNA chains. Xian-Yi lowered his gaze, meeting Yi Hui's eyes. The cancer cells have disseminated to every corner of your being, sustained solely by the transformative properties of chakra and cells, rendering removal impossible. Should white Zetsu cells be forcibly injected, the ensuing conflict between the two cellular systems would obliterate the few remaining healthy cells within you, jeopardizing your potential to remain a prodigious ninja, perhaps even leading to your untimely demise. Yi Hui responded with a smile. Although I am unaware of the precise utility of white Zetsu cells, what is your plan? Abandon the white Zetsu cells and directly substitute them with my own cells, allowing me to serve as your external source to control the malignant proliferation of cancer cells. With the chakra extracted, coupled with our combined chakra, it should suffice. Yi Hui, remember, regardless of the circumstances, do not cease the refinement of chakra. Stimulate as many cancer cells as possible with your chakra. Bailuhu possesses the ability to absorb the bloodline limits of others, effectively commandeering their DNA and merging it with his own DNA sequence. Your task now is to actively link your chakra to the cancer cells while safeguarding your DNA from erosion and destruction. Shinny placed his hand upon Ihui's chest, a torrent of chakra surging forth. Simultaneously, he began to implant his own cancer cells into Ihui's body. You are of the Uchiha clan, your veins coursing with ancient blood, an indomitable essence of powerful genes. Your survival hinges upon your ability to awaken the primal force of these genes, Shiranami intoned softly. Countless cancer cells, upon entering Ihui's body, immediately embarked on a frenzied proliferation, ferociously assimilating the primordial cancer cells within her, while simultaneously launching an assault on the dwindling number of healthy cells. Ihui emitted a tortured shriek, her entire body convulsing violently. Accompanied by an overwhelming influx of chakra, the proliferation of cancer cells escalated dramatically, and the intensity of the assault she endured far exceeded that of the initial Bailu call. As she sensed this power, memories of the moment her eyes first opened flooded back, prompting her to seek the dormant essence of her genes. Shwani activated the absorption of impurity technique, carefully observing Ihui's condition, particularly focusing on her unique Sharingan. Otsutsuki Kagaya had evolved directly from the three-tomo Sharingan into the Rinnegan, bypassing the stages of the Manjiki and Eternal Manjiki. Later, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, was the first to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, in Ihui's case, this dim three-tomo Sharingan was likely awakened due to excessive radiation stimulating her dormant genes, a feat she would ordinarily never achieve in her lifetime. The superior bloodline belonging to Otsutsuki Kagaya is the key that enables Ihui to transform decay into the miraculous. Unlocking this vital key lies deep within Ihui's genetic makeup. Although the extent of the progenitor genes remaining within her is uncertain, even a trace would suffice. Ihui must either be consumed by me or discover her progenitor genes to counterbalance my power. Shwani, arms crossed, leaned aside in quiet anticipation. Ihui, now transformed into a massive writhing mass, could barely emit a scream, as her mouth had been assimilated and submerged by the proliferating flesh. 5 minutes later, Izanagi was activated. Rewriting reality, Ihui reverted to her normal state, one of her Sharingan having turned to grayish-white. It seems I have failed, Shwani acknowledged with a nod. Ihui took a deep breath. No, this is not a failure. I have grasped the essence of what you mean, Shwani-san. To use the dormant genes hidden within my bloodline to construct a core capable of resisting the encroachment, and then have you, Shwani-san, control it to achieve stability. This is indeed correct, but the prerequisite is that you must continue to activate this indomitable and powerful progenitor gene. Otherwise, relying solely on your DNA strength will be insufficient to withstand it. Shwani chuckled softly, his gaze profound. Cancer cells are exceedingly vile creatures. They not only assimilate healthy cells into cancerous ones, but also pilfer mitochondrial DNA from the healthy cells. Therefore, when his cancer cells proliferate under the stimulation of his chakra, while simultaneously establishing a pathway through which Ihui's chakra crosses the mental and material link to his cancer cells, will the DNA of the Uchiha clan's progenitor, whether Indra or Otsutsuki Kagaya, be silently assimilated and eroded, or will it be violently stimulated and forcibly activated? Since you have comprehended, let us commence the second experiment, ensuring that the lessons from the previous trial remain etched in our minds. Ihui, do you recall my words? You are a prodigy, uniquely gifted in harnessing my power. Ihui possesses a distinctive constitution that enables her to channel radiation into herself, awakening the dormant genes within. The second human experiment is underway. This time, Shiranami has intensified the total radiation output, launching an onslaught of countless radiation particles into Ihui's body with lethal intent. The agony she endures escalates as her DNA teeters on the brink of collapse under this multifaceted assault. Yet, amidst this dire predicament, her extraordinary talent manifests. The fervent refusal to accept mediocrity, bordering on madness, fuels the birth of chakra, which at this moment begins to exploit the dual-edged sword of radiation to its fullest potential. Each second is a race against time. 5 minutes are swiftly approaching. Shiranami furrows his brow, only to swiftly relax. At the core of this mass, an immensely powerful chakra erupts, exuding a chilling aura accompanied by anguished roars, a surge of unprecedented strength clashing against the rogue cancer cells. This profound chill, imbued with ominous chakra, it appears to have succeeded. Her remaining eye is preserved. Shiranami suddenly smiles. Has the dormant gene, closely tied to the Uchiha lineage, finally been activated by this unconventional genius? Much like the way she forcibly awakened her eye? Ihui, you are indeed a true genius. However, as a derivative of my being, every moment you experience is akin to dwelling in hell. Only through relentless struggle can you survive. One misstep could result in either being consumed by me or succumbing to genetic collapse. Are you truly prepared to embrace such a terrifying and hopeless existence? One worse than death? Ihui rises, gazing at herself with her remaining healthy Sharingan. A robust body, terrifying physical prowess, an endless flow of chakra. She senses a transformation within herself. Despite the chilling and foreboding energy surging from deep within, the feeling of power is undeniably real. She undergoes a profound metamorphosis. This is my body. Ihui murmurs softly. No, you're mistaken. This is my body. Shiranami leans against the wall, smiling faintly. At least a majority of it belongs to me. The flesh and blood that constitute your body, the vitality that sustains your existence, primarily belongs to me. Indeed. While this body feels peculiar, its vigor and strength are undeniable. Shiranami, you have created a miracle. Ihui whispers, attempting to refine her chakra. Even as it seems to take on a quality reminiscent of Shiranami. There is no need to ponder. Your current body is largely constructed from my cancer cells. Utilizing my cells to combine with your spirit to refine chakra. Shiranami chuckles softly, feeling quite pleased. The current Ihui resembles a Beidou, who was shattered and subsequently restored with white Zetsu cells. Within her body, there exist two distinct cellular systems, both capable of yielding an abundance of chakra for her use. The sole distinction lies in the fact that cancer cells are an exclusive manifestation of Shiranami, imbued with an essence of chaos and disorder, necessitating Shiranami's periodic intervention and control. Should Shiranami relinquish his grip, Ihui would inevitably transform into an uncontrollable monstrosity. She would forever remain a mere derivative of Shiranami. Instinctively, Ihui tucked her hair to conceal her colorless Sharingan, inhaled deeply, and smiled, saying, regardless of the circumstances, I have survived, and for that, I am truly grateful to you. Shiranami-san. However, I am also curious, what would happen if the second experiment were to fail again? If it fails again, both of your Sharingan will be rendered blind. You would either need to transplant new Sharingan and continue the perilous human experimentation, or simply await your demise. Shiranami replied, turning to exit the laboratory. In truth, he held another card close to his chest, though it seemed unnecessary to play it at this juncture. As the two emerged from the laboratory, Elder Uchiha Shana awaited them in silence. Upon seeing them, he nodded coolly. It appears to have succeeded, consuming only one eye. Nowhere Shiranami, this kindness will not be forgotten by the Uchiha clan. Shiranami responded, there is no need for such formality. I am merely fulfilling my obligations. Furthermore, if this experiment were to fail, what does Elder Shana plan to do? Will you lead the entire Uchiha clan into conflict against Root? With a rustle, a dozen Root ninjas materialized behind Shiranami, their cold, masked gazes fixated on Elder Shana. At Shiranami's command, these emotionless machines of duty would not hesitate to strike against Shana. They bore no animosity towards the Uchiha, yet they would obey Shiranami without question. Shana replied slowly, that will not be the case. If Ihui were to perish, it would merely be a misfortune for her. The Uchiha clan is a pillar of Konoha and would not instigate internal strife. Shiranami-san, leave this to me. Ihui smiled, supporting Shana as they departed at a deliberate pace. Shiranami watched their retreating figures, waved his hand, and the Root ninjas swiftly vanished. He scoffed softly and turned away. Hey, Uncle Yaki, I'd like an order of char siu, please. Shiranami greeted on his way. The Yaki couple were among the few Uchiha in the original tale who retained their names, often greeting the young Itachi in his childhood. Ah, Shiranami. It's been quite a while since we last met. You've become quite the prodigy in Konoha, Yaki remarked, preparing a portion of char siu and handing it to Shiranami. It's all for the village, Shiranami smiled, exchanging money as he savored the food and ambled along. At that moment, a fragment of memory surged forth. HM? This is the memory from my shadow clone. Shiranami paused, realizing that the dissipated shadow clone had transmitted memories indicating that Obito's grandmother was nearing her end, expressing a desire to see him one last time. The technique of the transformation was finally reaching its limits, it seemed. Shiranami swiftly consumed the delicacies in his hand and hurried to Obito's residence. At that moment, Obito was absent, leaving only a shadow clone of Shiranami, who was attending to Granny Ban. With a decisive gesture, Shiranami dispelled the shadow clone. Granny Ban, you summoned me in haste. Is there something amiss? Whatever your wishes may be, I shall see them fulfilled, Shiranami stated solemnly, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Granny Ban slowly opened her eyes, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon him. I must thank you for Obito's awakening of the Tsutomu Sharingan. Though it deviates from my original plans, Granny Ban spoke slowly, her tone heavy with weariness. Ah, you flatter me. I too sincerely wish for Obito to grow stronger. As he is a descendant you hold in high regard, Shiranami replied with a smile. It seems you have taken notice. Is it due to that white Zetsu you once vanquished? Being overly astute can be a double-edged sword. Until one attains a certain level of power, it is wise to feign ignorance. As for how much you have discerned, I shall personally ascertain, then decide whether to manipulate your thoughts and leave you for Obito, or to eliminate you entirely. Ban's eyes widened gradually, an overwhelming sense of oppressive power emanating from her gaze, directed entirely at Shiranami. The Genjutsu of the Sharingan descended abruptly, and in an instant, it felt as though the entirety of the world was reduced to the singular spinning three-tomo Sharingan. The power of that single three-tomo had reached an extraordinary magnitude. The rotating tomo seemed to replace the very fabric of reality, expanding endlessly, saturating all vision. Become my puppet. Little ghost, Ban intoned coldly, summoning the scant chakra remaining within her to attempt to ensnare Shiranami in her illusion. For her, this was a trivial task. She could control a tailed beast with a mere glance, let alone a mere child. The immense ocular power transformed into an illusion, crashing into Shiranami's being. Now, let us ascertain how much this little ghost has perceived. Suddenly, Ban's movements faltered, a look of profound astonishment crossing her face as a fragment of her chakra, carrying a part of her consciousness, plunged directly into a vast, dimly lit realm. A terrifying yet indistinct entity, shrouded in obscurity, loomed over her. Observing her diminutive form as if she were but an ant, it bore resemblance to the spatial realm that sealed tailed beasts. Yet how could such a thing exist within this child? Was it a special summoning beast? A certain demon? Or perhaps a manifestation of the mind? A conglomerate of chakra? Ban had reverted to her original, aged form, gazing upwards in astonishment. She swiftly began to compare her findings. Indeed, the shinobi world boasted myriad peculiarities, such as the Shinigami of the Uzumaki clan and the existence of dark deities. At first glance, Ban surmised that this living entity before her must belong to one of those strange beings. Soon, the expression on Madara's face darkened. No, this is not right. Certain attributes of this creature rival my Outer Path's demonic statue. The Outer Path's demonic statue is, after all, the vessel of the 10 tails. At this moment, Madara's ocular power surged forth, successfully capturing the attention of the colossal beast. With an unconscious opening of its mouth, Godzilla unleashed a terrifying suction that sparked a dreadful whirlwind. And then, Madara was swallowed whole. In the external world, Madara's form twisted momentarily, revealing signs of instability, his spirit sustaining damage. Originally, this body could have been preserved for 2 more months with care, but now it was reduced to mere minutes, consumed by a creature that devours spirit and chakra. Seemingly no less formidable than a tailed beast. Seated upon his bed, Madara felt the rapid collapse of his being, slowly shifting his gaze to coldly regard Shiranami. Throughout the encounter, Shiranami maintained a calm demeanor, patiently waiting. What was that thing just now, you little brat? Madara inquired directly. Godzilla, Senior. That is my companion beast, Godzilla. Shiranami replied with a smile. A companion beast, Godzilla, 2 sides of the same coin, so it seems you have become akin to a jinchūriki. Madara pondered this unfamiliar term, having never encountered it before. Were it not for the faint resemblance to the Outer Path's demonic statue, he would have hardly glanced at such an unknown colossal creature. Though its strength remained a mystery, he was confident that in his prime, a single hand could easily subdue it. Have you ever seen Susanoo? Battling tailed beasts is akin to playing with children. Do you understand? The resemblance to the Outer Path's demonic statue was evident, yet it was not a conglomeration of chakra but rather a living entity. Madara squinted, contemplating. Impressive, Senior. You remain unscathed, and my interest in you grows. I wonder what business you have with Obito. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Shiranami stood resolutely, neither servile nor arrogant. Resembling the Outer Path's demonic statue? Naturally, for the demonic statue is the vessel of the divine tree, essentially a form of plant life. Since the signs of awakening began to manifest within Godzilla, I have established a tenuous and unstable mental connection with it. After some deliberation, I have essentially confirmed which Godzilla resides within me. It is the old virtual Godzilla, or planet Godzilla, the one and only creature that expelled 3 cosmic civilizations, including humanity, single-handedly transforming the entire ecological environment of Earth, allowing all existence to thrive because of it. enabling billions of lives to exist. Godzilla. It is the same being that engaged in a brief confrontation with the most formidable interdimensional entity, King Ghidorah, a terrifying figure towering at 300 meters. Unlike other Godzillas, old virtual Godzilla is not only fearsome in strength, those who have battled Ghidorah found its might to be astonishing beyond belief. The uniqueness of old virtual is further highlighted by its extraordinary origins. All other incarnations of Godzilla, whether derived from prehistoric titans or evolved from marine life, can be categorized as animals. However, the legendary Godzilla is quite extraordinary. It is, in fact, a plant. Not just any plant, but one that can walk, jump, think, split into subforms, undergo nuclear fusion within, emit endless clouds of radiation externally, and unleash powerful attacks with its mouth. Have you ever encountered such a plant? One that surpasses animals in its nature? There exists a similar entity in the Naruto universe, the Ten Tails God Tree. What an intriguing little imp you are in my presence. You ought to feel awe and fear rather than approach me so brazenly. There is no place for you upon the stage I have designed. The stoic Madara spoke. Stepping forward, Shiranami smiled as he gently pressed Madara down, carefully tucking the blanket around him, and remarked, "The cells of that white entity resemble those of the legendary first Hokage's would-release body. Considering the immense ocular power of your Sharingan, it may seem absurd, but you must be the fabled Uchiha Madara, correct? Though you currently lack a place in my plans, there will surely be one in the future. How can you know unless you try? I shall not forsake any possibility of pursuing everlasting peace. I am already walking this path. Everlasting peace. Greedy little imp, speak of such things when you have survived. Now, I have little time left. Bring Toby to me." Madara cast a penetrating gaze at Shiranami, his murderous intent undiminished. This little imp, harboring a peculiar summoning beast within, would likely prove difficult to sway. Fools like Toby are rare. Nonetheless, perhaps he could serve as an interesting tool. Shiranami nodded slightly and exited the room, dispatching several shadow clones to seek out Toby's whereabouts. Peace, in this chaotic and blood-soaked world of ninjas, is indeed a lamentable concept. Madara's methods are destined to fail, ultimately leading to his own heart being torn out, becoming the vessel for Kagaya's resurrection. Shiranami chuckled softly. Since the inception of ninjas, they have evolved over the span of a mere 1,000 years along a bloody and irrevocable path. The way of the ninja, or rather that of the sage of 6 paths, has faltered. It would be wiser to forge an entirely new path, one that diverges from ninjas, even from the Otsutsuki clan, filled with uncharted possibilities. If I were to take the lead, perhaps it could be achieved. Shiranami absent-mindedly patted his stomach, standing still and patiently awaiting. Toby's grandmother had passed away. Toby wept profusely as he buried his last remaining kin with his own hands. All must meet death. Toby, life is a cycle of generations. Shiranami placed a hand on Toby's shoulder, sighing gently. Toby was blissfully unaware that he was grieving for Madara's grave, and the body being interred was merely a disguised white zetsu. I know. From this moment on, I have no family left," Toby lamented, his eyes swollen from tears. "Shiranami, do you believe there truly exists a pure land in this world? Will there be a place where my grandmother can find peace?" Toby cried, his hands covering his face. The pure land undoubtedly exists, a realm where all mortal souls shall eventually find their way. Perhaps in the future, there may be a chance for reunion." Shiranami offered comfort. "In the Pure Land, there resides not only Grandma Dato but also the Sage of the 6 Paths. All departed souls, along with the dissipated chakra, ultimately converge in the Pure Land." Shiranami has long harbored a hypothesis regarding this sacred realm. If chakra can be reclaimed, the chakra of the souls in the Pure Land is undoubtedly a pivotal element. However, to ascertain the veracity of this conjecture, Shiranami must personally venture into the Pure Land and behold it. If it proves true, it would be most intriguing. The Pure Land. Dato clenched his fist, murmuring softly. "By the way, Dato, did Grandma say anything to you before she departed?" Shiranami casually inquired. Indeed." She spoke at length, vehemently decrying the ugliness of this world. "Perhaps having read too many of your papers, Shiranami, I found her prose rather lacking, and my heart felt little stir." Sob. Grandma Madara, alas. Shiranami repeatedly patted Dato's shoulder, a look of satisfaction adorning his face. "Excellent. This Dato embodies the true spirit of the Will of Fire." After the funeral, Shiranami, accompanied by Kai and Ichihui, walked calmly along the streets of Konoha. "Ichihui, have you changed your hairstyle? It obscures one of your eyes," Kai pointed out, keenly noticing the blind spot. Ichihui smiled and nodded. Maintaining the same hairstyle felt rather mundane. "Don't you think, Shiranami-san?" As you wish, Shiranami replied nonchalantly. Now that we are both CH9, we will likely continue to form teams as we engage in the new wars. I've heard that the battles on the front lines have become increasingly brutal, with yet another batch of fourth-year graduates from the Ninja Academy sent to the battlefield. War is indeed merciless. Yet it serves as the stage for Shiranami-san to showcase his talents, does it not? Understanding Shiranami's resolve, Ichihui stifled a giggle. Her demeanor brightened since her successful human experimentation liberated her from the struggle between life and death. Each day, her vitality surged exponentially as the cancer cells within her proliferated, bestowing upon her an astonishing reservoir of chakra. Currently, her chakra capacity in a normal state surpasses that of a Genin. Moreover, should she choose, despite the risks of losing control, she could refine chakra amounts comparable to elite Genin or even tailed beasts. That said, the sole risk lies in losing control. Excessive stimulation of the cancer cells could lead to terrifying consequences. If she were to lose control without Shiranami by her side, once a certain threshold is crossed, Ichihui would transform into a chaotic and disordered monster, forever losing her sense of self. By the way, did Elder Shauna not compensate you for what you lacked? With your talent, you could now infinitely bear my power, perhaps even advance further. Did Shauna make no indication? Shiranami asked casually, idly purchasing some balloons from a roadside vendor, inflating one and popping another. Whenever I wish, I can do so, yet donning another's eyes always feels somewhat peculiar, Ichihui remarked with a smile. Shiranami nodded in agreement. In that fleeting moment, the old man seemed to harbor some thoughts, perhaps regarding the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He must certainly be aware of the method to unlock the eternal kaleidoscope. However, for now, such considerations need not occupy my mind. Shiranami cast a deep glance at Ichihui. That evening, Shiranami arrived at the base of Route. Danzo stood shrouded in shadows, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. This man, leaning heavily on a cane, seemed to carry the weight of the endless gloom behind him. I have heard of the matter. You conducted human experiments on Ichihui and nearly clashed with that old man, Shauna. Danzo spoke in a grim tone. Shiranami nodded. Do not concern yourself with Shauna. He is but an old dog who is half in the grave. Should you deem it necessary, I can make him vanish at this very moment. Humph, truly worthy of being my disciple, Danzo replied with a nod of satisfaction. Though Shiranami's display of strong personal will stirred an instinctive discomfort within him, a man accustomed to wielding power over life and death. Yet, this attitude, this awareness, this shared perspective, it was commendable indeed. Fortunately, I did not entrust this young rascal to you. He is inherently mine. The Uchiha clan, from birth to death, is steeped in a bloodline of sin. Even my mentor, the second Hokage, harbored disdain and aversion towards them. You may utilize them as you see fit, but do not grow close. Do not cross that line, Danzo stated coldly. Shiranami smiled in assent and then spoke. Danzo-sensei, would you not inquire about the nature of the human experiments I conducted on Ichihui? With your vast knowledge and resources, they must pertain to your radiative powers. Danzo shook his head. Your bloodline is indeed powerful, and your chakra is abundant. Surely, your cellular activity is distinct from that of ordinary beings, yet I have no interest in your physique. Danzo spoke with unwavering confidence. Even if your constitution rivals that of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, what of it? I possess resources that far exceed your imagination. Shiranami nodded solemnly, seemingly in awe of his mentor's inscrutable depth. Danzo scrutinized Shiranami for a moment before smirking. No matter how formidable Shiranami's physique, it could only match that of an Uzumaki. Could he possibly rival Hashirama? With Hashirama cells and sufficient Sharingan, he would attain immortality. A turning point emerged on the Eastern Front as the IWA ninja launched a surprise attack on Kumogakure, resulting in the Third Reikage being surrounded and slain by 10,000 ninjas. Our enemies on the Eastern Front are now limited to the mist. New orders have been issued from Hizashi to decisively resolve the Eastern conflict, as Konoha lacks the capacity to sustain a three-front war. I have officially promoted you to Special Jonin. Noharuka Shiranami, as my disciple, you shall proceed to the Eastern Front to engage in battle with the mist. I will assign you a team from Route, and you are free to select additional Chunin as you see fit. Danzo struck the ground heavily. During this period, Hinata Iroha will serve as the vice-captain of your squad. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a masked Root ninja knelt before Shiranami. The Eastern Front War had left Konoha and Kirigakure in a state of intense confrontation. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, two prominent families renowned for their ocular techniques, had been primarily stationed at the Eastern Front for the past 4 years, clashing fiercely with the invading forces from the mist. Iroha, it has been quite a while since we last met. I haven't heard from you since graduation. Shiranami scrutinized the kneeling Root ninja before him. After graduation, I caught the eye of Lord Danzo and joined the Roots, executing missions under that identity. Iroha slowly removed his mask, revealing a face devoid of expression. The once composed and proud youth had been thoroughly dulled, transformed into an emotionless tool. I see. No wonder. I still recall the remarkable duel you had with Ichi during the graduation exam. Shiranami couldn't help but shake his head. From now on, I look forward to your guidance. I could truly benefit from your eyes. Hinata Iroha responded impassively. His mission was to protect Shiranami Gen'ya at all costs. Once a member of a prestigious clan, he now found himself fighting desperately at the tail end of practical lessons. As Shiranami exited the root base, 11 root ninjas followed him, all of whom could be considered as loyal soldiers. He could issue any command, even one that could lead to their demise, including myself. This squad consists of 12 members, with a few more to add. The next morning, all squad members assembled, joined by 3 others. Uchiha Ichi and Might Guy. 2 reliable comrades, needed no introduction, and, "Are you also training today, Mr. Dai?" Shiranami said with a smile, leading the group of ninjas at the village gate. "Oh, it's not really training. I merely did 1,000 push-ups to warm up. Thank you, Shiranami-san, for your trust in allowing me, this perennial genin, to join you." Dai swung his arms and then suddenly bowed deeply, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, Might Dai had once again failed the Chunin exams, not because he was defeated in combat, but because he had failed to advance past the written test. Ah, just a minor detail. Shiranami waved his hand dismissively. Although his strength had increased significantly compared to 2 years ago, facing those from Kirigakure necessitated additional precautions. Over the past few years, Might Dai had served, albeit intermittently, as his protector, and now he continued in that role. With a total of 15 members gathered. Let us depart. Our mission is to eliminate the infiltrating Kirigakure team in the Land of Fire and then head southeast to the front line against Kirigakure. Whoosh. The figures moved swiftly, following Shiranami as they darted through the dense forest. A squad of 15, directly supporting the front line of the war, was indeed a force worthy of attention. After 4 years of relentless warfare, the Hidden Leaf Village has exhausted all its resources within the Fire Country, including the ninja forces commanded by feudal lords and nobles. A meager force of 17,000 ninjas was hastily mobilized, yet their numbers have dwindled by 50%. In the recesses of Shiranami's mind, he swiftly recalled the secret intelligence gleaned from the Root organization. The situation is dire, extremely dire. Despite the Hidden Leaf possessing the most fertile lands in the ninja world and the largest population, the burden has become unbearable. It is worth noting that a decade ago, following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the village had already suffered substantial losses. Moreover, among these fewer than 20,000 ninjas, many are mere guards from the feudal lords and nobles, their abilities varying significantly. Compounding this issue, the vast Fire Country has deployed even third-rate, or even less competent ninjas stationed in various prosperous towns and cities, many of whom lack the basic qualities of a lower-ranked ninja. Since the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Leaf has constantly found itself in a precarious 1-3 disadvantage, wagering everything on the outcome. This time, the village has resolved to decisively eliminate the threat posed by the Mist Village, to deter the restless Cloud Village, and to bring an end to the eastern front of the war. As Shiranami's team moved through the forests of the Fire Country, they launched a powerful assault on numerous Mist Village squads that had infiltrated and caused havoc. The air was filled with wails of despair resonating through the Hidden Leaf Forest. This marked the second Mist Village team they had discovered, astonishingly managing to penetrate this far. Shiranami took action, unleashing a devastating wave that obliterated everything within 100 meters ahead, reducing several lurking Mist ninjas to mere fragments. His team members had already dispersed, pursuing the encroaching Mist ninjas. In a brief span of time, they had already eliminated 2 squads. "Speak your battle plan," Shiranami commanded, sitting on the ground and gazing at the captured Mist ninja held by Dai and Kai. "Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. I fear not death. Do you think I am as weak and ridiculous as the Leaf Ninjas? Ha. Just recently, I personally dispatched a rookie on the front lines. He had barely graduated. He was crying and begging for his life. The Mist ninja spat blood, grinning malevolently. What a foolish individual." Aihui's 3 Tomo quickly spun, and a surge of chakra emanated forth, instantly seizing control of the enemy. Infiltrate the Fire Country, investigate the defenses of the Leaf, and inflict as much destruction and slaughter as possible. With a swift motion, Shiranami snapped the Mist ninja's neck. Let us proceed to the front lines. The fact that Mist squads can infiltrate this far indicates that the situation at the front is not looking promising, Shiranami ordered. The group abandoned the corpses strewn across the ground and hastened towards the main camp at the front. At that moment, Kai caught up, Schwani-san, what that enemy just said. Yes, they are likely newly graduated recruits, directly dispatched to the front lines. Schwani replied, shaking his head. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Not only in the realm of ninjas but also in his past life during ancient times. It was not uncommon for 12-year-old expendable refugees to be thrust onto the battlefield amidst chaos, even if they were merely sent to expend a few arrows against the enemy. It was deemed useful. Moreover, in this world of Hokage, where chakra exists, the reality of war, such a dreadful entity. Shieni murmured softly. Quickening his pace in the howling wind, the entire team surged forward in silence, racing towards the front lines. In the southeast of the Land of Fire, the battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village was perpetually drenched in blood. The main forces of the two great ocular clans had gathered here for 4 long years. This southeastern corner had witnessed the bloodshed of both clans, with every able-bodied man, woman, and child compelled to march into the fray. Lord Fugaku. The Mist Ninjas have launched another attack. Lord Hayashi's side is also under assault and is temporarily unable to provide support. A communications ninja knelt before Fugaku, his urgency palpable. I understand. Let us face the enemy. With our 200 Uchiha clansmen, we shall annihilate them. Fugaku slowly raised his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning, harboring a terrifying ocular power that surpassed the ordinary. It's you again. Have all the Konoha warriors perished, leaving only the fire-style Uchiha to contend with us of the mist? How laughable. To send fire-style ninjas against us is utterly absurd. Thank your bloodline. Had it not been for the Sharingan, you would have been eradicated long ago. Cold voices echoed through the air, as figures exuding a thick, sanguine aura emerged from the sea. The Mist Ninjas exchanged disdainful smirks, simultaneously regarding the dreaded Uchiha with trepidation. The Sharingan was truly formidable, with its dynamic observation, chakra perception, and Jinjutsu attacks. Such power was simply unreasonable. Have they arrived? A relentless tide of aquatic debris, Fugaku stood at the forefront, his expression icy as he gazed at the approaching foes. Too many of his clansmen had perished at the hands of the Mist Ninjas, leaving the entire clan severely weakened. By the village's decree, all able-bodied individuals within the Uchiha clan, regardless of age or gender, had been sent to the battlefield. Now, merely over 200 of the Uchiha remained on this front. At that moment, a boy of around 10 years old beside Fugaku spoke softly, clan leader. The enemy's numbers seem somewhat abnormal. Indeed, Shursui, remember to protect yourself. Naoya, stay by my side and prepare to assist me with your Byakugan. Fugaku commanded. Hinata Naoya nodded gravely, setting down his backpack and standing solemnly behind Fugaku, ready to fight with all his might. Though the two ocular clans harbored mutual disdain, each claiming to be the foremost family of Konoha and possessing the strongest eyes, in times of war, such divisions were momentarily set aside, and the foremost duty became to join forces against their common enemy. As the two sides drew closer, they beheld one another's faces, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. Engage. The fierce battle erupted. The Uchiha clan once again clashed with these formidable foes who had crossed the seas. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. A multitude of fire techniques erupted, only to be swiftly enveloped by the onslaught of water style, resulting in a massive cloud of steam. Everyone was warned to keep their distance from the sea and to be wary of their silent killing techniques. Jiraiya, promptly report the enemy's position, this time. They come with great ferocity. Fugaku bellowed, leading the charge. As the clan leader and commander of the forces, Fugaku always positioned himself at the forefront. Such was the spirit of the Uchiha. The battle erupted violently, and soon, anguished cries echoed as some fell swiftly. Various ninjutsu danced across the battlefield, with lives extinguishing at every moment. It became apparent that in the contest of ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan found themselves at an overwhelming disadvantage. They initially employed fire style for cover and cushioning, but thereafter, very few Uchiha dared to utilize fire techniques again. To combat water style with fire style was sheer folly. Regrettably, apart from a handful of Nin and all the Nin, the lower-ranking Uchiha were utterly unversed in other elemental techniques. They were confined to the clan's inherited fire style, making their predicament on this battlefield exceedingly arduous. Mist concealment technique. Some Mist Ninjas unleashed cruel, sinister laughter and collaboratively initiated the mist concealment technique. In an instant, a colossal fog infused with chakra erupted, spreading wildly. Here it came again, the silent killing techniques. Fugaku gritted his teeth. It was this very technique that compelled many Uchiha, who were solely proficient in fire style, to engage the Mist Ninjas. The Sharingan lacked the ability to penetrate the chakra fog, but their formidable dynamic vision allowed them to react and counterattack in the split second before an assassination. Yet, this remained frustrating, as many unawakened clan members were oblivious to how many had fallen victim to stealthy strikes. Jiraiya, within a radius of 100 meters ahead. There are approximately 80 individuals on the southeastern coastline. An unending stream of enemies continues to emerge. The number of those who have landed has already surpassed 300 and is rapidly increasing. Beyond that, I cannot see clearly. This chakra-laden mist greatly obstructs my vision. Jiraiya strained his Byakugan, desperately attempting to gain clarity, managing to utter, "This alone exceeds our forces." Fugaku hurled a multitude of shuriken. Employing the shuriken manipulation technique, and eliminated 2 mist ninjas, his expression darkening upon hearing the report. This was unlike previous encounters. The mist ninjas had devised an unprecedented deployment. Could it be that they had formulated a new war strategy? Fugaku's countenance fell. He immediately dispatched a clan member to swiftly reach the eastern front camp to seek assistance from Jiraiya and simultaneously ordered the abandonment of this temporary stronghold, urging a retreat inland to buy time. Alone, the Uchiha clan and the nearby Hyuga clan found it exceedingly challenging to contend against such a multitude of adversaries. As time progressed, casualties were escalating. The ninja endowed with the Sharingan possesses a certain advantage, able to safeguard themselves amidst the thick fog. In contrast, those lacking such ocular prowess can only huddle together, passively enduring the terrifying onslaught of assassination. Whoosh! Perish! This time is unlike any before. We, the Hidden Mist, shall claim the southeastern territory of the Land of Fire. A Hidden Mist ninja suddenly emerged from the dense mist, swiftly assassinating a member of the Uchiha clan. Ready to retreat. Do not even think of escaping. Yikes bellowed, his Sharingan spinning with fervor. In an instant, he unleashed a genjutsu, forcibly controlling the assailant, and hurled a kunai to deliver the fatal blow. Yet, similar events unfolded repeatedly. The thick fog and water release techniques incessantly eroded the strength of the clan, claiming the lives of their kin. In mere moments, over 10 Uchiha clan members had perished, causing Yikes' heart to bleed. Lord Yikes, the enemy numbers are increasing. Furthermore, it seems other strongholds are suffering similar assaults. Hinata Naoya suddenly cried out, only to have his head severed the next instant, his eyes gouged out and instantly obliterated. Indeed, it was the branch family members again. Acquiring a second Byakugan was no easy feat. Ching, clutching the pilfered Byakugan, coldly kicked Naoya's corpse aside. A hint of regret evident. The strategic significance of a Hyuga's Byakugan far surpasses that of a single Sharingan. Ching, are you leading this squad? It appeared that without resorting to certain measures, ensuring the safety of his clan would prove impossible. It seemed he would have to employ the technique. As Yikes listened to the roars and screams resonating from all around, he fell into a momentary silence. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin with increasing rapidity, a terrifying ocular power causing Ching's expression to shift. What was this foreboding sensation? A chill ran down Ching's spine, instinctively sensing the peril of that dreadful ocular prowess. Meanwhile, Shursui, engaged in a grueling battle, was suddenly alarmed, glancing towards the clan leader. Yikes' spinning 3 tomo appeared to draw ever closer, though it felt like an illusion. Just as the oppressive sensation was about to peak and Yikes was compelled to reveal that technique, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by an immense shockwave that swept away a significant portion of the thick mist. The aftermath alone caused the fog to thin considerably. A dozen figures abruptly descended around Yikes. Lord Yikes, we are the Konoha Genitsu squad. Genitsu, one hand on the ground and the other forming seals, landed with impressive swiftness. At a critical juncture, Genitsu arrived with his squad. Unexpectedly, they had coincided with a large-scale enemy assault, indicating that the foes were intent on a decisive battle. Genitsu slowly raised his head, gazing at the relentless tide of hidden mist ninjas, and spoke. Genitsu, has the village dispatched you for support? However, this is not the time for idle chatter. We must retreat. Yikes cast a glance at Genitsu and then nodded towards Ichihyu, recognizing his own clan's prodigy. Shiranami exercised caution against the silent assassination techniques of the mist ninjas. These fiends conceal themselves within the thick fog to launch their stealthy strikes, proving to be quite a nuisance. Beside him, Jishui spoke up, his gaze intense as he regarded Shiranami. The silent killing technique. I understand now. Once we return, I shall treat you to a drink. Shiranami cast a glance at Jishui, giving a slight nod. Ah, so this is the brooding Jishui? It seems his rise to fame occurred during the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, where he earned the moniker Instantaneous Jishui on the battlefield against the mist. With a clap of his hands, Xian Yi unleashed a torrent of immense radiative particles from within, which began to wildly diffuse, seamlessly merging into the chakra-laden fog. Lord Fugaku, lead your team to advance and retreat simultaneously. Time is on our side. Although the enemy outnumbers us significantly, victory is not beyond our reach, Xian Yi declared. Forming hand seals. The terrifying radiation surged forth, intertwining with the chakra mist. Nearby mist ninjas were the first to sense an unsettling discomfort, their bodies heating up. Physiological functions deteriorating, and minds growing foggy. Is this the ability of your nuclear release bloodline? A form of cellular-level chakra poison? No, it is even more minute than that. Fugaku activated his three-tomo Sharingan, keenly observing the chakra flow erupting from Xian Yi. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse something extraordinary. Ah. As expected of Lord Fugaku, you can even perceive such microscopic details. Your visual prowess is rather formidable, Xian Yi remarked with a smile, fixing his gaze on Fugaku's eyes. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, even in its three-tomo form, surpasses the ordinary in every aspect. In the original tale, Obito's eyes could perceive the movement of countless nanopoison insects. Now, Fugaku had acquired a similar sight. Fugaku's heart raced as he met Xian Yi's meaningful gaze. What is the extent of your technique's coverage? The entirety of the enemy, Xian Yi asserted, forcefully channeling chakra that intensified the radiation. Gradually, the mist ninjas engaged in battle began to sense something amiss within a short time. Quick, cover your bodies with chakra. The nuclear release ninja from Konoha has arrived. At that moment, a mist ninja could no longer contain himself and shouted, his face icy as he unleashed chakra to shield himself. However, such a measure was only effective for elite jonin and some exceptional chunin. For the genin, it was too late. Attack. Everyone, follow me. Eliminate Noura Xian Yi. The blue-clad ninja bellowed, his heart aflame with fury. How could this nuclear release brat have traversed from the western front to the eastern front? Recollections of intelligence regarding Xian Yi flooded his mind, a figure enigmatic and endowed with terrifying powers. He must be eradicated here and now. A multitude of mist ninjas abandoned their opponents, swiftly regrouping within the thick fog. Soon, Fugaku, Xian Yi, and their companions found themselves besieged by a horde of mist ninjas. No one can comprehend the anxiety that resides within Qing, based on the intelligence he has gathered. Numerous rock and sand ninjas who have engaged in combat with this little demon have developed terrifying physical ailments. Ailments that are currently beyond any remedy and will likely plague them for the rest of their lives. The Uchiha may escape, but the little Hinata must perish. Has he arrived? Lord Fugaku, prepare yourself. Regardless of the cards you hold, there is no need to reveal them here. Xian Yi spoke calmly as he swiftly retreated. Intensifying the radiation, a multitude of Uchiha clan members found liberation, hastily making their way inland. Fugaku and his entourage attracted the attention of at least 400 pursuing mist ninjas, more than half of whom were intent on eliminating Xian Yi. Soon, the frail mist ninjas began to crumble, emitting agonized cries as they fell to the ground. As time passed, the cacophony of suffering grew louder. Many clutched their bodies in torment, their innards withering, blood depleting, and their skin erupting with numerous cysts and pus. They perished amidst endless agony. This technique, akin to a natural disaster. Qing trembled. In just a short while, his team had suffered a 10% attrition rate, although they were merely expendable genin. The sheer horror of the casualty rate was staggering. Qing's eyes reddened as he beheld the approaching Xian Yi, gritting his teeth and giving chase. More mist ninjas, driven mad, suppressed their inner terror and charged at Xian Yi with fierce roars. If they could slay this little demon, everything would be worth it. This is the technique of Lord Xian Yi. The young Shursui, standing beside Fugaku, looked back in shock. Under the gaze of his single Tomo Sharingan, the chakra created by the enemy began to fall one by one. The chakra mist, originally crafted by their foes, now morphed into a poison that greedily consumed the lives of the mist ninjas. The deeper one ventured into the mist, the more one could sense the indescribable horror. Xian Yi, how long can you maintain this technique? 2 hours should be no problem, Fugaku acknowledged with insight, realizing that he need not employ his less familiar Meijiki Sharingan. Qing, accompanied by a cadre of J-Nin and Ch-Nin, finally caught up. Die. You vile little leaf ninja. Qing glared at him with hatred, the stolen Byakugan coursing with blood vessels, and swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water surge. Water style, Azure Dragon Strike. A deluge of water style ninjutsu surged forth, and the many mist ninjas, now filled with rage towards Xian Yi, abandoned their original target, the Uchiha, unleashing a barrage of powerful techniques at him. Particularly, Qing's Azure Dragon Strike, a technique that complemented the Byakugan, aimed to assault Xian Yi's chakra points. If they could seal off his chakra points and disrupt Xin Yi's chakra flow, this terrifying area attack would naturally dissipate. Regrettably, you have finally been lured here. And a being like you must be eliminated. You deal with the other insignificant foes. I shall confront this one. Qing, return my Byakugan, Xin Yi declared, suddenly extending his hand to grasp Qing's palm. In response, the Azure Dragon instinctively pierced through Xin Yi's hand, yet he remained unfazed. Such a trivial injury would mend itself within mere seconds. Die here, he commanded, forming hand seals with his other hand. Nuclear release, nuclear clone technique. In that instant, Xin Yi's cells began to proliferate wildly, with two flesh masses emerging from his spine, writhing until they gradually took on his likeness. What kind of technique is this? Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, his primal instincts urging him to retreat. With a resounding clap, the two newly formed nuclear clones, having barely emerged, swiftly seized Qing with 5 firm grasping hands. Xin Yi formed hand seals once more, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Nuclear release. Dissolution technique. A terrifying scene unfolded in a flash. The 4 hands appeared to melt, merging entirely into Qing's body. A cacophony of anguish screams echoed through the dense fog. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the brutal clash persisted. Fuyue directed the surrounding ninjas, deploying them in squads to systematically thwart the enemy's relentless assault. Most appeared to struggle, visibly strained. And casualties were a constant reality. Could Lord Xin Yi truly handle facing such a perilous opponent alone? Was Lord Fuyue really that confident? With formidable Shunshin, Shursui effortlessly dispatched an enemy. Despite being merely 10 years old, he, as a member of the Uchiha clan and a prodigy second only to Itachi, had begun to exhibit the traits of a formidable warrior. He continuously scanned the battlefield, his Sharingan capturing the movements of foes, launching counterattacks in a heartbeat. Instinctively, after plunging a kunai into an enemy's neck, Shursui glanced towards Xin Yi's position. That singular gaze sent his heart racing, a look of horror crossing his face. What? What is happening? Is this also one of Lord Xin Yi's secret techniques? Before him, 2 clones had fully formed their legs, emerging from Xin Yi's back and standing firmly. For arms had already integrated into Qing's body, a nightmarish sight that profoundly rattled the nerves of the inexperienced Shursui. Ninjutsu can manifest in such a manner? What kind of clone technique is this? Qing's sudden wails further stunned the young Shursui. Shursui, what are you doing? Focus on your task. Fuyue barked. Yes, clan leader. Shursui replied, taking a deep breath. The numerous mist ninjas, hearing Qing's cries, were equally alarmed. Yet they were desperately held back by Fuyue and his comrades. Dai and Kai, with fervor, unleashed the might of 6 and 5 gates, bellowing incomprehensible declarations of youth. With unparalleled speed and astonishing agility, they momentarily impeded dozens of the mist ninjas. Lend me your gaze, Xin Yi commanded, gripping Qing's hand, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The wide eyes of a clan member were sufficient for him to glean the genetic lineage of the Yumura clan. What is happening to my body? This doppelganger technique? Qing exclaimed, a mix of fury and alarm washing over him as he felt the grip on his body slipping away. The 2 enigmatic doppelgangers, unknown entities, intensified his physical rigidity and loss of control with each merging. Signs of a chakra surge began to manifest within him. With eyes ablaze, Qing invoked the prowess of the Azure Dragon, attempting to violently extend his water chakra to pierce Xin Yi's cranium. Yet, in an instant, his arm plummeted, not severed, but seemingly melted away. It simply fell. To some extent, I am becoming increasingly akin to Orochimaru nevertheless. If I were to acquire Orochimaru's technique of erasure at its core and further develop it into the technique of primal erasure, it would prove exceedingly practical. Xin Yi smirked, and in the next moment, he struck, severing Qing's ears. These ears, adorned with spiritual talismans, were likely part of a sealing technique, preordained to activate in times of peril to seal the white eyes. I cannot allow you to proceed with that drawing a kunai, Xin Yi. Met with Qing's expression of despair, raised his hand and made a swift cut. With a splatter, a massive head soared into the air, blood cascading forth. When Xin Yi withdrew, a white eyeball lay quietly in the palm of his hand. This was the white eye, during a prior conflict. A member of the Hyuga clan had been attacked by the mist and had one eye extracted, which was then transplanted onto Qing. The white eye bloodline was now his. At this juncture, the multitude of advancing mist ninjas finally breached the defenses of Fugaku and his companions, glaring furiously at Xin Yi. Or rather, at the 3 Xin Yis? Will you continue to fight? Your leader has been slain by my hand. You rely on chakra cloaks to withstand my power, but I presume they are significantly depleted now? With merely over 200 of you against your remaining 300, Who do you think will prevail? Xianyi's tone remained tranquil. The numerous mist ninjas seethed with rage. Yet upon witnessing the rapidly assembling Uchiha ninjas, they ultimately gritted their teeth and resolved to retreat. Without my consent, none are permitted to flee. Attack! Eliminate these fools! Xian-Yi commanded with a wave of his hand. Oh, indeed, Xian-Yi-san, my blood ignites with fervor. Father, is this the power of youth? The father and son duo, exhilarated beyond measure, felt invigorated to fight with even greater tenacity. Some Uchiha ninjas regarded the pair with disdain, yet, invigorated by the spirit of battle, they immediately pursued the mist. The heavy fog began to dissipate, the silent killing technique gradually unraveling. The leaf ninjas launched a frenzied counterattack against their foes. Eliminate these wretched beings. Do you two face this day? Avenge our kin. The previously dire situation has been dramatically reversed with the arrival of Xuanyi and the death of Qing. The many fleeing mist ninjas, in a state of panic, despite their inner turmoil of rage and fear, find themselves powerless, forced to escape for their lives. They are utterly frustrated. And with their unwavering belief in strength and complete distrust of their comrades, the moment of defeat means utter collapse. The notion of sacrificing oneself to buy time for allies? Such foolishness is unbecoming of us, the mist ninjas. As the tides of battle shifted, a considerable number of mist ninjas fled, even resorting to attacking their own comrades to hinder their escape. With the passage of time, the number of slain mist ninjas grew, transforming this into a horrifying chase. Moreover, many had already exhausted their chakra in a desperate attempt to shield themselves from Xuanyi's radiative power. As they reached this critical point, their chakra dwindled during their flight, leading to a rapid decline in combat effectiveness and severe physical exhaustion. Yet, the more dire their situation became, the less they could afford to cease generating their chakra cloaks, for that would only hasten their demise. This was a vicious cycle from which there was no escape, compelling them to flee for their lives. Many fleeing mist ninjas, having depleted their chakra, faced a terrifying fate, even if they were not caught and slain by the leaf ninjas. They would succumb to decay and death. The power of that young boy. Why is the area of effect so astonishing? One mist ninja, having exhausted his chakra, let out a wail as his cloak dissipated, and the surging radiation flooded in, destroying his cells. He perished. After a long while, the thick fog finally cleared. The countless corpses strewn across the ground, and the horrific conditions of many, silently conveyed the terror of this battle. I have endeavored to minimize the impact on you, though there may be some trivial residual effects. A faint smile grazed Xuanyi's face as he began to absorb all the radiation. I understand now, Xuanyi. Though this is our first meeting, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Yikes inhaled deeply, gazing at the fallen mist ninjas. No error, Xuanyi. Truly the most fearsome of the new generation. As many leaf ninjas returned, especially the Uchiha clan members who revered power above all, they looked at Xuanyi with a mixture of awe and respect. The outcome of this battle was nothing short of extraordinary. They had anticipated severe losses for their clan, only to discover the terrifying extent of Xuanyi's bloodline abilities. Xuanyi-san, you are destined to gain a significant amount of military merit. Aihui chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her hair obscuring one eye as she slowly lifted her head. The remaining eye revealed the three tomo, but in the next moment, her expression shifted slightly. Hinata Iroha suddenly spoke. Lord Xuanyi, we have trouble. A terrifying amount of chakra is gathering over the sea. Xuanyi immediately raised his gaze. In the distance, a formidable oppressive force was subtly manifesting as an immense chakra coalesced into a sphere. The hidden mist village has surprisingly dispatched a jinchūriki. TSK. This is the tailed beast ball. Lord Mizuki's, our forces at the sea landing point have been nearly annihilated. A mist ninja knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Before him stood a tall figure, with long black hair cascading down to his waist and narrowed, closed eyes, coldly imposing. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen dared not approach him, their gazes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. The third Mizuki, said to embody the will of the second Mizuki, had led the hidden mist village down an unforeseen path, one fraught with severity, betrayal, and slaughter. Indeed, the sea point should be the Uchiha clan's stronghold. How pitifully weak to have been vanquished by that clan. The third Mizuki's eyes remained shut as he spoke indifferently. In the next moment, a torrent of water release surged forth from the sea, brutally slaying the reporting ninja. Lord Third, allow me to take action. With my Samahata, I can vanquish any foe. The sharkskin sword's wielder, the pufferfish ghost of Suigetsu, suddenly laughed, drawing out his blade. The Samahata, a weapon once loyal to the Three Tails, had spent years by its side, aiding in the transformation of external matter into chakra for the beast. No need. Simply obliterate the entire sea landing point. the third Mizukichi murmured. The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in alarm as they hastily retreated from him. In the next instant, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from the third Mizukichi, instantly achieving partial tailed beast transformation as immense chakra began to coalesce in the air. A tailed beast ball was forming, and then, with a thunderous roar, it was unleashed toward the sea point. The vast sea was cleaved in two, the very earth itself rent asunder, creating a deep chasm. The power of annihilation was descending. An overwhelming sense of dread surged forth. Everyone witnessed the distant sea, now roiling with waves, suddenly sinking as if a monstrous force was exerting a terrifying gravitational pull. The tailed beast ball. It seems the three tails has arrived. Shiranami furrowed his brow, puzzled. Who could the jinchūriki of the three tails be at this moment? In the original tale, the first jinchūriki of the three tails was Rin no Era, killed by Kakashi, and the second was Yagura, the fourth Mizukichi. After Yagura's demise, the three tails regained its freedom until captured by Akatsuki's Deidara and Obito. But could the three tails at this time be under the control of Uchiha Madara? That would indeed be intriguing. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Fugaku shouted decisively, commanding a swift retreat. The group, with no time to rest, hastily moved inland, weary yet resolute. Having spent years on the battlefield, many had heard of the harrowing might of the tailed beast ball, even if they had never witnessed it firsthand. Patriarch. The enemy is conjuring a tailed beast ball from such a distance. Can we escape their attack range? Shirzue whispered. Perhaps it is best if you all leave. Remaining here would only be a burden. I will devise a means to counter the enemy's assault, Fujitake stated in a low voice. Shiranami replied with a faint smile. I shall stay as well. It is my first encounter with such a creature as the tailed beast, and my curiosity is piqued. Fujitake furrowed his brow. Shiranami, you are still too young. This is indeed a tailed beast. Lord Fujitake, even if you resort to your trump cards, the price will be steep. If I remain by your side, I can at least assist you in your escape when your strength wanes, Shiranami remarked, handing a blood-stained Byakugan to Ihui. This eye is of utmost importance. Do not lose it. Furthermore, regardless of who requests it, you must never relinquish it. Do you grasp my meaning? Of course. You may also utilize it for your own purposes, he added with a light chuckle, while the others were bewildered. Fujitake's expression shifted as he cast a deep gaze at Ihui. Covering one eye, was it blinded by the enemy, or perhaps Izanagi? I still prefer my own eyes. Rest assured, Shiranami, I shall protect your eye with my life. Ihui declared as he accepted the Byakugan and swiftly led the group to retreat. Though the others departed, Dai lingered behind. Now is the time to ignite my youth. Watch me vanquish that colossal sphere, the tailed beast ball. Dai clenched his fists, roaring as he prepared to sacrifice himself to kick away the tailed beast's orb. Fujitake looked on in astonishment at this long-standing genin. Stop. You must leave, Dai. A mere tailed beast ball is nothing. Lord Fujitake and I possess the means to handle it. This is an order, Shiranami commanded. Dai hesitated but ultimately complied, quickly departing. Shiranami, can that fellow who was just shouting about youth truly resolve the tailed beast ball? Fujitake inquired, his brow furrowed. If truth be told, he could indeed do so with a single kick. However, the cost would be considerable. Shiranami replied. Lord Fujitake, please keep this confidential. In return, I will safeguard your secret. Standing tall, Shiranami summoned two would-release clones, each positioned at his sides, gazing up at the formidable tailed beast ball. The ocean and ground bore witness to an astonishing indentation. Fujitake sighed. It seems you harbor many secrets. You possess them yourself. And even the long-standing genin by your side wields such power. Ihui, I fear, may also be. Fujitake cast a profound glance at Shiranami. And in the next moment, he opened his eyes once more, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Within those eyes were three curved blades, with a small circular ring nestled between them. Simultaneously, translucent white chakra ribs emerged from his body. Are you not at all astonished? It appears Ihui has divulged information regarding these eyes to you. Susanoo. The ribs on his body expanded abruptly, becoming more solid and formidable. Fujitake roared, enduring the excruciating pain brought forth by his eyes as he charged fiercely toward the tailed beast ball. Boom. Two figures collided with a thunderous crash. And in that fleeting moment, the tailed beast bomb erupted, unleashing a staggering wave of force that shook the very air, creating an instant vacuum. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. All that existed in sight was shrouded in this terrifying void, leaving only a magnificent figure, a man of unparalleled grandeur, shouldering the weight of it all. Shiranami couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Truly, Lord Fugaku is formidable, radiating an overwhelming presence. Ah! Lord Fugaku has taken to the skies. Behold, Fugaku was hurled sideways by the explosion, tumbling across the ground for dozens of rolls. His visage now covered in dirt and dust. Struggling to rise, he coughed up blood, gasping for air, his face pale as he sank back down, clutching his bloodshot eyes in agony. Incredible, he actually managed to block it. Fugaku spoke, blood spilling from his lips, his chakra-coated ribs shattered. The remaining ones marred with cracks. Ah, is Lord Fugaku truly this weak? Shiranami decisively retracted his earlier statement. Indeed, the initial form of Susanoo seemed rather ineffectual. Recalling the original narrative when the two pillars assaulted the 5 Kage summit, Susanoo was first pierced by Reikage and subsequently dissolved by Terumi Mei's breath. Not with Fugaku. He had taken a direct hit from a tailed beast bomb right from the outset. Truly, the stature of a father is different. Once the two pillars are born, I must find a way to remind him to learn from this, lest he face off against that man wielding a kunai for too long, mistakenly believing everyone operates in such a manner. In the distance, new chakra began to converge over the ocean. A second-tailed beast bomb was on its way. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Fugaku struggled to rise, growling as a surge of ocular power coursed through him, fervently repairing his ribs, and this time, he successfully extended an arm. At this juncture, Shiranami made his move. 3 manifestations of Shiranami stood resolutely before Fugaku. Enough, Lord Fugaku, take a moment to rest. You are still unaccustomed to the power of those eyes. Allow me to take over. Fire, thunder, water. The 3 Shiranami swiftly formed 3 seals. Terrifying chakra began to surge within them, and the temperature around them escalated explosively. Under Fugaku's astonished gaze, the 3 Shiranami unleashed an astonishing wave of energy. Core release. White-hot light. 3 formidable beams of white light suddenly erupted, crashing directly into the oncoming tailed beast bomb. At that moment, the 3 beams of white-hot energy represented the most potent attack Shiranami could muster. In unison, Shiranami and his 2 clones unleashed 3 beams of blinding light, a superlative assault that far surpassed any previous efforts. The moment this fearsome attack was unleashed, it transformed into 3 elongated streams of white mist, the overwhelming heat incinerating everything nearby. Even the very air grew tumultuous. The earth began to melt, steam boiled, and all vegetation ignited in a fervent blaze. Whoosh! Boom! As Fugaku looked on in shock and terror, the 3 beams of white-hot energy collided with the tailed beast bomb in a cataclysmic explosion. In that fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to lose its voice. This manifestation of the tailed beast ball was evidently more potent than the previous one, yet Shiranami possessed this terrifying power to confront the tailed beast ball head-on. Fuyue gazed in utter astonishment at the 3 manifestations of Shiranami before him. If it were merely Shiranami employing this forbidden technique alone, he would not have been so taken aback. However, even those 2 peculiar clones, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, wielded such formidable power. This was simply unfathomable. Boom! The horrific confrontation erupted. 3 beams of ultra-high temperature energy, in a frenzied sweep, collided directly with the tailed beast ball. Amidst the violent entanglement, at the moment of impact, the 3 searing rays intertwined with the tailed beast ball, triggering a chaotic surge in an instant. Wisps of white vapor scattered under the intense shock. The combined force of the 3 radiant beams unleashed a power of unimaginable magnitude upon the tailed beast ball. The mere aftermath of their collision, with its extreme heat, resulted in cataclysmic consequences. This is bad. Fuyue's expression changed drastically as the rapidly rising temperature inflicted pain upon him. In the next moment, Susanoo further evolved, enveloping him in its protective embrace. The more this unfolded, the more Fuyue comprehended the profound impact of the scene. If my Susanoo could ascend to the next stage, it should be able to. Fuyue watched in disbelief as the tailed beast ball was pushed back. The synergy of the 3 radiant beams gradually reversed the terrifying power of the tailed beast ball after a resounding roar. As the dreadful shockwave wreaked havoc upon everything in its path, the ground nearby was almost transformed into a liquid expanse by the shockwave and searing heat. Ultimately, as the tailed beast ball unleashed waves of chakra fluctuations, it was pushed back along its original trajectory just before the explosion. Upon the sea, the 3rd Mizukage remained with his eyes tightly shut, standing indifferently in place, slowly reverting from his half-tailed beast form to his human shape. Humph. I did not expect such power to emerge once more from this clan, but it matters not. They are merely supporting characters. The 3rd Mizukage spoke with a detached tone. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon revealed an unsightly grin and immediately echoed 2 consecutive tailed beast balls. No matter how powerful the Uchiha clan may be, they are indeed incredibly weak before Lord Third. Their demise is inevitable. Suddenly, a chorus of startled exclamations erupted as several ninjas, engaged in landing operations at various points, looked up in confusion, their faces shifting dramatically. That object looks somewhat familiar. It is Lord Third's tail beast ball. We must flee. Many mist ninjas shouted in alarm, scattering in panic. They actually pushed it back? It seems there are formidable individuals among the enemy as well. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon was taken aback, casting a subtle glance at the third Mizukage, and then, under the bewildered gazes of others, he could only draw his blade, the shark skin. Very well, I shall handle this tailed beast ball myself, regardless of who is responsible. I will personally sever their head. Kisame, I appoint you as the captain of the frontline assassination unit. Devise a means to eliminate that individual. The expression of Suigetsu. The shark-faced youth turned cold and severe as he issued commands, then hefted Samahata and lunged toward the tailed beast's jutsu. Samahata. Capable of devouring even the chakra of tailed beasts. Kisame cast a greedy glance, then buried his head deeply. Shiranami drew a breath. The two nuclear clones had exhausted their chakra, and signs of melting began to emerge. The 2.0 version of the nuclear clone merely required chakra to stimulate cellular proliferation, allowing the clone to autonomously generate new chakra in abundance. It appeared a solution had been reached. Fuyue manipulated a white skeleton. Gazing at the astonishing scene before him, lost in profound silence, Shiranami promptly recalled the clones. Fuyue's expression was incredibly complex. He longed to inquire why. Despite mastering such ninjutsu, Shiranami had allowed him to take the brunt of the initial tailed beast's jutsu. Lord Fuyue, stop daydreaming and retreat quickly. The number of powerful enemies is overwhelming, and a particularly troublesome individual is keeping a close watch. Shiranami raised his head, his expression grave. The atmosphere of Kirigakure began to shift from the time of the third Mizukage to the bloodiest and most brutal pinnacle under the fourth. Was the current third Mizukage under Uchiha Madara's control? Given that in the original narrative, no era Rin became the jinchūriki through Madara's manipulation, it was likely that the higher-ups of Kirigakure had been turned into mere pawns by him. Fuyue nodded, controlling a skeletal hand that grasped Shiranami, then turned to flee. To guard against new assaults from Kirigakure, Fuyue maintained the form of his Manjiki Sharingan, bearing a tremendous burden. Truly, such powerful eyes. Shiranami cast a glance at the Manjiki, deep in thought. These eyes, which appeared solely in the anime version, had enabled Fuyue to demonstrate to Itachi the consequences of revealing his possession of the Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto was captured by the radical faction of the Uchiha, and Fuyue, caught in a dilemma, was compelled to control Naruto, unleashing the Ninetales, thus triggering the second Ninetales crisis. These eyes. Did they possess the ability to foresee the future, somewhat akin to the capabilities of that old toad from my Bokuzen? Shiranami shook his head, pondering. Within the shinobi world, there were indeed numerous elements tied to fate. My Bokuzen's prophetic arts and the Uchiha clan's Izanagi could rewrite destiny. The emergence of another pair of prophetic eyes was not particularly alarming. However, the concepts of fate and prophecy were inherently fascinating. A millennium ago, that old toad had intentionally guided the Sage of Six Paths, and later, Jiraiya and Naruto. Among this, 5 minutes later, Fuyue, utilizing Susanoo, moved swiftly, utterly exhausted, yet he dared not close his Manjiki Sharingan. It seemed the enemy had not pursued them. For the moment, they were safe. It was imperative to report the movements of Kirigakure to Lord Jiraiya as soon as possible. Shiranami, we shall not perish, Fugaku murmured. You have employed the technique, and I can only surmise your body has suffered grave injuries. I shall ensure your safe return. Indeed, my condition is dire. The chakra I expended was substantial, Shiranami replied, a solemn expression adorning his face. Many were aware that this was my forbidden technique. Fugaku nodded in understanding, his gaze filled with profound admiration for Shiranami. Rest assured, regardless of how severe your internal injuries may be, I will find a way to heal you. You must have exhausted yourself completely to employ that forbidden technique. Am I correct? Yes, approximately 30% of my chakra was consumed. Lord Fugaku, do you comprehend the gravity of this? It has been a long time since I have depleted such a significant amount. Ah, Lord Fugaku, please set me down. Shiranami said. What? I mean, my chakra has barely begun to recover. I estimate I need about half of that to regain full strength. The third Mizukage remains an enigma, with scant information regarding him among the 5 great villages' shadows. His time of death, the manner of it, and the techniques he mastered are shrouded in mystery. This long-haired figure, with eyes tightly shut, only appeared in the original narrative at the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Summoned as a mere pawn by the Sage of Six Paths to bring the prince and the 2 pillars back to the ninja world. The third Mizukage. marked the beginning of a tightening policy in the mist, reaching its bloody apex under the fourth. As they journeyed, Shiranami disregarded Fugaku's complex gaze. When they caught up with the retreating main force, Shiranami could not help but glance back towards the ocean. The third Mizukage has surely become a puppet by now. At that moment, the entire eastern camp began to stir, with reports flooding into various strongholds along the coastline falling one after another. Clearly, the mist had launched a full-scale offensive, preparing for a decisive battle. Disheveled units returned to the camp in succession. Those scoundrels from the mist, how could they strike so suddenly? Many of our comrades have perished. It was said that only the temporary encampment of the Uchiha clan had not encountered significant issues, and they had even managed to repel the enemy. Truly, they are the foremost clan in Konoha. However, the news I received indicated that they had the assistance of Lord Shiranami, who employed his formidable secret techniques to annihilate the enemies. Taking the initiative to hold back the adversaries, such talent, such strength, and such resolve are truly remarkable. Amidst the numerous battered remnants, the Uchiha clan was among the few to relay good news, restoring some semblance of honor to Konoha. Shiranami's name, as the youngest jonin in Konoha's history, resounded throughout the camp, becoming one of the few beacons of hope. Such achievements are astonishing, to the extent that many who had not witnessed them firsthand instinctively found them hard to believe. What kind of ability could wield such power? Creating potent toxins to vanquish foes on such a scale? Surely, we cannot have another Hanzo of the Salamander emerging? Within the camp, you claim that the enemy unleashed the tailed beast bomb, and yet you too managed to thwart it? Jiraiya, in a moment devoid of humor, regarded Shiranami and Fuyu with astonishment. At that moment, the two appeared exceedingly disheveled, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Ah, Lord Jiraiya. I barely managed to repel the enemy's tailed beast bomb using a forbidden technique. I nearly perished. Shiranami spoke first. Fuyu paused, maintaining silence while acknowledging Shiranami's overture. After all, he understood all too well the significance of his eyes, which possessed the power to control the tailed beasts. Jiraiya, with a solemn expression, nodded, as if to say, I see, a forbidden technique. The old man mentioned it in his correspondence. This technique consumes life force. Are you truly all right? Can you endure? For the sake of Konoha, he had expended a significant portion of his lifespan to employ that technique. Jiraiya felt deeply moved. Remarkable. You should take some time to rest. The enemy will likely launch an all-out assault shortly. What an admirable new generation. Such resolve stirred his emotions profoundly. Perhaps, when the direst moments arrive, Shiranami's forbidden power will prove indispensable. The Mizukage, tailed beasts. Jiraiya shook his head, pondering when this tumultuous ninja world might finally embrace peace. Upon exiting the tent, Shiranami requested Fuyu to share the hand seals and chakra flow techniques for the mist concealment technique. Silent assassination requires a conducive geographical setting, complemented by assassination techniques, of which I am aware. Yet my interest in the mist concealment technique itself runs deep, Shiranami politely stated, bidding farewell to Fuyu. Before their separation, they exchanged a profound glance. Some sentiments are best kept buried within the heart. Shiranami followed a ninja back to his designated camp, where his subordinates had already established their presence. Lord Shiranami, I apologize for the modest conditions, the ninja said respectfully, his gaze fixed on Shiranami in awe. Not at all. This is quite satisfactory. Thank you for your efforts, Shiranami replied with a smile, watching the ninja depart with an expression of utmost reverence. He settled into the tent, taking a moment to rest and optimize his condition. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh and struck the ground forcefully. A surge of energy radiated, wildly spreading underground. Something white was compelled to emerge from the depths. What a perceptive fellow. You noticed me, did you? White Zetsu said, exasperated, as he spread his hands. If I were in your position, I too would not be at ease. If I am not mistaken, you are the one orchestrating this mist operation, are you not? Along with the third Mizukage and the three tails, all under your command. Shiranami spoke coldly. According to the typical timeline, it would not be long before Noera Rin, under Madara's arrangement, would become the new jinchūriki of the three tails. To realize this outcome, it was essential for the higher-ups in the mist to implant the three tails decree into Rin, the strategic plan of entrusting one's own formidable weapons to an adversary, only to ignite them, necessitates the concurrence of at least the third Mizukage. This leads to the conjecture that this enigmatic figure may have become a puppet of Madara. The two recent tailed beast bombs were not aimed at annihilating the Uchiha clan or Yikes, but rather intended for my demise. Shiranami gazed intently at the White Zetsu before him. White Zetsu shook his head. Not at all. I surmise that Lord Madara is merely testing your mettle. If you cannot even evade a tailed beast bomb, then your demise is inevitable. Thus, it is evident that the Mist Village is indeed under your control. Is that so? I have said nothing. Regardless, what does Madara desire from me? It is not of great import. He has instructed me to convey to you. After a considerable pause, White Zetsu expressed his intent to depart. Return and inform Madara that I seek an opportunity to meet with him and his successor to devise a plan for the aftermath of his demise. Peace. That most luxurious of ideals is not easily attained. Shiranami rose and suddenly spoke. White Zetsu fell silent for a moment. Understood. I shall relay this to Lord Madara. But whether he acquiesces is beyond my control. I shall employ my methods to ensure his agreement, Shiranami replied with a hint of detachment. White Zetsu departed, leaving Shiranami standing still, gazing up at the sunlight streaming in. Refrain from unnecessary actions and await patiently. Such were the cautionary words. It seems that Madara is likely preparing to act against Obito, igniting the decisive battle on the Eastern Front, hastening the conflict on the Western Front, and creating a temporal disparity. Obito. It is uncertain whether he has already received new orders to proceed to the Western battlefield and engage in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. When next we meet, it may well mark the dawn of an entirely new era. Obito. Though our methods diverge, our objectives align. I can only hope that you do not stray too far from your original intentions. After a lengthy interval, a commotion arose outside. A root ninja entered to report, Lord. The Hyuga clan has once again come to demand the Byakugan, and this time they are quite insistent. Lord Azashi. Lord Shiranami has just achieved a great victory and is in urgent need of rest. Please return. Iwai positioned herself before Hizashi, her expression serene. Please forgive my impolite clan members. However, previous visits have been thwarted by your intervention. I merely wish to meet with Shiranami. Hizashi fixed his Byakugan upon Iwai, his gaze revealing a flicker of astonishment. The chakra within this child is astonishing. Hizashi was taken aback, for within Iwai, a vast reservoir of chakra surged, surpassing even his own as a seasoned jonin. Members of Root emerged one by one, expressionless as they confronted the Hyuga clan. Hizashi, you, as a branch family member, must fight relentlessly for the main family. Now that the main family's Byakugan has been taken by outsiders, you must step forward. An elder from the main family stated coldly. Hizashi fell silent, turning to a Root ninja, Irika, as a member of the Hyuga branch. Do you still acknowledge me as the head of the branch family? I apologize, Lord Nakaira. I have become a member of Root since my family consented to hand me over to Lord Danzo. Irubo spoke coldly, his gaze towards Nakaira utterly unfamiliar. How infuriating. How dare those from the branch family betray the main house? It seems I must ensure you face some hardship. The elder of the main house ground his teeth, intending to unleash the cage bird technique. At that moment, Shiranami stepped out of the tent and approached Nakaira directly. Upon seeing Shiranami, Nakaira's heart skipped a beat. Another one, this formidable chakra is several times greater than that of the previous one. It is akin to a slumbering-tailed beast. Within the chakra amassed in the abdomen, there seemed to be something deeper obscured by the overwhelming chakra, which Nakaira could not fathom. You have finally emerged, acquired the Byakugan, and after ignoring us for so long, you obviously intended to hoard our clan SIs for yourself. We have visited you numerous times with sincere intentions, yet you have avoided us. Is this your attitude? The members of the Hyuga clan were filled with indignation. The Byakugan is their greatest secret, yet it was unexpectedly seized by the enemy and, upon being reclaimed, is now monopolized by their own ninja. Nakaira spoke calmly. Shiranami, right? I apologize on behalf of my kin for their rudeness. We are sincerely grateful that you have retrieved our Byakugan. In return, we can offer cherished ninjutsu from our clan as a token of gratitude or other items. Please feel free to ask. Senior Nakaira, there was no avoidance on my part. I have only just learned of this matter. Furthermore, that person from the main house intends to take action against my subordinates. Lord Nakaira, can I interpret this as the Hyuga clan declaring war on Root in the face of a formidable enemy? Shiranami slowly lifted his head, a faint smile illuminating his face. At that moment, the entire Hyuga clan fell silent. Everyone, no matter how furious and agitated, was doused with cold water upon hearing the mention of Root, recalling the terrifying darkness of the ninja world. Shimura Danzo, a specter lurking in the shadows. Yet these are our eyes. Even if Lord Danzo were present, then we shall wait for my master to arrive, and he will make the decision. According to Root's regulations, all spoils should be submitted to Master Danzo. Shiranami interrupted Nakaira, speaking with a smile. Therefore, Lord Nakaira, please take your leave. I do not possess the authority to make decisions regarding this matter. It is for Master Danzo to resolve. With reason and evidence, Nakaira was momentarily speechless. The elder of the main house trembled with rage, his hands and feet cold in the sweltering heat. When will our Hyuga clan ever rise again? Especially now that the eyes have fallen into the hands of the darkness of the ninja world. At this moment, Shiranami began to emanate astonishing chakra. Its increasingly heavy and immense scale rendering Nakaira utterly calm. In his vision, Shiranami appeared as a terrifying beast, a chakra ocean brewing within, now surging forth in colossal waves. Enough of this. Immediately return to your respective tents and prepare for battle. At this moment, Jiraiya arrived riding a large toad, intervening to halt the impending conflict. The Hyuga clan and the Root organization found themselves in a state of distress, particularly with Danzo's disciple, who exuded an overwhelming strength and had evidently inherited Danzo's disposition. Lord Jiraiya, this matter will not be easily resolved by our Hyuga clan. The Byakugan cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. The elder of the main house uttered through clenched teeth, while Hayashi sighed heavily. Their plans had crumbled. And if they could not seize the Byakugan this time, it would be even more impossible once it fell into Danzo's possession. After murmuring an apology, Hayashi departed with his clan. Shiranami inclined his body slightly towards Jiraiya and expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Lord Jiraiya. Truly, you are a worthy disciple of that man, Danzo. Jiraiya cast a glance at the slightly bowing Shiranami and shook his head. Dealing with such matters was far too cumbersome. Indeed, engaging in combat was far simpler. Once everyone had left, Shiranami stood calmly in place and slowly extended his hand. Aihui placed a glass vessel into Shiranami's palm, within which the white ice swayed in the liquid. The Byakugan must not be returned under any circumstances. Even if it provoked dissatisfaction from the Hyuga clan, it was a worthy sacrifice. Shiranami gazed down at it calmly. This was a vital tool for him to probe the bloodline of Yu Village, and it could not be relinquished. As for using Danzo as a scapegoat, Shiranami believed Danzo would not concern himself with such trivialities. Given his sinister and uncompromising nature, he might even remark, indeed, a fitting disciple. Shiranami produced a scroll and sealed the Byakugan within it. Everything would be addressed after this war concluded. All preparations were in place, and a more brutal conflict was on the verge of erupting. He did not wish for his squad to be annihilated once the war concluded. Shiranami surveyed his subordinates, issuing commands. Rest assured, Shiranami-san, as long as I am alive, I will not allow the enemy to harm you. Dai clenched his fists tightly, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. Not long ago, he had nearly opened the death gate to confront the tailed beast bomb, and he was prepared for sacrifice. The ominous clouds of the grand battle loomed over every corner of the battlefield. The ninja squads from both sides dispersed, employing any means necessary to gather intelligence. Engaging in fierce combat in the southeastern region of the Land of Fire. With a swift slash, Kisame severed the head of a leaf ninja with his sword and quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a water release technique that devoured the two leaf ninjas who fled in terror. The targets were now identified: Uchiha Fugaku and Shiranami Shiranami. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Fugaku is not easy to kill, so I'll take out Shiranami first. Kisame slowly raised his head, revealing a sinister grin on his shark-like face. A mere new generation, no matter how strong, cannot escape my hunt. After all, I possess the potential of the tailless beast. The dried persimmon Kisame received the task of eliminating Fugaku and Jinchūriki, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Whoosh! Numerous figures darted through the woods, and as the decisive battle loomed, skirmishes among the squads proliferated. Lord Kisame, we have received word from other teams that they have discovered the target's trail, a ninja whispered. Excellent, let us commence our operation. Kisame swiftly rose and made his way to the target's location. Jinchūriki's visage soon came into view. Found you. Perish. Kisame hurled his sword, only for it to be deflected by a kunai. A young girl stood before him, her eyes adorned with spinning tomo. It seems that all sorts of peculiarities are emerging now. Be cautious. Aihui, this fellow is Kisame Hashigaki. Jinchūriki remarked nonchalantly, as he effortlessly snapped the neck of a hidden mist ninja. Ah, I see. You are the one many in my clan have spoken of. The one with an astonishing amount of chakra. The tailless beast. Aihui shifted her gaze. My target is not you. Kisame rapidly formed hand seals, his movements imbued with an enigmatic rhythm. Water release, water shark bomb technique. A colossal water shark surged forth, lunging at Aihui. Yet, without a flinch, she unleashed a grand fireball technique, resulting in a cataclysmic collision that erupted into a torrent of scalding steam. To expend such a vast amount of chakra on the fireball technique, Kisame scoffed, continuing his hand seals. Water release, 5 feeding sharks. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Water release, rain 4 sharks. Fire release, great fire extinguishment. The immense steam billowing forth resembled a vast mist concealment jutsu, brewing with terrifying heat, expanding explosively. The clash of their ninjutsu consumed chakra at a rate far exceeding normal comprehension. What on earth is happening? How does she possess such an abundance of chakra? Kisame exclaimed, bewildered as he unleashed a flurry of jutsu. Regardless of his attacks, the figure before him remained unfazed, employing exaggerated fire techniques that forcefully countered his water sharks. This, a tailless beast, is nothing compared to this. From this moment onward, I too shall embody a tailless beast. Aihui finally revealed a hint of a smile, channeling fire ninjutsu while fervently extracting chakra from her countless cells. An endless stream of new chakra was generated, astonishing all present. The relentless exchange of ninjutsu had depleted chakra beyond the comprehension of even elite shinobi. Moreover, it appeared that these two could continue their fierce exchange indefinitely. How fascinating. I have never encountered someone akin to myself before. An individual who is not a jinchūriki yet possesses such immense chakra. You must be Aihui. The most prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, Kisame said, dispersing the steam with a gust of wind, his terrifying eyes widening slowly. I have just expended 20% of my chakra. How much have you used? Aihui assessed the situation, approximately 50%. To be honest, she herself was uncertain about the extent of her chakra reserves, as the cancer cells within her could perpetually reproduce. As long as her mental fortitude could endure, she could incessantly refine new chakra. Hoshigaki grinned wickedly. Well, that's not too shabby. Though it pales in comparison to my own, it can be deemed commendable. Now, it's at 40%. Hoshigaki was perplexed. How could this woman, while engaged in combat, rapidly replenish her chakra? The clash between the two intensified. An unending exchange of ninjutsu that drastically altered the surrounding landscape, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The chakra they expended could easily amount to that of over a dozen Kakashis. As the battle reached its climax, Aihui's expression suddenly shifted. The cancer cells in her body surpassed a critical threshold, breaking free from the constraints of the Indra gene, spiraling out of control, forcing her to retreat. Finally unable to endure, are we? I am the true-tailed beast. Hoshigaki panted heavily, drenched in sweat, shifting his gaze only to discover that his subordinates had been annihilated by Schwani. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Hoshigaki unleashed a water release technique, obscuring visibility, before hastily making his escape. A few hours later, Hoshigaki regrouped with new allies and returned for vengeance. You haven't even retreated to the main camp. You truly seek your own demise, he coldly regarded Schwani. Without hesitation, he struck, this time unleashing his ultimate technique. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. 1,000 water bullets, resembling sharks, roared as they surged towards Schwani. With the absence of the Uchiha clan member, he felt no reservations with my chakra reserves. Moments later, Hoshigaki, his body ravaged and nearly scorched by his own water technique, found himself once again alone. This time, he had to resort to a powerful water burst technique to obliterate the terrain within 100 meters, intending to seize the opportunity to flee. Damn it. That Aihui had an abnormal amount of chakra, and what of this Inuzuka brat? Not only does he possess an immense amount of chakra, but even his clones have an outrageous reserve. Hoshigaki, severely injured, wondered how he could manage to escape. As a ninja, having failed 2 consecutive missions, Hoshigaki could foresee a grim fate awaiting him. Neither the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost nor the third Mizukage would let him off easily. Just as he burst forth from the flood's range, a sudden outcry pierced the air. Youth Symphony. Feel my youth. Guy, having opened the 5th gate, inexplicably appeared, launching a furious flying kick that sent Hoshigaki flying. Damn it. Hoshigaki spat blood, glaring fiercely at Guy, contemplating his escape. Almost immediately, another figure, resembling Guy but older, charged towards him. Guy, this is the rallying cry of youth. Bang. Once again, with a powerful kick, Kisame was sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground with several broken ribs and an expression of utter despair as he gazed skyward. What on earth was happening? With his mouth agape with humorous quips, he found himself at the mercy of these 2 extraordinary beings. A defeated ninja holds no value. Kisame formed hand seals, intending to summon a shark to end his own life. At that moment, 2 arms abruptly emerged from the ground, seizing his wrists with an iron grip. A shadow clone of Shiranami erupted from the earth, merging with Kisame's body in a manner beyond his comprehension. Instantly, Kisame's movements became rigid. You're Kisame Hoshigaki. Are you? At last, I have captured you. I look forward to your guidance, Shiranami stated calmly as he materialized before Kisame, having fallen into Shiranami's grasp. Kisame's situation grew dire. An unknown entity had infiltrated his being, and in his already injured state, he lost control over his own body. Shiranami was indeed formidable. It was surprising to discover that his subordinates possessed such power. Kisame, his body stiff and unyielding, trailed behind Shiranami, his toothy mouth opening to speak. You have not lost in vain. Even if you are a tailless beast, you mean nothing to me. Shiranami cast a glance at him and raised a finger immediately. A fleshy mass appeared at the site of Kisame's continuous bleeding, staunching the flow. The broken ribs within him were realigned thanks to the regenerative flesh. It seems it was not Fugaku who shattered the tailed beast ball, but you. I cannot ascertain whether to consider myself fortunate or unfortunate. Kisame followed behind Shiranami, seeking an opportunity for suicide, yet every time he attempted to move, his body disobeyed him. A chakra clone emerged from his form, craning its neck to fixate on Kisame. Give up. Do not entertain thoughts of self-destruction. You still hold significant value for me. At that juncture, Shiranami tossed him a root mask and robe. Wear this to masquerade as a root member and evade scrutiny. I have expended considerable effort to capture you, not to see you end your life. What do you wish for me, as an enemy ninja? Are you not afraid I might seize an opportunity to assassinate you? Kisame, under duress, don the mask and robe. If you can manage it, I welcome the attempt at any time. However, should you delay for years, even if you scattered my ashes, I would find a way to resurrect. Shiranami spoke casually as he led Kisame back to the main camp. The guards, upon sighting Shiranami, immediately stood at attention, reverence etched on their faces as they opened the gates to allow the group entry. Lord Shiranami, I have heard you have slain dozens of enemies. Many squads owe their lives to you, and we are immensely grateful. Throughout the journey, many looked upon Shiranami with renewed vigor. Eventually, they returned to Shiranami's tent, where others stood guard outside as he entered directly. Inside, a figure named E was writhing in agony, her body intermittently bulging with strange protrusions, as if something dreadful was writhing within her. Fortunately, the situation did not deteriorate to an uncontrollable extent. Shiranami directly intervened, suppressing the wildly proliferating cells. Gradually, Ihui returned to normal. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she paused in silence and softly remarked, "That was truly perilous. I felt as though I might vanish, becoming a mere mass of unconscious flesh. Do not dwell on it. Such occurrences are commonplace. My power is not easily born. Were it another, they would have long been reduced to a state worse than death," Shiranami responded calmly. It was fortunate that all of Ihui's talents were directed towards stimulating genes, ultimately leading to the preliminary activation of the Indra gene. Had it been someone like Bailiohu, even with his Gyro technique, he could only weaken the cancer cells rampant within his body, lacking the ability to control them. The moment he dared to utilize chakra, those cells would go berserk. However, do you truly not intend to transplant new Sharingan? With 2 eyes, it would surely further stabilize your condition, Shiranami observed Ihui. 1 3-tomo Sharingan is still somewhat inadequate. I may have discovered a method to restore my sight, the Manjiki Sharingan. If I can awaken these eyes, it might just resolve the issue. Ihui smiled gently. Manjiki, such a thing is not easily obtained. To mend one's eyes, the Manjiki indeed holds potential, even if the advancement itself cannot heal. Awakening a special ocular technique through sheer will may suffice. Madara's eternal Manjiki, even after blinding, requires the evolution to Rinnegan for restoration. What to do with Kisame? It would be a shame to eliminate such a competent ninja. Shiranami commanded Kisame to enter. It's you. We meet again. It seems I have fallen into your hands, Shiranami. Ihui regarded him. Humph. I originally had the chance to escape, but you people are too peculiar, especially you. Kisame fixed his gaze intensely upon Ihui. The Uchiha clan possesses such terrifying chakra and self-healing abilities. How have they achieved this? He recalled the bizarre clone that had merged with him. Vaguely, a realization began to dawn. Kisame, leave the hypocritical and bloody mist village to serve me. The past you has been vanquished. The reborn you exist solely for a new purpose. Oh, is this an invitation? You, a Konoha ninja, disciple of Shimura Danzo, embedded within the core circles of Konoha, dare to recruit me, your enemy? This world itself is hypocritical, war, slaughter, children displaced. In this ailing realm, only 2 types of people survive, those who issue missions and those who execute them. Shiranami stated calmly, I require your assistance. Kisame fell silent for a moment, then suddenly scoffed, ceasing further words. Once the war concludes, I shall return your freedom. Whether you choose to return to the mist or defect, it is entirely your decision. When the time is ripe, I will guide you on what to do. to achieve lasting peace and eradicate this hypocritical old order. Shwani spoke in a calm tone. If you follow my method, you will achieve this goal, for my approach still holds hope. While the methods of others are doomed to failure. Goei Jiao, still seeking an opportunity for self-destruction, coldly scoffed. Is that all? Merely spouting these hollow words to brainwash me. When next we meet, I will show no mercy. Shwani retorted. If you can manage it, feel free to act. Yet, I assure you, one day you will seek me out. With a gesture, Shwani summoned a multitude of flesh-like masses that began to proliferate, enveloping Goei Jiao and gradually embedding him into the ground. Goei Jiao, among the many ninjas, epitomized the essence of a ninja, cold-blooded, rational, and steadfast. As Shwani resolved to utilize Abido to eliminate certain obstacles, the power of Kisame would indeed be valuable, facilitating his infiltration into the Akatsuki organization. Time elapsed. The clashes between the two sides intensified, and the intelligence gathered became increasingly substantial, leaving no room for further patience. On this day, over 10,000 ninjas gathered in force, marking the commencement of the decisive battle on the Eastern Front. Once this battle concludes, the dawn of peace shall not be far off, Fugaka murmured. Let us hope so. Came the reply. I truly wish it could unfold as Lord Fugaka has foretold. Shwani, accompanied by a small team and others, stood among the ranks, gazing into the distance. The aura of impending conflict loomed heavily, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Suddenly, Shwani furrowed his brow in surprise, lightly patting his abdomen. Godzilla had a penchant for chakra. A fact Shwani was well aware of. Abundant chakra would undoubtedly pique Godzilla's interest. He pondered the potential consequences of severing a portion of the Three Tails chakra to feed Godzilla. Shwani contemplated for a moment. Old Godzilla, in essence, was a plant, and the Ten Tails was also a plant. Chakra originated from the Ten Tails. Plants interacting with plants, both being planetary-level life forms. If my speculation holds true, I must inevitably participate in the contest for tailed beasts. Shwani squinted and looked ahead. Before him, the ninjas of the mist had begun to gather in large numbers. The third Mizukage, Yuan Master, and Shikaku, the higher-ups of the mist, convened. In terms of military strength, we held the advantage, with Konoha fielding around 5,000, while we had 6,000. They were engaged on multiple fronts, and even the greatest forces would prove insufficient. Furthermore, the third Mizukage commanded the tailed beasts. Many ninjas of the mist gazed at the black-haired man with closed eyes, their expressions filled with apprehension and fear. The third Mizukage ruled the mist with a bloody grip. Mizukage, that fellow Jiraiya is in need of your resolution, Yuan Master spoke in a low voice, acknowledging the Mizukage's authority. After a few moments, the third Mizukage responded sluggishly with a grunt, leaving Yuan Master puzzled, yet he suppressed his doubts deep within. Let the battle commence, he declared. Yuan Master and Shikaku, lead the troops to vanquish the enemy, while the 7 ninja swordsmen shall handle the assassinations. The third Mizukage slowly raised his head, and on his somewhat rigid face, blood-red chakra suddenly manifested. In an instant, he completed the transformation into a half-tailed beast. This was the power of the Three Tails. With a doll-like visage, Yagura's eyes glimmered with a hint of desire, and he respectfully lowered his head in acknowledgement. Despite his youthful appearance, he was a father. The Mist Village launched an assault. An endless fog emerged, rolling in and enveloping everything. Countless mist ninjas merged into the thick mist, their murderous intent pervasive. Although the vast majority of mist ninjas were not adept in the art of silent assassination, simply being within the mist granted them a significant advantage. Not to mention, the few who mastered the silent killing technique became veritable harbingers of death in such an environment. The leaf ninjas grew restless in the face of this onslaught. Damn it. This troublesome fog again, wind release ninjas, disperse this mist immediately, Jiraiya shouted. Numerous wind release ninjas sprang into action, managing to thin the fog somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, the leaf ninjas launched their attack. The great battle on the Eastern Front erupted in an instant. Over 10,000 ninjas engaged in a fierce slaughter in the southeastern region of the Land of Fire. With each moment, terrifying roars erupted, various ninjutsu flying in succession. And each collision claimed numerous lives. Lord Jiraiya, I believe it's time for me to take action. Shieni stood beside Jiraiya, gazing at the intense battlefield in the distance. Jiraiya nodded solemnly, stating, utilize your bloodline limit as much as possible, and aim to poison more enemies without harming our own ninjas if there's no need for further words. Lord Jiraiya, I understand your intent, and I will do my utmost, Shieni replied, nodding in comprehension. Jiraiya envisioned Shieni as an emotionless poisoner. Shieni did not need to charge to the front lines. He merely had to remain at the rear, relentlessly administering poison. The more enemies he poisoned, the greater his merit would be. It was quite possible that by the end of this battle, Xianyi would be credited with the most kills. Xianyi, you are astute. Recognizing the significance of this battle for the Leaf Village, Jiraiya remarked, patting Xianyi on the shoulder with a grave expression. Xianyi nodded calmly. Observing the chaotic battlefield erupting into fierce combat, the sounds of explosions resonating across a radius of hundreds of kilometers. I recently acquired a technique from Fugaku that could be quite useful. He began to form hand seals. Pick snake sheep, the original technique comprised only 3 seals. Classified as a D-rank ninjutsu. The Mist Ninjas referred to this technique as the Mist Concealment Technique, so I shall name my Nuclear Release Secret Technique, Radiation Domain. In the next moment, the water release chakra within him surged forth, transforming into dense mist, the quantity of chakra determining the mist concentration. At this moment, Xianyi frantically infused the mist with his own concoction. Countless clouds of radiation silently mingled with the thick fog, undetectable to any onlooker, no matter how one perceives it. It resembles the elusive techniques of the Mist Ninjas, seemingly devoid of any issues. Yet, in truth, these dense mists have transformed into a slaughterhouse, mercilessly reaping lives. Waves of thick fog spread across the battlefield, manipulated by the enigmatic shadows, relentlessly targeting the shouting Mist Ninjas. In every fleeting moment, countless radiation particles penetrated the bodies of the adversaries, obliterating their cells. Fragile Leaf Ninjas, surrender now. The name Blood Mist is beyond the comprehension of those nurtured in greenhouses. The encompassing fog is our domain, the realm of the Mist Ninjas. With madness etched upon their faces, the Mist Ninjas reveled in the thick mist. Even as a throng of Leaf Ninjas exerted themselves to disperse it, they could not clear it all at once. New fog would swiftly materialize on the mist side. Wherever the mist thickened, there they would delve. The fog over there is dense and approaches the Leaf territory, making it convenient for me to execute my ambush. As the fog here dissipated, we shall venture there, where the density of the mist is simply outrageous. The Mist Ninjas cackled, effortlessly weaving through the fog, occasionally eliminating Leaf Ninjas, charging headlong into the thickest areas. But cursed be it, dreaded Mist Ninjas. Hiding within the fog, what prowess does that signify? Is there a more disgraceful tactic than this? One Leaf Ninja could not restrain himself from cursing loudly. In the next instant, a grinning foe emerged, silently brandishing a kunai, thrusting it fiercely. Fortunately, a timely comrade intervened, allowing him to survive this encounter. You cannot rely on such fortune every time. The Mist Ninja chuckled coldly, vanishing into the shadows. Hee, foolish Leaf Ninja. This is the terror within our blood mist. As long as we remain within the fog, you are but lambs awaiting slaughter. One by one. The Mist Ninjas smiled cruelly, sometimes even foregoing attacks to delve deeper into the thick mist. To penetrate the densest fog is to eliminate the strongest foes. Behold the terrifying visibility of this fog. A gentle breath reveals the air to be refreshingly palatable, rendering one weightless. Is this the taste of victory? A ruthless Mist Ninja licked his kunai, only to suddenly change expression, inexplicably spitting out blood. What is happening to my body? An increasing number of those lurking within the fog began to sense something amiss with their bodies. Yet, by the time they realized the anomaly, it was already too late. More and more Mist Ninjas exhibited alarming symptoms, their bodies overheating, their chakra refining speed plummeting, their movement sluggish. Their combat prowess crumbled. What on earth is happening? I feel feverish. My heart races uncontrollably, as if something is about to burst from my chest. It is illness. You are unwell. That accursed nuclear brat. The beast. He is hiding somewhere, poisoning us. In the thick fog, is there treachery afoot? How despicable. The minds of the hidden Mist Shinobi are clouded with turmoil, their teeth clenched in frustration as they scour their surroundings with wide eyes. Yet the intermittent mist obscures their sight. Instinctively, they press deeper into the haze, attempting to evade the watchful gaze of Xianyi. Gradually, they realize that those adept in the art of silent assassination perish the quickest amidst the dense fog. Conversely, those engaged in fierce combat with the Leaf Ninjas in the open exhibit less pronounced symptoms. Flee the fog. The enemy poisons within it. I understand now. That young lad has mastered the hidden mist technique and is deliberately administering poison in the thick fog. But how infuriating are we, the elite masters of silent assassination, rendered impotent by him alone. The hidden Mist Shinobi seethe with rage. However, feeling their physical condition deteriorate, they can only grit their teeth and confront the Leaf Ninjas in the clear. In an instant, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Their bodies, already ravaged by radiation, continue to collapse, their combat prowess diminishing as they are systematically dispatched by the Leaf Ninjas. Is the enemy emerging from the fog, yet weakened? It is Lord Shwani. He wields a dreadful chakra toxin. So it is him. How fortunate we are to have such a companion. The morale of the Leaf Shinobi surges, and they launch a frenzied assault. In no time, several squads of the Hidden Mist are obliterated. Damn it! How can we continue this battle? I need not be slain by the Leaf Ninjas. Merely standing here and breathing leads to my demise. Find that boy and eliminate him. Without his death, victory is unattainable. As the radiation consumed by the Hidden Mist ninjas increases, their strength diminishes, amplifying across the battlefield. Even the slightest fluctuations are cumulatively affecting the tide of battle. Jiraiya, focused intently on directing the combat, is the first to notice these changes. He observes that the shifting fog has become a realm of dread for the Hidden Mist ninjas. As it encroaches, they hesitate and desperately retreat. Yet, even if they evade, radiation particles still assail their bodies. Well done, Shwani. Is this your technique? Even Hans would struggle to rival you in the art of poisoning. Jiraiya bursts into laughter, delivering a hearty slap on Shwani's shoulder. No one understands the implications better than he. The fusion of the Hidden Mist technique and bloodline abilities. This genius idea has effectively neutralized the enemy's most elite and troublesome silent assassination unit. Unless the enemy is willing to expel vast amounts of chakra to shield themselves and retreat into the fog. Such a course of action is tantamount to seeking death on this grand battlefield. The situation increasingly favors the Leaf. Prepare yourself, Lord Jiraiya. The enemy is poised to implement new countermeasures. Shwani, hands forming seals, observes intently while speaking calmly. The true determinants of the war's trajectory rest upon the shoulders of those few elite powers. In the land of the Leaf, the only visible elite is Jiraiya, tasked with confronting the formidable Third Mizukage. Soon, the higher echelons of the Mist Village began to take action. This toxic mist is not of our making. The vile brat wielding the fusion of poison and fog is truly a source of vexation. Lord Third Mizukage, if this continues, our upper ninjas may endure. But the lower ranks will suffer catastrophic losses. That boy is terrifying. His unique techniques pose a threat that, in some respects, surpasses even Jiraiya's. He must be eliminated in this battle, the stern-faced elder proclaimed. The abilities of that brat from the Noera clan seem inherently suited for the battlefield. He must be eradicated. The Third Mizukage paused, his tightly shut eyes slowly revealing a sliver of vision. In that fleeting moment, 3 spinning tomo flickered and vanished. So, the arrogant little fool. It would indeed be best to eliminate him, the Third Mizukage murmured. Simultaneously, he commenced his partial transformation into a tailed beast, charging directly into the fray. Poised to unleash a tailed beast ball. At that moment, fire release, fireball jutsu, multiplication technique. Jiraiya unleashed a colossal torrent of flames. The former guardian of the second Hokage, the elite shinobi Akimichi Chofu, who had perished during the Ninetales rampage in the original tale, sprang into action, transforming into a giant and delivering a devastating blow that sent the Third Mizukage hurtling away. I shall handle you. Do not disturb Lord Third, Yagura said coldly, positioning himself before Chofu and immediately striking. Wind release, wind reduction technique. The thick fog was swiftly dispelled by this technique. Is this an attempt to unravel the mist jutsu? How ironic that you would willingly forsake your greatest advantage. Chofu scoffed, his enormous hand crashing down as he engaged Yagura in combat. At this juncture, Yagura was not yet the Three-Tails Jinchūriki, yet he matched Chofu blow for blow. The fierce conflict raged on the battlefield. When Jiraiya descended personally to confront the Third Mizukage, the battle reached its most intense and brutal phase. Jiraiya, what a laughable fellow, the Third Mizukage remarked nonchalantly, rising to his feet, his 3 tails thrashing about, exuding an almost tangible aura of oppressive chakra. The Three-Tails Jinchūriki is indeed a formidable adversary. This battle must not be lost. Summoning jutsu. Fukasaku, Shima, I beseech you for your assistance. The 2 ancient toads positioned themselves on Jiraiya's shoulders, one on each side. I was in the midst of preparing a meal. It's so noisy. First, let us find a way to assist young Jiraiya. If the enemy is a Jinchūriki, he might just be a worthy opponent. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances, assessing the Third Mizukage. The Three-Tails Jinchūriki still fell within the realm of their capability to confront and defeat, given a little time. Upon their arrival, there were indeed other matters at hand. The Elder had previously mentioned that any peculiar entities infiltrating the threads of fate could potentially lead to catastrophic outcomes, thus urging us to seize the opportunity to investigate further. What could it be? Shinozaki and Shima exchanged glances, deep in contemplation. A strange creature. What could it be? What sort of being could capture the attention of the elder, who had lived for over a millennium? Hence, let us first attempt to subdue this adversary without resorting to sage mode. Jiraiya, sensing the intermittent flow of natural energy, wore a confident expression. With two powerful sages present, he felt assured, knowing he could summon sage mode when the time was right. At that moment, Shwani suddenly lifted his head, gazing intently in Jiraiya's direction. Those two toad sages could channel natural energy. If it were sage chakra, Shwani narrowed his eyes. Mastering sage techniques was imperative for Shwani. Not for any other reason but to harness the ubiquitous natural energy. Chakra belonged to the Otsutsuki clan, whereas natural energy was inherent to the realm of shinobi. Shwani's gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya, observing the explosive clash of shadows, with terrifying fissures erupting, tearing the earth asunder and shaking the very mountains. The level of power wielded by the shadows far exceeded the limits of ordinary Jainin, easily altering the landscape. Every combatant felt the weight of this oppressive force, intensifying their frenzied skirmishes. The ground was littered with corpses. Yet, perceptive observers could discern that despite the numerical advantage of the Kirigakure forces, they were gradually succumbing to the tide of battle. This was due to the radiation field Shwani had unleashed, consistently bringing down the weaker opponents. Across the battlefield, one could frequently witness the anguished cries of Kirigakure shinobi, collapsing in agony as they fell to their demise. That little brat must be eliminated swiftly. The seven from Kirigakure immediately set their sights on Shwani, charging towards him with relentless ferocity. However, they were intercepted by Fugaku and Nichiha, who stood resolutely in their path. Do not presume it will be so easy to pass, Kirigakure warriors. The three Tomo and Fugaku's eyes whirled menacingly. Nichiha unleashed a powerful 8 trigrams palm, sending Pipa Juz flying. Humph, two great clans of ocular prowess. By the way, I heard that the Byakugan you lost was reclaimed by that little brat. Does that not concern you? Suigetsu Hzuki sneered. Nichiha replied sternly, that is a matter for the Hyuga clan, not for you to meddle in. In any case, if you wish to lay a hand on him, you will have to step over my corpse first. TCH, how tiresome. Suigetsu Hzuki immediately led the seven into battle, brandishing his sword with a resounding crash. More Uchiha and Hyuga clan members rushed forth, fighting desperately to block the Kirigakure seven. Hyuga, widen the path. Shwani cast an impassive glance, observing Nichiha at the forefront, and gave a slight nod. Lord Shwani, shall we intervene? Iry Bo inquired, kneeling on one knee. No. You are not their match. The seven ninja of the mist are foes beyond your capabilities. Mr. Dai, your task is not to transform them into auspicious treasures, but merely to impede their advance, allowing you to open no more than the seventh gate. Xian Yi issued the command. Dai solemnly acknowledged it. Even though he did not comprehend the meaning of auspicious treasures, the seventh gate, the gate of shock, opens. Dai roared, his entire being seemingly ablaze. The power bestowed by the seven gates granted him unprecedented might. He transformed into a breathtaking arc of light, surging towards the seven ninja of the mist. With a fierce cry, he delivered a powerful kick. Such speed, who is this person? Wu Li Shun Ba swung his explosive blade, slicing horizontally. In the next instant, Dai had vanished from before him, and by the time he realized it, he had already been sent flying by Dai's kick, crashing through several boulders before he could finally regain his footing. What on earth is happening? Wu Li Shun Ba coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. That speed was so overwhelming he could not even react. Might Dai, a lowly ninja for millennia, has mastered such power. No wonder he dared to stand against the tailed beast ball. Fuyu was taken aback, his expression shifting. This could not possibly be all of Dai's strength. The eight gates technique is astonishingly formidable. While filled with surprise, Richa also felt a twinge of trepidation. Might Dai, merely an inconspicuous subordinate of Xian Yi. Yet, I hope that when the war concludes, the clan does not act too rashly. Everyone was awestruck by the power exhibited by Dai. Yet those with sharper minds pondered who had been orchestrating Dai's actions all along, keeping him under wraps. Inazuka Xian Yi. How much hidden power does he truly possess? Countless gazes converged upon that calm figure amidst the chaos of the battlefield. An endless stream of mist surged forth. All understood this to be a realm of death. A growing sense of reverence took hold, and many felt exhilarated and uplifted by the power wielded by Xian Yi. If Lord Xian Yi is present, we are bound to triumph. Block those wretched mist ninja. Do not allow them to disturb Lord Xian Yi. The more you fight, the weaker you become. Do you dare to lay a hand on Lord Xian Yi? What a farce. It is absolutely impossible for you to pass. More and more individuals began to unconsciously gather, regardless of allegiance. The closer they drew to Xian-yi, the more ferocious the combat became. Even if it meant expending their last breath, they clutched explosive tags, determined to perish alongside their enemies. Yet, likewise, the closer one approached Xian-yi, the more devastating the radiation suffered by the mist ninjas became, their bodies festering and soon succumbing to a grisly demise. Gradually, the mist ninja began to sense fear, showing signs of scattered retreat. Flee, you cursed wretches. Lord Xian-yi is not someone you can touch. Stripped of the mist techniques. You are nothing but a pitiful swarm of rats. The leaf ninjas launched a frenzied assault. It appears that, for the time being, no one can approach Xian-yi. This scene feels eerily familiar. I recall the last battle on the Western Front, which bore a striking resemblance. I could not help but glance around, especially admiring his father's heroic demeanor, overwhelmed with excitement. This exemplifies the strength of the 7 gates, the might of the 8 gates of Gen'ya, and, above all, the vigor of youth. It is an unavoidable circumstance to protect our powerful ranged attackers. This is common knowledge. Xian-yi revealed a faint smile as he surveyed the battlefield. Since the onset of the conflict, how many souls have perished directly at his hands? Surely over 200, if one includes those weakened indirectly and subsequently slain. The number could well be in the thousands. Boom, boom, boom. Third Mizukage, conclude this war. You have witnessed the unfavorable tide of battle. Continuing will only result in further casualties. Jiraiya exclaimed, retreating swiftly after a clash with the third Mizukage. That young one's abilities are indeed fascinating, the third Mizukage remarked indifferently, as new chakra surged forth, enhanced by his partial tail beast transformation. This is bad. He intends to achieve his complete form. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically, a bitter taste in his mouth. Both Shinazaku and Sage Shima felt a sense of dread at this moment. Sage Shinazaku sighed. Jiraiya, for safety's sake, you should employ that technique. My wife and I will assist you. There was no alternative. Failing to use that technique against a fully transformed tailed beast posed too great a risk. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, clasped his hands, and began to invoke Sage Mode. However, at the moment he began to retreat and absorb natural energy, the vast new chakra emanating from the third Mizukage suddenly ceased to envelop him. Instead, it began to converge at an astonishing speed. This is troubling. His target is not me. Jiraiya's face paled. This was not a bid for complete tailed beast transformation. He was luring him into a trap to unleash a tailed beast bomb. And the target of that tailed beast bomb was none other than Inuzuka Xian-yi. As Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, Xian-yi had keenly taken notice. Indeed, facing a fully transformed three-tails, jinchūriki necessitated the use of Sage techniques for added assurance. One must remember that in the original narrative, Jiraiya, when confronted by the four-tailed prince, suffered severe injuries. Yet suddenly, the three-tails jinchūriki altered its course, rapidly gathering all its chakra to condense it into a tailed beast bomb, which was launched directly at Xian-yi. This unexpected turn of events caused many to change their expressions dramatically. No, the enemy's shadow is so far away, targeting Lord Xian-yi? How infuriating. What shall we do? Fear and helplessness spread across many faces. After all, this was a tailed beast bomb, and how could they withstand such an onslaught? Moreover, this attack was far too sudden for even Jiraiya to interrupt. This is disastrous. That young one is about to be killed. Sage Shima cried out. Focus, my dear. We cannot afford to ponder further. We must assist young Jiraiya in gathering natural energy. Sage Shinazaku commanded. Jiraiya's expression tightened as he turned his head, taking a deep breath. If it were Gen'ya, wielding forbidden techniques, he should be able to withstand it. The terrifying tailed beast ball surged forth, tearing a ghastly chasm, obliterating all matter in its path. The overwhelming sense of oppression instinctively instilled fear in many of the battling ninjas. Another tailed beast ball. Fugaku blocked the heavy strike from Kiba Shikizo, stabilizing himself, his eyes subtly shifting. No more thoughts, Uchiha. Though I do not know how you managed to withstand the tailed beast ball before, we will not allow you to reach him. That brat is doomed. Kiba Shikizo let out a cold laugh, his voice raspy. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist shared mocking smiles, each launching toward Fugaku, employing various blades to firmly restrain him. The tempo of the battle suddenly accelerated, yet Fugaku's demeanor remained composed. They were mistaken. These mist ninjas had utterly overlooked a truly formidable beast. Watch closely, Shursui. Have you not been inquiring how he managed to block 2 tailed beast balls? Fugaku remarked as he glanced back. Shursui, protected by several Uchiha Jonin, was taken aback, his eyes widening as he quickly grasped the implication, staring incredulously at the figure. Could it be Senior Gen'ya? At that moment, the tailed beast ball was hurtling toward Gen'ya. It seemed inevitable that Gen'ya and his team, along with the surrounding area, would be obliterated by the explosive force. The tailed beast ball, such a convenient power. Gen'ya remained unfazed, for the first time admiring the enormous sphere of chakra up close. As the tailed beast ball drew nearer, the colossal entity within him stirred, its fragmented consciousness becoming increasingly lucid. Clearly, Godzilla was exceedingly interested in the chakra of the beast. A battle of planetary-scale plants against another planetary-scale plant. This tailed beast. Gen'ya suddenly smiled, feeling the connections within him sharpen and clarify. This smile, in the suffocating moment, evoked an inexplicable sense of eeriness and terror. Gen'ya-san, what are you planning? Ichihoi gritted her teeth, preparing to expend her last eye to activate Izanagi. If Gen'ya were to perish, her own existence would lose its meaning. She might as well attempt to alter the fate of the area with Izanagi, striving to resurrect the fallen Gen'ya. Though this was nearly impossible, Ichihoi was willing to take the gamble. If you die, I will lose my future as well. The three Tomo and Ichihoi's eye began to spin with accelerated intensity, under the oppressive dread that obscured the heavens and choked the air, rendering escape nearly impossible. In the next moment, Gen'ya's consciousness suddenly plunged into the dim void of time and space, once again confronting the colossal figure. This time, he stood approximately 50 meters away. This time, he could see the giant more clearly. Its rugged, ancient form, with undulating surfaces resembling the gnarled bark of millennia-old trees, densely adorned its massive frame. This is the planet Godzilla, a being intertwined with the entire ecological environment. In a moment of cosmic awareness, when Shiranami gazed upward, he established an even closer connection with this colossal entity. The time has come. If you have a fondness for tailed beast chakra, I can devise a way to help you seize it. Shiranami looked up and smiled, saying, but the prerequisite is that you must surrender your body to me. Suddenly, a powerful current, akin to a breath, surged forth, igniting a terrifying whirlwind in the dimly lit space-time, as if it intended to tear everything asunder. In that instant, the massive shadow lurched forward, resembling a mountain bearing down upon him, and amidst the obscurity, a fearsome claw reached out towards Shiranami. He merely raised his hand slowly, making gentle contact with the enormous claw that seemed capable of shattering everything. With a resounding clap, a momentous event destined to reverberate throughout the ninja world unfolded in this ineffable space-time. Outside, what is he doing? Why is there still no movement? Is he brewing that forbidden technique? Has the build-up taken this long? Many expressed disappointment and resignation. Was the greatest genius of Konoha to meet his end here? That troublesome, malicious little brat is finally going to die. The mist ninjas rejoiced, just as the tailed beast bomb was on the verge of engulfing everything. Transforming into a terrifying roar that would obliterate all, time seemed to stand still. In that fleeting moment, the three Tomo and Ihui's eyes accelerated with fervor, her awakened Indra's gene igniting with an unprecedented intensity. At the very instant the tailed beast bomb was about to erase everything, peculiar sounds emerged. A terrifying aura erupted from Shiranami, as if an inexplicable entity, out of sync with this world, had suddenly materialized. In an instant, a dense, dark substance surged forth from his body, enveloping him completely. Subsequently, a torrent of unknown chakra was frantically refined and recovered him. The overwhelming might of the tailed beast bomb was immediately suppressed, as if it had encountered a more formidable force. Shiranami abruptly raised his hand, which had transformed into a dark, unknown claw, reaching forward. Boom! A colossal roar shattered the eardrums of countless individuals, causing blood to spill forth. The tailed beast bomb, imbued with boundless power, astonishingly came to a halt in the eyes of innumerable incredulous onlookers. The earth trembled, dust billowed, and the sound of destruction erupted into a terrifying whirlwind, tearing everything apart. Everyone witnessed the fearsome tailed beast bomb being firmly grasped by an unknown giant claw. This is Godzilla's Fade. This breathtaking scene rendered the entire battlefield silent. The terrifying claw of the unknown creature held the tailed beast bomb firmly. Could this be what the old man referred to? The sage of the Shimada was taken aback. Shinsaku, the immortal sage, exclaimed in astonishment. We cannot reach a conclusion just yet. Altering one's physical appearance is indeed possible through certain techniques within the ninja realm. Little Jiraiya, how much do you know of him? Jiraiya, equally taken aback, gazed in disbelief. All I know is that Schwani wields forbidden techniques, but I never anticipated it would manifest in this form. By the way, what did the great Toad Sage say? The entire battlefield was paralyzed by this horrifying spectacle, their scalps prickling with fear. That was the tailed beast ball. They had never witnessed anyone withstand such a terrifying assault, and even managed to seize it. Ichi, retract your Izanagi. There's no need to expend your last eye in such a manner. However, that was indeed perilous. I nearly failed to capture that chakra sphere. At that moment, Shwani slowly lifted his head, speaking in a calm tone. His skin had deepened in hue, faint creases beginning to appear on his visage. A part of his body, particularly one arm, had morphed to resemble Godzilla, especially with the incessant chakra being generated, forming a viscous exterior that clung to Shwani. This was the first time Shwani attempted to harness the Godzilla transformation. Although it was merely the most rudimentary form, it significantly amplified his power. The only drawback that could be considered a flaw was the necessity for Shwani to extract chakra using this body. Godzilla itself does not possess chakra. Even if I have assumed its form, I must devise a method to produce it myself. Nevertheless, the rate of production is astonishing, so it is of little concern. Shwani chuckled softly, reveling in the exponential surge of his mental acuity and vitality. The chakra covering his body became increasingly dense, rivaling that of the tailed beast cloak. From a distance, he appeared as yet another jinchūriki. As for the tailed beast ball, I shall return it to you. Shwani gradually raised his gaze, and with a terrifying force emanating from his arm, he hurled the tailed beast ball back with a swift motion, right before the astonished eyes of countless onlookers. Whoosh! The chakra sphere soared back through the air, tearing it asunder, crashing violently towards the third Mizukage, now transformed into a diminutive three tails. The third Mizukage merely glanced up, and in the next instant, was struck directly. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued, engulfing several nearby mist ninjas. This strike severely dampened the morale of the mist faction, as many faces reflected profound fear. Even the tailed beast ball was repelled with such ease. What on earth is that nuclear technique? Could he also be a jinchūriki? How terrifying! Yet what manner of forbidden technique is this? It seems different from what the old man informed me. Jiraiya hastily leaped to a distance, urgently initiating sage mode, his face a mask of astonishment at the unfolding scene. The letter from the third Hokage described a technique named white heat, an ultra-high-temperature jutsu. This implies that the forbidden technique Shwani has employed is distinct, capable of directly countering the tailed beast ball, which, to some extent, rivals the prowess of white heat. Moreover, it appears strikingly similar to the form of the tailed beasts, including its shifting arm, resembling a manifestation of tailed beast transformation. The mimicry of the tailed beast indeed took me by surprise. A chilling voice emerged from the heart of the explosion. As everyone turned to look again, a colossal silhouette materialized amidst the dissipating smoke, with three tails comparable to small mountains, thrashing vigorously. This was the complete tailed beast transformation three tails. Everyone, exercise caution. The enemy has undergone a full-tailed beast transformation. Do not approach without orders. The shinobi of Konoha instinctively changed their expressions. Yet when they recalled the events surrounding Shwani and the mysterious ninjutsu, they found a miraculous sense of reassurance. The immense three tails loomed thunderously across the battlefield. This peculiar creature resembled a turtle, sporting three tails. Even while merely lying there, it stood nearly 60 meters tall, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. The will of the third Mizukage, or perhaps that of Uchiha Obito, coldly gazed upon everything, with particular attention directed towards Shwani. Is this the unknown behemoth I once glimpsed? Referred to as a companion beast? It seems I underestimated you previously. Deep within those pupils, three Tomo flickered ominously. A companion beast possesses the potential to rival the tailed beasts? At this moment, Uchiha Obito finally found genuine interest. Initially, he had intended to eradicate the troublesome Shwani through this battle. What he sought was a spokesperson capable of executing his will, indifferent to their own subtle motives, as long as the overarching direction remained intact. He was confident there would be no misstep. Obito had his sights set on Kakashi, certainly not on Shwani, the cunning individual devoid of Uchiha blood. Yet now, Obito began to regard Shwani with newfound seriousness. A being capable of rivaling the tailed beasts known as a companion beast. How intriguing. At that instant, a colossal flame surged forth, striking with ferocity. Fire release, great fireball technique. One tail lashed out, sending countless splashes of water to shatter the monstrous fireball that spanned dozens of meters. Senjutsu, super large Rasen Shuriken. Boom. The three tails was struck head-on, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds, causing the ground to sink once more. This creature's shell is impenetrably hard. Jiraiya's face began to show signs of toad transformation, a clear indication that Sage Mode had successfully activated. However, even with Sage Chakra, he could not continuously unleash the super-large Rasen Shuriken. Not everyone possesses the physique of a prince, belonging to the Uzumaki clan, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, or being the jinchūriki of the Ninetales, combined. These three buffs make one incomparable. At that moment, just as the Three Tails was about to rise in indifference, a terrifyingly intense white-hot light surged forth. A searing heat of 100,000 degrees igniting nearly the entire battlefield in an instant, striking directly upon the Three Tails. The area scorched by the white-hot light began to ignite, overpowering all forms of fire techniques. Many mist ninjas who failed to evade in time were instantly vaporized. This is the most potent incandescent light ever produced in the annals of Xian-yi, with temperatures soaring to the zenith of incandescent brilliance, 100,000 degrees. Lord Jiraiya, I am here to assist you. I find the words of the Three Tails immensely intriguing. Xian-yi descended before Jiraiya with a resounding thud and slowly began to speak. Xian-yi's gaze incessantly roamed over the three swaying tails. He intended to seize the opportunity to sever one, subsequently offering it to Godzilla to validate a certain hypothesis. Xian-yi, is it truly wise to repeatedly employ forbidden techniques? Moreover, your current state is rather peculiar. Even the essence of your chakra has transformed, making you resemble a jinchūriki, Jiraiya inquired solemnly. Were it not for the certainty that Xian-yi had no connection to the jinchūriki, he would genuinely suspect that Xian-yi harbored a tailed beast sealed within him. Lord Jiraiya, have you acquired sensing abilities since entering this unusual state? Xian-yi replied with a smile, my current transformation is also a manifestation of my bloodline limit. I can still endure it for now. Let us remain focused on vanquishing this foe. Jiraiya nodded gravely, his gaze towards Xian-yi subtly infused with a sense of approval. The dreadful nature of forbidden techniques was alarming, and Xian-yi's frequent use of them left one pondering how much of his lifespan he might be sacrificing. Such a young prodigy was destined to become the backbone of Konoha in the future, and it would be a tragedy for him to fall here prematurely. With a sense of urgency, Jiraiya, accompanied by two toad sages, initiated an assault on the Three Tails. The sooner they could defeat the jinchūriki, the less Xian-yi would have to forfeit his life. A ferocious battle ensued. In Sage Mode, Jiraiya unleashed an onslaught of terrifying ninjutsu, amplifying their power manifold as he confronted the tailed beast head-on. Xian-yi also commenced his assault, focusing on flanking maneuvers. Against such a colossal entity, radiation proved utterly ineffective. The only viable strategies were sealing or overwhelming force, which was indeed troublesome. Xian-yi furrowed his brow. Anyone would find it daunting to contend with such a gargantuan creature. Suddenly, he extended his hand, which instantly morphed into a massive claw that pressed down on the beast's head as it rose, producing a thunderous sound as it forced the creature down momentarily. Perish! A colossal tailed beast ball coalesced, or rather, this was the true, complete tailed beast ball, a single shot capable of annihilating a mountain. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya struck the ground, causing the Three Tails to sink immediately. Sage Art, Toad Summoning, Immovable King. Deep Zaku and Shima promptly employed their most potent jinjutsu, and as the sound of toad croaks reached the Three Tails, its movements froze instantaneously. The monstrous tailed beast ball, now unleashed, veered off course, striking the distance instead. In the following moment, a terrifying explosion erupted, unleashing a fierce storm that knocked countless individuals off their feet. Indeed, it would have been troublesome had one been struck directly by that, Xian-yi mused, casting a glance toward the distance in admiration. The tailed beast ball formed under partial beast transformation possessed limited power, yet once it reached its full form, the tailed beast ball became utterly unrestrained. You little rascal, you were fortunate to evade a calamity. The Three Tails, immobilized by the Yellow Spring Swamp and the Jinjutsu, remained fixated on Xian-yi with unblinking eyes. It seemed that only Xian-yi could genuinely captivate his interest, while Jiraiya and the Sage of the Toads, along with this war, were dismissed as inconsequential. That profound indifference and disregard were palpable. Even if that tailed beast bomb had truly struck me, it might not have been fatal. This, I trust, you can comprehend. Xian-yi scoffed, confronting the formidable creature before him. Is that so? The Three Tails slowly closed its eyes. A companion beast, you say? Such fascinating entities still exist in this world. Should they truly possess the strength to rival tailed beasts, they would be deemed sufficiently qualified. At that moment, Xian-yi made his move once again. Godzilla Cloak. Nuclear Release. Nuclear Clone Technique. Instantly, 3 fleshy orbs emerged from Xuani, writhing before rapidly transforming into his likeness. The instant they landed, these 3 clones commenced a frenzied production of chakra. The 2.0 version of the nuclear clone showcased a distinct advantage. Not only did it possess formidable self-healing capabilities, but it also required only a minimal chakra expenditure during the initial creation, allowing the clones to independently generate an immense quantity of chakra thereafter. More importantly, in a remarkably short span after their separation, these 3 clones astonishingly donned the Godzilla cloak. The vibrant, semi-transparent chakra cloak surged, and as the quantity of refined chakra increased, the outline it formed became increasingly vivid. It resembled an unknown creature with a singular tail, yet it was neither the one tail nor any of the 9 tails. The chakra emanating was distinctly different, not that of a tailed beast. Old man, do you recognize this creature? Could it truly be the one mentioned by the esteemed elder? Jiraiya and the 2 sage toads observed the 4 Xuani with solemn expressions, rapid thoughts racing through their minds, accompanied by profound confusion. What on earth is this? The nuclear release bloodline limit, a unique lineage capable of achieving such a feat, simulating the form of a tailed beast jinchūriki? However, now was clearly not the time for contemplation. 2 sages, we must act swiftly. Xuani's forbidden techniques consume his lifespan. If we delay, I fear for him. Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice low. Though he could not grasp the underlying reasons, he felt a sense of comfort and joy at the power and characteristics Xuani displayed. Yet, a deep concern took root within him. After this war concludes, I must find ways to restore his lifespan. That rascal Orochimaru seems to have some knowledge in this area. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Lord Jiraiya, find a way to bring this behemoth to an end. We lack potent sealing techniques and can only rely on overwhelming force to shatter it. The 4 Xuani promptly repositioned themselves, encircling the giant turtle from all sides. Jiraiya nodded, and the 2 sage toads exchanged glances, uniting to launch their assault. A powerful surge of sage chakra erupted, manifesting as visible, formidable cyclones. Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. X3 unleashed the wind release technique, while the Sage of Shima conjured flames, and Jiraiya expelled a torrent of oil. The combination of these 3 techniques instantaneously ignited a cataclysmic inferno that engulfed the entire 3 tails. Simultaneously, Xian-Yi took action. With the might of Godzilla's form, he unleashed nuclear release, 4-fold white heat. Empowered by his transformation, for beams of 10,000-degree heat erupted in unison, striking the 3 tails from all directions. The colossal flames, combined with the terrifying temperature, possessed the capacity to obliterate all matter, wrapping the 3 tails in a relentless embrace. A cacophony of anguished roars echoed, heralding boundless suffering, as the 3 tails, overwhelmed by the inferno, began to show signs of disintegration. This was a harbinger of a fate that even the complete transformation of a tailed beast could not sustain. At that moment, amidst the overwhelming assault, as the blinding white light obscured all vision and unleashed its cataclysmic force, a strange writhing of flesh occurred beneath Xian-Yi's feet, silently separating and, in the instant of a blinding explosion of light, replacing his form. When Xian-Yi reappeared, he stood behind the 3 tails. This time, I shall sever one of your tails. Is that too much to ask? In the blink of an eye, a tail was cleanly severed. As the enormous claws struck out, the 3 tails, battered by the 4-fold white heat and the devastating blow from Gomen, began to wane. Xian-Yi seized the severed tail. In an instant, the chakra from the 3 tails surged into Xian-Yi's body. In that dim space, Godzilla opened its maw, emitting a terrifying suction that swiftly consumed the tail. The chilling sound of its gnashing echoed, and after swallowing it, a heavy exhalation followed, as if it were utterly satisfied. Faintly, it seemed that this planetary Godzilla had undergone some subtle transformation, yet it appeared as though nothing had occurred. I sensed a shift. It felt as though Godzilla had become more localized. Xian-Yi was the first to perceive that the chakra enveloping his body had quietly thickened, not a result of refining Godzilla's power, but rather a spontaneously generated new chakra. The notion of utilizing an alien force to combat native entities was intriguing. At that moment, as the 3 tails faced imminent obliteration, it suddenly let out a furious roar. Originally under the control of the 3rd Mizukage, or Madara, the 3 tails instinctively sensed a portion of its chakra inexplicably vanish, leading to its primal outburst of rage. This was not merely a depletion of chakra, it was a theft of a segment of the chakra it commanded. How could it endure such an affront? Yet, the 3 tails had no means of resistance. The 3 Tomo once again seized control of its mind, suppressing its will. In that instant, even Uchiha Madara, who orchestrated all from the shadows, was perplexed by the sudden frenzy of the Three Tails. Though he found its madness somewhat surprising, he dismissed it as inconsequential. What harm could a mere tailed beast pose? Just a plaything, after all. This behemoth was on the brink of collapse. Jiraiya's face shone with delight. Under such a terrifying assault, the enemy surprisingly let out a wretched howl of agony. It appears that the Three Tails Jinchūriki is on the verge of defeat. Soon, as the dreadful heat dissipated and flames rose, only a severely injured figure remained at the scene. Charred all over, none other than the third Mizukage. Victory was achieved, yet if the leader of the Mist Village were to be captured, it would pose a grave problem. Jiraiya felt a pang of headache. This time, it was only through the formidable forbidden technique of Shiranami that the third Mizukage was subdued so swiftly, truly a miraculous feat in the past. No village leader had ever been taken alive. Lord Jiraiya, I leave this matter in your capable hands, Shiranami remarked, retracting all his clones, appearing utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, a thought crossed his mind, and he controlled a distant clone to seize the opportunity to release Kisame. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude. This time, I owe it all to you. I never anticipated that such astonishing power resided within your bloodline. Rest assured, I will assist you in dealing with that Orochimaru fellow. My sincerest thanks, Lord Jiraiya, Shiranami nodded, then feigned utter exhaustion as he prepared to return to the main camp. Many Konoha ninjas had already rushed over, solemnly encircling Shiranami to protect him, their gazes towards the mist ninjas tinged with a hint of ferocity. The entire battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation following the defeat of the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage actually lost? This is inconceivable. The third was a Jinchūriki capable of wielding the power of the Three Tails. How could he possibly be defeated? Even the tailed beast bomb was utilized, and yet he fell to the ninjas of Konoha. No error, Shiranami, that little brat. I knew he would become a significant threat to our village. Damn it. Hadn't the village issued an assassination order on this brat? Why hadn't the 7 ninja swordsmen taken action? At that moment, some mist ninjas fell into disarray, unable to suppress their fury amidst their terror. The expressions of the 7 ninja swordsmen darkened considerably. The third Mizukage actually lost. Defeated by Jiraiya and that brat with the nuclear release, Black Horaiga unleashed a torrent of lightning with his blade, his face contorted with intense unease. That brat, who accompanied Jiraiya and severely injured the third Mizukage, was previously their assassination target. Hiss. The faces of the 7 ninja swordsmen were grim, such a terrifying child. And yet the village had instructed them to seek an opportunity to assassinate him. Thankfully, they hadn't heeded that group's advice, or it would have been troublesome. It is said that the brat employed a forbidden technique, yet it remains unknown what price he must pay for wielding such power. Even if there is a cost, if this brat is cornered, he will become exceedingly problematic, far beyond our capacity to handle. Any forbidden technique deserves utmost caution, especially one wielded by Shiranami, which possesses tremendous destructive capability. Moreover, the chakra cloak he bears closely resembles that of a jinchūriki. We must retreat. With the third Mizukage defeated, even Yuan Shi and Yazong have nothing further to say. I sincerely hope that the next time I encounter that detestable little brat, he will be on the brink of death from overexerting himself with forbidden techniques. The possessors of the ninja blades, filled with trepidation, revealed cold smirks as they repelled the assaults from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, swiftly retreating. Lord Clan Leader, the enemy has retreated. Shall we launch an attack? Shursui inquired eagerly, his eyes now gleaming with the advancement to the second tomo. Jiraiya refrained from issuing commands, indicating that we need not undertake any unnecessary actions. Shursui, to possess the second tomo at merely 11 years of age, such talent may very well rival that of Ichi. Fugaku, exhausted, sat upon a pile of stones, gazing at Shursui in astonishment. Our Uchiha clan truly is the cradle of geniuses. No, Lord Clan Leader, compared to that esteemed predecessor, I am scarcely anything. It is only by becoming someone like Senior Zenitsu that I shall fulfill my purpose. Shursui fervently observed the growing number of companions who actively protected and surrounded that figure. The exuberant cheers, the tears of disbelief, the dawning light of victory, all of this radiated around that esteemed predecessor. Under the gaze of Shursui's Sharingan, Senior Noira Genitsu shone like a sun, irresistibly drawing more individuals closer. Ichi should not be my target of pursuit. It is Senior Genitsu who embodies my aspirations. I have heard that Senior Genitsu achieved full marks in theory classes, holding an unassailable position in theoretical knowledge. Shirsue's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with fervor. No wonder someone as distinguished and proud as Ichi would willingly follow in the footsteps of Senior Genitsu. Calm, humble, reliable, the bearer of the will of fire, this. Shirsue could hardly contain his tremors, as if a traveler lost in darkness had suddenly discovered a guiding light. Though merely 10 years old, he had already begun to sense the profound rift between the Uchiha clan and the village, and he vaguely understood what he ought to do. If he were to follow Senior Genitsu, perhaps the wisdom of Genitsu could illuminate a path for him, a path that might restore peace between the Uchiha clan and the village. The Mist Ninjas were in full retreat. Jinchūriki and Yagura struggled to muster a remaining force to charge toward the gravely injured third Mizukage. After a wary glance at Jiraiya, they hastily withdrew. Once again, victory belonged to Konoha, Yagura stated coldly. I only hope you will learn from this lesson and refrain from igniting another war. Jiraiya replied solemnly. Jinchūriki scoffed. This is not for you to decide. As long as the wars in the ninja world persist, we shall never cease our endeavors. The entirety of the Mist's camp faced utter defeat. Jiraiya gazed at the retreating foes, lost in contemplation. Following this battle, Konoha would find a modicum of relief. Little Jiraiya. If nothing else arises, we shall return home. Indeed, I suspect the meal has vanished by now, grumbled Sage Jiraiya. I beg your pardon, esteemed beings, however. You recently mentioned that the Lord had spoken of an unknown creature. Perhaps, during your next visit to Miyamu Mountain, you might inquire directly with the Lord. The two Toad Sages exchanged glances before vanishing with a resounding pop. Jiraiya furrowed his brow as he gazed at the distant figure of Shiranami. Surrounded by a throng of jubilant admirers, his expression softened, and he chuckled while shaking his head. Regardless of the circumstances, Shiranami was one of Konoha's own, and that was sufficient. Rather than concern himself with such ethereal matters, Jiraiya was more troubled by the cost incurred from Shiranami's recent use of forbidden techniques. As the Eastern Front's decisive battle came to a close, the vast battlefield had undergone a dramatic transformation, bearing the scars of numerous ninja techniques. Countless exhausted souls basked in the sunset, savoring the hard-won peace. Out of over 5,000, only 3,000 remained, underscoring the ferocity of the conflict. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Each name that echoed beneath the sky was destined to rise above the heaps of bones, and through this battle, the name of Noera began to spread wildly throughout the ninja world. Every nation became aware of Shiranami's renown, and each village leader solemnly grasped the intelligence regarding him. Noera, from the warring states to the present, this small clan had scarcely produced any formidable ninjas. The Kekkei Genkai of nuclear release was an enviable talent indeed. How could it possibly manifest in a place like Konoha? This young boy managed to withstand the tailed beast bomb of the Three Tails? Merely relying on forbidden techniques. Such short-sighted fools are essentially weapons. Rendered useless after a few uses, there's no need for concern. The leaders of various villages received information about Shiranami. Every piece of intelligence they could gather regarding him fell into their hands. What truly captured their attention was the troublesome chakra toxin attacks. It was reported that many ninjas from IWA and Suna faced terrifying after-effects, and ordinary medical ninjas were utterly helpless against such repercussions, capable only of providing temporary relief. Such a perilous weapon, they hoped Konoha would swiftly deplete. Many entertained the thought that they wished for Shiranami to have a few more brilliant moments, only to ultimately ruin himself through the excessive use of forbidden techniques. A youth not yet 13, relying on forbidden arts, the more he uses them, the quicker he meets his end. Soon, the news of victory from the Eastern Front finally reached Konoha. The entire village erupted into exuberant cheers and celebrations, transforming into a sea of joy. Everyone understood the significance of this battle. It signified that the brutal Third War had at least reached its midpoint. As long as they could repel the IWA and Suna forces on the Western Front, this 4-year-long conflict could be declared over. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage wore a deeply gratified expression. In his heart, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Despite suffering a significant loss of nearly 40% of our forces, as long as we emerge victorious, all shall be well. Who could fathom the immense pressure currently weighing upon Konohagakure? Nichiren, we have routed the hidden mist, our primary objective. The hidden stone will undoubtedly be deterred, and the situation on the Eastern Front has stabilized, Seichinin Haru exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Mito Gate Fire expressed his admiration, stating, Danzo, in the correspondence from Jiraiya, your disciple is highly praised. This battle would not have proceeded so smoothly without him. Yet, Danzo maintained a grim demeanor, forcefully striking the ground as he retorted, Humph, merely a disappointing tool. A fleeting silence enveloped the office. Even the third Hokage cast a peculiar glance towards Danzo. He continued, "The paramount concern now is the price to be paid for the power Shiranami has wielded. The white-hot light is a forbidden technique, and that method capable of emulating the tailed beast's cloak is likely a bloodline limit. Nichiren, you understand." The third Hokage took a contemplative puff from his pipe, solemnly nodding. "Konohagakure shall never neglect its heroes and geniuses. Regardless of how much his lifespan may be diminished, the village will exert every effort to remedy the situation." Danzo nodded in agreement. They all harbored a slight apprehension. How much of Shiranami's lifespan remains? What exactly is the unknown forbidden technique that mimics the tailed beast's cloak? Danzo, upon Shiranami's return, I intend to summon him to inquire about that forbidden technique. It may very well be another that deserves a place in the Book of Seals, the third Hokage remarked. I shall personally handle this matter. My disciple is my responsibility. Danzo's expression was one of cold resolve, yet it was clear to all that after this battle, he and Root truly had capable successors. Moreover, he possessed talents beyond anyone's imagination, wielding formidable forbidden techniques. This realization bolstered the old man's aspirations for the Hokage position, thinking, what Nichiren's disciple can achieve, my disciple can accomplish as well. This way, there is no need to constantly rely on that Orochimaru fellow. Danzo mused privately. There was another matter concerning Might Guy. The third Hokage produced another document, gesturing for the others to examine it. Might Guy, a perennial genin, utilized the 8 gates technique on the battlefield, managing to temporarily contend with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The advisors of Konohagakure were taken aback, scrutinizing the contents closely, as they were not well versed in this technique. A perennial genin capable of briefly opposing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Furthermore, Might Guy is one of Shiranami's subordinates. This becomes quite intriguing. I find the prospect of Might Guy rather compelling. Mito Gatefire was about to speak when Danzo abruptly struck the ground, declaring, I do not require your approval. Might Guy has been my disciple's subordinate for many years. Thus, he is effectively one of Root's. Mito Gatefire promptly fell silent. The organization known as Root posed significant challenges. Its power was vast, and its authority immense. Sometimes, even the Hokage remained oblivious to the actions of Root's members. Given this, all matters would be addressed upon Shiranami's return. The third Hokage has set aside disputes. A portion of the ninjas from the Eastern Front has returned to the village. Countless villagers line the streets, exuberantly cheering and calling for the dawn of peace. As Shiranami crosses the threshold and enters the village, this momentous welcome ceremony reaches its zenith. The atmosphere is indeed lively, these advocates of peace. How I wish that war might never return. With a smile, Shiranami waves to those around him, followed by many injured comrades wrapped in bandages. These are the first ninjas to return to Konoha. Yet, alas, it remains but a wishful thought. Is that the esteemed Lord Shiranami? It is said that he joined forces with Lord Jiraiya to vanquish the third Mizukage at the front lines. How youthful he appears. The war on the Eastern Front has concluded. Once Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Lord Minato defeat the rock and sand ninjas, it shall all come to an end. Many faces are alight with deep anticipation and joy. After 4 years of bloody conflict, they have lost so much and made great sacrifices. Finally catching a glimpse of peace's light, many of Shiranami's contemporaries stand in the ranks, gazing at him with complex expressions. He has already far surpassed us, Hong whispered. Asuma gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of discontent, that he could only acquiesce silently. He is a rebel, but not a fool. Moreover, in the presence of a prodigy like Shiranami, he sees no hope of surpassing him for the time being. Is this man, who embodies the will of fire, truly in the right? Was the old man correct, and was I mistaken? Asuma found himself questioning his very existence. Shirzue, also among the returning party, looked around excitedly. His name, Shunshin Shirzue, having gained prominence in this battle. Shiranami-senpai, many are calling your name. Shirzue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Calm down, Shirzue, this is merely a customary occurrence. Shiranami reassured him, patting his shoulder. Indeed, as expected of Shiranami-senpai, you were prepared for such a scene. Well, in a manner of speaking, they are not just cheering for us, but for peace itself. Any warrior who can bring them peace will be celebrated. Remember this, Shirzue. All my endeavors are aimed at striving for eternal peace. Shiranami-senpai, is this the realization of the inheritor of the will of fire? Shirzue gazed at Shiranami's retreating figure, deeply moved. He recognized that not only in terms of strength and ideology, but even in vision, this senior has advanced far beyond him. Shirzue, suddenly realized that his fixation on clan and village conflicts had unwittingly led him into narrow-mindedness, filling him with profound shame. "Shirzue, do not look at me with such eyes," Shwani said, puzzled, wondering what had caused Shirzue's gloom. Could it be that he was already succumbing to despair? This simply cannot be. Shirzue's insight is invaluable, and he must not fall victim to a tragic fate as in the original tale. After the ceremony concluded, Shwani finally embraced freedom. His first task was to visit the root base and pay respects to Danzo. "I have heard of your deeds on the front lines. You truly live up to being my disciple." Tuanzong nodded indifferently, as if everything Xian-Yi had done was merely standard procedure. "I hear you have acquired the Byakugan?" "Indeed, I reclaimed this precious eye from the enemy," Xian-Yi replied, producing a glass vessel containing a singular Byakugan. The Byakugan. The Hyuga clan has declined with each generation, exhausting themselves to devise the caged bird technique to safeguard the Byakugan, only to have it snatched away by those from the Mist Village, Tuanzong scoffed. "Master, why not entrust this eye to me? I hold a profound interest in the bloodline of the illustrious Hyuga clan," he continued. Tuanzong observed Xian-Yi intently, feeling an inexplicable affinity grow with each glance. To so candidly request the Byakugan and openly express a desire to decipher the mysteries of the Hyuga bloodline. This is indeed a worthy disciple of mine. While I am unaware of your proficiency in human experimentation, I did not intervene when you previously toyed with that Uchiha genius, for I have little concern for his fate. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? Of course, rest assured, I shall not damage this precious Byakugan, Xian-Yi smiled. Dealing with Tuanzong was indeed straightforward. Many matters required merely a mention, and the sinister Tuanzong would instantly grasp the implication, even eschewing pretense. In that case, I need not conceal anything from you. In truth, I am also commanding Root to conduct necessary human experiments, all for the sake of Konoha. All for Konoha, Xian-Yi solemnly echoed. Tuanzong nodded. After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, "Have you employed a brand new secret technique? The one that mimics the tailed beast's cloak?" Xian-Yi replied calmly, "Indeed. I merely sought to experiment, and to my surprise, it was successful. You have acquired some sort of summoning beast, attempting to create an artificial tailed beast. The previous nine-faced Supahi was a preparation for this," Tuanzong probed further. Has Master Tuanzong discerned the issue so swiftly?" Xian-Yi feigned a smirk. Not only I, even the likes of Rizhan could surmise it. Please do not worry, this too is within my grasp. Though that summoning beast is rather troublesome and enjoys sleeping. As my disciple, you must not allow a mere creature to pose a threat. Root possesses many sealing techniques and methods of brainwashing. You may take them, but should they prove insufficient, I will seek out more from the sealing scrolls. In any case, you must find a way to tame that wretched beast." Tuanzong struck the ground heavily with his cane, the sound echoing through the dim underground base. Xian-Yi wore a deeply moved expression, which pleased Tuanzong, who couldn't help but nod secretly in approval. "Furthermore, should I request the method for creating artificial tailed beasts? Master Tuanzong, I would certainly be willing to share, but the issue is, no one aside from myself can replicate this technique. Therefore, Master Tuanzong." Xian-Yi smiled. Tuanzong instinctively furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased, while recalling Xian-Yi's abilities, which seemed to pertain to the manipulation of molecules and atoms, an area that he himself was not particularly well suited for. Nine-faced Supahi. Nevertheless, when compared to the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan, it pales in significance. After a disdainful snort, Danzo remained silent and turned to depart. Just as his entire figure was about to vanish into the shadows, he spoke once more. "If your lifespan is insufficient, feel free to seek me out. Moreover, your will aligns remarkably well with mine. It is time for you to undertake some covert missions. I have connections with Hanzo of the Salamander, which I have kept from the third Hokage. On the 12th of next month, you will lead a team of root ninjas to the Land of Rain to meet that perilous individual, Hanzo. This mission is not arduous. It is a joint operation aimed at fostering trust between us, with the objective of eliminating a local armed organization in the Land of Rain. The name of that organization is Akatsuki." Xian-Yi emerged from the root base, inhaling deeply beneath the cerulean sky. Behind him, several root ninjas dispersed, concealing themselves in a selfless act of safeguarding his safety. Is an assault on the Akatsuki in the offing? There is much to be derived from this situation. The idealist Yahiko must meet his demise, for he serves as the current leader of the Akatsuki, his idealism exuding an overwhelming allure. Xian-Yi pondered. He held no aversion to idealism, yet such an idealistic individual posed a significant obstacle to his vision of obliterating this world. Not to mention, he had embarked on the path of seizing the tailed beasts, gradually usurping their dominion within this realm. As for Conan and Nagato, Conan would be easily dealt with. Her existence held little difference between life and death. However, Nagato, his Rinnegan, Shiranami mused. Intrigued yet only mildly so by the Rinnegan. How delightfully intriguing. With a light chuckle, Shiranami sauntered through the streets of Konoha. As the Eastern Front War drew to a close, the streets began to teem with a semblance of vitality, the passers-by exuding a newfound sense of ease. The dawn of victory beckoned. They ought to celebrate. Shiranami seized the opportunity to unwind and explore new techniques. His initial utilization of the Godzilla cloak had inflicted no harm upon his body, and he had discovered something quite fascinating. He arrived at a training ground and leaped onto a wooden post, contemplating intently. The Godzilla cloak merely represented a preliminary harnessing of Godzilla's power. The sensation was peculiar, akin to his flesh and blood gradually transforming into a sentient plant. Plants. Shiranami reflected, recalling White Zetsu and the wood release of the first Hokage. Both derive their essence from the power of the Ten Tails God tree. Godzilla, too, was a form of plant, having once transformed all creatures and flora on Earth into its subservient derivatives. Even the most ordinary plant possessed radioactive capabilities, proving harder and sharper than steel. As for wood release, if I were to further master Godzilla's power, it might not be impossible, though not in the manner of the first Hokage's wood release, but rather my own unique variant. Shiranami stroked his chin thoughtfully. As time progressed into the evening, Shiranami finally rose, first venturing to the food street to procure an assortment of delectable treats before returning home. Dai and Kai had already commenced a fervent cleaning of Shiranami's residence, a routine they had followed for many years and had grown accustomed to. Let us take a break. I've brought back a bounty of delicious food. Let us enjoy it while it's warm, Shiranami remarked with a smile. Oh, Shiranami-san, then we shall not hold back. I shall dig in. The father and son promptly seated themselves at the table, devouring their meal with fervor. By the way, Shiranami-san, Kai mumbled with a mouthful of grilled fish. It's truly delicious. You were gone all day. Do you have another new mission? Indeed, there are new tasks at hand. Do not look at me in such a manner. This mission is of utmost importance and does not concern you. Shiranami smiled faintly. No. If it pertains to Shiranami, it is our affair as well. Kai will remain here to train. Please allow me to accompany you, Dai declared solemnly. They are increasingly positioning themselves as vassals. With a clap, Shiranami set down his chopsticks and shook his head, calling upon Dai and Kai. Do not jest. When it comes to executing the task, those two will charge in like a whirlwind of leaves. Unless Nagato is a fool, he will undoubtedly trace it back to him. Bringing Dai and Kai along would be the most dreadful idea. Even taking Aihue would be preferable to bringing those two father and son. I have made my decision. You shall remain in Konoha for training. Although the war on the Eastern Front has concluded, the Miss Shinobi will not easily concede defeat. Espionage and assassination will abound, and you too must guard Konoha. Furthermore, Mr. Dai, without my permission, do not open the death gate. That is an order. Shiranami commanded. According to the troublesome tactics of the third Hokage and his cohorts, Dai would undoubtedly be treated as expendable. I will also inform Master Dans about this matter to ensure an additional layer of protection. Shiranami glanced at the bewildered father and son, shaking his head. Continue your meal. After dining, Shiranami rose to prepare to wash the dishes. Wait, Shiranami. I exchanged for a formidable water release technique from the village during the day, and I have learned it. I can use the water release to wash the dishes. Kai exclaimed, raising his arm enthusiastically. Oh, Kai, my son, you have actually mastered a ninjutsu? Such is the power of youth. Indeed, father, Shiranami. I discovered that practicing ninjutsu is not difficult at all. As long as I refine my chakra and circulate it through my chakra pathways, I can manifest it. Allow me to demonstrate my training results. Kai began to form hand seals, channeling chakra. Shiranami watched with keen interest. Kai, under his command, the future Azure Beast, had turned to learn ninjutsu and succeeded. With rapidity, Kai formed a sequence of 44 seals, the complexity of which made Shiranami's brow twitch. Could it be that technique? Shiranami's gaze sharpened. Kai, are you? Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a powerful shout, Kai unleashed a remarkable display. As if he were ablaze with energy, he puffed out his cheeks and aimed at the sink, releasing a 10-centimeter stream of water. Wow, water release. It truly is water release. Kai, you have grown. Father, Shiranami, I have succeeded. I have not let you down. Dai and Kai knelt on the ground, weeping with joy. Shiranami stared at the two with a blank expression before turning his gaze back to the sink. Is this truly the water dragon bullet technique utilized by the second Hokage to deceive? Goodness, transforming it into a mere trickle of water was no small feat. After a long pause, Shiranami slowly spoke. Kai, please dispose of these bowls and acquire new ones. The cost will be deducted from your remuneration, and there will be no reimbursement. Mr. Dai, I believe that Kai would be better off focusing on his physical techniques. The 8 gates of Gen'ya would suffice for him to sustain a lifetime. Kai, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Shiranami, these bowls are perfectly fine. Why must we discard them? It is too wasteful. Although we are affluent now, we must not forget how impoverished we once were. Hurry, or I shall end your life. In the secret base of Jin, Shiranami utilized the shadow clone technique to create a multitude of clones, each diligently studying various medical texts and conducting experiments. Each clone had its own designated task. Upon completion, they would dissolve, allowing Shiranami to conjure new clones in a continuous cycle. The knowledge Shiranami possessed was accumulating at an astonishing rate, and with such a reservoir of information, he felt sufficiently equipped. Shiranami commenced his research on the precious Byakugan. While he held little interest in the bloodline of the Hitaki clan, it was imperative to gain some understanding. Sooner or later, he would confront the Jinchūriki clan. According to his calculations, to achieve his goal of annihilating this world and uprooting the very existence of ninjas, he needed to contend with numerous obstacles. Kagaya Jinchūriki was merely one of many impediments. The descendants of the Hitaki clan on the moon, as well as those traversing the cosmos, obliterating one life-sustaining planet after another, along with the Jinchūriki lurking somewhere in the ninja realm, were all targets he aimed to eliminate. Each Jinchūriki possessed strength at the 6 pads level, capable of effortlessly tearing the moon apart or unleashing devastating attacks. They were exceedingly formidable adversaries, until he could fully unleash Godzilla or consume the Ten Tails. Facing 6 pads level enemies would prove troublesome. The prince and the second pillar had already faced significant setbacks against the Jinchūriki. If Shiranami wished to realize his ambitions, he would indeed require a multitude of formidable allies. The god of chakra? The Jinchūriki, a cosmic clan. Shiranami could not help but shake his head. All this talk of chakra and bloodline limits seemed best left consumed entirely. Why should they traverse the universe to scrutinize chakra in the ninja realm? Shiranami began the meticulous process of carefully peeling away some surface cells from the Byakugan. This procedure demanded utmost caution. He then commenced monitoring the DNA sequence of the Byakugan. The Byakugan served as a precursor to the Rinnegan. Gathering an adequate number of Byakugan would facilitate the emergence of the Rinnegan. The crux lay in genetic fusion. As time passed, Shiranami silently committed the Byakugan's genetic sequence to memory. He then applied a slight amount of radiation to stimulate the Byakugan cells. An abundance of DNA sequences began exhibiting instability, yet a portion of the genes remained steadfast, as if carved from stone. The radiation stimulus even prompted these genes to transition from a dormant to an activated state. This phenomenon was strikingly similar to that of Hiki, revealing the formidable nature of the Jinchūriki clan's life genes. Shiranami's expression reflected his understanding. The Jinchūriki clan possesses the extraordinary ability to traverse the cosmos, embodying beings of the 6 pads level, which can be deemed as divinely endowed. Their core genetic code grants them the capacity to withstand cosmic radiation. However, despite their high resistance, the sporadic activation of genetic sequences led to the demise of some cells in the absence of chakra protection. In a moment of impending death, Ichihui awakened the Indra gene, successfully transforming my negative radiative energy into a stimulus for his body, enabling him to endure substantial radiation for several minutes without succumbing. As for the Hyuga clan, particularly the Yumura bloodline, Shiranami pondered for a moment before summoning Irubo. He gazed down at the expressionless Irubo, who, even upon witnessing the Byakugan of the main family, displayed no emotional fluctuations on his cold, numb visage. He had been skillfully transformed into a useful tool by Danzo. Shiranami remarked, Irubo, as my contemporary, you have witnessed my growth firsthand. Not only I, but even Ichihui has far surpassed you. In your current state, you could not last 3 exchanges against Ichihui. Irubo replied, Indeed, both Lord Shiranami and Ichihui are prodigies. This statement felt somewhat one-sided. I now need to ascertain one thing. Do you wish to become a genius like Ichihui? Do you aspire to follow in my footsteps? Irubo, I intend to conduct an experiment upon you. Perhaps you too can evolve into a talent akin to Ichihui, but the price of failure is death. Shiranami scrutinized Irubo intently. After a moment of silence, Irubo coldly stated, If it allows me to become a more exceptional tool in Lord Shiranami's hands, I am more than willing to accept the experiment. Excellent. I can sense this resolve clearly. Shiranami placed a hand on Irubo's shoulder. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of radiation particles invaded Irubo's body, wreaking havoc within. Irubo collapsed in agony as significant changes began to manifest within him. It seems that not everyone possesses the innate talent for stimulating genes like Ichihoi. Shiranami shook his head, reaching out to lift the suffering Irubo, then unceremoniously tossed him onto the experimental platform. Several clones immediately converged. Irubo, as a member of the branch family, you have been subjected to the caged bird technique, and your eyes inherently suffer from a visual angle defect. Now, I offer you an opportunity. Remove one of your old eyes and receive this precious Byakugan. Do not disappoint me. Shiranami had yet to make a move. Irubo, enduring his pain, trembled as he reached for his right eye. However, in the next moment, just as the eye was about to be extracted, the caged bird technique activated, destroying that eye. The other eye was also obliterated in the process. Irubo clutched his bleeding eyes and let out a howl. Yet his brain remained intact, and he survived. The technique known as the caged bird, indeed, represents an exceedingly harsh seal, wherein the fate of the afflicted is dictated by the clan, effectively binding not only their lives, but also stifling the potential of their Byakugan, rendering them incapable of surpassing the clan itself. Ordinarily, this sealing technique would activate automatically upon the theft of the Byakugan, obliterating both the eyes and the brain of the victim. However, within this mechanism lies a flaw that is not quite a flaw. Shiranami let out a light chuckle. What if, due to unforeseen circumstances, a branch family member were to lose but one eye in an instant? For instance, in the chaos of battle, failing to evade a shuriken, resulting in the loss of one eye while still retaining a healthy other eye to maintain combat efficacy? Would the caged bird technique still initiate, resulting in the destruction of the remaining healthy eye and the brain as well? Shiranami was taking a gamble, and it appeared that this sealing technique was not as ruthlessly stringent as it seemed, leaving room for exploitation. Irubo had lost his eye, yet he had survived, and his brain remained unscathed for the time being. The transplantation procedure commenced. The Byakugan belonging to the clan was now being grafted onto Irubo's right eye. Subsequently, Shiranami extended his hand, pressing it against Irubo's face, initiating medical ninjutsu to expedite the healing process. When Irubo knelt before Shiranami once more, his vacant left eye bore an eerie hollowness, while his remarkably vibrant right eye emanated a luminous glow amidst the darkness. The taut veins were a testament to the value of this eye. This I could see with unparalleled clarity. Irubo murmured softly at that moment. The emotions that ought to have been obliterated surfaced with a rare, long-awaited tremor. The shadows of the branch family were receding from him. From now on, Shiranami wielded the power of two eyes, the left belonging to Uchiha Ohei and the right to Hyuga Irubo. The next task was to address the matters concerning the clan. The Hyuga family erupted into fierce debates over how to reclaim the Byakugan. The main family had no intention of conceding easily. With only one heir per generation, the Byakugan's rarity was exacerbated. Some members of the main family even contemplated appealing directly to the third Hokage for justice. Surely, the third Hokage would not allow Shiranami to act with impunity. This was not merely an issue concerning Shiranami, nor was it fundamentally about the clan. It was a matter pertaining to Danzo, the shadow of the shinobi, who was not one to easily compromise. At the Hyuga clan meeting, numerous high-ranking members engaged in heated disputes. The clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, observed them with a stoic expression. Hisashi is still stationed at the front lines, keeping an eye on those from the mist. I intend to hear his counsel, Hayashi stated. Clan leader. Reclaiming the Byakugan is of utmost urgency. Otherwise what? Are you concerned that our clan's bloodline secrets will be exposed? Hayashi suddenly sneered. Since that I was plucked away by those from the mist, our bloodline has already lost its secrecy. Now that the Byakugan has fallen into the hands of the root, it is certainly preferable to it being in the hands of the enemy. Lord Hisashi, regarding this matter, there is no need to elaborate. Let us wait a while longer. If I were to visit Danzo at this moment, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the third Hokage. Conversely, should I seek an audience with the third Hokage directly, it would complicate matters with Danzo, Hisashi remarked. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence. Resorting to the traditional approach of the Hyuga clan, caution. No one wished to offend. They were all meticulously careful, influenced by their family's exceedingly insular and conservative values. In truth, many members of the Hyuga clan had begun to sense that if Danzo and Genichi truly cornered them, they might very well relinquish their Byakugan altogether. At that moment, a report came in, announcing the arrival of Jinichi and Irika. Irika is here as well. Hizashi's brow furrowed slightly. Esteemed leader, this is splendid news. He seeks reconciliation. Regardless of Jinichi's intentions, be it ninjutsu, secret techniques, or wealth. If he can restore our clan's eyes, we can negotiate. He is Danzo's disciple. Aside from the caged bird technique and gentle fist, any technique we possess, Danzo possesses as well. Soon, Jinichi entered with Irika, drawing astonished gazes from all in attendance, particularly at Irika's eyes. Some stood in outrage, exclaiming, "Irika, what on earth has transpired? Your eyes. You have transplanted the Byakugan. How could a branch family member transplant the eyes of the main family? It cannot be mistaken. The cage bird technique has been activated, resulting in the loss of his original sight." The branch family members, though taken aback, maintained their silence. A few from the main family felt insulted and were incensed to the point of invoking the caged bird technique to damage Irika's mind. "Everyone, I have come to convey that I have discovered an effective method for handling the Byakugan," Jinichi stated, his gaze coldly fixed upon the members of the main family. With a resounding crack, a multitude of rugged, bark-like protrusions materialized upon Jinichi, enveloped in a dense cloak of chakra, while a chakra tail unfurled behind him. The immense pressure that descended upon the room caused the ground to fracture beneath him. "If you are so disrespectful as to contemplate employing the caged bird technique against my subordinate in my presence, I shall not hold back." Jinichi slowly raised his head. "This is a profoundly offensive act. Are you aware of the gravity of your actions?" The atmosphere in the hall turned heavy, prompting all present to activate their Byakugan, scrutinizing Jinichi's current state. Yet, no matter how they assessed him, they soon realized, at this moment, Jinichi was essentially indistinguishable from a jinchūriki. What on earth is happening with this fellow? And the chakra cloak he manifested does not resemble any known tailed beast. This aligns with what Hisashi mentioned in his correspondence. Hisashi, bearing considerable pressure, regarded Jinichi at that moment. After a long pause, he declared solemnly, "Disperse the seals. The cage bird technique should not be wielded frivolously against our kin." He gazed at Schwani and spoke, "By the look on your face, you must have made a decision to destroy Iryuba's eyes and then implant the eyes of the Zong family. This, too, is an affront to our clan. The Byakugan has always belonged to your family, Iryuba, of the Hyuga clan. This is my explanation to you." Schwani slowly withdrew his Godzilla coat and replied calmly, "This is an opportunity earned by Nichi's own merit. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan rightfully belongs to the Hyuga. This is my answer. Moreover, this eye is my trophy, and I possess the right to dispose of it. If you truly have the capability, you should go and kill Ao to reclaim the eye. Iryuba, we must leave. Master Danzo's mission must be completed promptly." With that, Schwani turned and departed the Hyuga clan, accompanied by the silent Iryuba. Their exit left the Zone family members with grim expressions, while the branch families exhibited an unexpectedly calm demeanor, seemingly engrossed in their thoughts. Nichi sighed. "What a terrifying little demon. At this rate, we cannot act rashly, otherwise, the Hyuga clan will sever ties first." The existence of Iryuba, who had undergone the transplantation of the Zone family's eye, was unprecedented in the past millennium. Furthermore, this was likely orchestrated by Danzo, which, though begrudgingly accepted, was somewhat tolerable since the eye ultimately remained within their clan. As Schwani stepped out of the Hyuga gates, he glanced back. "Iryuba, this is the family from which you hail. What do you see with your new eyes?" "Decay, numbness, lifelessness, and indecisiveness," Iryuba replied. "Remember, your surname is Hyuga. But not all Hyuga are the same. Do not tread the same path as these individuals. You have already broken free halfway from the cage of a caged bird. I will devise a way for you to break free entirely." Schwani stated, "If we use the Rinnegan, breaking the cage of the caged bird technique would be effortless. However, advancing the Byakugan to the eternal Rinnegan through emotional stimulation, as the Uchiha clan does, is unfeasible. The only viable path is through collective means, akin to the descendants of Yabura on the moon, gathering numerous Byakugan to synthesize a Rinnegan. Of course, the Otsutsuki clan's method of implanting the Byakugan is another approach, which can also lead to the evolution of the Byakugan into the Rinnegan. However, if such a Rinnegan were to be removed, it would automatically degenerate back into a Byakugan. Only the eternal Rinnegan holds value. Let us observe for now, if necessary." Schwani scrutinized Iryuba's right eye and then turned to glance at the gates of the Hyuga clan, pondering for a moment. "Prepare yourself, Iryuba. Next month, you will accompany me on a mission to the land of rain." "Yes, Lord Schwani." Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's training grounds, two figures were engaged in an intense confrontation. Shursui faced off against Ichihui's relentless assault, consistently on the defensive. His only means of countering was through his mastery of body flicker technique and jinjutsu, which managed to disrupt Ichihui to some extent. Ultimately, as Ichihui positioned her kunai against Shursui's throat, this battle reached its conclusion. How impressive! The esteemed Ichihui has effortlessly surpassed me. Taijutsu, jinjutsu, ninjutsu, and even her resistance to illusions is remarkably potent. Shursui's face was a portrait of astonishment. In the presence of Ichihui, this so-called genius found himself entirely at a disadvantage. You are already exceptional. At your age, I was nowhere near as formidable as you. Ichihui praised. She understood her own worth, having been bestowed the title of genius solely through Genshur's power. Shursui, however, was the true embodiment of a Uchiha genius. No. You are far too modest. There is still much I must learn from you, Shursui responded, swiftly diverting the topic. Ichihui-senpai, what about your other eye? It encountered a minor issue. It was used for self-preservation. Shursui nodded silently, contemplating the strength of a senpai with just one eye, if both were combined. Ichihui-senpai. Do you know what Genshur Dano is currently engaged in? Shursui awkwardly shifted the conversation. Kai mentioned that he is undertaking a secret mission for the root. Is that so? Shursui felt a tinge of regret, wishing for an opportunity to visit Genshur-senpai, hoping to gain some inspiration from him. Ichihui did not acknowledge Shursui, instead gazing into the distance. The news of Genshur's entrance into the Hyuga clan had quietly spread, and the Uchiha were certainly aware of it as well. The Hyuga. Ichihui scoffed. It seemed Genshur-san would not easily yield to the Hyuga clan. Moreover, rather than dwelling on that, Ichihui focused her attention on her left eye. Previously, when confronted with the tailed beast bomb, this eye appeared on the verge of transformation, yet ultimately, it did not materialize. As time passed, more personnel from the Eastern Front began to trickle back to Konohagakure, revitalizing this once depleted village and igniting hope for victory. At this moment, exhilarating news arrived from the Western Front. The Kanabi Bridge had been destroyed, marking a significant victory in the Western campaign. Everyone celebrated. However, some details entwined with this momentous news were overlooked in the jubilation. Uchiha Obito had perished at the Kanabi Bridge. His body could not even be recovered, as he was said to have been buried deep beneath the earth. Uchiha Obito, is he truly dead? Ichihui paused at this revelation, having once shared missions with him. Immediately, she sought out Genshur, only to find him calmly engaged in ninjutsu training, displaying no excessive emotional response. It was this very tranquility that alerted Ichihui, familiar with Genshur, to a sense of abnormality. Genshur-san, have you developed a new technique? Somewhat. I have managed to grasp a few ideas. Genshur glanced at Ichihui and stepped directly into her radius of influence. Only Ichihui would dare approach him so boldly. You appear utterly unfazed. Ichihui, contemplative and astute, pondered numerous thoughts. From the white Zetsu they had slain to the implications of the white Zetsu cells that Schwanni had mentioned during her human experiments. Ichihui faintly sensed a revelation, yet upon deeper reflection, found herself at a loss. She decided to cast aside her thoughts, realizing that she merely needed to closely follow the footsteps of the individual before her. Patience, Ichihui, for new information will soon arrive from the Eastern Front, such as the demise of the third Mizukichi. Schwanni spoke in cryptic terms that eluded Ichihui's understanding. That night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Schwanni awaited patiently. After a while, White Zetsu emerged, grinning with a peculiar expression as he regarded Schwanni. You are indeed prepared. Lord Madara has commenced his actions, and I am here to inform you in advance. Therefore, let us set forth while that fellow Madara still lives. I wish to meet him. Take this. When you arrive before Madara, simply unfold it. Schwanni rose and handed White Zetsu a scroll. How cautious! White Zetsu scrutinized the scroll with suspicion before swiftly descending into the earth, moving rapidly underground. Nearby the Shinju Bridge, in a vast subterranean cavern, Obito was striving to acclimate to his new body. His original flesh, now a patchwork of white tissue, resembled hastily sewn patches. You are training again. With all this time, you might as well tell me what it feels like to be a puppet. Quiet, Akatsuki. You simply do not comprehend. I must regain my health swiftly, then seek Rin and Kakashi, for they need me. Obito gritted his teeth, laboriously performing push-ups. His peripheral vision caught sight of the elder in the distance. The days spent together had fostered a familiarity with the old man. Yet Obito could not shake the sensation that this elder bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Perhaps it was a shared lineage, oblivious to deeper connections. Obito held a profound sense of gratitude toward this man claiming to be Uchiha Madara. At that moment, White Zetsu returned. The slumbering Madara finally lifted his head. Have they arrived? What? Who has come? Obito questioned, perplexed. He then observed as White Zetsu unfurled a scroll, activating the jutsu inscribed within, causing Schwanni's form to gradually emerge. A voice, so familiar, resonated. Long time no see, Obito, you seem to have transformed into a patchwork creature. By the way, everyone believed you had perished at the hands of the enemy, which saddened them greatly. The outsider casually greeted Obito. Ah, the detestable Schwanni. I would never be defeated by those rock ninjas. I, Obito Uchiha, shall? Schwanni, how did you end up here? Are you here to rescue me? Obito's eyes widened, glistening with tears of excitement. He had felt trapped, lost in despair. To his astonishment, in his moment of utmost helplessness, Schwanni had indeed found him. Oh, how delightful it is to see you. Allow me to share with you. There is a peculiar old man over there, quite terrifying, with several tubes attached to his back and wielding a scythe. Obito, filled with excitement, rushed over and embraced Schwanni, babbling incessantly. After a while, he suddenly scratched his head in confusion, sensing something was amiss. How did you arrive here? Were you brought in by Madara? Do you two know each other? Obito, you. Schwanni chuckled silently, finding him to be quite the oblivious character, carefree and lighthearted. At that moment, Madara spoke coldly. Enough with the trivialities, child. Let us converse. You are aware of what should be shared and what ought to remain unspoken. Of course, Lord Madara. Schwanni replied, wrapping his arms around the patchwork like Obito with a smile. Shinny scrutinized carefully, noting that Obito's eyes were intact. He cast a meaningful glance at Madara. If Obito were to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, how terrifying would that be? I have been waiting for you, decades ago. You would not have even had the right to stand before me. The Sharingan in Madara's eyes radiated a fearsome power, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Shinny spoke calmly. Lord Madara, times have changed. To achieve lasting peace, you need a new generation like mine. Madara snorted derisively. Obito was thoroughly perplexed, gazing vacantly at the two. They actually knew each other? When did this happen? Obito, there are matters you do not yet comprehend. Do not inquire further. I mean you no harm. Everything I do is to end the chaotic conflicts within the ninja world and attain peace. Shien's expression was solemn, and at least when he spoke these words, he was sincere. To bring an end to this wretched world. Madara regarded Shieni coldly. Share your thoughts. The Uchiha clan possesses a forbidden technique known as Izanagi. If one could find a way to employ this forbidden art without inflicting damage, perhaps it could rectify this chaotic reality. It may not be a bad idea. Shieni suggested. Madara's expression shifted slightly. Infinite Izanagi. Although impractical, it is indeed a method. Without changing human hearts, merely correcting reality cannot achieve lasting peace. Young one, I am reluctantly inclined to believe that you truly seek peace. Infinite Izanagi was a plan that Madara had never considered. Yet its execution would undoubtedly be exponentially more challenging than Infinite Tsukuyomi. It would require countless corrections of reality, altering the tragedies that transpired, transforming the recently fallen thoughts, and ensuring that all changes in this world remained within the realms of truth, goodness, and beauty. Would any deviation from this realm be immediately corrected? Quite intriguing. This elevated Madara's estimation of Shieni slightly. At least he was a fellow who had conducted some research on how to achieve enduring peace. Understood, you may return. Obito will inform you about what comes next, Madara stated. Shieni nodded with a smile, and in the next moment, his clone prepared to depart. Wait, what should I tell him? Never mind, Shieni, take me away. I need to help Rin. Obito exclaimed excitedly. No, Obito, your current state is too frail. Even if you return to their side, you would merely be a burden. Shieni shook his head and left the underground cavern. Before departing, he carefully examined the colossal outer path statue. An intriguing clone, in some ways, akin to the white Zetsu I created. Madara nodded. Such a young one indeed had the qualifications to join his plan, albeit in a supportive role. It was only Obito whom Madara regarded as his true successor. When the time came, he could unhesitatingly cast him aside. A short distance from Konoha village, a shadowy figure had been lurking here for a week. As the most renowned bounty hunter in the ninja world, Kakuzu's patience was remarkably profound. Yet another passerby had crossed his path, but alas, it was still not the individual he sought. Kakuzu felt a tinge of disappointment. When would that little brat finally depart from the village? Logically, this route should have increased his chances of encountering the boy, as it was one of the main roads leading from Konohagakure to the western front. The thought of the substantial bounty placed on the boy by various ninja villages sent a thrill through Kakuzu. 60 million ryo. It was almost unimaginable. This was not an established ninja, but rather a fledgling, and yet the villages had offered such an exorbitant price. The sheer magnitude of that figure filled Kakuzu with excitement. Thus, he had spent a week in this desolate place, biding his time. After a considerable wait, he finally sensed something encroaching upon him, assaulting the cells of his 5 hearts. Could it be? It truly was him. But why was he returning to Konoha from the outside world? Kakuzu was elated. Without hesitation, he began to disrobe. After all, his attire came at a cost, and he would not have anyone reimbursing him for any damage incurred. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Schwani, who was near Konoha and intended to find a secluded spot for self-destruction, suddenly halted, sensing the presence of someone. Who could it be? A figure with 5 cores absorbing radiation. Kakuzu? Schwani's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated that this audacious individual would dare to lie in wait in such a location. Kakuzu was truly committed to his pursuit of wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Schwani stealthily approached. Humph, do not hide. I have already detected you. My body is acutely sensitive to all invasive forces, Kakuzu sneered, as the 4 hearts behind him launched forth, and black threads spewed from his mouth. He intended to conclude this swiftly, severing the brat's head before making a hasty retreat. Wait, you are a hired assassin? You are merely in it for the money. And I possess wealth. Schwani shouted decisively. Oh, my services are rather expensive, Kakuzu remarked, coming to a halt. I have ample funds. What can you do for me? Schwani inquired. Anything. Provided the payment is sufficient, I could even slay a Hokage. Back when I faced the man known as the God of Ninja, I did so without a moment's hesitation. Our battle reverberated through the ninja world, Kakuzu declared with a cold smirk. Is that so? You have fought against the first Hokage and lived to tell the tale. Quite impressive. I have decided to expend all my wealth to hire you. Humph. A wise choice. Let me make it clear. I am a man of my word. As long as the payment is adequate, I can accomplish anything. Now, tell me, how much can you offer? I can offer 10 million for your services. 10 million? That is a fair sum. However, once the deed is done, I could simply turn around and slay this brat to claim the 60 million bounty. How delightful, Kakuzu mused, satisfied. Speak, boy. What do you wish to hire me for? To kill the 3rd Hokage? If it involves a task related to a Kage, then 10 million is far too little. We must negotiate further. Shiranami pondered for a moment. Can you truly accomplish anything? Of course. I am a man who has faced off against Hashirama and will undoubtedly uphold my promises. Therefore, the task I assign is this. I shall grant you 10 million. And you must find a way to return 20 million to me. Kakuzu appeared utterly bewildered, as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. Is it truly possible to do this? Little brat, do you dare to mock me and delay? Even if the 3rd Hokage were to come to your rescue, you would still meet your demise. Kakuzu, filled with rage, struck fiercely, and within mere moments, he severed Xian Yi's head with a swift motion. Humph, in the end, they are merely the new generation. Despite possessing formidable bloodline abilities, they remain pitifully fragile in the face of my assault. This money is easy to acquire. Kakuzu examined Xian Yi's severed head closely, confirming its authenticity, the texture of flesh and blood vividly apparent. He gleefully carried the head and made his way to the nearest bounty office in the Land of Fire. Once Kakuzu had departed, the decapitated body began to stir, and the severed head re-emerged. Xian Yi gazed at the vanishing figure, lost in contemplation. That fellow Kakuzu is doomed. I can almost foresee his fate while also keenly sensing a lucrative opportunity. Is my head truly in such high demand? Xian Yi could not resist touching his neck. Once again falling into deep thought. The underground bounty offices are a network spread throughout the shinobi world. No one knows who originally established these offices or how they function. Yet the majority of them share intelligence seamlessly. Not to mention, one can accept a task at one office and collect the reward at another, making it the largest chain in the shinobi realm. At that moment, within the 3rd bounty office of the Land of Fire, with a crash, Kakuzu forcefully pushed open the door and entered the underground bounty office with an air of indifference. Ah, is that not Lord Kakuzu? It seems you have failed. That little brat was capable of injuring the 3 Tails jinchūriki and was under the tight protection of Konoha, making him difficult to kill. Silence. As long as I take action, no task is beyond completion. Kakuzu snickered coldly, a chilling aura emanating from him. Paradoxically, this display of dominance and ferocity exuded an aura of confidence. With a swift motion, Kakuzu unfurled a scroll and, with a clap of his hands, produced a severed head. Behold, merely a young brat relying on forbidden techniques. No matter how formidable he may seem, before a man who has battled the first Hokage, he is utterly insignificant. Kakuzu continued to chuckle derisively. The bounty office manager was left astounded, staring in disbelief at the head, before quickly adopting a serious demeanor and conducting a thorough inspection. Indeed, it is a genuine head. Truly impressive, Lord Kakuzu. You have indeed slain this young brat. However, it is a pity that only the head remains without the body. In that case, I shall proceed to settle your bounty. Is the body of that brat valuable as well? Kakuzu furrowed his brow. Certainly. Many individuals are quite intrigued by the young rogue's bloodline limit and are eager to delve into the study of his genetic heritage. It has been reported that the Hidden Mist Village has recently increased the bounty to 30 million ryo. First, let me settle the 60 million ryo owed to me. I shall promptly retrieve the young rogue's remains. Kakuzu calculated that he had lost out on 30 million, rounding it off to a minor target, which caused a sharp pang in his 5 hearts. With 60 million in hand, Kakuzu grasped 2 large boxes and swiftly departed. Truly, Kakuzu is a diligent worker, remarked the head of the 3rd bounty office, who then gleefully examined the severed head, intending to seal it in a scroll. However, when he turned back with the scroll in hand, he was taken aback. The head was gone. Where is it? The director was horrified. How could such a valuable head simply vanish upon turning around? It was worth 60 million ryo. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that the head of Shiranami had indeed disappeared, leaving his face ashen. The loss of 60 million would require his life to compensate. How infuriating. Could it be Kakuzu? It must be him. How could he commit such an act? Clinging to his last shred of hope, the director gritted his teeth, lamenting the lack of business ethics that allowed Kakuzu to abscond with his 60 million ryo bounty. Outside the 3rd bounty office, Shiranami gazed upward. Having discovered a lucrative path that did not rely on undertaking missions or depending on Konoha, enabling him to swiftly amass funds to construct his own secret base. Henceforth, many future endeavors would necessitate avoiding Konoha, and the construction of his secret base must be prioritized. Not to mention, the scheme for the reincarnation I must remain concealed from outsiders. Once a safe distance away, Shiranami's clone, born from the severed head, found a secluded location, ensuring there were no prying eyes or observers. Utilizing a fire release technique, he ignited the ground and leapt into the flames, beginning the process of disintegration until every last cell was eradicated. At that moment, Kakuzu remained oblivious to what had transpired. He hurried back to the site of Shiranami's demise, only to discover that the corpse had vanished, prompting him to pound his chest in frustration. How infuriating. In the future, he must ensure that he takes the entire body and not merely the head. Kakuzu clutched his chest, deeply distressed. Yet, he was unaware of the dreadful events awaiting him. Shiranami, seizing the opportunity, quickly acquired intelligence regarding the bounty offices from Konoha. Discovering that within the Land of Fire alone, there existed 4 underground bounty offices. After meticulously noting their precise locations and entry methods, he pondered how he might exploit the underground world of the Land of Fire. Without delay, he began crafting his own clones to serve as decoys and simultaneously created multiple clones donned in Konoha's masks, setting forth on his mission to visit each bounty office. Upon reaching the entrance of the bounty office, these doppelgangers immediately employed a transformation technique. With a resounding bang, they morphed into the likeness of Kakuzu. Coldly, they pushed open the doors of the bounty office and declared, "I have come to submit a mission." Many bounty hunters within the office furrowed their brows and immediately their expression shifted dramatically. Such an overwhelming presence. This domineering and self-assured demeanor. Could it possibly be the legendary figure? Many hunters instinctively distanced themselves, their faces paling. Ah, the attire and physical features, could it be the notorious Kakuzu, renowned in the underworld? This is your first visit to our 2nd bounty office. I am a man who has crossed blades with the first Hokage. I can traverse the entire ninja world at my whim. Kakuzu scoffed, exhibiting an air of impatience. His words instantly calmed the others, raising the likelihood that it was indeed the genuine Kakuzu to a substantial 7 or 8 out of 10. Only Kakuzu would speak in such a manner. He presented the corpse of Shiranami, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This is, indeed, the complete body of Konoha's most formidable genius? Kakuzu, the strongest bounty hunter, is truly deserving of his title. After inspection, they promptly handed over the payment. 3 large chests, amounting to 90 million ryo, were secured. Regarding that little brat's bounty mission, be sure to inform the major ninja villages that it was I, Kakuzu, who completed it. I do not wish to see any lowly fish taking on this task. That would be an affront to me. Kakuzu spoke coldly. Rest assured, Kakuzu-sama, within a few days, the entire ninja world will know it was you who eliminated Narashwani. Humph, that is more like it. A few days? Kakuzu pondered the timeline, nodding in satisfaction as he hefted the 3 large chests. His overpowering presence intimidated the other bounty hunters, who dared not act, no matter how greedy they might be. They could not confront Kakuzu. After all, he is a man who has battled the first Hokage. Similar events unfolded across the 4 bounty offices in the Land of Fire. During the Third Shinobi World War, information exchange was not as seamless as it would become in the eras of Shippuden or Boruto. Moreover, the underground bounty offices were inherently secretive, operating in the shadows, where ordinary communication could not be kept confidential. Thus, messages needed to be relayed through ninjutsu or summoning beasts. This afforded Shwani an opportunity, as several doppelgangers scoured the area, raking in rewards. Across 3 bounty offices, they amassed 270 million ryo. Less than 300 million is still rather precarious. Therefore, it was too long before the heads of the other 3 bounty offices, aside from the third, were astonished to discover that Kakuzu had returned. While passing through the battlefield, I inadvertently severed the head of a certain Huangtu. How much is Konoha's oil woman, Shimi, worth? Humph, even the sand ninja, Yakura, was no match for me. I didn't even remove my clothing before she was defeated. The name Kakuzu reverberated throughout the underground world of the Land of Fire. As countless bounty hunters quietly spread his name, their voices filled with awe and admiration. Truly, a great man who has clashed with the first Hokage. The head of the bounty office respectfully presented the money, offering a bitter smile. Lord Kakuzu, our bounty office's reserves are limited. Even with the aid of summoning techniques, we can only manage a little over 100 million. I never anticipated that you would deplete it all by yourself. Enough of that. You should request more from your superiors in the future. Yes, Lord Kakuzu, please take care. Before long, the heads of these bounty offices were incensed to discover that the corpses they held had vanished. Literally vanished without a trace. Without the bodies, they could not account to their backers and thus would not receive their share. All losses would have to be borne by them alone. At that moment, a warning from the third bounty hunter belatedly arrived, informing them that Kakuzu was nothing but a fraud, intent on a one-time deal. Shortly thereafter, 3 of the 4 major bounty offices declared bankruptcy. When the real Kakuzu returned, dragging the corpses of several rogue ninjas, he entered the bounty office once more. Humph. I wonder why I keep hearing my name whispered around. With a cold smile, he pushed open the door to the bounty office, dragging the corpses behind him. Honestly, these people are so bothersome. Their flattery only hinders my ability to earn. The remaining head of the third bounty office was struggling to stay afloat, consumed by thoughts of how to cover the losses and turn the tide to avoid being killed. Upon seeing Kakuzu, his eyes turned crimson with rage. You bastard. Return my money. The alarm sounded loudly. What is happening? Is the bounty office being besieged by the Land of Fire? I can intervene, as long as the payment is sufficient. Kakuzu tossed the corpses forward, signaling for immediate payment. Although it was only a few million, he was known for his frugality and did not disdain small sums. Kakuzu, this is enough. So, this is the kind of person you are. From this moment forth, you are blacklisted by all bounty offices, and you will pay the price. The head of the third office shouted, his eyes blazing with fury, before abruptly dispersing his shadow clone, retreating hastily to safety. Blacklisted? Though unaware of the full situation, if it meant what it implied. Would Kakuzu face unemployment? Madara sat in the dim, subterranean void, listening to the news brought back by White Setsu. Numerous bounty offices in the Land of Fire have collapsed. The mysterious powerhouse Kakuzu upholding justice? The light of rogue ninjas, the #1 enemy of the underworld? Madara murmured Kakuzu's name, feeling as though he had heard it somewhere before. Oh, it came to him. It was the rogue from Takigakure, nearly beaten to death by Hashirama's wooden clone. Nearly an inconsequential character. More importantly, he needed to devise a way to guide Obito down the path of darkness that he desired. The only individuals Obito respected were Rin, Kakashi, and Shin. Conveniently, the third Mizukage, a pawn he had intended to exploit to its fullest, had already been rendered ineffective. His original plan had been to manipulate this piece, allowing him to transplant tailed beasts, leading to a confrontation between Kakashi and Rin. However, with the presence of the mischievous Shieni, it would be wise to start with him. Madara slowly closed his eyes. Friends? Such a ludicrous notion is ultimately but a fragment of this illusory world. Baiju glanced at Obito, who was training fervently in the distance, and chuckled softly. What do you intend to do? Have Shieni eliminate Rin and Kakashi? No, Shieni is merely a begrudgingly adequate tool. His strength and will can indeed be harnessed. But pitting them against each other would be a pity. When Madara reopened his eyes, a profound coldness emanated from him. Then let us reveal the truth to him. This world, rife with lies and deceit, is scarcely worth longing for. Shiranui will understand what must be done. The three Tomo in Madara's eyes glowed with an eerie red light as he summoned Obito. What? You mean they've been deceiving me all along? They never cared for me? What nonsense! Obito was incredulous. That is precisely why this world is a fade. Deception and lies have bred estrangement. And estrangement has birthed war, which annihilates all, only to give rise to new layers of deceit. Madara replied coldly, you have begun to perceive it, haven't you? The one whom all praise, Noara Shiranui, heralded as the successor of the will of fire, has secretly distanced himself from it. To him, you are merely a foolish passerby, unworthy of his time. Obito was about to retort, but suddenly fell silent as memories flooded back, Shiranui's discussions with Obito's former self, and the meetings with this man claiming to be Madara, all filled with hollow notions of peace. No, it cannot be. Yet the truth remained, the friend you cherish sees you only as a tool. If you doubt this, consider this. Meanwhile, Shiranui had gathered intelligence regarding the land of fire and, with 500 million Ryo in hand, was preparing to seize the opportunity to construct a secret base. Establishing the base itself was a straightforward endeavor. The true challenge lay in equipping it with the necessary facilities and instruments, which would deplete funds significantly. Kakuzu was indeed a commendable ally, Shiranui reflected. He arranged for a clone to securely store the vast sum of money. As he stepped outside, he overheard news of Kakashi and Rin's return to Konoha. Kakashi, I've heard about Obito. Shiranui greeted Kakashi. Yes, casualties on the battlefield are inevitable. Kakashi replied, his demeanor icy, as if he had encased himself in a shell of frost. Kakashi. Rin observed him with concern. The seeds sown by Shiranui in the past were now beginning to sprout. Beneath the weight of sorrow, he chose not to display his grief, for it clashed with his will and self-image, thus deliberately allowing himself to descend into this frigid abyss. Shiranui cast a glance at Kakashi, pondering how Obito would react upon witnessing this scene. Would he realize the futility of human existence and succumb to darkness right then and there? Lin, you must also prepare yourself. You should understand that this war has claimed far too many lives, not just that of Obito, but even our own. And we must be ready to face death. Kakashi spoke coldly. I have come to terms with it, and I will assist you earnestly, Lin replied, lowering her head. Kakashi turned to Shiranui, inquiring, Shiranui, do you have any unfinished tasks? No, there are none. However, are you truly all right in your current state? I am well, remarkably so, as if I have shed a burden. Kakashi, having already endured the loss of his father, delved even deeper into his emotional turmoil. After Kakashi and Lin departed, a figure clad in a black cloak trembled in a nearby shop, facing away from the street. Shiranui entered the establishment, casually taking a seat beside the cloaked individual and gesturing for a few dishes from the proprietor. Obito, when did you return? It seems you have fared relatively well since our last parting. Shiranui sat opposite Obito, observing the man who had buried his face. As Obito lifted his head, the swirling pattern of his visage became visible beneath the cloak. More striking were his blood-red eyes, streaming with tears. Abruptly, he stood, head bowed, and swiftly exited the shop, Shiranui trailing behind him until they arrived at the Uchiha clan cemetery. Shiranui, is it true? My death holds no value to you? Obito trembled before a gravestone, a deep madness brewing within him. In a sense, it is indeed so. In this world, anyone can perish, even the child of destiny. Once they have been utilized, they hold no further worth. Shiranui gazed at Obito with utmost seriousness. The protagonist of a story, no matter how fortunate or powerful, will have their fate sealed the moment the tale concludes. Does that include Kakashi and Lin? One could say so. Their words earlier were heard by you as well. And you. You have gone to great lengths to disguise yourself, deceiving everyone, including me. Before Obito could finish, Shiranui snapped his fingers. It seems Madara has divulged quite a bit about me. Indeed, all my actions are aimed at bringing peace to this world. It is tragic, is it not? You have witnessed the battlefield, seen the innocent civilians and the children who have lost their parents. This is all wrong and must be rectified. In the will of fire. What nonsense is this will of fire, Obito? Do you still believe in such things? Do you still hold faith in that notion? Shiranui chuckled lightly, yet this laughter deeply provoked Obito. No. The ominous intensity in Obito's eyes intensified. He trembled, pointing at the gravestone before him, remaining silent for a long while. Surely this cannot also be a deception? My grandmother, the one who cared for you for 2 years, regarded you as her own grandson, and continually praised your virtues in my presence. Is this also a fabrication? Shiranami scrutinized the current Obito, swiftly contemplating. Had Madara cast an illusion to stimulate his emotions, or was it merely verbal provocation? Originally, I had no intention of revealing this to you, for the reality is far too cruel, too harsh for you to bear. Shiranami slowly crouched down and began to excavate the gravestone, unearthing a coffin. With a crack, he opened the casket. Obito's only kin lay peacefully within, as if in slumber, yet therein lies the true abnormality. The corpse should have decayed. Shiranami raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy upon the body, and in the next moment, the corpse stirred, contorting into white Zetsu. Do not wield your power to influence me. It is excruciating, white Zetsu lamented, writhing incessantly. Boom. Obito stood dumbfounded, akin to a thunderclap, frozen in place as if the entire world had crumbled. My grandmother. How could she be white Zetsu? You have never had a grandmother, Obito. What you possess is only white Zetsu. Your only true kin is a fabrication. The elderly person you assist across the street is also a mere illusion, utterly non-existent. Your friends, your objects of affection, all cloaked in deceit and falsehood. Shiranami grimly unveiled the truth. In this world, there exists but one verity, the eradication of all these illusory targets. This alone is infallible. Wailing. Obito cradled his head in anguish. The figure of Ah-Fei, clinging to him, remained silent. The tomo in his eyes converged frantically, and in the midst of his shattered psyche, a singular thought surged forth. Escape this world rife with deception and lies. Everything is a fabrication, kin, friends, lovers, all mere illusions. A dreadful power emanated, thick with foreboding, erupting forth as his kaleidoscopic eyes began to take form. This is what Madara wishes for you, as do I. The external is inconsequential, only the ultimate goal remains eternally unchanged. Obito, you have grown. Shiranami swiftly dispatched the white Zetsu before him, then reinterred the coffin into the earth. With a resounding crash, a massive skeletal hand lunged at Shiranami. Bang! He raised his hand, instantly entering Godzilla mode, effortlessly blocking the Susanoo. Gazing at the blue Susanoo enveloping Obito, he said, Obito, calm yourself. I owe you nothing. There is no need for such hostility. You should have revealed the truth to me sooner. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, the power of his Sharingan escalating alarmingly. And then what? If I had disclosed the truth, what could you have done? Back then, you were oblivious, indifferent to everything, and your strength was feeble. What could you have achieved? Sighing softly, Shiranami gazed pityingly at the figure of Obito before him. Madara has summoned you back to Konoha to seek me out, solely to unveil the truth, compelling you to risk everything in his service. I, however, have always acted independently, relying solely on my own strength. Obito slowly retracted his Susanoo, remaining silent. He was at a loss for words. Should he harbor resentment towards Shiranami? Against Madara? Or perhaps towards Kakashi and Rin? Such thoughts seemed ludicrous, immature. He recalled how, in times past, Shiranami had repeatedly expressed his dream of bestowing everlasting peace upon this chaotic world. Peace and permanence. In retrospect, it was evident that the fool kept in the dark was none other than himself. I understand now what your intentions are. You plan to achieve eternal peace through the will of fire? Obito scoffed derisively, yet tears he could not contain streamed down his cheeks. That will depend on Madara's actions. Being a figure from the era of the first Hokage, he must possess a detailed plan. Shiranami extended his hands, regarding Obito with compassion. Gritting his teeth, Obito transformed into a swirling vortex, vanishing in an instant. The entire process took less than a second. The power of the double Kimui was truly astounding. Cautiously, Shiranami began to rectify the gravestone and gather the remains of white Zetsu. After completing these tasks, he raised his gaze to the vast expanse of the sky. Beyond the starlit heavens, many troublesome entities were watching. Even though he was uncertain whether Madara would amend his plans, it was clear that gathering the tailed beasts to piece together the 10 tails was imperative, whether through infinite Tsukuyomi or some other scheme. Shiranami observed for a moment. At that instant, the wheel of fate began to turn, poised to crush all that was old. Moreover, he, a being harboring planetary-level flora within him, was propelling these events forward through his own means. Days later, he received word of Kakashi and Rin returning to the battlefield and encountered Obito once more. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of a room, Obito locked eyes with Shiranami. Prepare yourself. We shall set forth to the land of rain. That guy, Madara. No, I, Uchiha Madara, have long been ready for everything. Behind the mask, those eyes brimmed with boundless malice. Uchiha. Madara? It seems that fellow is indeed dead. How intriguing. Shiranami casually picked up a black cloak that had been prepared in advance. Beside him, the half-black, half-white Zetsu emitted a series of eerie laughs. Once again, we meet. I never anticipated we would join forces one day. Allow me to introduce my counterpart. Black Zetsu. White Zetsu chuckled mischievously, while Black Zetsu remained silent. It matters not. I have no concern for the dynamics among the three of us. Essentially, we are all merely using one another. If we were to dissect our relationships, it is clear that I share a closer bond with Obito. You are the most unreliable among us. Oh dear, what a cold-hearted individual you are, making conversations so awkward. Wouldn't you agree, Black Zetsu? White Zetsu cackled. Heavenly Desolation remarked indifferently. What he said is not incorrect. The three of us have gathered for a common goal, and in a certain sense, this constitutes the most steadfast and reliable bond. Shiranami formed a seal, conjuring a unique core-dodging clone, which he draped with an excessively large black robe. Instantly, this clone began to writhe. Its facial features shifted, and the body beneath the face began to wither away, ultimately transforming into a peculiar entity. Shiranami raised his hand and affixed a white ghostly mask upon it, coupled with the absurdly oversized robe that thoroughly enveloped the form. This clone appeared as if it were an indescribable being composed solely of a ghostly mask and an expansive robe, lacking a body or limbs. It was merely a mask and a voluminous garment, reminiscent of the creatures found in certain folklore. I too must arrange for a false identity. This will facilitate my actions. The clone slowly spoke, tilting its head in contemplation. Then my new name shall be Void.